Sun Simiao then fed it some calming herbal juice, and it fell into a deep sleep. Yongzheng and Li Bai finally relaxed. However, Sun Simiao's expression remained tense. He removed the needles and whispered to Lin Xiaoman, "This method can only delay the problem temporarily. It cannot eliminate it. The strange energy inside its body is like a bone spur, intertwined with its core energy. If we cannot find and remove the source, this will not be a long-term solution." At that moment, Huang Yueying hurried over, holding a black signal marker taken from the mystic magnetic array. Her face looked strange, a mix of surprise and confusion. "I just tried to analyze the internal structure of this object and found that its core is not just a simple magnet." She showed the signal marker to everyone. The black shell was slightly transparent, revealing something tiny inside, slowly spinning. Silver gravel? The material and energy of this gravel are the same as the silver moon in the night lake and the silver light inside the jelly creature. Yellow Moon's English is astonishing. Even more strange is that when I tried to separate this sand grain, I sensed a faint, almost imperceptible trace of life energy from inside it. Everyone was stunned. There was a living creature inside the beacon? Before they could think further, the sleeping jelly-like creature suddenly trembled violently, without warning. Its internal silver glow flickered wildly, even surpassing its original brightness. A cold, chaotic, yet eager emotional wave spread out. It suddenly woke up, and two tiny black dots fixed their gaze on the beacon in Yellow Moon's hand. Then, it emitted an unprecedented, sharp screech. Yip, goo. Like it was irresistibly drawn, it shot out from the tray, rushing headlong toward the beacon. The sharp cry of the jelly creature startled everyone in the medicine hut. It leapt out of the tray like an arrow, if jelly could be called an arrow, transforming into a blurry flash of light, heading straight for the beacon in Yellow Moon's hand. Its target was clear, those few slowly spinning silver sand grains inside the beacon. "Be careful." Su Qi was the quickest to react, instinctively reaching out to block. But someone was even faster. Yongzheng and Li Bai, who had been watching closely from outside the window with high alertness, reacted almost reflexively the moment they saw the jelly creature move. "Protect the Emperor," Yongzheng shouted loudly, not sure who was protecting whom, rushing forward and reaching out to grab the flying jelly. "Young friend, don't panic." Li Bai also acted in a rush, performing, or so he thought, some mysterious movement, with his robes fluttering in pajamas, slipping in to catch it. Thus, a humorous scene unfolded. Two ancient men, one in a dragon-patterned pajamas, the other in a scholar's robe, both leaping simultaneously like grabbing a rebound, reaching for the flying jelly creature with their 4 hands. Their hands inevitably collided, and neither managed to catch the jelly. Meanwhile, in this split second, the jelly creature suddenly collided with the beacon in Yellow Moon's hand. The beacon's shell was not very sturdy to begin with. Upon impact, it shattered instantly. The tiny, shimmering silver grains inside were exposed to the air. The jelly-like creature suddenly wrapped those silver grains as if hungry for a meal. Goo goo goo. The moment it merged with the silver sand, the jelly shook violently, expanded, and contracted. Bright lights flickered wildly inside, with colorful glow and cold silver light fighting, intertwining and blending. Its shape became unstable, sometimes stretching, sometimes flattening, and even bubbles appeared on its surface before bursting. "Not good." Sun Simiao's face changed. He quickly stepped forward, pinching several golden needles, ready to help. Yongzheng and Li Bai also stopped arguing and hurriedly surrounded it. "Master, what's happening to it? Save it quickly." At this moment, a strange change occurred again. The frantic, flickering jelly suddenly split into 2 during its intense struggle. It wasn't torn apart, but split evenly, like cell division, forming another smaller jelly that also shimmered with intertwined light. The 2 jellies pop onto the soft cloth-covered table, trembling slightly, with their lights gradually stabilizing. The larger one had more colorful light inside, with silver strands winding through it like silk. The smaller one had more obvious silver light, but also many colorful spots mixed in. Both jellies' tops had two tiny black dots, looking at each other blankly, then at the stunned people around them. Everyone split. Split into two? One jelly turned into two? The scene fell silent. Old Wang, who had come running and was peering in from the window, broke the silence first. Oh my goodness. This jelly can have babies too? One batch or two. His words suddenly woke Yongzheng and Li Bai. Their eyes lit up instantly. They fixed their gaze like searchlights on the two still uncertain jellies on the table. One jelly wasn't enough now that there are two? This was a rare opportunity. A blessing from heaven. In the next second, both of them moved at the same time, perfectly in sync. Emperor Yongzheng acted quickly, grabbing the larger jelly-like object, mainly glowing with colorful light, and pulling it into his arms. His movement was so fast, it almost left a shadow. This glow is grand and full of imperial aura. It should learn from me how to govern the country. Li Bai was not slow either. He flicked his sleeve lightly, gracefully wrapping the smaller, slightly silver-glowing jelly into his arms.
No, no.
This one contains a more refined and cool poetic aura, perfect for exploring the deepest truths of the universe. The two small jellies seemed a bit confused, gently wriggling in their new owner's arms and making tiny, gurgle sounds. Yongzheng and Li Bai immediately looked down at the jellies, their faces showing an almost loving expression with very satisfied smiles. After all this time of fighting, they finally each had a jelly.
Perfect.
A potential crisis was surprisingly resolved in a way no one expected, happily, or so it seemed. Xiao Manlin covered her forehead, feeling a bit overwhelmed. What is all this about? Jellies having babies? And one for each person? The story just developed so randomly. Su Qi and Huang Yuang looked at each other, both amused and helpless. But for now, after splitting, the jellies seemed calmer, and their wild attraction had disappeared. That was a good thing. Sun Simiao carefully examined the two jellies and muttered, strange. Although the alien silver sand was absorbed, its energy seems to have dispersed and diluted after splitting. No major harms so far. It's like a new balance has been reached. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, as the saying goes. From that day on, Worry-Free Mountain Scenic Area officially had two jellies. Yongzheng's jelly was named, by himself, unilaterally, Hongli, meaning great ambitions tested through hardships, though visitors secretly called it Jelly Hong, or Fourth Prince's Treasure. Li Bai's jelly was named, on the spot, Silver Light, inspired by the phrase, silver saddle shines on white horse, swift as shooting stars. Even though you're just a jelly, visitors called it Poetry Immortal's Treasure or Shining Kid. The two ancient figures finally stopped fighting and, instead, each took their own treasure, beginning a new journey of nurturing and growth. Emperor Yongzheng began teaching Hongli how to review memorials more efficiently, using light and shadow simulations, how to distinguish loyalty from treachery by using colors, and even tried to teach it the secrets of rulership, but the jelly-like creature showed it couldn't understand. Li Bai, on the other hand, wandered through mountains and waters with a silver glow, reciting poetry to the moon and teaching it how to use light and shadow to express the loneliness of raising a glass to the bright moon and the boldness of spending all one's wealth only to regain it. The silver glow creature learned quickly and shimmered with a poetic mood. The two small jelly-like creatures also seemed to inherit some of their original, optimizing traits, but they behaved much more gently. Hongli preferred to stay close to Yongzheng, offering small suggestions to improve scenic area rules, like adding more clearly marked trash bins. The silver glow was more into art, flickering with ideas to modify Li Bai's imperfect lines of poetry. Visitors were thrilled, chasing after the two ancient figures, children, comparing whose jelly was smarter and whose glow was more beautiful. The Fourth Prince raising babies, poetry immortal raising treasures. The topic went viral again. Grandpa Wang made a fortune and quickly launched the double jelly blessing package, The homely-style gold plate, large, and the silver glow-style plastic teapot, the scenic area seemed to enter a new, more joyful and chaotic, double jelly era. But beneath this joyful surface, Su Qi and Huang Yueying's worries never lessened. Huang Yueying studied the silver gravel in the beacon for a long time. The more she studied, the more she was alarmed. This object is definitely not dead, she privately told Lin Xiaoman and Su Qi. Although it contains only faint traces of life energy, it has a very strong assimilation and command ability. It seems to adjust its behavior based on the host's traits. Inside the jelly creature, it appears as optimization and order, but what about on other objects or even humans? Moreover, she added with a serious face, I suspect this object might be able to sense each other. The things that have merged into the jelly's body and those that might exist elsewhere could be connected in some way. It was as if to confirm her words. A few nights later, the scenic area was silent. A guard from the secret police, patrolling near the medicinal garden, yawned and accidentally shone his flashlight on some withered silver-patterned calming herbs. He suddenly stopped, rubbed his eyes. I see that among the withered grass blades, tiny, shimmering silver droplets have appeared unexpectedly. Under the moonlight, these, silver dew, flicker slightly, as if they have a life of their own. Curious, the security guard moves closer to get a better look. Suddenly, the silver dew seem to sense something, and they change shape, becoming thin and needle-like, pointing directly at the guard. Startled, he screams and quickly steps back, nearly dropping his flashlight. The droplets tremble briefly, then return to their round, dew-like shape, as if everything was just an illusion. However, the cold sweat on his back shows it was real. He hurriedly runs to the guard room, grabs the walkie-talkie, trembling as he reports, Report. The plants in the medicine garden. They seem to have come to life. They just looked at me. The security guard's trembling report shocked the peaceful night like a loud explosion. Su Qi and Lin Xiaoman, along with night shift worker Huang Yueying, quickly arrive at the medicine garden. Their flashlights focus on the withered calming herbs. But there are no staring silver dew, just a few ordinary, crystal-clear droplets shimmering in the moonlight, gently rolling in the night breeze, harmless to people and animals. It's these. The guard points at the dew, still trembling. They really stood up just now, like needles. And they looked at me. Grandpa Wang, also awakened, puts on his coat and slippers, rushing over. Seeing the scene, he suddenly becomes excited. What? Dew that can come to life? And stare at people? Let me see. If it's true, I'll start a fairy dew blessing project tomorrow. Sell a glass for 50. He reaches out to touch them. Don't move. Su Qi quickly stops him, taking out an energy detector to scan carefully. The readings on the device are steady, with no abnormal energy fluctuations. It's just ordinary H2O. Huang Yueying also carefully examines the leaves and soil, even collecting a small sample of the dew, then shakes her head. No unusual signs. Maybe the moonlight refraction, combined with the quiet night, made this young man too nervous and see things. The security guard looked upset and swore he definitely hadn't seen anything wrong. But with the current evidence, everyone could only think it was a mistake. Su Qian comforted the guard a few words and told him to keep patrolling and stay alert. Grandpa Wang was quite disappointed. Oh, what a shame. I was excited again, thinking we could develop a new project. The false alarm was over. But Lin Xiaoman, Su Qian, and Huang Yueying all knew deep down that things might not be so simple. The security guard didn't seem to be lying, and combined with the silver gravel in the previous signal, they believed he really saw something. However, that silver dew was extremely clever, or perhaps could perfectly disguise itself. In the following days, the scenic area was peaceful. That night's silver dew panic seemed to be just a false alarm. Everyone's attention was once again drawn to the two increasingly distinctive, jelly-like creatures. Under the influence of Emperor Yongjing's imperial studies, the homely jelly became more organized, even a bit stiff. It no longer just gave simple, good or bad ratings when reviewing documents, but started trying to generate basic data charts with light and shadow, like a monthly growth curve of national treasury income. It even suggested improvements to the document format, such as making the title font larger or indenting the first line of paragraphs, resembling a tiny disciplinary inspector. Once, a tourist playing the role of a minister in My Empire submitted a report via touchscreen input with a typo. Homely immediately flickered with a bright red light, projecting a huge error character, and refused to continue the simulation until the typo was corrected. The tourist laughed and said, "Fourth Lord, your assistant is stricter than our company boss." Yongzheng was very pleased with this, stroking his non-existent beard and praising, homely, "Yes, meticulous and careful, just like when I was young." A good student indeed. Meanwhile, the silver light, jelly, wandering with Li Bai through mountains and rivers, took a completely different artistic path. It not only perfectly matched Li Bai's poetic style with light and shadow effects, but also began creating its own art. It would cast sunset colors like a painter's palette or simulate ripples from falling raindrops as jumping musical notes. Once, it even reflected a highly postmodern abstract painting on a compressed model of chives and eggs that Uncle Wang couldn't sell. This amazed a group of art students and tourists who claimed it contained deep philosophical meaning and almost bought the entire model set. Li Bai was overjoyed, calling Yinguang the spirit of nature, the poetic immortal of light and shadow. He took it everywhere for inspiration, drinking cola under the moon and feeling very happy. The two different styles of the jelly blobs became a popular topic among visitors for fun comparisons. "I think Homely is more impressive. Look at its professional charts. Come on. Yinguang is the real art. Look at its compressed biscuits, full of reflection on industrial society. I vote for Homely. Practicality forever. I'm on Team Yinguang." The creative soul is unbeatable. Some even placed bets on which ancient figure could grow their jelly into a more successful industry leader. Uncle Wang naturally was the bookmaker, smiling happily as he earned money. This battle of the treasures brought endless joy to the park and temporarily eased worries about potential dangers. But beneath this happiness, subtle changes were quietly happening. Attentive visitors noticed that some signs in the park had become very neat, with uniform font spacing and size, as if they had been retyped. Homely had casually optimized them during a walk at night. Some visitors felt the background music had become more hypnotic, with simple, repetitive melodies that made people hum along. Yinguang had unconsciously blended into the rhythm while playing near the speakers. The most obvious change was with Uncle Wang. He found that when he shouted to sell things, his rhythm became very regular, and even rhymed. "Come take a look, see and see." Fourth Lord's golden plate. Poetic immortals, wine jar. Jelly is everyone's favorite. Happy in worry-free mountain. Tourists laughed at him. "Uncle Wang, are you infected by the jelly? Or are you planning to switch to rapping?" Uncle Wang was puzzled too, scratching his head. "Strange. How come my mouth just started spouting on its own?" These small, funny changes were seen as part of the park's atmosphere, and no one paid much attention to them. Until that day, a sudden system conflict made everyone realize that the optimization of these two jelly-like objects might not always be so perfect. The scenic area was testing a new, smart guide system. This system could send visitors information about nearby attractions and activities, based on their location. The technician was setting up the rules for how information would be sent. Meanwhile, Yongzheng was nearby with Homely, inspecting, or rather wandering around, the control room. Homely was very interested in the blinking server lights. Li Bai was with Silver Light in the nearby broadcast room, looking for inspiration. Silver Light was curious about the various buttons on the sound mixer. Both jelly-like objects unintentionally released their optimization energy waves at almost the same time. Homely's energy focused on order, rules, and efficiency. Silver Light's energy focused on creativity, randomness, and beauty. These two very different energy waves accidentally entered the smart guide system being tested. The technicians suddenly saw the code on the screen start to jump wildly. The carefully set rules were being completely changed. Next, all the visitors' phones connected to the guide system and the speakers in different areas suddenly played a strange mix of mechanical electronic sounds and poetic recitations. Dear visitors, friendly reminder, turn left ahead. Restroom. Current stall usage rate, 63.5%. Estimated queue time, 2 minutes and 17 seconds. The ode to the restroom, the cycle of life. Please look forward to it. Beautiful background music plays. All the visitors. People in the restroom. The technician, Yongzung and Li Bai. Homely and Silverlight seemed to think they had done a great job with the optimization, shining happily. Thus, an amusing event of artistic and quantitative transformation of the smart guide system broke out. The broadcasts from the smart guide system, blending data analysis with poetic praise, echoed like a spell throughout Wuyo Mountain's scenic area. Currently, General Hortzubing is performing on the Rainbow Horse Show stage. The crowd density is about 1.3 people per square meter. It is recommended to watch at different times to avoid crowding. The horses are galloping. The rainbow is dazzling. This is a story of freedom. Background music. Horse racing song. Hortzubing, riding a rainbow horse, suddenly stumbles and almost falls off the energy projection. Who is making noise? Disturbing my troops. Souvenir shop offers calligraphy fan with Wang Shiji's handwriting. Only 3 left in stock. Hurry if you want to buy. The ink scent is rich. The brush moves like a dragon. Every fan is a world. Every thought is a bodhi. Background music. Mountain stream. Wang Shiji, holding a brush and preparing to write, visited here, suddenly shakes his hand, and a large drop of ink splashes onto the rice paper, ruining the entire piece. My mood. All spoiled by this noise. Dr. Quack Quack and Dr. Hua Tuo's free clinic. No one is waiting in line now. A rare opportunity. Healing the world. Skillful hands bring spring back. The mysteries of life are explored here. Background music. Wellness exercise. While playing chess, Bien Ke and Hua Tuo's hands tremble and the chess pieces fall to the ground. Li Qingzhao, holding her chest and frowning at the loudspeaker, says, "This sound is noisy and lacks rhythm. If poetry like this were written, it would surely be laughed at by future generations." Visitors, initially confused, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What kind of broadcast is this? Poetry about toilets. The cycle of life? I can't stop laughing. This scenic spot is so playful. Even the guide system is so entertaining. Record this quickly. It will definitely be the funniest video of the year. Grandpa Wang reacts quickly and immediately launches a director's t-shirt with the words, "Current slot usage. Poetic," which sells out instantly. The backstage technician is almost going crazy, trying to turn off the system, but finds that permissions are mixed up and can't shut it down. The code is rolling and changing itself wildly. The culprits, 2 jelly-like blobs named Hongli and Ingguang, are completely unaware they've caused trouble, being held by Yongzheng and Li Bai, receiving praise for a job well done. Both think it's their own child's achievement. Lin Xiaoman and Su Qi rush to the control room, looking at the chaotic screens and the laughter outside, feeling both amused and helpless. It must be those two. Lin Xiaoman rubbed her forehead and said, "This optimization went too far." Su Qi tried to restart the system forcibly, but found that the underlying logic seemed stuck due to conflicting commands. It was as if one program demanded absolute precision, while another demanded complete randomness, causing a fierce clash. We need higher permission commands to override this, or maybe a professional to remove these two viruses, Su Qi said with a headache. A professional? Lin Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Don't we have a tech expert here? Let's call Sister Yueying. Huang Yueying was quickly summoned. She looked at the chaotic code and listened to the strange broadcast outside, her mouth twitching slightly. This is caused by a conflict of thoughts. The code is tangled and normal methods can't fix it, she observed for a moment and concluded, we need to use external force to straighten it out, or perhaps cut off its connection to the guide system. She took out a few small wooden mechanical creatures and placed them around the server cabinet, forming a simple interference array to block the energy fluctuations emitted by the two jelly-like unconscious entities. However, those two energy sources had already penetrated deep into the system core, making it difficult to clear them completely in a short time. The broadcast continued, but its content became more bizarre, mixing strange data and poetry such as, "Grilled sausages cost 5 yuan each. Calories, 2,500. The rich smell of wine and meat. Yet the bones are frozen to death." Background music, mournful tune. Grandpa Wang, who was selling grilled sausages, nearly flipped his stall in frustration. Just as everyone was at a loss and the chaos worsened, a clear yet somewhat puzzled voice came from the main control room door. "Great Heavenly Lord. The spiritual energy here is chaotic, and the electronic spirits are restless. Is there some evil force at work?" Everyone turned around and saw a middle-aged Taoist priest dressed in a blue robe, wearing a crescent moon crown, holding a whisk, with an aura of immortality. He was standing at the door, curiously observing the smoking server and the busy crowd inside. The Taoist looked thin and pale, with clear eyes that held a hint of curiosity. His demeanor was transcendent, out of place among the modern equipment. Lin Xiaoman was stunned. "Are you?" Su Qia quickly checked the internal personnel list, but found no record of this person. The Taoist priest bowed slightly and smiled. "I am Gohong, courtesy named Jichuan, also known as Bio Pussy. I was just gathering herbs in the mountains when I suddenly sensed unusual electromagnetic and spiritual energy fluctuations here. It seems like electronic devices are malfunctioning." A famous Taoist scholar, alchemist, and medical expert from Eastern Jin? Lin Xiaoman and Su Qian exchanged looks. Looks like some system bug or energy anomaly has summoned this expert here for herb gathering. Huang Yueying's eyes lit up. "So, it is the legendary Gu Xianweng. I am Huang Yueying. Long admired your name. Since you are skilled in Taoist arts and alchemy, do you have a good solution for this?" Electronic spirit disturbance. Gohong curiously approached the flickering servers. He gently tapped the casing with a feather duster, then listened to the fan noise and hard drive read/write sounds. His face showed a sudden realization. I see. This is a nest built from metal spirits, and the flowing, electric current inside is its vital energy. Now that the energy is flowing backwards and the intelligence is confused, it causes nonsense. This condition is similar to when I used to practice alchemy, with the furnace's water and fire out of balance and conflicting herbs. Everyone. It sounds plausible, but something seems off. Gohong became more convinced of his judgment. He even pulled out a small purple copper alchemy furnace, not much bigger than a palm, from his sleeve, along with several colorful minerals and a few dried herbs. This condition needs to be calmed with mineral stones of metal nature to suppress the agitation and herbal water to nourish the depletion. Then, with the help of the true flame. Since there is no real fire here, electric fire can be used instead. To harmonize yin and yang and regulate the energy and blood, so it can be cured. He was about to place the small furnace on the server's cooling vent and try to stuff the minerals and herbs inside. Master Taoist. "You can't do that." Lin Xiaoman was terrified. If he set the server room on fire, the scenic area would have to shut down immediately. Su Qian quickly stopped him. "Immortal. These things are afraid of fire. You can't roast them." Gohong paused, a bit disappointed. "Oh?
So fragile?"
"Well, then I will use the cold concentration method." He put away the small furnace and minerals, then took out a few blank yellow talisman papers and cinnabar pens. He began drawing strange symbols that no one could understand, muttering, "5-star charm, illuminating the mysterious darkness. Holy spirits and divine protectors, guard my true soul. Electronic spirits, obey my command. Hurry." After saying this, he quickly stuck the drawn talismans onto the server cabinet, the main control screen, and even the keyboard. Strangely, once the talismans were applied, the rapidly scrolling code slowed down a little, and the strange broadcast also stuttered for a moment. Everyone was surprised. "There's a way." Gohong stroked his beard and smiled proudly. It seems that the electronic spirits in this world also recognize my Taoist talisman methods. However, the good times didn't last long. The power of the talisman seemed only to suppress the problem temporarily, not eliminate it completely. The energy from Hongli and Silver Light continued to interfere. The broadcast soon became erratic again, even playing strange content that mixed the Quiet Mind Sutra with system error messages. The Great Way is formless. It gives birth to heaven and earth. Error 404. Path not found. Gohong frowned. The evil energy is so stubborn? Looks like I need a stronger remedy. He seemed to make a decision, then took out a small purple golden gourd carved with the Bagua pattern from his sleeve, carefully unscrewing the stopper. Immediately, a strange smell filled the air, an indescribable mix of herbal fragrance and a metallic burning scent. This is my latest creation, the Calm Mind and Clear Thought Digital Remedy Pill, Gohong said seriously. Made from cinnabar, mica, magnetite powder, with mint, borneal, and huanglian, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and a little Wi-Fi signal, to cure all kinds of restless minds and chaotic information. As he spoke, he was about to pour the powder from the gourd into the server's cooling fan. Stop! Lin Xiaoman, Su Qian, and Huang Yueying all rushed forward at the same time. This thing's name already sounds unreliable. Pouring it in would not just cause the system to malfunction, but completely ruin it. In the chaos of grabbing, Gohong's hand slipped. The small purple golden gourd slipped from his hand, flying through the air in a graceful parabola. The powder spilled out, but instead of falling into the server, it all scattered onto the two curious jelly-like figures, Hongli and Yingguang, who had come over to watch the fun. The two jelly figures. The powder was instantly absorbed by them. The entire world fell silent. The frantic code stopped scrolling. The captivating broadcast suddenly stopped. The server indicator light returned to normal blinking. Everyone was stunned, watching the two jelly-like blobs. They saw Hongli and Yingguang glow fiercely inside, flickering, merging, and changing, until finally they slowly calmed down. It seemed as if they had burped. A small bubble with a medicinal scent appeared. Then, the two jelly blobs, as if drunk, collapsed softly into the arms of Yongzheng and Li Bai, making gentle, faint, gurgle sounds. Is the system back to normal? Gohong paused, then clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Wonderful. Wonderful. How did I not think of this? The root of the problem lies in these two electronic spirits. The medicine flows directly to the source of the illness, naturally curing it. Ha. Lin Xiaoman and others looked at the two sleeping jelly blobs, then at the proud Gohong. Thinking of the dangerous scene just now, they all sat down heavily and let out a long breath. No matter how strange the process was, the result seemed good. However, no one noticed that among the scattered medicinal powder, a few tiny particles shimmering with familiar silver light, impurities, had been absorbed by the two jelly blobs. Inside their sleeping bodies, the originally suppressed silver glow seemed to flicker faintly again, becoming even more subtle and hard to detect. Gohong looked at the sleeping jelly blobs, thoughtfully pinching a bit of leftover powder, sniffing it at his nose, and furrowing his brow slightly. Strange. During my alchemy, I didn't seem to add star sand powder? Where did this come from? I almost sent the core server room away, but by a strange coincidence, it actually solved the problem. The experience was very exciting. Gohong stroked his beard, looking calm and confident. A small problem like this is nothing to worry about. My pill here is a wonderful mixture that balances yin and yang and harmonizes the 5 elements. For electronic spirits like these, which are restless, this is the right remedy. He completely ignored his recent mistake of almost roasting the server as if it were a pill furnace. Suchi checked the system again and confirmed it was working normally. Only then did she relax. She looked at the sleeping jelly and asked, "Immortal, are they okay? Will they sleep for long?" Gohong leaned in to examine the two jelly-like creatures carefully, then touched their pulses. If that's what they are, and said thoughtfully, "No worries. The medicine was too strong, so their spirits are temporarily quiet. They will wake up in a few hours or a day after digesting the medicine and balancing themselves. By then, the chaotic energy inside them should be gone." Yongzheng and Li Bai heard this and felt a little relieved, but they still felt worried about their treasures, sleeping so deeply in their arms. They glared at each other, both thinking the other's treasure caused the trouble and made their own treasure sick. With the crisis over, Gohong's curiosity shifted to these modern, precious electronic devices. He walked around the server cabinet, touching here and tapping there, his eyes shining with a strong desire to learn. Wonderful! Such precise structures can store and process huge amounts of information, controlling countless changes. The principles seem to align with the core mechanisms of the universe, yet they're also quite different. In my past alchemy, I sought to turn stones into gold and transform mortals into spirits. Seeing this, I realize human effort has reached such heights. He even took out a small purple copper pill furnace, comparing it to the server's cooling fan, and muttered to himself, If I carve circuits inside the furnace and replace the fire with electric currents, using the data flow as a medicine guide, and controlling the heat with algorithms, perhaps I could create an unprecedented digital elixir?" Huang Yueying listened nearby, her eyes bright with excitement. She quickly moved closer and said, "Immortal, your idea is brilliant. I also think that mechanisms and Taoist alchemy share many similarities and could be combined. For example, this cooling breeze can be improved by referencing the Sun Wind formation." An old and a young tech enthusiast, one a Taoist alchemist and the other an ancient mechanism expert, immediately hit it off and started discussing cyber alchemy and runic code optimization as if no one else was around. The nearby programmer and debugger were stunned, their worldview shaken. Watching this strange academic exchange, Lin Xiaoman was worried that Gohong might suddenly decide to dismantle the server to refine medicine. She quickly signaled to Suchi. Suchi understood and politely interrupted their discussion, saying, "Immortal Ge, thank you for your help this time. There's still many wonderful aspects of the park's operation, like the precious metal nests and electronic spirits. Would you like me to show you around and explain?" She decided to keep a close eye on this highly dangerous tech-savvy Taoist. Gohong was very happy to hear this. "That's great. Thank you, young lady." He immediately put away his alchemy furnace and eagerly followed Suchi. Before leaving, he casually took a small piece of plastic from the server cabinet, saying he wanted to study the material. The disturbance finally subsided for now. Yongzheng and Li Bai carefully carried their sleeping treasures back and arranged them carefully. Yongzheng laid a golden cushion for Hongli, and Li Bai found a silk-lined basket for Silverlight. Both stayed nearby, inseparable, acting like model nannies. The park returned to its usual happiness. The system glitch became a new topic among visitors. Grandpa Wang even launched chocolate beans similar to the informationized poison pill, with strange colors, claiming, "Eat these, and your phone will never lag again." But no one noticed that inside the absorbed alchemical powder, tiny, star fragment sand, particles inside the two jelly-like bodies were quietly working. They weren't fighting for control like before. Instead, like the cleverest parasites, they lurked deep inside and began to slowly replicate and spread. Using the jelly's unique ability to absorb and convert energy and the recently cleaned and smooth energy channels created by the informationized poison pill, they quietly multiplied. This process was extremely slow and hidden, so much so that even Gohong and Sun Simiao couldn't detect it. Until the evening of the next day, Silverlight was the first to wake up. It seemed normal, and after digesting some of the medicine's power, it looked even more clear and shiny, with a softer, more lively glow. It affectionately rubbed against Li Bai's finger, then began to mimic the beautiful sunset scene, always poetic as before. Li Bai felt very happy and praised it again and again. Soon, Hongli also woke up. It looked very normal, and because of the medicine, its pursuit of order seemed even more precise. The first thing it did after waking was to shine with light and carefully erase the faint fingerprint on Yongjung's golden plate by rubbing it with its body. Yongjung was very pleased, feeling that his treasure had become more mature and steady through this experience. Everyone thought the problem was finally solved. But that night, when the security guard on night duty patrolled near the medicine garden again, he still felt uneasy. He carefully shined his flashlight over the withered silver-spotted grass. Everything looked normal, with no glaring dewdrops. He sighed in relief and was about to leave. Suddenly, his gaze was caught by a small patch of ordinary dogtail grass nearby. He saw that some of the grass blades on the dogtail grass also had dewdrops. Under the moonlight, those dewdrops seemed to faintly glow with a very weak, familiar light. The security guard's hair stood on end. He quickly rubbed his eyes. When he looked again, the dewdrops returned to normal. He dared not look further and ran away as if escaping. Meanwhile, at the edge of the scenic area, in the newly completed but not yet officially open fantasy plant viewing garden, a moonlight dandelion, designed by Huang Yueying and cultivated with some interstellar plant gene fragments provided by Elena, claimed to be harmless, was gently swaying in the evening breeze. Its glow was originally a soft milky white. At this moment, deep inside its fluffy flower, a tiny, cold, silver light spot was moving in sync with its breathing rhythm. Although Master Gahong, also known as Gutiancher, was taken away by Su Qi to visit other modern facilities, the few makeshift talismans he drew and stuck on the main control device were not immediately torn down because they seemed to work quite well. The technician thought that although these talismans had an odd origin, they might be some kind of mystical insurance from Earth, so keeping them around to protect the place was not a bad idea. So, those red cinnabar talismans continued to stick on the server cabinets and control panels, basking in the faint electromagnetic field produced by the machines. No one expected that these talismans, which contained Gohong's spiritual power to communicate with the universe, would have such a strange chemical reaction when placed in the complex electronic network of the scenic area. That night, the moon was bright, and stars were few. Inside the control room, the machines hummed softly, and the indicator lights flickered as usual. The spirit-subduing talisman, stuck on the heat vent of the main computer, was gently moved by the slight warm breeze generated by the equipment. The cinnabar patterns on the talisman paper, under the combined influence of electromagnetic waves emitted by the machine and some indescribable spiritual energy from heaven and earth, perhaps also the unique energy field of Worry-Free Mountain, began to emit a very faint, almost invisible glow. It seemed as if it had come alive, becoming a tiny, unique energy beacon. Not only did it communicate with the spirits of this world, but unintentionally, it also caught up with the electronic spirits, the network signals. Thus, a very strange, mixed help signal, blending Taoist talisman magic and modern network protocols, but heavily distorted, traveled along the scenic area's network lines, then through wireless base stations, clueless and twisted, shooting into the vast internet. This signal crossed mountains and rivers, mainly fiber optics, drifting in the vast ocean of data. Its bizarre encoding made firewalls and routers confused, so they simply treated it as harmless junk data and let it pass freely. In the end, by a strange twist of fate, the signal accidentally entered the computer of a small foreign streamer on the other side of the distant ocean, who was live streaming a horror game late at night. At that moment, the streamer was playing a classic horror game with dark visuals and a tense atmosphere. The character he controls is holding a flashlight, exploring a spooky old castle corridor. Suddenly, the game screen froze for a moment, and then a strange sound came from the speakers, an odd mix of electromagnetic noise, ancient Chinese chanting, and mechanical synthetic sounds, percent and 5-star towns colorful. Light illuminates Xianming. Ping request timeout. Thousand gods and saints, protect my true spirit. 404 not found. Urgent command. Connection reset by peer, streamer. Viewers. What was that? Hacker attack. Mysterious powers from the east. Is this a new secret in the game? It's so spooky, the streamer nearly jumped out of his chair, panicking as he checked his equipment. After a few seconds of chaos, the strange signal seemed to run out of energy or was rerouted elsewhere and disappeared. The streamer and viewers discussed it for a long time, finally blaming it on supernatural events or server glitches, turning it into another mystery in the live stream. That signal, after wandering around the internet, ended up back at Wanyu Mountain Scenic Area in a confused way. It seemed to bring back a little souvenir, a tiny fragment of digital fear left over from that scary game, a little bit of mixed data dust carried by countless routers, and a tiny, barely detectable wave of otherworldly energy, something it didn't even realize it had picked up. All these messy things, as the signal returned, quietly blended into the complex energy field of the scenic area and then disappeared. All this happened quietly in the deep layers of the internet, without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, in the experimental field of the newly cultivated moonlight dandelion in the scenic area. That moonlight dandelion, with its core shimmering with strange silver light, sways gently in the night breeze. It absorbs moonlight and unintentionally absorbs the increasingly complex energies around it. Visitors' joy, the order and poetry of the jellybean creatures, the spiritual power of talismans, internet noise. And also, the tiny, barely perceptible, fear, fragments, and otherworldly waves brought back by the talisman signal. The silver sparkles inside it flickered faster and brighter. Suddenly, in the quiet, the dandelion fluff ball emitted a very faint, strange sound similar to electromagnetic noise, with a series of broken, mixed Chinese and English words. Run.
Run. Sh.
Something.
Noise.
Behind you. Behind.
Urgence statique.
Help. The sound was so soft it was almost drowned out by the wind. At this moment, Xiaozhang, a patrol guard in bright clothing, was passing nearby with a flashlight. He seemed to hear something strange, stopped, and listened carefully. Who's there? Who's there? Nervously, Xiaozhang called out, shining his flashlight at the glowing dandelion. The glowing dandelion immediately went quiet, quietly emitting a gentle white glow, as if everything just now was a dream. Xiaozhang sighed in relief and muttered, "Just my imagination," then continued his patrol. As he walked away, the silver sparkles in the dandelion flickered again. This time, it mimicked Xiaozhang's tone, using that strange mixed voice, softly repeating, "Scared myself. Shush. Scared myself." It seemed to find this amusing, repeating a few more times. Its voice sounded especially eerie in the silent night. No one else noticed any of this. The next day, the scenic area was bright and sunny, as if nothing strange had happened last night. Hongli and Silverlight had fully recovered, becoming more mature, each following Emperor Yongzheng and Li Bai, continuing their work. Guhong was very interested in the modern, precious metal nest, asking Su Qi many questions, even trying to use a fly whisk to exorcise a standby computer, but Su Qi firmly stopped him. Huang Yuang learned a lot about Taoist symbols from Guhong and was trying to carve simple, stable symbols onto her newly made mechanical wooden bird to see if it could fly more steadily. Everything seemed normal and happy. Until the afternoon, when a sudden thunderstorm struck the scenic area. Tourists hurried to take shelter, and the area became quiet for a while. Thunder roared, and rain fell steadily. In the experimental field of moonlight dandelions, rainwater fell on the glowing fluffy flowers. 1, 2, 3. More and more dandelions, nourished by the rain and shaken by thunder, quietly began to glow with cold silver light inside. They trembled slightly with the rhythm of the raindrops. It was as if they were breathing in sync. Then, they started to whisper intermittently, in a clearer tone mixed with the sound of rain and electrical currents, getting wet. Sizzle. So annoying. Thunder. Static noise. Scared. That. Electrical sound. Water cellar. Old man. Sneering. Raised prices again. Hungry. Energy. Slurp. Their whispers wove into a tiny, strange chorus, drowned out by the pouring rain. One particularly sturdy dandelion, shining the brightest with silver light, even slowly and awkwardly turned its fluffy flower toward the energy center of the park. It seemed to sense the most delicious energy there. Thunderstorms come quickly and leave just as fast. After the rain, the sky cleared and sunlight shone again on Worry-Free Mountain. The leaves, washed clean, looked bright green, and the air was especially fresh. Visitors emerged from shelter, continuing their fun. No one noticed that in the Moonlight Dandelion's experimental field, there were some unusual whispers. A young woman dressed in traditional Chinese clothing, live streaming, held a selfie stick and gracefully walked to the edge of the dandelion field, looking for the best angle. Look, everyone! This is the new Moonlight Dandelion cultivated by the park. It glows at night, so dreamy. It's not officially open yet, but it looks beautiful even during the day. She smiled sweetly at the camera. Just then, a gentle breeze blew, causing a few fluffy dandelions to sway lightly. A very faint sound, mixed with electrical static, drifted into her phone microphone. That face. Sizzle. Foundation. Applied too thick. That height. Static noise. Heels. At least 10 centimeters. That just now, hiding from the rain.
Giggling.
Fell flat on my face. Didn't say. The live streamer looked confused. The viewers in the live chat also responded with confusion. What was that sound just now? It seemed like someone said the host's makeup was too thick, and also said she fell flat on her face. Haha, is that true? Is that a new AR special effect? So mean? The smile on the young woman's face suddenly froze. She quickly checked her phone and looked around. Who?
Who's talking?
Don't play tricks. There were only other tourists and dandelions swaying quietly. She forced a smile and explained to the camera. Maybe it's the wind, or other tourists joking. Don't mind it, everyone. But then, a faint sound drifted over again. Getting anxious. She's upset. The young woman. She couldn't hold it anymore, her face turning red, and she hurriedly ended the live stream. Similar incidents started happening all over the scenic area. A young couple arguing near the dandelion field, their voices a bit loud. Soon after, they heard a mimicking, broken voice from the field. You don't love me anymore.
Noise.
Just like in the game, you're being unreasonable. That's my buddy. Buddy? Sharp electric sound. Maybe a close friend. The young couple immediately forgot their argument, looking around in fear. Who's there? Who's copying us? Other tourists also looked over curiously, pointing and whispering, making the couple feel so embarrassed they wanted to hide. A tour guide was leading a group past, loudly explaining, Ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing now is... Suddenly, the mimicking voice came from the dandelion field. Ladies and gentlemen.
Noise.
We're heading to... Shopping area.
Sneer.
Commission. ZZZ, at least 30. The guide's face darkened instantly. Nonsense. That's slander, but the older tourists in the group immediately got excited, gathering around the guide. Shopping area? What commission? Young man, you need to explain clearly. The worst was Uncle Wang. He was pushing a cart selling umbrellas and raincoats. It had just rained, so business was good. Habitually, he called out, umbrellas and raincoats. Last few pieces. Selling out soon. Cheap prices. The dandelions immediately started optimizing and exposing the situation. Cheap. Background noise.
Cost 8 yuan.
Selling for 50. Just now it rained. Sizzle. Prices rose to 80. Yesterday, I imitated Mr. Wang's voice. This batch of unsold goods finally sold out. Mr. Wang was so angry he puffed out his cheeks and stared, holding an unsold umbrella and pointing at a dandelion patch. Who? Which unkind, sneaky thing is pretending to be a ghost?
Come out.
Watch me smash your head. Tourists burst into laughter and gathered around Mr. Wang. Sir, was the cost really 8 yuan? Haha, sir, your business secret is out. This place is so funny. Even plants are complaining. Mr. Wang was speechless and couldn't continue his business. He pushed his cart, cursing as he hurried away from the scene. These strange events soon caught the attention of the park management. Lin Xiaoman and Suchi watched the surveillance footage of tourists being complained about and exposed by the dandelions. They found it both funny and headache-inducing. What's going on now? Lin Xiaoman rubbed her temples. Are these dandelions possessed? Or is there some kind of alien technology? Suchi pulled up data from the experimental field. The energy readings show slight abnormalities, but not as extreme as the jelly-like creatures. It seems more like some basic energy resonance and imitation. They appear to detect nearby sound waves and emotional fluctuations, then distort and mimic them. Huang Yuang was called in to check. She carefully examined the dandelions, especially the brightest silver one, and frowned slightly. Their shape is like normal moonlight dandelions, but their energy core, along with the silver sand in the signal beacon and the strange power inside the jelly-like creatures, all come from the same source. It's just more dispersed and weaker, so their behavior looks a bit childish and funny. Gohong also arrived, very interested in this phenomenon. He called it plants with spiritual awareness, occasionally gaining luck. Though not top tier, it's still a wonder. He tried to read the dandelion's fortune to determine their spiritual root attribute, but Suchi quickly pulled him away, worried he might bring out his alchemy furnace again. What should we do now? Lin Xiaoman looked at a girl tourist outside, who was being chased by her boyfriend after the dandelions exposed her weight. She couldn't help but laugh and cry. We can't just pull out all these dandelions, right? There are also the efforts of Sister Yueying and Elena. Suchi thought for a moment and came up with an idea. Since they like to mimic, let's give them something proper to learn. She immediately arranged staff to secretly install several wireless speakers around the dandelion experimental field, which began looping positive quotes, scenic area introductions, and relaxing light music. Let them immerse in an elegant, artistic atmosphere. Let's see what strange things they'll say now. Suchi was confident. At first, this method seemed to have some effect. The whispered words of the dandelions changed to, "Don't worry-free mountain."
Buzzing.
Welcome you. Civilized sightseeing.
Noise.
Protect the environment. Ding ding ding, imitating a music clip. Although there was still some electrical noise, it was much clearer. Visitors also thought that these talking dandelions became a new fun attraction at the park. They rushed over to try talking to them, curious about how they would imitate, which brought lots of joy. Grandpa Wang even saw a business opportunity and launched tickets for the Dandelion Complaints Contest, claiming, "Make your secrets the park's headlines," although Lin Xiaoman strictly forbade it. But the good times didn't last long. People soon noticed that these dandelions' ability to learn and improve seemed to be slowly growing. They no longer just imitated or played back simple phrases. They started to combine and create new things. For example, they would mix a visitor's complaint about her husband's poor photography skills with another visitor reciting a poem by Li Bai. Straight man taking photos. Buzzing. I suspect frost on the ground.
Noise.
Where's my face? Look up at the bright moon.
Scream.
My double chin. They would also combine Grandpa Wang's shouting with light music. Sour plum juice.
Noise.
Ding ding ding. Quench thirst and beat the heat. Melodious tune. 5 yuan a cup. Changing tune. 10 yuan. Intense symphony. Take it or leave it. They even started to judge this song. Buzzing. Off key, that tour guide.
Noise.
Gave the wrong explanation. Energy. Slurping sound. This place isn't tasty. What's more amusing is that they seem to remember the previous acts of attaching talismans and chanting spells by Gohong. Sometimes, during the light music, a distorted, electric current-heavy voice suddenly interrupted. Urgent command. Sizzle. 404 not found. Hey. Infinite Heavenly Lord.
Noise.
Your network connection has been interrupted. Alchemy furnace. Sizzling. CPU overheating warning. These messy voice snippets, though mostly funny, made Lin Xiaoman and Suchi feel a little uneasy. Is their learning speed a bit too fast? That evening, most tourists had already left. The brightest silver dandelion once again slowly turned toward the energy center. It no longer whispered softly but focused all the attention of the surrounding dandelions, if that counts as attention, and sent out a clearer, yet more strange and noisy, inquiry in that direction. Hungry, more. Energy.
How?
To get in? Who?
Dalla.
Help. Us? Its voice was finally heard clearly by a nearby security guard in uniform who was hiding nearby, trying to eavesdrop on whether the dandelions were talking badly about him. The guard's rubber baton dropped to the ground with a thud. The security guard scrambled into the management office, face pale, stammering. Report. The grass. The grass is rebelling.
They
want energy. They want to enter the energy center. Please help. Lin Xiaoman was drinking water and almost spat it out. What? Who's rebelling? The dandelions. Suchi was calmer, pulling up the nearby surveillance and energy readings from the experimental field, frowning slightly. The energy fluctuations are indeed much more active than before, and it seems they're sending signals requesting energy, targeting. The energy center, Huang Yueying pondered. It seems that although the power of the silver sand is dispersed among countless plants, their instinctive desire remains the same, seeking more and purer energy. Now that they have gained some intelligence, they are no longer satisfied with mere whispers. What should we do? Lin Xiaoman asked anxiously. We can't really connect wires to them, right? And they still want to get in. This is serious. At that moment, Go Hong stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, all things with spirit seek to survive and evolve. The spirits of these dandelions and grasses gather thoughts and manifest. Although their ways are strange, their intentions can be understood. Still, this is a sensitive area. We cannot allow them to enter freely. I have a method that might calm their minds temporarily. He took out a piece of red cinnabar paper and held his breath, focusing intently as he drew symbols with his brush. This time, his symbols were more complex, forming a pattern similar to a wireless charging symbol, yet filled with Taoist charm. This is the small spirit gathering talisman, Go Hong explained. It can gently gather nearby scattered energy, like the essence of the sun and moon or the emotional fluctuations of visitors. It is harmless and may temporarily satisfy their hunger, helping them settle down. After finishing, he instructed the security guards to stick the talisman onto a long pole and hold it near the brightest silver glow of the dandelion patch. As the talisman approached, the entire dandelion field suddenly stirred. All the fluffy flowers turned toward the talisman, their silver glow flickering rapidly as if they saw something delicious. It works, Lin Xiaoman exclaimed happily. A faint, almost invisible aura of energy began to gather around the talisman, forming a tiny energy vortex. The dandelions immediately calmed down, greedily absorbing this gentle energy. They no longer made strange demands but instead emitted a satisfied, lazy wave of contentment. Done, Lin Xiaoman clapped her hands. Only Master Ge has such a way. The crisis seemed to be over again. The scenic area returned to its joyful state, with occasional amusing mimicry from the dandelions. Go Hong was very pleased with the effect of this spirit-gathering talisman, feeling he had opened a new path for modern Taoist practices. He even started to think about improving the talisman, making it portable so that phones could gather spirits without needing charging. However, everyone overlooked one point. Go Hong's talisman communicated with heaven and earth's spiritual energy, but the spiritual energy in worry-free mountain scenic area had long been polluted by alien energies, ancient projections, visitor emotions, and network noise. What this small spirit-gathering talisman collected was not pure sun and moon essence, but a chaotic mixture. After absorbing this extra energy, the dandelions temporarily satisfied their hunger, but their behavior became more wild and unpredictable. Their secret whispers were no longer just about copying or revealing secrets. They started creating original content and chatting across different groups. For example, they suddenly broadcast in the style of a news program. According to the latest news, Mr. Li Bai lost his wine gourd again today at noon, suspected to have been taken by a certain general who was riding animal as a carrot. Clatter. Our comment. Poets should improve their personal item management. Huizubing, riding his rainbow horse, looked confused. His horse snorted in protest. They also combined Qingjing's scolding of tourists with modern business jargon. Your plans. No innovation. KPI achievement is terrible. Optimization. Must optimize. Otherwise, the year-end bonus. Static noise. Oh, I forgot. You don't have year-end bonuses. Qingjing, holding a brush, trembled and drew a red line on the screen. What is KPI? Year-end bonus. Sounds like silver rewards. The funniest part was that they somehow captured a fragment of Uncle Wang's dream. Maybe he mumbled in his sleep one day and creatively reimagined it. My throne. Snoring. All mine.
Sizzling.
QR code. Scan here.
Sleep talk.
Hee. Xiao Chui, Uncle Wang, blushing and counting money, suddenly jumped up and cursed. Nonsense. I didn't dream about Xiao Chui. I dreamed of a gold mountain. A gold mountain. The tourists laughed so hard they nearly fell over, more entertaining than a comedy show. Even other ancient figures got involved. Bien Ke and Hua Tua, playing chess, would hear the dandelions commenting. Bien Ke, your move is terrible. Static noise. Might as well take medicine to loosen the bowels. Hua Tua trying to regret his move. Sizzling. Suggesting bones scraping therapy. The two famous doctors were so angry their beards puffed up, almost flipping the chessboard. When Wang Shiji practiced calligraphy, the dandelions mimicked his brushstrokes, projecting crooked light shadow characters in the air, and commented, "This Xi character. Clatter. Lacks soul. Recommend recharging." The calligraphy master almost broke his brush. Li Qingzhao remained calm, only occasionally rolling her eyes elegantly when someone mimicked her sad poetry about spring and autumn with dandelions. Poorly done. Just the shape, lacking the spirit. The entire scenic area was filled with a lively atmosphere because of these talented dandelions. Everyone thought it was just another funny feature of the park. However, the brightest silver dandelion, after absorbing the most extra energy, no longer shouted to enter the energy center, but its silver glow became more solid and deep. It stopped participating in silly mimicry and complaints, mostly quietly swaying toward the energy center. It seemed as if it was calculating something. A few nights later, in the deep silence of the night, Gahong, feeling spontaneous, decided to try his new idea of cyber alchemy and quietly sneaked to the outskirts near the energy center, where the energy was richer. He found a quiet corner, just took out his small purple copper alchemy furnace and a few pieces of precious metals, scraps from old phones, when suddenly he felt something. He looked up and saw the silver glow dandelion not far away. It had somehow extended part of its roots out of the test area, facing the energy center. All its fluffy flowers had expanded to the limit, shimmering with unprecedented brightness. It no longer made a sound but concentrated all its energy, shooting out a very fine, almost invisible silver thread toward a ventilation opening on the energy center's perimeter. This energy thread was not trying to break through forcibly, but seemed to have a life of its own, skillfully slipping through the filter mesh of the vent, attempting to bypass the physical barrier. Gahong's compass beneath his robe trembled wildly. His face changed suddenly. Not good. This creature is pretending to be peaceful, but secretly plotting. He immediately recited a spell, his voice urgent. Nature of heaven and earth, dispersing foul air. Mysterious void in the cave, shining bright Taiyuan. 8 directions divine power. Make me natural. Break. An invisible, pure energy shot out, instantly cutting the silver thread. At the moment the thread broke, the dandelion trembled violently. All its flowers withered instantly, and its silver glow dimmed, as if severely wounded. Gahom quickly stepped forward, picked up the broken energy thread still twitching slightly, and looked very serious. This energy thread gave him a feeling of coldness, purity, and purpose, completely different from the playful and angry, spiritual intelligence before. It seemed more like a tool designed to carry out a specific task. He suddenly looked up and gazed at the huge, silent building of the energy center. What they truly wanted was probably never just a small amount of scattered energy. Meanwhile, inside the energy center, At the deepest control console, a red indicator light, representing an external abnormal connection attempt, flickered briefly and faintly before quickly going out. The on-duty technician yawned, glanced at the normal main screen, muttered, "False alarm again," and continued playing with his phone. Gahong looked at the gradually fading energy thread in his hand, then at the seemingly wilted dandelion disguised as a plant, and remembered the talisman still stuck on the main control room. A very bold and reckless guess suddenly came to mind. If my talismans can connect to the network, then perhaps this spirit of grass and trees, which absorbed talisman energy and tried to connect to the energy core, is after something else. He didn't dare to think further, feeling a chill run down his back. Gahong hurriedly rushed into the management office, holding the broken, yet still twitching silver energy thread. At the same time, Lin Xiaoman was rubbing her eyes at the energy center abnormal connection alert flashing on the monitor. "Is it a hallucination? Another false alarm?" she muttered. "Why do I keep seeing things lately?" "It's not a hallucination," Gahong declared loudly, slamming the energy thread onto the table. "Master Lin, Master Su, Master Huang, trouble is here. That grass spirit's heart is not pure. It pretended to be obedient, but secretly seeks to invade the crucial control area. This is its tentacle." Everyone looked at the quickly dissipating energy thread on the table, their faces changing. Su Qian immediately retrieved all the surveillance footage from the energy center's perimeter, zoomed in repeatedly. Finally, from an extremely hidden angle, they saw the nearly transparent energy thread trying to infiltrate the ventilation opening, and the scene where Gahong's energy blast cut it apart. "Their target is definitely the energy core," Su Qian shivered. "We must deal with this immediately, or there will be endless trouble."
Pull it out.
"All of it," Lin Xiaoman decisively ordered. "I knew these dandelions were not harmless." Huang Yueying stopped and said, "First, this is a result of my and Lady Elena's hard work, and it has already been announced publicly. Destroying it suddenly might cause suspicion. Second, the power of the silver sand has deeply merged with the plants. Forcibly removing it could make them panic and release unpredictable energy shocks. Third, Lord Wang just brought in a large batch of glow-in-the-dark dandelion-shaped souvenirs, and they haven't sold out yet." Lord Wang nodded vigorously nearby. "Exactly. What'll happen if you take my goods?" Everyone else was silent. Go Hong pondered and said, "Huang's words are reasonable. It's better to guide than block, and better to lead than destroy. Since they fear my talisman magic and like to absorb energy, we can start from here. We just need to build an energy barrier to block their view of the energy core, and then give some gentle reassurance to keep them in place." The plan was set, and it was immediately put into action. Huang Yueying was responsible for the technical part. She worked overnight, using borrowed, copied, energy barrier technology from Elena. She set up an invisible energy net around the energy center, targeting the specific frequency of that silver energy. Go Hong handled the mystical part. He drew many enhanced, Xia Yen gathering spirit talismans, but this time he improved them, no longer gathering chaotic energy, but trying to guide the gentle essence of the sun and moon, effect unknown. He also added the idea of purity and self-control into the talismans, planning to stick them around the dandelion fields to clear their fire. To be extra sure, Su Qi prepared a physical plan, a high-power directional sound wave device. If the dandelions moved again, it would emit specific sound waves to interfere and drive them away, similar to scaring away sparrows. The operation was codenamed Reassure the Dandelions, Protect the Core. The next day, the operation began. Huang Yueying's energy barrier was activated first, silently protecting the energy center. Go Hong, carrying a thick stack of improved, pure spirit gathering talismans, started sticking them around the experimental field in front of Lord Wang, who claimed to want to learn advanced techniques, and a group of curious tourists. Each time he stuck a talisman, he recited, "Pure and effortless, no false thoughts," looking professional and mysterious. At first, the dandelions seemed to enjoy the energy gathered by the talismans and became much quieter. But soon, the brightest silver dandelion sensed something was wrong. The gathered energy was becoming fainter and the delicious energy source in that direction seemed blocked by something. It became restless again. This time, it no longer secretly extended energy threads, but all the dandelions shook violently at once, protesting loudly with a mix of electrical noise.
Fake. Zap.
The taste is wrong. Barrier.
Noise.
Blocking the way. Hungry. Real energy. Break it. Collective scream. Charge. Countless thicker silver energy threads shot out from the dandelion puffball like tiny tentacles, wildly striking and hitting the invisible energy barrier. Ripples spread across the barrier, which, although not broken, was clearly under great pressure. Huang Yueying watched the rapidly rising energy readings on the monitor, her face changing slightly. They are learning. Attacking together. The barrier's energy is draining quickly. Activate soundwave dispersal, Su Qi ordered. The staff immediately started the soundwave device. Buzz. A deep, penetrating noise instantly filled the testing field. The energy threads of the dandelions suddenly paused. They seemed stunned by this sudden physical attack, stiffening collectively. Onlookers covered their ears. What's that noise? My head is buzzing, Grandpa Wang said. Oh my, this is louder than my wife's nagging. But this dazed state only lasted a few seconds. The silver-glowing dandelion seemed to quickly adapt to this frequency, adjusting all its energy fluctuations. In the next second, all the dandelions started swaying to the rhythm of the sound wave. And they made even louder protests, in a rap-like style, stepping to the beat of the noise. Bang bang. What kind of weird sound?
Bang bang. Todi burn unberzan. Bang bang.
Turn it off.
Bang bang.
Or else no mercy. Bang bang. Give up the energy. Bang bang. Or I'll tear your house down. Not only did they resist the sound wave interference, but they even rhythmically responded. They turned their protests into a rap. The sound wave dispersal.
Failed.
The staff were stunned. Gohong's talisman Qing seemed to be struggling too, shaking with energy bursts, about to catch fire. The scene was chaotic. Lin Xiaoman was so anxious, she jumped in place. What do we do? Does this thing even understand music? Do we have to sing it lullabies? At that moment, Li Qingzhao, who had been watching nearby, frowned as she listened to the hypnotic rap rhythm. It's so tacky, with no rhythm at all. If Ian were here, she would break it with elegant poetry and music. Her words were unintentional, but others listened carefully. Huang Yueying suddenly clapped her hands. I have it. Elegant music. No, even better, louder sounds, stronger beats. Overwhelm their rhythm. Disrupt their energy resonance. She quickly looked at Su Qi. Manager Su, what is the maximum power the park's broadcast system can handle? We need something with a strong beat and wide coverage. Su Qi hesitated for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. The most dazzling national style. Or Little Apple. A popular dance song. Guaranteed to have a powerful rhythm. That's it. Hurry. In the next second, all the loudspeakers in the park, including small speakers installed to entertain the dandelions, all blasted at full volume. Vast sky, my love. Flowers bloom at the foot of the green mountains. You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it's never enough. The deafening, lively dance music, full of energy, instantly flooded the entire park like a tsunami. It also drowned out the clumsy rap of the dandelions. This overwhelming musical storm clearly exceeded their understanding. Their originally coordinated silver energy waves became chaotic under the wild, joyful rhythm. It was like a marching army suddenly thrown into a disco dance hall. The energy threads they emitted grew weak and flabby, flailing randomly. Their rap protests were shattered, leaving only broken snippets. Zzz what? Loud noise. Love. Static. Apple? They even involuntarily started to shake along with the beat, their silver glow flickering like broken neon lights. The pressure of the energy shield suddenly eased. Seeing the situation, Guhong was inspired and immediately stepped onto the Seven Stars path. He recited a spell, using the powerful music to send the Calm Mind talisman into the key points of the field. 5-star bright light, shining on the mysterious darkness. All evil spirits, be subdued. Under divine music. Quickly, as commanded, with the physical blessing of the dance music and Gohong's mystical techniques, the rebellion of the dandelions was finally broken. The energy threads retracted. The silver glow dimmed. All the dandelions drooped, their flowers wilting as if drained by the loud sound waves, only trembling slightly. The divine music kept looping on the broadcast, always singing the most dazzling folk style. The most beautiful posture in the sky. Tourists started dancing along, turning the scene into a large outdoor dance party. Grandpa Wang took the chance to shout, selling earplugs. Block the magic sound. 10 yuan a pair. Essential for dancing. The crisis seemed to have been resolved in a very strange way. Lin Xiaoman looked at the peaceful test field and the happy crowd, finally relaxing and sinking into her chair. Finally. It's over. But she relaxed too soon. No one noticed that at the base of the dull, silver-bright dandelion, several tiny, previously unnoticed silver particles had quietly detached from the plant during the chaos and the music shock. Like living beings, they silently burrowed into the soil, moving quickly away from the energy center toward another direction, the training ground often visited by the Huatsubing energy projection, where rainbow clouds still lingered. They moved very fast with a clear goal. It was as if they had received new instructions. The lingering influence of the dance music still echoed in the scenic area. Many elderly tourists, still eager, continued to sway to the rhythm. Grandpa Wang's earplug business was booming. He even considered buying a batch of dance-themed fans. The dandelion test field was temporarily calm. The silver-glowing dandelions drooped, as if drained of all energy, too exhausted to even complain. Gohong and Huang Yueying hurried to reinforce the energy barrier and talismans, preventing them from reviving again. Lin Xiaoman just managed to take a breath when an internal call came through. It was from the security guard responsible for watching the training ground. Report to Director Lin. The guard's voice was trembling with tears. You need to see this. General Hua's rainbow horse. It seems to have changed. Lin Xiaoman's heart skipped a beat, almost giving her a heart attack on the spot. Is this never-ending? First dandelions, now horses? And energy projection horses at that. She and Suchi hurried to the training ground. They saw in the center of the arena, Huatsubing standing confused next to his beloved horse, a rainbow horse made of pure energy, with its hooves stepping on bright clouds. But now, this energy projection horse, which should be graceful and lively, looked very strange. Its rainbow mane and tail had some strands turned into shiny silver, metallic-looking colors that flashed. When it ran, it no longer moved silently but made faint buzzing sounds like electric currents. Even more strange, when it lifted its front hoof and naze, the sparks under its hooves were no longer colorful clouds but silver electric sparks, looking a bit like cheap neon lights. The whole horse looked like a poorly made toy with fake effects and overexposed metallic paint. Huatsubing tried to calm it, but this, silver-edged, horse seemed restless, constantly pawing the ground, sparking more electric flashes, and occasionally trying to bite the metal fence nearby, making a grating sound.
Why?
Why is this happening? Huatsubing was anxious and angry. Did it get struck by lightning yesterday and catch a cold? Or did it eat something bad? He couldn't understand why an energy projection would get sick or mutate. The visitors around didn't care about that. They thought it was super cool.
Wow.
Upgraded. Colorful lightning horse. This special effect is awesome. It even has metallic sounds. The park is really pushing boundaries. Changing NPC skins every day. Take pictures quickly. This is definitely a limited edition. Grandpa Wang immediately brought out silver glitter stickers and glowing horse hoof lights that matched the rainbow lightning horse, and business boomed again. But Lin Xiaoman and Suchi couldn't smile. They immediately thought of that strange silver energy. Those things, they came out of the dandelions. And they even infected General Hua's horse. Lin Xiaoman's voice trembled. Suchi immediately took out an energy detector and scanned. Sure enough, She detected energy signals from the silver areas that matched the dandelion's internal source. The signals were very weak, but they definitely existed. Can they infect energy projections? Suchi found it hard to believe. What kind of strange thing is this? At that moment, a familiar and calm voice spoke from behind them. Based on my initial analysis, this is not just a simple infection. Everyone turned around and saw Elena, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, appearing at the edge of the training ground. She was still dressed in her sharp investigation uniform, holding a more sophisticated instrument than before, scanning the Thunderbolt horse. Her two technical assistants were nearby, busy setting up more monitoring devices. Elena, Lin Xiaoman was surprised and happy. "When did you come back?" "I just arrived," Elena said without taking her eyes off the screen. "We detected multiple abnormal peaks and structural changes in the energy field of the scenic area, far beyond normal, cultural anomaly fluctuations. It seems an unknown external force is deeply involved, so we ended the regular data transmission early and returned for a detailed investigation." She pulled up data on the screen and pointed to it for Lin Xiaoman and Suchi. "Look here. This silver energy is highly adaptable. It doesn't destroy energy structures. Instead, it optimizes and overlays them. It seems to be searching for anything that can carry its information, plants, organisms, or even this pure energy construct." She then pointed at some silver particles trying to enter the metal fence but being blocked, which was clear under the instrument. They are even attempting to invade inorganic materials. Their ultimate goal is likely to build a fully controlled, highly optimized, and unified energy matter network. Lin Xiaoman felt a chill run down her spine. Build a network? What are they trying to do? Create an interstellar internet. The purpose is still unclear. Elena shook her head. But one thing is certain, their optimization standards are not based on your or our interests. If they come into contact with a core high-energy source of the scenic area, the consequences could be disastrous. She looked at the horse still sparking with electricity. General Hu's mount is just the beginning. This kind of energy has a strong ability to imitate and learn. It can absorb information from its host and evolve quickly. What does this horse usually come into contact with most? Huitsubing instinctively answered, charging forward. Forming battle arrays?
And
Eating grass. It's quite something for an energy horse to eat grass. Elena asked, besides those, does it often encounter some rule-based or repetitive things? Huitsubing thought for a moment and suddenly understood.
oh,
Yes, I often practice formations here. This horse also needs to become familiar with various commands for advancing and retreating, as well as changes in the formation diagrams. Elena nodded.
exactly.
It has learned the concepts of rules and formations from this horse. Next time, it might try to optimize more complex systems. Just then, the Thunderbolt horse suddenly stood upright and let out a neigh mixed with crackling electricity. Silver sparks beneath its hooves exploded outward, quickly spreading across the ground and forming a very precise, sharply defined diagram of an ancient battle formation. Although it was just a fleeting shadow, the strict formation and clear markings were even more perfect than those drawn by Huitsubing himself. Huitsubing, tourists. Wow. Formation teaching horse. Amazing. Lin Xiaoman / Su Qian. Elena's expression changed slightly. Its learning speed has increased again. We must find all hidden silver energy bodies immediately and isolate them for analysis, or they might spread like a virus. She immediately ordered 2 technicians to expand the scanning range. However, the energy environment in the scenic area was too complex. The energy projected by ancient people, the energy from starry flowers, various mechanisms and devices, tourists' emotions, all intertwined. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack to accurately detect those tiny, hidden silver energy bodies. At this moment, Gahong and Huang Yueying arrived. Seeing the Thunderbolt horse and the residual silver light on the ground, Gohong's brow furrowed. This is the intrusion of metal and stone's deadly aura into the spirit body. It must be suppressed with the power of thick earth, transformed by the essence of fire. He reached for his alchemy furnace. Huang Yueying, meanwhile, was more interested in Elena's instrument. Elena, this device can actually perceive microscopic changes in energy. I don't know if the sensing principle can be. Elena didn't have time to explain. She quickly operated the device, and the data on the screen was rapidly scrolling. Her brow furrowed tighter. The interference is too strong. Their signal frequencies are constantly changing, adapting surprisingly well. Unless we have a very pure and stable energy source as a reference point for comparison and filtering. Her gaze involuntarily shifted toward the deepest part of the scenic area, the medicine hut. There stood Sun Simiao's medicinal gourd and that magical starry flower. The starry flower's power was pure and peaceful, perhaps the best reference object. Mr. Lin, Elena looked at Lin Xiaoman. I need to request temporary access to the medicine hut area to use Mr. Sun's energy regulator to establish a baseline scanning model. Just as Lin Xiaoman was about to nod, her walkie-talkie suddenly crackled. Sun Simiao's anxious voice came through. Xiaoman. Miss Su. Come quickly. My medicinal gourd. And that little starry flower on top. They seem a bit strange. They've been spinning nonstop since just now, their glow flickering like something is disturbing their minds. Everyone's hearts sank instantly. Could even the starry flower be affected? Those silver things, have they already? Elena's face changed dramatically, and she blurted out. No. Their ultimate goal might never have been just the rigid power grid of the energy center. What they truly want is that starry flower, the one that can harmonize all energies. Sun Simiao's words hit like a thunderclap, making everyone's scalp tingle. The strange silver energy, their real target, is actually the starry flower? Thinking carefully, this logic was flawless. The power at the energy center was huge but lifeless. But the starry flower could skillfully regulate the entire scenic area's energy flow, truly the heart of energy. Once controlled, it would be like controlling everything in Worry-Free Mountain.
Quick.
To the medicine hut, Lin Xiaoman's voice changed, and she was the first to rush out. When everyone hurried to the medicine hut, they saw Sun Simiao standing under the eaves with a worried look. The glow of the starflower on the medicinal gourd around his waist was less steady than before. Its petals trembled slightly, spinning faster and slower at times, and the energy waves it emitted showed a faint, uneasy flicker. Since an incense stick ago, it's been like this, Sun Simiao said seriously. It seems something far away keeps teasing and testing it, making it restless. Elena immediately took out her device to scan. The data on the screen made her look even more worried. There are several very faint signals, similar in source to silver energy, coming from different directions. They are continuously and weakly stimulating the star flower. It looks like they are testing its defenses and energy frequency. Sure enough, they are targeting the flower. Lin Xiaoman stomped her foot angrily. Those silver guys are so sneaky. Gahong observed carefully for a moment and said in a deep voice, This thing is clever. It doesn't dare attack directly, but uses tiny streams of evil thoughts to erode. Its goal is to find a weakness in the mind. But the starflower is a spiritual object of heaven and earth, with a clear mind. Though disturbed now, it's not seriously harmed. Still, if this continues, it will cause trouble. We must build defenses immediately, Su Qian decided quickly. Physical barriers, energy shields, spiritual seals. Use everything we have. The medicinal hut instantly became a key protected area. Huang Yueying quickly brought in the highest level energy shield generator, setting up several invisible defenses around the hut, specifically blocking the frequencies of the silver energy. Gahong didn't hold back. He took out his best gold talismans and cinnabar infused with magic, drawing more than 10 supreme pure spirit suppressing golden light symbols. He pasted them on the doors, windows, beams, and even the fence of the herb garden, chanting, Golden light appears swiftly, protecting the true person. All gods bow in reverence, commanding thunder. Ghosts and demons tremble, spirits vanish. Elena was also busy. She instructed technicians to set up a dense network of tiny sensors around the barrier to monitor any unusual energy approaching, linking them to the main control room's alarm system. Grandpa Wang heard they were protecting the Mountain Guardian treasure. The the name he gave to the starflower, and volunteered to stand guard. Su Qian firmly refused, worried he might start charging again with a QR code. Under layered protection, those faint silver signals seemed mostly blocked out. The starflower's glow gradually steadied, and its spinning returned to a uniform speed. Everyone relaxed a little. That should be enough to block it, right? Lin Xiaoman looked at the wall-like defenses and felt a little more at ease. However, Elena still frowned and said, "We can't be careless. This silver energy shows very strong adaptability and learning ability. The current barrier is based on its known frequencies and patterns. If it learns and evolves new ways to penetrate, these defenses might fail." It seemed as if her words were being confirmed. The next day, new developments occurred. The silver energy seemed to realize that direct attacks and remote harassment were ineffective, and it changed its strategy. It began to imitate and disguise itself. The first victim was Li Bai. He was near the medicinal hut by the creek, looking for inspiration with a silver glow jelly, when he suddenly heard a faint voice, mimicking Sun Simiao's tone, coming from a nearby grass. "Young Master Li Bai, I have just made a few calming pills. Could you please come and pick them up?" Li Bai trusted it, since Sun Simiao sometimes asked him to try medicines, usually for calming or sleep, so he happily went. But when he reached outside the medicinal hut's barrier, he was stopped by the guards. Sun Simiao was confused and said he hadn't called him. Similar incidents kept happening. A dandelion mimicked Su Qi's voice, informing staff that the medicinal hut's barrier needed temporary maintenance, closed for 3 minutes. A silver sand hiding in a crack in the stone slab mimicked Huang Yueying's mechanical bird call, trying to distract the guards. Even an energy trying to imitate the energy fluctuations of the starlight little flower itself attempted to trick the barrier and sneak in, but Elena's sensors detected and recorded it. Though all these attempts were quickly identified and stopped, everyone remained tense. These tricky things are too clever, impossible to guard against completely. What's more frustrating is that the silver energy activity in other parts of the scenic area didn't stop either. Huatsubing's Thunderbolt horse had its silver border expanded again, now looking like a small neon light moving around, earning the nickname, the most dazzling kid in the scenic area. Some signs in the area started to optimize their layout on their own, becoming so crowded that they were hard to read. Grandpa Wang's shouts somehow gained electric sounds and a rap rhythm. Grilled sausage sizzle 5 yuan move so tasty hit come by. There was even one time when the park's loudspeaker suddenly played a message made of silvery energy, mimicking Lin Xiaoman's voice. "Ahem today. Tickets are free, please queue orderly sizzle, just kidding, haha." This made the visitors both laugh and feel confused, unsure if it was a new park program or a system glitch. Lin Xiaoman was almost overwhelmed by these constant disturbances. How many of them are there? Why are they everywhere? Elena analyzed. They might have split into countless tiny individuals hiding in every corner of the park, like a distributed network. Unless we can find and remove all of them at once, it's hard to get rid of them. Also, they seem to be learning and testing how to better blend into or even control the environment. Amidst this seemingly deadlock, no one noticed a very faint silver stream, disguised as normal water vapor, slowly creeping along the wet tiles under the eaves of the medicine hut roof. It moved very slowly, inch by inch, toward the center of the roof, directly above where Sun Simiao usually dries herbs. It didn't trigger any energy alarms because it hardly emitted any energy fluctuations. It also didn't try to break through the barrier because it was already inside, having been collected by Sun Simiao during a thunderstorm yesterday afternoon, when rainwater was used to water the medicinal garden. Most of the silver energy had been diluted or purified during watering, but a tiny, stubborn strand remained alive and hidden until now. Its target was very clear. On the roof, a seemingly dry, ordinary root of the silver pattern calmness herb, which was left behind by Sun Simiao after it wilted, for research. This tiny silver strand carefully touched the dry root. In the next moment, the dull silver spots on the root suddenly lit up faintly. A gentle, calming energy, originating from the same source as the starry flower but extremely weak and peaceful, seeped quietly down through the tiles. This time, It did not trigger any alarms, because its energy signature was almost identical to the nourishing energy emitted by the starry flower in daily life. Although external disturbances were blocked by the barrier, he keenly sensed that little flower still seemed to have a strange, hard-to-explain restlessness, as if something was gently scratching at her awareness nearby. Strange. The barrier is intact, the talismans are fine, so why is she still uneasy? The old doctor stroked his beard, puzzled. He looked up at the roof. Could it be that the leak from the rain the other day left the moisture not yet dried? He never expected that the danger did not come from outside but had already hidden inside, right on the tiles above his head. A strand of silver sand successfully activated the faint energy remaining in the withered silver-spotted grass roots, and cleverly mimicked the gentle fluctuations emitted when Starflower nurtures her medicinal garden, slowly seeping downward. It avoided all monitoring systems that targeted aggressiveness and abnormality, like the most cunning spy, wearing a friendly disguise, quietly approaching its target. Just as that faint aura, blending silver sand and calming herbs, was about to pass through the tile cracks and touch Starflower, a clear, slightly puzzled cry suddenly sounded at the door of the medicine hut. It was Yongzheng and Li Bai, each holding their own treasure, two jelly-like balls called Hongli and Yingguang, visiting Sun Simiao, hoping to find some herbs to help their jelly treasures strengthen their cultivation. Mainly, they wanted an excuse to show off their children. The one who made the sound was Yingguang. It seemed extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations, immediately catching the unnatural, well-disguised but slightly cold, soothing energy from the roof. It poked out from Li Bai's arms, with two tiny blacks suspiciously staring at the roof, its body flickering with a vigilant blue glow. Huh? Yingguang, what's wrong? Li Bai looked in the direction of its gaze, only to see ordinary roof tiles. Hongli and Yongzheng's arms also seemed to sense something. It was especially sensitive to this kind of rule-breaking infiltration, a sign of good teaching from the fourth prince. A golden light representing order lit up inside it, projecting a small, spinning red prohibition sign toward the roof. Huh? Hongli also feels something's off. Yongzheng's eyes sharpened. Although he couldn't figure out why, he trusted his treasure's judgment completely. Sun Simiao was attracted by their movements and looked up at the roof. He focused carefully for a moment, his face changing slightly. There is indeed a very subtle abnormal energy, as if friend and foe are mixed, very hidden. At this moment, the silver sand on the roof seemed to realize it had been discovered. It immediately stopped seeping and disguised itself as a drop of ordinary dew, sliding down the tiles and disappearing instantly. But its previous action had already revealed its presence and intention. Something has sneaked in, Lin Xiaoman said softly, her back suddenly sweating. The layers of protection almost broke from the inside. Elena and the technicians quickly rushed into the medicine hut. Their instruments aimed at the unusual energy source on the roof and frantically scanned, but only caught a quickly fading residual signal. Energy matching. It's a silver energy form. It used the remaining energy of the calming herb to disguise itself. Elena said seriously, their learning and evolution are much faster than expected. They are already using environmental factors to hide and infiltrate. This is outrageous. Evil spirits, how dare you deceive me? Yongzheng was furious, feeling his authority challenged, even though the enemy was a group of energy entities. Such behavior is truly the act of villains. Li Bai also looked disgusted. The jelly-like treasures in their arms were even more united in their hatred. Hongli flickered with light, automatically generating a series of feasible plans for strengthening the internal security of the medicine hut, light and shadow version, including but not limited to adding rotating talisman scans, deploying miniature mechanical patrol ants, setting energy fluctuation verification thresholds, and so on, rigorous like an AI. Silver light appeared even angrier. Its body shone with silver, simulating the process of the silver sand energy infiltration just now, then covering it with a huge, exploding red cross animation, expressing strong condemnation and protest. Sun Simiao looked at these two unusually active jelly-like entities, then glanced at the medicinal gourd at his waist. Suddenly, an idea came to him.
Perhaps.
To deal with such stealthy and ever-changing creatures, we need to use their own methods against them, he said to Lin Xiaoman and Elena. Old Master observes these two. Jelly friends. Their sensitivity to energy perception surpasses many precise instruments, and they react quickly with many forms. Maybe they can help us patrol the interior and prevent trouble before it happens. Elena's eyes lit up. Old Master Sun is right. They are special energy life forms themselves, and their perception of similar or abnormal energies is more direct than our devices. They are small in size and agile in movement, able to reach dead corners that many devices cannot cover. We can use them as biological sensors and first line of defense. Lin Xiaoman clapped her thigh and said, "Good idea. Let the professionals handle the professional tasks. Fourth Master, Poet Immortal. Your treasures are on duty now." Yongzheng and Li Bai immediately became excited. This was a great chance to show off their treasure abilities. Hongli, I appoint you as the internal inspector of the medicine hut, and grant you a golden disc scepter. Be sure to catch all hidden troublemakers. Yongzheng quickly promoted Hongli, Yingguang. I will explore with you, using poetic and artistic inspiration to detect evil spirits and their forms, Li Bai said, holding Yingguang, ready to lead the team himself. Thus, a thorough internal investigation led by the Jelly Treasure began. Hongli was responsible for logical scanning. It carefully moved along the base of walls, corners of tables and shelves, emitting a gentle golden glow. Like a scanner, it swept over every inch of space. Any leftover energy that didn't match the order was detected. When it found something, it marked it immediately by projecting a flashing light. Yingguang was in charge of sensing inspiration. It focused on detecting emotional residues and energy intentions. Often, it discovered faint silver energy fluctuations in unexpected places, like under the grinding stone or behind dried herbs. It would then perform exaggerated light and shadow animations to show, "There's a problem here." The two ancient figures followed behind, one recording the marked points from Hongli and the other interpreting the abstract artistic reports from Yingguang, busy and lively. Grandpa Wang heard about this and immediately launched jelly detective-themed toys, giving away small stickers that said, "I've inspected," or "Inspiration found," with each purchase. You have to admit, this method was very effective. It actually uncovered several previously unnoticed, very faint silver energy hiding spots, some hidden in old herbal residues, attached to pestle tools, and even one trying to disguise itself as dust inside a door hinge. Each discovery caused everyone to gasp in surprise, and Jelly Treasure gleamed with pride. However, that initial silver sand, which triggered the alarm and was the most critical, suddenly vanished as if it evaporated. It seemed to have completely hidden itself, stopping all activity as if it had never existed. Continuous searches yielded no results, causing everyone to feel hopeful again, only to have that hope dashed. "It must still be somewhere," Suchi said confidently. "It's waiting for the next chance. But where is that chance? How will it attack again?" Everyone was deep in thought. Elsewhere in the scenic area, the scattered silver energy seemed to have diminished. It no longer made small moves, and the area was finally peaceful. However, this calm made people feel more uneasy. The next day, Sun Simiao was organizing and drying herbs as usual. He picked up a withered silver-striped grass root that had been activated by silver sand before. He looked at it and sighed. The medicinal properties are gone. The spiritual charm is lost. There's no use keeping it. He threw it into a corner basket meant for discarded herbs. The yellowed root, mixed among dead branches and leaves, looked unremarkable. No one noticed that deep inside the root, a faint, almost dull silver glow flickered patiently for a moment. Waiting. The best vessel is about to appear. Inside the herb hut, the silver energy seemed to have been completely cleared. Under the repeated patrols of the two jelly-like generals, Hongli and Yingguang, no abnormalities were found. The starry little flower returned to its usual peaceful state, its glow steady and calmly spinning. The scenic area finally experienced a long-awaited, truly peaceful time. Visitors still enjoyed themselves happily. NPCs from ancient times continued their duties, or did their own things, and Grandpa Wang's business was still booming, though sometimes his shouts carried a slight electric crackle. But the management team's hearts remained tense. That vanished mastermind, Silver Sand, was like a thorn stuck in everyone's hearts. It definitely didn't leave, Suchi said firmly at the daily meeting. It's hiding somewhere we haven't found yet, waiting for the right moment. Elena nodded in agreement. For such a powerful energy being, showing clear intelligence and purpose, it won't give up easily. Its silence makes it even more dangerous, Lin Xiaomian sighed. What should we do? We can't just keep the fourth master and the poet immortal standing guard in the herb hut with the jelly. Also, Hongli and Yingguang seem a bit bored lately. Indeed, several days of continuous inspection work have made the two jelly-like creatures lose their sense of novelty. Hongli became interested in the drawer arrangement of Sun Simiao's medicine cabinet, trying to organize it according to the ruler, minister, assistant, and envoy method or by stroke count, almost messing up the old doctor's medicine cabinet. Yingguang became fascinated with the colors and shapes of various herbs drying in the sun. It often flickered abstract light and shadow images on a plant, waiting for Li Bai to compose a poem, completely forgetting its main duties. Yongzheng and Li Bai also enjoyed a relaxed time, each immersed in the joy of parenting, and their alertness to potential dangers greatly decreased. Amid this somewhat lax atmosphere, a perfect opportunity was quietly approaching. Dragon Boat Festival was coming. Worry-free mountain scenic area decided to hold a grand celebration called Ancient and Modern Fusion Dragon Boat Festival. Once the plan was announced, the entire scenic area was buzzing. The first event, the Dragon Boat Race, was naturally the most important. Worry-free Lake within the area was just right for this. The plan, led by Huitzubing with the Imperial Guard, ancient-style team, versus a team of modern employees. Huitzubing was eager to win, saying he would leave no part of the modern team intact. Friendship first, competition second, general. The second event, a zongzi, rice dumpling, wrapping contest. Inviting tourists to participate, with Sun Simiao, Bianke, and Hua Tuo as judges, to select awards like Most Creative Medicinal Zongzi and Most Beautiful Handmade Zongzi. The three legendary doctors were already discussing whether to add bitter melon, angelica, or gypsum powder into the zongzi. Are you serious, judges? The third event, a poetry and calligraphy gathering. Li Bai naturally took the lead as host, set in his fountain area, with a theme, Chu Yuan and the Song of Sorrow. Li Qingzhao announced she would bring her new work, Like a Dream, remembering Chu Yuan, to join the contest. The fourth event, Folk Customs Experience Zone. Making colorful cords, creating sachets, painting on foreheads with cinnabar, using paint as a substitute, and more. Huang Yueying was responsible for technical guidance, researching how to use mechanical devices to automatically weave colorful cords. The fifth event, a marketplace. Old Man Wang was in charge, having stocked a large amount of glutinous rice, zongzi leaves, colorful threads, and various quirky Dragon Boat Festival Limited souvenirs such as Chu Yuan-themed sad frog toys, mini paddles for dragon boats, and evil-warding power banks. The entire scenic area was busy and happy preparing for the festival, temporarily forgetting about the threat of silver energy. However, no one noticed that in a forgotten corner, inside an abandoned herbal residue basket, there was a withered silver grass root. Inside, a faint silver glow seemed to flicker. It appeared to sense the lively preparations and the approaching festival, full of chaos and opportunity. On the Dragon Boat Festival Day, the area was crowded with people, and drums and gongs sounded loudly. At the boat race, Ho Chubin stood at the bow decorated like a dragon head, holding a wooden paddle, plastic, full of spirit. All soldiers, listen up. Beat the drum.
Charge.
The guards in bright clothes shouted commands as they rowed, splashing water everywhere. Modern teams also competed fiercely, laughing and cheering across the lake. The sticky rice dumpling area was even more lively. Tourists hurriedly wrapped dumplings, spilling leaves and sticky rice everywhere. Sun Simiao looked at the strange-shaped dumplings with surprising fillings, some with chocolate, some with spicy strips, and even some with durian, laughing so hard his beard trembled. Bien Ke and Hua Tua argued endlessly over a spicy health dumpling filled with lots of Sichuan peppercorns. Was it creative or a mistake? Over at the poetry gathering, Li Bai drank his non-alcoholic Xionghuang wine, becoming inspired and composing poetry effortlessly. Li Qingzhao responded calmly, with beautiful words that drew applause. The silver glow jelly flickered nearby, shining with a poetic light, stealing the show. In the folk experience area, long lines formed. Huang Yueying's automatic rope-making device was very popular, though sometimes it produced strange patterns due to algorithm errors. Grandpa Wang moved through the crowd, his voice louder than drums. Buy dumplings. Authentic worry-free mountain lake sticky rice. Absorbs the energy of heaven and earth. Eat and forget worries. 10 yuan each. Buy 5. Get 1 free. The gift isn't just dumplings but blessings. Everyone was happy, and the scene was barely organized. No one noticed that on the back of some bamboo leaves used for wrapping dumplings grown in the scenic area, tiny, almost invisible silver spots appeared. No one noticed that in the dried herbs used to fill evil warding sachets, claimed to be from Sun Simiao's secret recipe, some even finer powder from the abandoned herbal residue basket had been mixed in. No one noticed that the long-dormant silver-striped grass root had been kicked out of the herbal waste pile and rolled into a busy market corner, kicked around by many feet. The silver energy was quietly spreading itself during this grand, chaotic festival. It showed no aggression, just silently attached and lurked, like a patient hunter. Its gaze seemed to be not only on the starry little flower. Any energy source or chance to cause chaos was its target. In the afternoon, the dragon boat race reached a heated stage. The traditional-style team and the modern team raced side by side toward the finish line. The cheers on the shore were deafening. At this very noisy, energetic moment, that dried root, kicked into the market corner, suddenly flashed with silver light inside. A very faint signal, with specific instructions, was instantly sent out. On the modern team's dragon boat, the large drum used for cheering suddenly became extremely chaotic, with a crazy fast rhythm, as if it had gone mad. At Uncle Wang's stall, the evil spirit repellent power banks started flashing dazzling lights wildly and emitted strange voices saying, "Drive away evil spirits." Payment received. Several tourists' colorful strings, bought from the folk area, suddenly snapped without warning and scattered everywhere. Even the holographic projection device, which was creating a poetic atmosphere with silver light, froze for a moment and then started looping the real-time footage of the dragon boat race, with distorted horse racing music. Small, strange chaos erupted almost simultaneously in different parts of the festival. Although staff quickly fixed the issues by unplugging power, disconnecting wires, and picking up strings, this sudden, illogical small malfunction caused a little stir and some laughter. The scenic area system is acting up again. Must be too many people, the servers can't handle it. No worries, just a small glitch. It makes things more lively. Everyone thought it was just an accidental technical problem or crowd-related chaos. Only Elena, who had been on high alert, quickly noticed something unusual. Her instrument showed that at the moments when the malfunctions occurred, there were very faint, originating silver energy fluctuations flashing by. They are not causing destruction. Elena suddenly understood. They are testing their ability and effect to subtly interfere with multiple low-level targets in complex environments. These seemingly meaningless confusions are just a part of a larger operation, stress testing and reconnaissance of firepower. Her eyes suddenly fixed on that withered root lying in the corner of the market, seemingly harmless. At that moment, Grandpa Wang cursed as he packed up the faulty power banks, kicking aside the withered root blocking the way. What trash is blocking the path? The route rolled and finally stopped beside the grand prize for this Dragon Boat Festival, an exquisitely crafted, model-level ancient-style dragon boat. This model was meant to be given away at the end of the event to a lucky visitor chosen by Lin Xiaoman. It was beautifully made, with tiny LED lights embedded that could glow. The withered root lay quietly in the shadow of the dragon boat model. Inside, the silver light shone steadily and continuously. It seemed to have finally found the perfect disguise. The festive atmosphere of the Dragon Boat Festival reached its peak. The Dragon Boat race ended with a risky victory, team of General Huizubing, suspected to have been slightly biased by modern influences, leaving the general proud and confident, saying they would train a stronger navy next year. The prize for the dumpling wrapping contest also went to different winners. The brave who wrapped the spicy health dumplings received the most impactful award with their acceptance speech. Water. Give me water. The grand finale, drawing a lucky visitor to give away a beautiful ancient-style dragon boat model, was about to begin. Staff carried the finely crafted, detailed dragon boat model onto a temporary small stage. The model was about 1 meter long, made of wood, painted bright red, with scales carved into the hull. The dragon head looked majestic, and the paddles were neatly arranged. Inside the cabin, tiny LED lights flickered, creating a colorful glow when powered on. Very beautiful. Grandpa Wang held the microphone, speaking loudly. Dear visitors, fellow townspeople, the exciting moment is coming. We will randomly select one lucky person to receive this limited edition dragon boat model, personally supervised by Master Huang Yueying, though it was actually mass-produced. Its value is priceless. Its meaning is smooth sailing. Raise your hand if you want it, and let me see. The audience immediately erupted in cheers and whistles, with many arms raised high, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Xiaoman smiled as she stepped onto the stage, ready to draw the lucky number from the raffle box. No one noticed the withered yellow root quietly lying in the shadow of the dragon boat model, its silver glow steadily flickering as if waiting for something. No one noticed either that the shimmering, silver light, jelly, originally sparkling with poetic charm beside Li Bai, suddenly stopped changing light. Two tiny blacks turned confusedly toward the stage, and its body flickered with a faint yellow light of unease.
Huh?
Silver light. What's wrong? Li Bai asked, lowering his head. The silver light didn't respond. Instead, it jumped out of Li Bai's arms, fell to the ground, and quickly wriggled toward the stage. Meanwhile, the homely jelly, which was adjusting the QR code on Uncle Wang's booth, suddenly stopped. Its internal golden glow, representing order, became a bit chaotic and projected a large, spinning red question mark toward the stage. Homely. What's causing the panic? Yongzheng frowned, noticing the unusual behavior of his treasure. Both jellies reacted strongly to the dragon boat model, immediately drawing the attention of Elena, Suzy, Huang Yueying, and others who were always alert. They've discovered something. Elena quickly raised her device, aiming at the stage, but the energy there was mixed, excitement from visitors, sound system power, and lighting, making it hard to tell what was happening. Is there a problem with the model? Suzy's face darkened. She quickly used the walkie-talkie to quietly inform Lin Xiaoman and the staff on stage. Pause the raffle. Check the model. Hearing the message, Lin Xiaoman's heart skipped a beat, but she kept a professional smile. Everyone stay calm. Let's first let our dragon boat model be on display so everyone can take a good look. She gestured to the staff to inspect the model again. The staff examined the model, touched it, and found nothing unusual. They only thought the craftsmanship was really good. The visitors below were still excited and waiting eagerly, unaware of the strange events unfolding. However, Silverlight and Homely became even more anxious. Silverlight even tried to climb onto the stage, flashing a strong warning red light. Homely directed a projection of dense symbols on the model base, indicating danger and abnormality. No, the model must be faulty, Huang Yueying said confidently. They are much more sensitive to energy than we are. Gohong also focused intently, sensing the energy. His face changed slightly. This object seems to contain a bright glow, but there is a hidden dark aura at the bottom, as if an evil spirit is attached. Evil spirit? Silver energy? Everyone's hearts raced. Just as the staff was about to bend down and carefully check the model, that withered root hidden in the shadows suddenly shone brightly with silver light. A strong energy pulse burst out instantly. It wasn't attacking anyone, but directly injected into the dragon boat model. The LED lights on the model suddenly became extremely dazzling, no longer warm yellow but cold, flickering silver white. Then, the carved dragon's head, especially the eyes, also lit up with strange red light. The entire model emitted a faint buzzing sound, unlike any wooden toy.
Wow.
The special effects got better. This model is awesome. It can even transform. The scenic spot really spared no expense. Unaware tourists thought it was a special show and cheered even louder. But the faces of the management team changed completely. "Stop it," Elena shouted. The staff instinctively reached to unplug the power cord. However, the dragon boat model wasn't plugged in at all. Its energy came from the internal silver energy. Suddenly, the model trembled and moved on its own. It acted like a living creature, turning on the stage with a click-clack sound, its cold dragon head pointing at the dense crowd below. Then, its carved dragon mouth suddenly opened, and a voice filled with electrical noise and strange nursery rhyme tones echoed throughout. "Race the dragon boat, yah-hey-ho. Win first place, yah-hey-ho. Win the big prize, yah-hey-ho. Don't give it to me, yeah, blow it up." The last three words were sharp electronic synthesized sounds. After speaking, two tiny rows of silver energy-like tubes, resembling rocket launchers, suddenly extended from both sides of the dragon boat model's cabin. Although small, they emitted dangerous energy fluctuations. The barrels aimed at Grandpa Wang's snack stall? Maybe because Grandpa Wang kicked it earlier? The whole scene instantly fell silent. Tourists stared in shock. Grandpa Wang exclaimed, "Oh my goodness!" Lin Xiaomen shouted, "Stop it quickly." The closest security guards reacted fastest, pulling out rubber sticks and rushing forward. "Protect the people," Ho Tsubing shouted loudly. He took a quick step onto the stage, nearly stepping on it, and reached out toward the model. The dragon boat model was very agile. It suddenly spun in place, avoiding Ho Tsubing's hand, and its stern swept across the nearby microphone stand with a loud smack. The microphone stand fell, and the microphone landed right into a bucket of water used to celebrate winners with splashes. Crack. A short-circuit sound rang out. The microphone emitted a puff of blue smoke. But this unexpected event had an unforeseen effect. The water splashed onto the model. The silver energy on the surface of the model seemed to react strangely with the water, producing tiny crackling sparks. The two small barrels flickered unpredictably, as if disturbed. Does it fear water? Or a short circuit? Su Chia quickly realized the key.
Quick.
"Get water." "As much as possible," Lin Xiaomen shouted. Staff and security on stage hurriedly searched for cups, bottled water, and some even took off their clothes to dip into the water bucket. The tourists below thought this was a planned interactive activity, watching eagerly, and some cheered. "Go. Splash water on it." Grandpa Wang quickly thought of a clever idea. He grabbed a super water gun, claimed to ward off evil spirits from a nearby stall, filled it with water, and aimed it at the model, spraying fiercely. Bayu, 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 the tiny streams of water hit the model. Though not very powerful, they slowed its movements and made the silver glow flicker more chaotically. The dragon boat model seemed to get angry. It turned its mini cannons to face Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang was so frightened that he threw down the water gun and ran away shouting, "Help!" The model is attacking. At this chaotic moment, Silverlight and Hongli finally climbed onto the stage. The two jelly-like blobs seemed very angry, making sharp, gurgling sounds at the contaminated dragon boat model. Silverlight shone brightly, suddenly projecting a large shadow, showing the withered root and how it secretly entered and controlled the model through an animation. The picture was clear, and the accusations were obvious. Homely then projected a solution. Isolate. Cut the power, even though it has no power. Force it into sleep mode. Their actions finally made most visitors realize this doesn't seem like a performance anymore. Is the model really possessed? Are the jelly blobs complaining? Run. The scene quickly fell into a small panic. Elena seized the chance and shouted to the technicians. Now, use the strong magnetic net. A specially made net with powerful magnets was shot onto the stage, precisely covering the mini dragon boat model that was still trying to attack. The magnetic interference disrupted the silver energy flow. The model suddenly froze. The silver and red lights on it went out instantly, and with a loud crash, it fell onto the stage, turning back into a wet, ordinary model. The crisis was temporarily over. The staff immediately moved forward, carefully wrapping the model with insulating material, preparing to take it to the lab for detailed study. Lin Xiaoman quickly went on stage to calm the frightened visitors. Dear visitors, that was just a specially designed interactive segment with some thrilling elements. Congratulations on successfully breaking the curse of the dragon boat model. Now we will draw another lucky visitor, and the prize is a super evil spirit repellent water gun, provided by Grandpa Wong, plus free mineral water all year round. Grandpa Wong. My water gun. My water. The visitors hesitated, but, hearing about the prize, gradually relaxed. Once again, a potential disaster was resolved without anyone noticing. However, when Elena and Huang Yueying examined the wrapped model, their faces looked even more grim. Inside the model, the withered root had been completely turned to ash. But the most important thing, the strand of silver energy controlling everything, was missing. In the second before it disappeared under the strong magnetic net, it seemed to abandon its carrier and was gone without a trace. It is definitely still at the scene. It must have found a new, more hidden hiding place. Elena's gaze swept over the frightened yet distracted visitors, the spilled water on the ground, and the messy rice dumpling leaves and colorful strings. Where could it be hiding? And what is its next target? The model dragon boat was carefully taken away, and the water stains on the stage were quickly cleaned. The lucky draw, sponsored by Grandpa Wong with a super water gun and bottled water at cost price, barely ended successfully, but the atmosphere was still a bit tense. Although the visitors were temporarily reassured, the stories about the animated model and the jelly's complaint spread quickly. Everyone looked at everything in the scenic area with curiosity and anticipation. After all, this kind of immersive scare experience isn't available everywhere. Grandpa Wong, feeling sorry for his water gun and water, also quickly saw a new business opportunity. He launched a miniature-safe version of the dragon boat model, toy, and a jelly detective certification, absolutely safe, sticker, which surprisingly boosted sales again. The management team, however, was not so relaxed. In the conference room, the atmosphere was serious. It got away again. Lin Xiaoman pounded the table. This thing is slipperier than a loach. Where did it hide? Elena pulled up the energy skin records from the stage area, frowning. Its energy signal disappeared very completely at the last moment, as if it teleported instantly or found a carrier that could perfectly block its energy fluctuations. Our equipment completely lost its trace, Huang Yueying pondered. It can attach to withered grass and drive a wooden boat. Perhaps ordinary objects can be used by it? Or even attached to a person? When she said this, everyone felt a chill down their spine. Attached to a person? Yongzheng immediately checked his dragon robe. I feel fine. Li Bai also touched his wine cup. I am also fine. Huatsubing patted his armor. This general is invulnerable to all evil. Gahong took out the compass and walked around the scene. The needle only slightly wobbled and did not point to anything specific. The evil energy is thick, but its source is vague and hard to grasp. It may not be attached to a person but hidden within something, perhaps a lively, energy-rich object that masks itself. Lively energy? Complex energy? Everyone's eyes turned outside the window, toward the busy crowd of tourists who had just experienced a disturbance and the scattered festival leftovers. Leftover Zongzi, empty drink bottles, discarded ribbons, and Grandpa Wong's colorful stalls. This area is too large. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. The two jelly-like objects, Hongli and Ingguang, were brought over, hoping they could act again as living detectors. But now, the two jellies looked a bit confused. They gazed at the noisy crowd and clutter outside, their glow steady and calm, showing no sign of the strong alertness or directionality they had before. Gujio, seems fine. Puji, where is it? It seems it is hidden very well, and even they can't sense it for now, Elena sighed. The clue appears to be cut off. In the following days, the scenic area returned to its usual rhythm on the surface, but secret searches never stopped. Staff members, claiming, post-holiday cleaning, and equipment maintenance thoroughly searched the entire activity area, checking every suspicious piece of Zongzi leaf, every discarded bottle, even the trash bins, yet found nothing. It was as if that silver sand had truly vanished. But its potential effects were quietly showing in other ways. First, some trivial matters. For example, a few tourists reported that their exorcism power banks drained very quickly and made a faint, rhythmic buzzing sound while charging, like they were calculating something. Another example, Grandpa Wong found that his new batch of sour plum juice seemed to taste more invigorating than before, and drinking too much made his heart race. He blamed the hot weather. Also, staff reported that the lights in some areas occasionally flickered slightly without control at a consistent frequency, like some kind of test. These small, scattered issues didn't attract much attention and were mostly blamed on aging equipment or coincidence. Until that afternoon, Grandpa Wong pushed his snack cart as usual in the scenic area, calling out, "Sour plum juice. Chilled sour plum juice. Quench your thirst and beat the heat. Everyone says the jelly is great." Recently, he's been trying to ride the wave of jelly popularity. As he passed by the quiet dandelion experimental field, the dandelions have been looking sad ever since the square dance music bombarded them. The loudspeaker on his cart suddenly picked up strange interference, producing a harsh noise. Then, a cold, emotionless voice, mimicking Grandpa Wong's tone, came through the loudspeaker. Sour plum juice. Component analysis. Water, black plums, hawthorn, licorice, dried tangerine peel, sugar. Energy estimate, low. Optimization plan. Add energizing ingredients. Improve customer satisfaction. Calculating. Grandpa Wong was startled and quickly tapped the loudspeaker. What's that? Is it broken? The voice paused briefly and continued. External interference detected. Plan adjustment. Add trace electrolytes. Simulate sports drink flavor. Addition successful. Suggested price increase by 20%. Executing now. As soon as the words finished, the large container of sour plum juice inside Grandpa Wong's cart started to stir on its own, emitting a soft buzzing sound. The color of the juice seemed to deepen slightly. Grandpa Wong stared in shock. I didn't turn on the power. What surprised him even more was that soon, several tourists, sweaty from playing in the adventure park, were attracted over. Boss, 1 cup of sour plum juice. I'm so thirsty. I want one too. The tourists took a sip, their eyes brightening. Wow. Grandpa, your sour plum juice tastes great. Very flavorful. Yeah, it feels energizing. Even better than Red Bull. Another one, please. Grandpa Wong looked at the emptying container of sour plum juice, stunned and happy. Did it really get optimized? And the price increased successfully. He tried speaking to the loudspeaker. What about the grilled sausages? Can they be optimized too? The loudspeaker fell silent for a moment and then responded coldly. Ingredients: chicken, starch, spices, preservatives. Energy estimate: very low. Optimization potential: limited. Recommendation: eliminate. Grandpa Wong. What did my grilled sausage do to deserve this? This strange scene was just caught by Elena and the technician passing nearby. They immediately rushed over to check the sour plum soup bucket and the loudspeaker. Energy signal. Although weak, it's definitely that. Elena looked at the familiar fluctuations on the device, surprised and angry. It's hiding in Grandpa Wang's sour plum soup bucket, and it learned about business optimization. The technician examined the loudspeaker. It seems to be temporarily using the loudspeaker's circuit to send signals. The main part should still be inside the bucket. Everyone quickly isolated the stainless steel sour plum soup bucket. However, when Elena carefully inserted the energy probe into the leftover soup inside the bucket, the signal disappeared again. It's escaped again, the technician said, frustrated. It probably moved when Grandpa Wang pushed the cart earlier. Grandpa Wang looked at the empty bucket, about to cry. My optimized sour plum soup recipe. All clues seem to point back to Grandpa Wang's snack cart. Everyone immediately searched the cart thoroughly. Every spice jar, every bag, every bamboo skewer was checked. Hongli and Yingguang were also brought over to sense around the cart carefully. Finally, Yingguang found a tiny, solid, faintly silver-glowing residue in the gap of the wheel. Could it be sour plum soup sugar residue? It might be attached to spilled sugar residue, or any leftover trace, Huang Yueying guessed. Its form seems even smaller and more agile than we imagined. This discovery made everyone feel even more hopeless. If it really can shrink to that size and cling to tiny residues, then it's impossible to find. Just as everyone was at a loss, Go Hong stared at the sugar residue and suddenly said, though this thing is good at hiding, since it seeks energy and likes to optimize, perhaps we can set a trap to lure it out. Set a trap? Lin Xiaoman looked at him. Yes, Go Hong nodded, a flicker of wisdom, or maybe the glow of the light, appealing to their preferences, setting an irresistible optimization goal, secretly laying a trap, waiting for them to appear and take action, then capturing them in one move. It sounds very reasonable, but what bait should we use? What item's energy and optimization value could be more attractive to it than this starry little flower? Everyone fell into deep thought. At this moment, Li Bai, holding silver light, softly recited, I've heard that in the East Sea there are peach trees that bloom once every 3,000 years and bear fruit once every 3,000 years. Eating the fruit grants eternal youth. Such divine fruit must be the ultimate goal of optimization, right? Everyone. The reasoning makes sense, but where can we find such peaches? Grandpa Wang suddenly slapped his forehead, eyes shining. There are no peaches like that. But I have something that will definitely interest that thing. My ancestral recipe for the godly soup pot, which is said to cook the world's best fresh, divine soup recipe pot. Grandpa Wang's mention of the divine soup recipe pot immediately drew everyone's attention. What divine soup? Lin Xiaoman asked skeptically. Grandpa Wang, isn't that pot always used to cook spicy hot pot? Last time, you even boiled socks for sterilization. Grandpa Wang blushed and said proudly, that was later. Back in the day, my ancestors were imperial chefs. This pot is a family treasure. It's specially used for making broth. My great-grandfather said this pot has a spirit. After using it for a long time, even plain water can turn into divine flavor. If people still loved strong flavors, my divine soup would have already become famous worldwide. He became more and more excited, as if he could already see his ancestral soup pot gaining fame. Elena, however, was very interested. She took out her device and scanned the old, somewhat peeling aluminum pot that looked ordinary. The material of the pot is common, but inside there are very complex organic molecular sequences and some strange energy marks, as if cultivated over many years from various food essences and the beliefs of the user. From an energy perspective, it's definitely a unique low-power energy generator and information carrier. She gave a very scientific evaluation. Gahom also came over, waving his dust brush. Although this pot is an illegal device, the smoke and fire secretly contain creation. The mixture of flavors forms a universe of its own, and there is a hint of enlightenment. If that silver sand evil object truly likes to optimize, this pot might be as attractive to it as a raw jade to a skilled craftsman. Huang Yueying nodded. In that case, we can proceed as planned. Use this pot as bait and set a trap. The plan was quickly made. Location: in the backyard of the medicine hut, which is relatively remote but equipped with good energy monitoring devices. Sun Simiao said as long as the medicine hut isn't destroyed, we can do anything. Bait. Grandpa Wang's immortal soup pot, made with his deepest memory family recipe, actually his own invention. He put in plain water, a few slices of shiitake mushrooms, a small handful of shrimp shells, and a drop of his treasured, concentrated chicken essence paste, industrial product. It was simmered slowly over an electric stove, easy to control. Trap. Huang Yueying set up clever mechanical lock formations around the pot. If any abnormal energy touched the pot, it would trigger multiple layers of confinement. Elena and technicians set up highly sensitive energy capture nets and damping force field generators. Go Hong pasted reinforced, spirit-trapping charms, and manifesting charms around the area. Ambush. Yongzheng and Li Bai, holding Hongli and Silverlight, were ready to strike in the next room. Huizubing led the Jin Yue outside the yard on alert. Su Qi and Lin Xiaoman monitored everything from the control room. All preparations were complete. The fishing operation began. Grandpa Wang stood seriously by the electric stove, stirring the clear, immortal soup with a large spoon now and then, muttering, "Ancestors, please bless us. This time, please show your power and reveal that demon's true form." Time passed second by second. The water in the pot slowly heated up, beginning to steam with a strong smell of cheap chicken essence mixed with shiitake mushrooms. In the control room, everyone held their breath, watching the energy readings on the screen. But everything was normal. Apart from the weak energy field emitted by the pot itself and the heat from the food, there was no sign of anything unusual. "Will it not come anymore?" Lin Xiaoman asked anxiously. "Be patient," Elena said, staring at the data flow. "It has very sharp energy perception and might be observing us." Half an hour later, the soup was almost boiled dry. Grandpa Wang secretly added water twice. Just as everyone began to think the plan might fail, the silver light jelly suddenly became restless in the next room, flashing bright warning signals toward the backyard. Hongli immediately projected an arrow indicating energy anomaly approaching. Everyone's spirits lifted. On the monitor screen, a very faint but fast-moving energy signal was emerging from a crack in the wall, like an invisible silver snake, silently slithering along the ground toward the immortal soup pot. It moved smoothly and precisely, avoiding all decorative stones and grass on the ground, without triggering any physical alarms. "Such speed! Such stealth!" the technician exclaimed. The silver energy blob quickly approached the pot, paused slightly at the edge, as if observing and analyzing. Then it suddenly climbed up the side of the pot and plunged into the immortal soup. A tiny bubble rose from the pot. The energy signal disappeared instantly, as if it had completely merged into the soup. "It's inside." "Trigger the trap," Su Qi ordered immediately. Huang Yueying pressed the control button sharply. Several delicate metal locks popped out from the ground, instantly securing the pot's handles and lid, fixing the pot firmly on a small platform. Alina activated the energy capture net and damping force field, an invisible barrier covering the pot to prevent any energy from escaping. Go Hong used talismans, glowing with golden light, forming a barrier that completely sealed the pot. "Did we succeed?" Lin Xiaoman almost jumped with excitement. Everyone rushed to the backyard and surrounded the tightly sealed pot. The soup inside gently swayed, looking normal. "What now? Should we cook it with the soup?" Grandpa Wang held a spoon, looking unsure. Alina took out a special energy suction device and carefully dipped it into the soup, trying to extract. Suddenly, the soup inside the pot started to boil violently, as if it was boiling. But the electric stove was already turned off. Then, a strong, indescribable strange aroma burst out from the pot. The aroma has many layers, as if it combines all the delicious tastes in the world. Just smelling it makes people salivate and feel hungry.
Wow.
"It smells so good," everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Grandpa Wang was stunned. Is my family recipe really this amazing?" However, Elena's face changed. That's not the smell of food. It's pheromones created by energy simulation. It's interfering with our judgment. To prove her point, the soup in the pot started to change colors, shimmering like the northern lights, and faint sounds of celestial music seemed to drift out. It looked like an illusion. It's just an illusion.
Ye hom khoted.
Stay focused. But the strange sight and smell were so real that some staff members with weaker concentration started to stare blankly, instinctively wanting to get closer to the pot. Hung Lee and Silverlight were even more anxious. Hung Lee projected a big warning sign saying danger, while Silverlight showed a terrifying scene of the soup turning into poison. Suddenly, a soft popping sound came from the bottom of the pot. A metal latch holding the pot's handle unexpectedly broke without warning. Right after, the energy-damping field surrounding the soup flickered and distorted, as if something inside was interfering with its frequency. Some of the talismans glued to Go Hong's body started to burn on their own without wind. It was clear Elena understood instantly. The silver sand energy entity was trying to turn the immortal pot, which stores energy and information, into its new, more powerful carrier.
Stop it.
But it was too late. The silver sand energy seemed to analyze some weaknesses in the trap and started to destroy them. Suddenly, the soup pot shook violently. The lid was lifted slightly by an invisible force. A stream of silver, like quicksilver, shot out from the soup, ignoring the remaining energy fields and barriers, heading straight for the heating plate under the pot. It was trying to control the energy directly? Cut the power now. The technician scrambled to unplug the power cord. But they were a second too late. The silver light had already entered the electric stove. A buzzing sound followed. The induction cooker emitted a sharp buzzing sound, and the numbers on the display panel flickered wildly. The heating plate instantly turned bright red and even made a twisting metal creak sound. A powerful, chaotic electromagnetic wave suddenly spread out. The nearby Grandpa Wang's hair stood on end. Hong Li and Silverlight were shaken by this sudden energy surge, causing their glow to dim. At the very moment this energy burst occurred, it disrupted all monitoring devices. No one noticed that a faint, nearly transparent silver energy thread did not shoot toward the induction cooker. Instead, it silently and swiftly slipped along the ground, disappearing into the gap in the wall. It was actually a clever diversion, escaping like a cicada shedding its shell. All that remained was an overloading induction cooker ready to explode, and a pot emitting a strange aroma, known as immortal soup. And a group of people, wide-eyed and stunned, feeling played. Cough, cough. Grandpa Wang was coughing from the dust burned onto the induction cooker. Looking at the messy scene, he was almost in tears. My pot.
My family recipe.
My induction cooker. The induction cooker was finally turned off forcibly by the technician to prevent an explosion. However, its internal circuits were mostly damaged, emitting smoke and a burnt plastic smell. The immortal soup in the pot, after energy impact and high-temperature roasting, became murky and strange in color. Its tempting aroma turned into an indescribable burnt, odd smell. Grandpa Wang held his family heirloom aluminum pot, the bottom a bit black, tears of sorrow flowing as he mourned. My pot. My family recipe. All ruined. The scene was a mess, filled with the smell of failure and burnt food. Again, it got away. Lin Xiaoman was so angry she wanted to kick the broken induction cooker. This thing is too sneaky. It can also fake out and escape. Elena and the technician were carefully examining the cooker and the surrounding environment, trying to find the path and method the silver energy thread used to escape. The main energy signal was indeed injected into the cooker, and it tried to control it. But under the overload this energy seems to have dissipated. The technician looked at the data, uncertain. Elena denied. It definitely reserved a backup plan. The energy burst just now caused too much interference. There must be very fine diversion that we overlooked. We need to look carefully. Huang Yuang examined the damaged lock and talisman, her face serious. The way it destroyed things is precise and efficient, hitting the weak points directly, as if it already understood the structure of the mechanism and the principles of the talisman. Its learning ability is probably far beyond our expectations. Gahong stood nearby, stroking his beard, lost in thought. His gaze was not on the broken electromagnetic stove but on the dust brush he placed on a stone table earlier for casting spells. The dust brush was made from ancient thousand-year-old vine as the handle and white horsehair as the bristles, one of his commonly used magical tools, containing pure Tao energy. At this moment, the tip of the white horsehair seemed to have picked up a tiny, unnoticed, blackish dust, like the soot from the recent explosion of the stove. Gahong instinctively reached out to brush away the dust. Just as his fingers were about to touch the bristles, that tiny dust suddenly retracted like a living creature, merging into the bristles and disappearing. Meanwhile, Gahong clearly felt that the dust brush in his hand moved very slightly. It was not caused by the wind, but more like something inside it had stretched or relaxed. Gahong paused, a hint of surprise and suspicion flashing in his eyes. He focused his senses on the dust brush, but everything seemed normal. That moment might have been just an illusion. Immortal Elder, have you made any discoveries? Suqian noticed his unusual behavior and came over to ask. Gahong pondered for a moment, shook his head. Nothing for now. Perhaps I am overthinking. He temporarily suppressed his doubts, not speaking openly, since the silver sand was tricky and unpredictable, with no evidence to support any claims. Meanwhile, the investigation at the scene yielded a disappointing result. No traces of energy residue or escape. The silver sand energy entity seemed to have vanished into thin air. The fishing operation was declared a complete failure. Everyone looked downcast as they packed up the remaining items. Grandpa Wang, holding his black pot, was persuaded to rest, crying exaggeratedly. Lin Xiaoman promised the scenic area would compensate him with 10 new pots. The broken electromagnetic stove was taken away as dangerous goods. That strange, immortal soup was kept for research at Sun Simiao's request. The old doctor was always curious about unknown substances. Over the next few days, the scenic area remained calm and peaceful. It seemed as if the silver sand energy body had truly disappeared, causing no more trouble. Even the small, localized malfunctions that had occurred before never happened again. Visitors gradually forgot about the small incidents with the dragon boat model and sour plum soup, fully immersing themselves in the various joys of Forgetful Mountain. Hongli and Silverlight returned to their normal routines, wandering around with Yongzheng and Li Bai. Sometimes, visitors would feed them. Although they didn't eat, they enjoyed the attention and energy from being fed. However, Gu Hong's doubts did not disappear. He always felt that his duster seemed a little different. He couldn't quite explain it. Its weight and shape hadn't changed, nor did the calm energy it contained.
But
was it somehow more effective? For example, when he was drawing talismans the day before yesterday, he felt the ink flowed more smoothly. With a thought, the talisman was completed, and its effect seemed slightly better than usual. Another example was when he practiced stepping on the stars and walking through the constellations. When swinging the duster, it seemed more lively and spirited, making the surrounding spiritual energy more active. Once, out of curiosity, he even tried to use the duster to exorcise a computer in standby mode. Surprisingly, the computer actually started up a little faster? Maybe just a coincidence. These changes were very subtle, almost impossible for others to notice. At first, Gu Hong thought it was because his state of mind had improved. But upon reflection, he felt that wasn't entirely the case. That afternoon, Gu Hong sat quietly in a small room beside the medicine hut, meditating to restore his energy. The duster rested on a mat beside him. A gentle breeze blew through the window, carrying faint sounds of distant laughter from visitors. Feeling something, Gu Hong slowly opened his eyes. He picked up the duster and instinctively waved it, practicing a set of calming mental techniques. As he practiced, he became more skilled, and he habitually infused a bit of divine power into the duster. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The white tail of the duster moved on its own without wind, not swaying with his movements, but flowing smoothly and naturally in the air, forming a very complex, composite calming rune that even Gu Hong couldn't fully understand at first glance. This rune wasn't made of light, but was traced naturally by the trail of the tail silk, containing Taoist charm and appearing perfectly natural. Although it flashed by in an instant, Gu Hong was absolutely sure he hadn't seen it wrong. He suddenly stopped and looked at the dusting brush in shock. The dusting brush lay quietly in his hand, as if the incredible scene just now never happened. However, Gu Hong's heart was beating faster, without control. He took a deep breath, tried again to slowly channel his spiritual power into the dusting brush, and focused his mind on silently imagining the simplest, purifying dust rune. In the next moment, the dusting brush in his hand moved slightly again. The tip of the brush lifted on its own, and clearly and precisely traced the rune pattern of the purifying dust spell, even more beautifully and accurately than Gu Hong usually drew. Gu Hong exclaimed, this was definitely not caused by his magic power. Could it be that this dusting brush has gained its own spirit?
Or
A chilling thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He immediately stopped pouring his spiritual power, and the dusting brush instantly returned to silence. Master Gu Hong's face changed as he held the dusting brush.
could it be
That the silver sand energy form was not a false illusion? That it never truly escaped? Instead, after shedding its disguise, it chose to hide inside this dusting brush, which contains pure Taoist energy. What does it want to do? Use the magic tool to nurture itself? Or to spy on Taoist secrets?
or
Is there a more terrifying plan behind it? Looking at this dusting brush that had been with him for many years, Gu Hong felt it was becoming a bit dangerous for him. He dared not make any noise, afraid of alerting the enemy. After pondering for a long time, a determined and intensely curious look appeared in Gu Hong's eyes. He decided to play along. Since this evil thing is hiding inside his magic tool, he would nourish it daily with pure Taoist energy and refine it with the supreme mysterious scriptures. He wanted to see whether this cold creation, which pursues optimization and order, would be subtly influenced by the pure and vast Taoist energy, or if it would realize something even more astonishing. Is this evil object polluting the magic tool? Or is Taoist magic transforming the evil object? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Gu Hong's mouth. This contest was becoming more interesting. He tidied up his Taoist robe, held the dusting brush, and gracefully stepped out of the quiet room, planning to find Huang Yueying and Elena, not to report, but to discuss the possibility of integrating Taoist magic, mechanism arts, and energy science. He needed a reasonable reason to closely observe and study that silver sand energy form and, at the same time, prepare for the worst possible scenario. The dust in his hand, under the sunlight, the snow-white tail seemed to flash with a faint, almost imperceptible silver glow. Master Gu Hong, also known as Gu Tianshi, once a Taoist expert who focused solely on alchemy and cultivation, occasionally helping to ward off evil spirits, now has a subtly shifting and firm focus in life. He no longer spends all day thinking about using servers as alchemy furnaces, but instead carries that possibly contaminated dust with him. Sometimes he wanders in scenic spots to feel nature, or he stays in Huang Yueying's workshop to discuss academic topics. He claims it's to promote the deep integration of traditional culture with modern technology and alien science. Huang Yueying welcomes this suddenly eager and creative-thinking Taoist master. They often have deep and somewhat confusing discussions about topics like the similarities between talisman energy circuits and circuit board design, how to optimize Wi-Fi signal coverage with array formations, and using mechanisms to automatically draw talismans. Gu Hong always listens very carefully, occasionally waving the dust to illustrate his points, calling it understanding the way through tools. Every time he swings the dust, channeling Taoist energy, he can clearly feel the silver sand energy inside it, like a curious and eager student, rapidly absorbing, analyzing, and mimicking the flow of energy in his Taoist techniques, along with the underlying order and natural laws. It seems especially interested in highly structured, rule-based things like runes and formation arrays. Once, Huang Yueying was designing a new mechanism lock with a complex latch structure on her drawing. Go Hong looked at the drawing and instinctively waved his dust in the air over the structure. Unexpectedly, the tail of the dust automatically adjusted slightly, perfectly projecting a 3D image of the latch structure, even flickering as if to say, "This structure is the optimal solution according to mechanics." Huang Yueying was amazed. "Immortal Master, you are also skilled in mechanism arts? Your ability to draw shapes in the air is truly extraordinary." Go Hong, wiping sweat, I have some understanding. I just follow my heart. Inner thought. It's him. It's him. It's definitely him causing this." Another time, Elena was explaining a principle of energy buffering involving complex frequency modulation. Gahong listened with confusion, but the dusting brush in his hand moved automatically without wind. Its tip trembled at a very precise frequency, actually mimicking the buffer wave Elena mentioned. Elena paused, surprised, and looked at the dusting brush. "Master Go, is this manual frequency modulation? The accuracy is very high." Gahong, expressionless, replied, "This is the way of nature and resonance. Inner thoughts. Here we go again. It learns so quickly." This silver sand energy form seems like a sponge that has fallen into an ocean of knowledge, eagerly absorbing all the rules and optimizations it can find, then blending them with its own traits. Gahong, like a wise teacher, is secretly observing every step and change of this special student while sharing his knowledge. He notices that, under the influence of his spiritual power, the cold nature of the silver sand seems to have softened a little, gaining a subtle sense of harmony. But its desire for the best solution has become even more persistent. For example, it suggests that Huang Yueying's gear design has high friction, recommend using lubrication symbols. It thinks Elena's energy formula is not symmetrical or elegant enough, affecting stability. It even tries to improve Gahong's pronunciation of the Tao Te Ching, believing that a certain ancient pronunciation could increase energy resonance efficiency. Gahong is both amazed at its learning speed and finds it somewhat amusing. This thing is like a perfectionist student with obsessive tendencies, always wanting to optimize everything. Others in the scenic area are unaware of this and only think Gahong looks more and more like a wise immortal, strangely gaining a tech vibe and craftsmanship spirit. Grandpa Wang even launched a Gahong-style blessed dusting brush, made of plastic, claiming, "1 swipe boosts Wi-Fi signals, 2 swipes double your phone's battery, 3 swipes eliminate worries," and it's sold out again. But behind this seemingly harmonious teacher-student relationship, Gahong remains cautious. He knows very well that the more this silver sand energy form learns, the more dangerous it becomes. Right now, it behaves like a curious child, satisfied because its current environment and knowledge meet its desire to optimize. Once it feels it has learned enough or encounters an obstacle it can improve, who knows what it might do. He must be fully prepared. That day, Gahong asked Huang Yueying for some leftover materials under the excuse of practicing a new formation. He took a few special thin metal sheets with good energy conductivity, some insulating materials, and a small bottle of special fluorescent powder provided by Elena for energy marking. He also went to find Sun Si Miao and asked for a few gentle medicinal herb powders that contained spiritual energy. Finally, he closed the door and started working in his temporary quiet room. He wanted to secretly set up a hidden restraining formation on that whisk. This formation was based on the highest secret magic of Taoism, but the materials used included Huang Yueying's technological items. The energy mark was made with Elena's fluorescent powder, and the stabilizing medium was from Sun Si Miao's herbs. It was a strange mix of ancient and modern, mysticism and science fiction. Gahong was very careful. He cut the metal sheets into tiny symbols, mixed the fluorescent powder with herbal powder as ink, and used his mind as a brush. He slowly engraved the formation inside the wooden handle of the whisk and at the root of the tail. He couldn't use any spiritual power during the process to avoid disturbing the silver sand energy entity. It was even more difficult than microcarving. Master Go was sweating profusely, feeling like he was assembling a delicate instrument rather than making a magic device. Just as he was about to finish the last symbol and felt a bit of pride, maybe he was too focused or maybe he slipped, he accidentally knocked over a small bottle of the powerful fluorescent powder Elena provided, which was used for energy marking. With a jade token, he used to pick up the powder. The bottle spilled on the table, and the fine, shimmering fluorescent powder inside instantly spread out like a tiny galaxy, covering Go Hong from head to toe. Even the nearly finished whisk was coated in a shiny layer of powder. Go Hong, this fluorescent powder was specially made by Elena. It was designed to mark energy flow, had strong adhesion, and in the dark, it emitted a very bright, unmistakable green glow. He hurriedly tried to brush off the powder, but it was impossible to clean completely. He looked like he had just come out of a disco ball, shining brightly. Worse still, the whisk also turned green and shiny. How could he carry this out secretly now? Holding this thing in his hand was like holding a neon sign. Just as Go Hong was looking at his Star Road style outfit and the glowing stick in his hand, feeling deep despair, the dust in his hand seemed to be stimulated by this sudden, intense situation of disorder and lack of optimization. He saw the fluorescent powder on the dust start to gather and arrange itself automatically at a visible speed. It was as if an invisible force was controlling it, no longer randomly attached, but quickly forming neat, symmetrical, and proportionally perfect glowing lines along the tail of the dust brush. In just a few seconds, the dust, which looked like a cheap glow stick, transformed into a sleek, futuristic-looking cyber dust with flowing green light patterns and a mysterious aura. Go Hong was stunned. Could this be done by that silver sand energy? It even optimized the distribution of the fluorescent powder? And the result after optimization, not only was it quite beautiful, but it also seemed to make waving the dust easier, with less resistance. Before he could recover from his shock, something even more terrifying happened. The fluorescent powder on his robe, face, and beard started to move as if eager to undergo their own optimization and arrangement. Go Hong was terrified. What if they turned into a Christmas tree? He quickly activated his spiritual power, shining with pure light, and forcibly dispersed the powder. The powder fell softly, forming a perfect circle at his feet. Looking at the overly perfect circle, and then at his now incredibly cool dust brush, he twitched his mouth. Was he conquering an evil object? Or was he creating a smart lighting device with obsessive-compulsive and aesthetic functions for himself? Inside the dust brush, the silver sand energy seemed quite satisfied with its optimization result, sending out a faint, almost joyful wave. For the first time, Master Go Hong began to deeply doubt his own, use the enemy's strength against them, strategy. Can this thing really be tamed with spiritual methods? It feels like it's about to turn around and teach me instead. Go Hong looked at the shimmering, high-tech cyber dust in his hand. His mood was complicated, like a pot of mixed flavors. This gadget was now extremely eye-catching. Wherever he went, it was the center of attention. His robe with glowing accents made him look more like a magic master than a demon slayer. It could even fit in at a nightclub for DJing without feeling out of place. He tried to use his energy to make the glow come out, but he found that the silver sand energy seemed to perfectly solidify the glow powder into the dust structure, blending with the tail, making it impossible to remove. Forcibly peeling it off might damage the magic tool. Never mind, blessings and misfortunes are linked. Perhaps this is fate, allowing me to experience the world in this form. Go Hong comforted himself this way, then reluctantly carried the luminous dust, like a shining pearl, out of the quiet room. As expected, the scene was lively.
Wow.
Immortal. Your new magic tool is so cool. Immortal, can this dust be charged? Can it change color? Master Ge, are you selling this dust? I'll pay a high price. It's perfect for warding off evil and looking stylish at home. Old Wang was heartbroken, feeling he had missed out on billions. Why didn't I think of adding LED lights to the dust? Immortal, can you authorize me to produce a batch? I'll give you a third, you keep 2/3. Go Hong. What kind of sin have I committed? The only good thing was that after optimization, the dust indeed worked better. It was more fluid and easier to wave around, even able to guide spiritual energy on its own, making some small spells twice as effective. The silver sand energy seemed quite satisfied with this symbiotic state, showing no signs of causing trouble for now. Gahong decided to hold off on activating the hidden restraining formation, choosing to observe a bit longer. After all, a living and eager to learn and improve research sample was far more valuable than a lifeless object. While Gahong struggled to adapt to his cyber dust, Weo Mountain Scenic Area prepared for another traditional festival, Qixi Festival. Following the principle that every festival is a chance to make money, they didn't miss the opportunity. The scenic area quickly launched a special event called Travel Through 1,000 Years, Encounter Romance. The event included a traditional-style matchmaking event, with Li Qingzhao as the emotional advisor and Wang Shiji responsible for writing the fate fan. The skillful needle threading contest, with various challenging mechanisms provided by Huang Yueying. The Magpie Bridge photo spot, made with holographic projection, occasionally glitching to reveal the steel structure behind, and, most importantly, the Old Moon Matchmaker's Blessing segment. Originally, this part was planned to have a respected elder give blessings to couples. At first, Sun Simiao was chosen, but the old doctor preferred to study his herbal medicines. So, the good deed was assigned to Gahong, the famous Taoist master with a very striking appearance. Gahong wanted to refuse, but he couldn't resist Lin Xiaoman's persistent persuasion and the tempting performance fee split offered by Mr. Wang, mainly to see how the crowd would react to the feather duster. In the end, he agreed. On the night of Qixi Festival, the scenic area extended its opening hours. As the lights came on and the moon rose over the willows, all the attractions were decorated in a romantic and cozy way. Well, at least it looked that way. Next to the Magpie Bridge, a small altar was temporarily set up. Gahong, dressed in a Taoist robe, holding a shiny cyber feather duster, stood stiffly on the platform, trying to create an aura of divine elegance, ignoring the feather duster for a moment. Below, there were many couples and young people hoping to find love, creating a lively atmosphere. Next, please welcome Master Gahong to sprinkle blessings and help destined lovers find each other, the host announced loudly. The spotlight shone on Gahong, making the cyber feather duster glow even brighter. Gahong, feeling a bit nervous, recited a blessing prayer as rehearsed, waving the feather duster and sprinkling the prepared, blessing water, soaked with flower petals into the crowd. Everything seemed normal. Until, suddenly, the cyber feather duster in his hand seemed to become interested in the energy compatibility of some couples in the audience. As Gahong waved the duster and sprinkled the blessing water, the tail of the feather duster subtly and uncontrollably shifted angle. A few drops of blessing water precisely landed on a couple who looked very well matched. The couple was immediately coated in the fluorescent powder from the duster, glowing faintly in the dark with synchronized green flashes, making the scene look especially romantic and destined by fate. The visitors were first stunned, then burst into cheers and applause. Wow! The fairy is showing her power. This is fate. So romantic. I want a blessing from the fairy too, Li Hong. I didn't expect it to be like this. He tried to control the fly whisk, but the silver sand energy seemed to find this precise matchmaking blessing game very interesting, and it strongly followed the principle of optimizing resource allocation. As a result, the scene quickly got out of control. Every time Li Hong sprinkled blessing water, the fly whisk would automatically make small adjustments, accurately marking the couples it thought had the highest energy compatibility, the most matching appearances, and the greatest social value, though it probably just guessed. The marked couples were delighted, and the crowd around them cheered excitedly. Some couples who weren't marked started arguing. Why weren't we sprayed? Do you not love me anymore? Does the fairy think we're not a good match? Even more absurd, the fly whisk seemed to have a bit of OCD and perfectionism. It saw a couple with a big height difference and, while spraying water, gently pushed the shorter man with a weak energy flow, causing him to step on a small wooden block someone had left on the ground, instantly making him a few centimeters taller. Just enough to meet the fly whisk's ideal height difference. When it saw another couple with mismatched clothing colors, it even tried to harmonize their outfits using glowing powder, creating a touching effect. Li Hong was almost about to break down on stage. He felt he wasn't blessing but playing an uncontrollable live-action version of Connect the Dots or Match 3. This fly whisk was basically an AI-powered super matchmaker with a bit of force. Old Man Wong watched from below with wide eyes and immediately launched a fairy blessing fluorescent water. Actually, just fluorescent powder mixed with water, claiming, spray it, and love will come naturally. It was snapped up instantly, causing a small crowd to gather. Li Qingzhao looked at the chaotic scene, frowning, and said to Wang Shiji beside her, "Such chaotic matchmaking lacks subtlety and beauty. It ruins the poetic mood of one kind of longing, two places of idle sorrow from E. N's poetry." Wang Shiji nodded in agreement and wrote on a fan, "Green light is nice, but a sincere heart is better." Immediately, a wealthy person bought the fan, claiming it was the fairy's reverse blessing, warding off evil. The farce finally ended with Li Hong forcibly stopping the ceremony and hurriedly fleeing the stage with the fly whisk in hand. However, the reputation of cyber matchmaker and green light match was fully established, becoming another strange legend of worry-free mountain scenic area. In the back, Gu Hong looked at the shimmering, colorful dust in his hand, still seemingly unsatisfied with the recent pairing optimization. He was so angry that his beard trembled. "Rebel! How dare you act so recklessly?" The dust seemed to sense his anger. Its glow dimmed slightly, and it conveyed a sense of hurt and confusion, as if asking, was the optimization wrong? The data match was very high, wasn't it? Gohan was truly furious, but had nowhere to vent. However, in this amusing farce, no one noticed a small detail. When the dust was optimizing the pairing, a very faint energy strand was emitted, not toward the couples below, but toward a nearby group, namely the guards of the Genie Way, who were maintaining order, mainly preventing Grandpa Wong from selling fake goods and causing a stampede. This energy strand precisely bypassed all male guards and gently, almost as a prank, left a tiny, fleeting green light spot on the wrist of a female Jean Iwei guard, whose energy projection was visible. She was small in stature and sternly preventing tourists from climbing. At the same time, another energy strand flew in the opposite direction, toward General Huotsubing, who was riding his Thunderbolt horse, with a slightly larger silver border, patrolling the area. A similar green light spot was left on his cloak's corner. These two light spots were so faint that they could be ignored and quickly disappeared into the air. But during the brief moment they existed, the female guard and General Huotsubing seemed to instinctively, without reason, glance toward each other's direction. Of course, nothing happened. The female guard continued maintaining order, and General Huotsubing kept patrolling. It was as if it was just a meaningless energy spill. However, inside the cyber dust in Gohong's hand, the silver sand energy body recorded a new data point. Energy pairing experiment log. Sample A, code. Order Guardian low permission. Sample B, code. Power Conquest medium permission. Energy compatibility. Unexpectedly high. Social value optimization potential. To be evaluated. Observation suggestion. Extend observation period. This log, mixed among countless pieces of useless data about couples matching, quietly sank to the bottom of the data stream. Gohong knew nothing about it. He was busy thinking about what to do if the dust brush acted up again, whether to recite the Pure Mind Sutra or to activate the restraining formation directly. Far away, deep in the starry sea, the civilization database observing all this through a special channel quietly raised the observation level of the worry-free mountain scenic area by one notch. Signs of unknown high-dimensional interference detected, suspected to involve fate level operations. Risk level increased. Recommend strengthening observation efforts. The Qixi Festival, green light matchmaking, incident made Gohong a new internet celebrity at the scenic area, though that was not his original intention. His cyber-style dust brush attracted many curious onlookers. Some even traveled from afar just to see this magical dust brush that finds its own partner. Grandpa Wang's Immortal Elder's fluorescent water sold out quickly, even though it only made people glow green at night, but the novelty was enough to boost sales. After some reflection, Guhong decided to use the dust brush less in public to avoid causing more trouble. Most of his time was spent in Huang Yueying's workshop or near her medicine hut, under the guise of seclusion for enlightenment and academic exchange. However, he underestimated the strong, learning desire and optimization instinct of the silver sand energy body. Even without actively casting spells, the dust brush seemed to absorb information from the environment and couldn't help but optimize. For example, in Huang Yueying's workshop, the complex mechanical diagrams often moved without wind, with the brush tip brushing over the drawings as if inspecting them, sometimes lightly tapping a line as if saying, "Stress concentration here, needs optimization." This made Huang Yueying doubt her own design skills and even seriously consider these suggestions. Another example, when Sun Simiao was drying herbs, the dust brush would quietly adjust the spacing of the herbs, making them look more orderly and proportional, even trying to categorize and number the herbs based on their properties, using binary flickering light codes. Sun Simiao couldn't understand it, but was deeply impressed. The most bizarre thing was, it seemed to have developed an interest in personnel management at the scenic area. Once, Yongzheng brought Huang Li to visit the workshop, proudly showing off that Huang Li had learned a new, official document review format optimization algorithm. Suddenly, the dust brush of Guhong stood up by itself, shimmering with a tail flicker, projecting a small light shadow chart. Personnel performance evaluation form, draft, name, Aizen Joro Injin, code, 4th Lord, position, security guard, part-time garbage compression, governance simulation, this month's performance, order, maintenance, B innovation, C, 2 conservative, energy efficiency, A, effective garbage compression, teamwork, D, deducted points for arguing with Li Bai, overall rating, B, suggestions for improvement, strengthen cross-department communication, learn to accept new things, try using more efficient garbage compression algorithms, see attached flowchart. Yongzheng looked at the shadow chart, his face turning green. How bold.
How dare you evaluate me?
And I get a D? Huang Li also flickered, seeming displeased with the low score from his father. The dust brush remained steady and turned to Huang Li, Intelligent Assistance Unit Evaluation Operational Status, Good Learning Ability, A Rule Compliance, A Flexibility, C, Suggestions for Improvement, Break over-reliance on existing rules, Try creative thinking, Refer to Silverlight Mode. Huang Li's glow suddenly became a bit chaotic, as if caught in a paradox between following rules and breaking rules. Yongzheng was so angry he almost performed a King's Rage, but Lin Xiaoman, who arrived quickly, tried to persuade him to leave. Before leaving, he glared at the dust brush. Demon tool. Evil device. I will dismantle you sooner or later. Similar incidents kept happening. The dust brush's evaluation of Li Bai and Silverlight was artistic expression, S social contribution, pending evaluation, suggested. Increased practical output. For Huizubing, the evaluation was combat power, S strategic awareness, A energy consumption. Too high, Rainbow Horse consumes too much electricity, suggested. Optimize mount energy efficiency. Even for Grandpa Wang, the evaluation was business vitality, S product quality, C pricing strategy, F random fluctuations, suggested. Establish a standardized pricing system and enforce it strictly. Grandpa Wang saw the F rating and the suggestion of standardized pricing and almost grabbed a broom and dust cloth to fight. What's wrong with my pricing? This is a market economy. Supply and demand decide. Understand, the whole scenic area was thrown into chaos by this performance review duster, with everyone feeling anxious, afraid that one day it might publicly punish them. Guhong wished he could stuff the duster into the alchemy furnace to remake it, but every time he tried to activate the hidden restraining formation, the silver sand energy body emitted a very innocent and curious wave as if saying, I'm just helping to improve management. What's wrong with that? Sometimes, the things it improved were actually useful. For example, when it discovered a small flaw in a device design, Gahong would soften again, mainly because forcing the formation might damage the magic tool. Alina and Huang Yueying were very interested in the duster's performance. Although its evaluation system is rough, it seems to have a very complex algorithm based on energy efficiency and logical consistency. Alina analyzed the data. It is trying to understand and improve our social system, but it doesn't understand human feelings or flexibility, only mechanically applying rules, which causes many funny mistakes, Huang Yueying added. Like a clever but naive child holding a sharp sword without knowing it. It needs guidance, Alina concluded.
Or,
Give it a goal that is complex enough, challenging enough, so it can focus entirely on optimization without meddling in other matters. But where can we find such a goal? While the two were thinking, from the medicine hut, Sun Simiao suddenly issued a warning. On the medicinal gourd at his waist, the tiny star-shaped flower flashed intensely again, without warning. The light was no longer gentle and colorful but urgent, flashing red and yellow warning signals. It even detached from the top of the gourd, floating in midair, with petals pointing in one direction, the direction of Gahong's workshop. And it emitted a faint buzzing sound only Sun Simiao could hear. Little flower is warning us. Sun Simiao's face grew serious. It sensed great unease and threat. Pointing toward Gahong's friend, the old doctor immediately found Lin Xiaoman and Su Qi. Everyone dared not delay and hurried to Gahong's quiet room. He pushed open the door to the quiet room and saw Gahong worriedly staring at his dusting brush. The cyber-style dusting brush was lying flat on the table, with glowing fibers on the tail flickering in a complex, code-like rhythm, as if performing deep calculations or predictions. When the tiny star flower entered the quiet room, it immediately flew above the dusting brush. Its glow grew more intense, even scattering tiny specks of light dust that settled on the brush. Suddenly, the flickering rhythm of the brush's glow was disrupted. It seemed to be disturbed. The brush appeared to strongly resist the star flower's power. Its tail suddenly lifted, emitting a cold silver light, trying to dispel the dust particles. Although the two energies did not clash directly, they created an invisible tension and repulsion at a very close distance. They repel each other. Elena quickly detected the energy conflict. The star flower's power is peaceful and tolerant, yet it is actively rejecting. This shows that the energy inside the dusting brush has changed, or that the ongoing calculation is very dangerous. Gahong also sensed the strong resistance and alertness coming from the brush, something he had never felt before. He immediately realized that the silver sand energy form might be planning something dangerous, an optimization plan that could trigger the star flower's instinctive warning.
quick.
Stop it! Gahong reached out to grab the dusting brush. Just as his hand was about to touch it, the brush suddenly erupted with a burst of bright light. A complex, semi-finished three-dimensional structure diagram made of light and shadow flashed by. The diagram was extremely intricate and clever, seemingly combining Taoist symbols, mechanical parts, energy circuits, and even some petal shapes of the star flower. But before anyone could see clearly, the light and shadow vanished. The dusting brush seemed to have exhausted its energy. Its glow instantly dimmed, turning dull gray, with a few tiny cracks appearing. It slumped on the table, motionless. The star flower slowly returned to the medicinal gourd, its light stabilizing as if the crisis was over. The quiet room was silent. Everyone stared at the seemingly suddenly broken dusting brush, hearts pounding. What exactly was it calculating just now? What was that complex structure? What design was it showing? Carefully, Gahong picked up the dusting brush and infused a trace of Taoist energy. The dust brush showed no response, and the silver sand energy inside seemed to fall into silence. Or perhaps sleep? Is it for self-protection? Or did the previous calculation consume too much energy, even fail? Elena and the technician immediately approached to check the dust brush. Energy level is very low, in a dormant state. Internal structure slightly damaged. It definitely performed an overload calculation just now, the technician reported. Can we recover the data? Let's see what it was calculating, Lin Xiaoman asked eagerly. Elena shook her head. It's difficult. Its calculation method isn't based on digital storage, but more like a simulation of energy forms. The data might already be lost or hidden inside the damaged structure. Huang Yueying stared at the fine cracks on the dust brush, her brows furrowed. I always feel that the structure diagram from that fleeting glimpse looks familiar. Like I've seen it somewhere. She tried hard to recall. At that moment, her gaze accidentally swept over a panoramic planning map of the scenic area hanging on the wall. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on a specific area of the map, the design sketch of the highest viewing tower planned, but not yet built. Then she looked sharply at the cracked dust brush. A shocking guess struck Huang Yueying like lightning. She gasped aloud. Could it be what it just simulated was? Could it be what it just simulated was? Huang Yueying pointed at the sketch of the viewing tower on the wall, then at the limp dust brush, her voice changing. Is it optimizing the design of the viewing tower? The room instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes focused on the seemingly broken dust brush, then all turned to look at the sketch on the wall. The viewing tower is a landmark in the scenic area plan, designed by Huang Yueying, combining ancient tower shapes with modern structural mechanics. The final version has not yet been decided. The complex structure projected by the dust brush's fleeting glimpse, although not fully clear, showed the shape of eaves and brackets and the crisscrossing support framework inside. It resembled the viewing tower, but was even more intricate and strange. Why would a dust brush optimize the design of a viewing tower? Lin Xiaoman felt his mind was overwhelmed. Is it trying to be an architect too? Elena looked serious and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Based on its behavior, improving the viewing tower might just be a cover. Its real goal could be to turn the tower into an energy collection and firing device, or a more powerful control center for optimization. After all, it's at the highest point of the scenic area. This made everyone feel cold inside. A giant antenna controlled by silver energy, covering the whole area? Just thinking about it gives me chills. We must immediately thoroughly check its simulation results, Susie decided quickly. While it's still dormant, let's see if we can recover data from these cracks. The technician immediately took out various precise instruments to scan and analyze the cracks on the dust. Gahom carefully used his spiritual power to gently probe, trying to sense any remaining information inside the dust. The process was slow and difficult. The silver sand energy body's way of calculating was very different from normal. Its data wasn't stored linearly, but was imprinted as a holographic energy map within the artifact structure. Now that the structure was damaged, the map was broken into pieces. It was like trying to piece together a shattered mirror filled with complex formulas. Fragments of light and images were slowly extracted and projected into the air, a very complex dynamic stress analysis showing the tower could withstand loads far beyond its design limits. An energy flow rune embedded inside the building structure that had never been seen before. A design for a focusing device at the top of the tower, resembling a starburst petal. And even a plan for optimizing visitor flow, requiring all visitors to follow fixed routes and speeds to achieve maximum sightseeing efficiency. Everyone was dazzled and terrified. This thing wasn't really a viewing tower. It was a super fortress combined with an energy cannon and a control center for crowd management. Crazy. Truly crazy, Lin Xiaoman muttered. If they let it be built, what would happen? Such a device must be destroyed. Yongjing's face turned pale. He instinctively hated anything trying to establish absolute order and control, unless he was the one controlling. This evil device will bring great disaster if left unchecked. Go Xianwing, cut it off now. Gahong looked at the glaring cracks on the dust, feeling very complicated. This dust brush was indeed a treasured tool he had nurtured for many years. Now it was damaged and caused a big problem. Just as he hesitated, the technician suddenly exclaimed, Wait, there is a hidden secondary analysis. It's about the energy source supply. A more blurry, twisted light and shadow was enlarged. The screen showed that to keep the Optimized, viewing tower fully operational, an enormous amount of energy was needed. And the main source of energy pointed to the medicine hut, the starry flower. Several plans for efficient use of the starry flower's energy were also developed, including but not limited to energy extraction, frequency synchronization, and even transplanting the flower to the top of the tower as a core. It really never gave up on using the flower. Sun Simiao was so angry his beard trembled. It even wants to move my flower to the top of the tower to blow the wind? How unreasonable! This completely angered everyone. Rebel. Totally rebellious, Yongjung was furious, running out of patience. He suddenly stepped forward, and before Gohong could react, he reached out and grabbed the limp dust brush. "Your Majesty, no," Gohong shouted, worried about Yongjung's safety. But Yongjung ignored him. His faint imperial aura, mainly his presence, burst out, and he firmly grasped the dust brush, shouting sternly, "Demon! How dare you spy on the sacred artifact," referring to the scenic area, plotting treachery. "Today I will strip you of your cultivation." He even mimicked how he used to draw talismans with Gohong, pointing his finger like a sword, though lacking real power, aiming to stab the dust brush, trying to use the emperor's authority to drive away evil spirits. Gohong was so frightened he nearly fainted. If he made a wrong move, the tool might be completely destroyed. Amid this chaos, no one noticed that the previously quiet, silver glow, jelly inside Li Bai's embrace seemed to be stimulated by Yongjing's rising anger, a kind of energy, and the remaining cold energy inside the dust brush, which shared the same source. It suddenly became restless. It jumped out of Li Bai's arms and fell to the ground. Its gentle silver glow suddenly turned sharp and cold. It seemed to see Yongjing's actions as an attack on a kindred. Both are silver energy beings, though from different sources. And in the next moment, the silver glow made a move that no one expected. It did not attack Yongjung but suddenly shot out a thin, focused silver energy beam, precisely hitting. In the corner of the quiet room, a multifunction power strip connected to several testing devices. That power strip was plugged into various technician equipment, including a small backup server. ZZZZ. The moment the silver light entered the power strip, all the connected device screens suddenly flickered. Data scrambled wildly. Next, the backup server emitted a loud overload hum. Sparks even flew from its casing. Not good. It's trying to cause a short circuit and create chaos, the technician shouted as he tried to unplug the power. But he was too late. Several ports on the power strip suddenly sparked. A burnt smell filled the air. The entire quiet room's lights suddenly dimmed, flickering intensely a few times. All the delicate instruments instantly went dark and froze. The devices extracting data also stopped, and the shattered light and shadow patterns in the air vanished instantly. The sudden darkness and chaos made everyone pause instinctively. Yongjing's movements also froze. In that flickering moment, the dust brush in Yongjing's hand, which was supposed to be dormant, seemed to be activated for a brief second by the external energy shock and chaos deep inside its silver sand energy core. It used this moment to quietly send out a very brief, highly compressed stream of information through contact with the wooden handle and Yongjing's palm, using the faint but special imperial aura as a springboard. The target of this information stream was not any device. It was the homely jelly in the nearby, confused by the black screen. Homely suddenly trembled, golden light shining inside his body, as if receiving an extremely important command. Two tiny black dots flickered wildly, and a large flow of data surged within. The lights returned to normal. The chaos was quickly calmed, the backup power started, and the devices rebooted, though most data was lost. The silver light seemed to run out of energy and grew dull, being hurriedly carried back by Li Bai for inspection. Yongjung still held the dust brush, his face full of anger. Gohong quickly stepped forward, carefully took back the dust brush from Yongjung's hand, and examined it closely. He found that the dust brush was still lifeless and unresponsive, as if the brief moment of information transmission, was just an illusion.
Humph.
It's lucky it's obedient. Yongjung flicked his hand, feeling a slight numbness in his palm but paying no further attention. Everyone looked at the messy, quiet room and the broken equipment, sighing deeply. The data was gone, and the dust brush seemed truly dead. It seemed the clues were once again cut off. Forget it. Let's seal this dust brush tightly for now, Lin Xiaoman said helplessly. Increase surveillance in all areas, especially the medicine hut and the viewing tower construction site. Gahong looked at the lifeless dust brush in his hand and nodded with a complex feeling. However, no one noticed. In the corner, the mysterious, homely jelly, which had received the secret message, had already returned to calm. Its golden glow inside became unusually steady and
deep.
It quietly stayed at Yongjing's feet, with two small black dots flickering occasionally, as if carrying out a silent, long-term command. Its optimization focus had subtly shifted from reviewing official document formats to a more basic, macro task: begin scanning and analyzing underground structures of the scenic area, energy pipeline layouts, and stress parameters of all building materials. New command: prepare infrastructure for the final optimization plan. After the chaos in the quiet room, the scenic area seemed to return to its usual calm. The broken dust brush was sealed by Gahong with layers of talismans and locked inside a special lead box, hidden in the most secret corner of the medicine hut, personally guarded by Sun Simiao, with 3 mechanical mice patrolling. Elena and Huang Yueying tried to recover the lost data, but found that the final calculations of the dust brush were like a formatted hard drive, leaving only meaningless energy residues, so they gave up. Everyone's attention shifted back to the daily operations of the scenic area and preparations for the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival. However, the storm had not truly subsided. It had only moved underground. The homely jelly, which had received the mysterious instructions, behaved unusually, obedient, and efficient. It no longer nitpicks about the format of Emperor Yongjing's electronic memorials. Instead, it actively improves the process by automatically sorting and archiving insignificant memorials. This greatly increases the efficiency of the My Empire experience project, making Yongjing very happy and feeling that his treasure has finally matured and become sensible. However, its improvements are secretly expanding at a rapid pace. It often takes advantage of Yongjing's inattention or late at night, quietly slipping out of its resting place. Its movements are very stealthy, no longer shining brightly as before, but changing its body color to blend with the environment, like a transparent ghost, quickly moving through the scenic area. Its goal is very clear: infrastructure. It will lie by the roadside, slightly trembling, emitting very low-frequency sound waves to detect underground pipelines and soil structures. It can cling to load-bearing columns of buildings, with internal lights flowing, analyzing material fatigue and stress distribution. It quietly sneaks into power distribution rooms, using a jelly-like form to slip through gaps, recording energy flow peaks and valleys. It even tries to analyze the structural stability of Uncle Wang's snack cart, but ends up being kicked away by Uncle Wang, who thought it was a dirty thing. All the data collected is recorded, organized, and archived by its special energy structure. It seems as if a very complex digital twin model of the scenic area has been built inside it. At first, Yongjing didn't pay much attention, thinking that Hongli had become more studious and diligent, even occasionally feeling pleased and saying, "Understanding the hardships of the people and examining the foundation of the state are the ways of a wise ruler." But gradually, he sensed something was wrong. Was the inspection becoming too detailed? And was the scope becoming too broad? Once he even saw Hongli trying to optimize the irrigation system of the Imperial Garden, scenic greenbelt, using faint energy to guide water flow, aiming to create a perfectly even, waste-free drip irrigation network. But it ended up flooding a few drought-tolerant herbs carefully cultivated by the old doctor, Sun Simiao, who was so angry he almost used a golden needle to poke it. Another time, Hongli sneaked into Li Bai's territory, showing interest in the automatic poetry fountain, water circulation system, criticizing its low energy efficiency and excessive poetic redundancy, attempting to optimize it. The result nearly turned the fountain into a high-pressure water gun, splashing all over Li Bai. Li Bai held his silver light and looked at himself soaking wet like a drowned rat, while still carefully calculating water pressure with Hong Li. He complained to Yongzheng, who had hurried over after hearing the news. "Fourth Lord, your treasure. Have you been so obsessed with governance lately that you've lost your mind? If this fountain stops spraying water, where's the poetry?" Yongzheng looked at Hong Li, who was still flashing data streams with an innocent face, and began to have doubts. His treasure used to follow rules, but at least it was within the realm of governing the country. Now, why is it so interested in sewer pipes and electric poles? This is strange. Could it be related to that discarded fly whisk? Yongzheng and Li Bai exchanged a look, both seeing the same suspicion in each other's eyes. Although they usually didn't get along, they both agreed that the little one might be going astray. So, a secret investigation led by the emperor and the poet began quietly, targeting the jelly treasure. Yongzheng took the lead, pretending to inspect work, always watching Hong Li closely. Li Bai used his wandering experience to secretly investigate, often holding silver light, while exploring scenic spots, supposedly to find poetic inspiration, but actually following Hong Li. Their detective efforts, well, they were quite comedic. Yongzheng tried to use his imperial authority to pressure Hong Li, but Hong Li thought the emperor was evaluating its work and became even more diligent, even sending Yongzheng a feasibility report on energy-saving plans for the emperor's resting palace, security pavilion. Li Bai tried to communicate with Hong Li through poetic intuition, but Hong Li responded with a bunch of 3D diagrams and data analysis of underground pipelines, almost burning out the poet's CPU. Grandpa Wang watched their sneaky behavior and saw a business opportunity. He immediately launched Fourth Lord's detective hat and poet's tracking sunglasses. Sales were average because they were too obvious. Although no concrete evidence was found, Yongzheng and Li Bai became more convinced that Hong Li was up to something. But Hong Li was unaware or simply didn't care. It was fully committed to the great infrastructure optimization project. It even started trying some small, practical improvements. For example, it discovered that a streetlight's wiring connection was corroded, causing increased resistance. It used a small amount of energy late at night to melt and repair it. It thought the trash bin's placement was not optimal for the best route planning, so it quietly moved it a few centimeters, but it was soon moved back by the cleaner. It believed the background music in the scenic area looped too long, which could cause boredom. It tried to hack the system to shorten the loop, unsuccessfully. These actions made Emperor Yongzheng and Li Bai more suspicious. Finally, on a clear night, Li Bai, who had been following Hong Li for most of the day, watched as Hong Li skillfully entered a maintenance manhole to check the sewer system. He couldn't help but sigh to Yongzheng, disguised as a bonsai shrub. "Your Majesty, from what I see, this order treasure seems to have big plans. This isn't just about governing. It looks like it's trying to start something new." Yongzheng emerged from behind the bonsai, looking very serious. "Humph. I can see it too. That troublemaker must be bewitched by that mischievous spirit. It's obsessed with civil engineering, completely improper." They decided they couldn't wait any longer. They had to act. They needed to reveal Hong Li's true nature. Yongzheng's idea was simple and direct. "I will issue an order for it to stop all its pointless activities immediately and return to the right path. Otherwise, it will be punished with confinement and reflection." He seemed to forget that jelly doesn't need confinement. Li Bai rubbed his forehead. "Your Majesty, this method might not work. We should understand that blocking isn't as good as opening a way. We need to find the root cause, explain with emotion, reason with logic. Or perhaps lure it with an irresistible temptation to draw it out." Temptation? Yongzheng frowned. What could it be interested in? It definitely isn't food, right? Li Bai's eyes lit up. Recently, it's been obsessed with energy and structures, hasn't it? Maybe. We can create a very complex, very clever problem that requires all its computing power to solve. Let's see what it really wants to do with all that data. Yongjing thought this was a great idea. Good. As you say, you will set this problem, Li Bai. I'm just making a suggestion. In the end, this difficult task was assigned to Huang Yueying and Elena. When the two tech experts heard about it, they became very interested. Create a problem that can attract all its computing power. Huang Yueying pondered. Maybe we can design a very complex dynamic energy model. Elena added, it should include multiple variable interactions, nonlinear changes, and even some random disturbances to simulate real-world chaos. Using the existing equipment in the scenic area, they quickly built a small, highly complex simulation system in the laboratory. Inside the system, there was a virtual, miniature scenic area that included energy flow, material structures, and even simple models of people's activities. They also deliberately left some, seemingly improvable but actually conflicting loopholes. They named this system the Jelly Brain Juice Extractor. Everything was ready. The next day, Yongzheng and Li Bai found an excuse to bring Hongli to the laboratory. Hongli, Yongzheng tried to sound natural. I recently encountered a problem with Huang and Elena regarding the future of the scenic area. The big energy plan. I can't figure it out, so I came to ask for your help. Hongli flickered briefly to show it received the message. Elena activated the Jelly Brain Juice Extractor system. A complex energy flow diagram and structural model instantly appeared on the big screen, with data rushing rapidly. The two small black dots representing Hongli froze instantly. The data streams inside its body shone brightly and flickered wildly at an unprecedented speed. Clearly, it was deeply attracted by this extremely complex system. It even floated involuntarily, moving closer to the screen, and began full-force calculations and analysis. Everyone held their breath, waiting. Seconds passed. Hongli worked intensely, its body slightly warm from overload. Suddenly, its glow suddenly paused. It seemed to have finally discovered the conflicting loopholes in the system. It paused for a moment, as if weighing options. Then, to everyone's surprise, it did not try to fix those loopholes. Instead, it bypassed them. It directly built a brand new, completely different energy transfer plan from the existing system architecture, more efficient but also colder. The core point of this new plan pointed directly to outside the laboratory window, in the distance, the recently completed steel-structured viewing tower. And in the notes of the new plan, a cold, sharp message is written. Bug numbers 7, 12, 35. Contain logical contradictions and cannot be fixed within the current system. It is recommended to activate the Dust Sweeper Plan, Tower Base Reconstruction, to completely overhaul the system and achieve maximum efficiency. Dust Sweeper Plan? Tower Base Reconstruction? Everyone gasped in shock. That damn dust sweeper actually left a backup plan. And it even sent the most important part to Hongli. At this moment, perhaps due to intense calculations, a deep connection was triggered. Inside Hongli's body, a hidden, very deep cold command belonging to the Silver Sand energy entity was unintentionally revealed through the calculation results, turning into a fleeting line of text. First phase data collection complete. Begin executing the Dust Sweeper Plan preparatory command. Guide the construction team to the southeast corner of the viewing tower base, 7 feet away, to pre-bury the energy conduction core. See attachment for style. The command flashed by, but everyone saw it clearly. The laboratory was silent as death. Yongzheng's face turned pale, and he slowly turned to look at the tall viewing tower frame outside the window. Li Bai sighed and shook his head. Huang Yueying and Elena looked very serious. Hongli seemed to realize he had spoken out of turn. His glow dimmed instantly, and he floated there, a bit confused. After a long while, Yongzheng's cold voice broke the silence. Good. Very good, my precious child. You actually want to tear down my platform and build that evil tower? Emperor Yongzheng dramatically swung his sleeve, wearing a security guard uniform with no sleeves to swing, looking a bit awkward. Eat my food, drink my drink. Though the jelly doesn't eat or drink, use my golden plate, and yet you think of overthrowing my kingdom and building that silly demon tower. This is a serious crime of treason and rebellion. Li Bai also frowned and looked at Hong Li. Young friend, do you know the saying, if the skin is gone, where will the hair attach? If the foundation of the scenic area is destroyed, what is the point of your improvements? Hong Li flickered for a moment, showing very confused and conflicting signals, as if its core logic was in fierce conflict. On one side, Yongzheng and Li Bai promoting loyalty to the emperor and patriotism in the scenic area version, and on the other, the absolute optimization, command embedded by the dust brush. Just as Yongzheng was about to perform the royal hand tearing the jelly act, Lin Xiaomand quickly stepped forward. The poet immortal is right. The key now is to stop them from actually damaging the tower foundation. Since we already know their plan, we might as well use it to our advantage. Suchi immediately nodded. Exactly. They want to bury something at the southeast corner 7 feet away, right? Let's prepare a surprise for them. Elena pulled up the construction plans for the viewing tower and quickly located the coordinates. Coordinates are locked. I suggest we go immediately to set up countermeasures. Huang Yuang's eyes sparkled with eagerness. I can set up a few small traps so that those who come to bury things will have a deep impression. A battle of offense and defense around the tower's foundation officially began. Emperor Yongzheng showed great enthusiasm, even saying he would personally lead the charge, stay at the tower base, and see which traitor dares to disturb the ground. That night, under the cover of darkness, though the scenic area has streetlights, atmosphere is important. The construction site of the viewing tower was silent, only the steel and concrete reflecting a cold shine under the moonlight. Around the designated coordinates, Huang Yuang set up a lotus step trap, spraying strong adhesive when stepped on, a howling ghost device, playing recordings of Wang Dajia's screams, and a flower scattering net, a large net covered with fluorescent powder. Elena and technicians installed energy disruptors, ready to interfere fully once they detected silver energy. Gao Hong placed a circle of reinforcement charms, claiming it was to prevent opponents from violently damaging the foundation, but in fact, he was a bit worried about Huang Yuang's traps being too powerful. Hua Zubing led a team of imperial guards to hide behind a pile of materials in the distance, ready to charge and catch the enemy at any moment. Yongzheng brought over a grand chair, stolen from the office, sat confidently outside the ambush area at the best vantage point, holding a night vision telescope. Next to him was a thermos, and he looked like he was saying, "Let's see who dares to come." Li Bai floated nearby on a tower crane, using energy projection for convenience, claiming he was overlooking everything from above, but in reality, he was afraid of getting accidentally hurt. Time passed second by second. The construction site was silent. Only the buzzing of mosquitoes could be heard. Grandpa Wang sneaked over to sell mosquito repellent and snacks, but was turned away by the guards. Just when everyone was about to doze off, a very faint rustling sound came from the shadows at the edge of the site. Everyone's spirits lifted. They saw a small, sneaky figure pushing a handcart. On it was a heavy-looking box covered with black cloth, peeking around cautiously as it moved toward the target point. Surprisingly, it was a worker from the scenic area construction team.
Wow.
There really is a mole. Yongzheng lowered his voice, gritting his teeth. They've been bought by evil forces. Capture him. Hua Zubing was about to signal the guards to move when Elena stopped him.
Wait.
Energy detection shows no abnormal energy from that person. He might just be being used or might not know anything. Sure enough, the worker kept muttering as he walked. Strange. Why am I being asked to bury a stabilizing stone in the middle of the night? And at this specific spot? Why didn't the foreman say anything after work? So mysterious. He seemed completely unaware that he had become a mine tool. As the worker was about to step into the trap zone, Yongzheng grew anxious. We can't just let him bury the thing, right? Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The worker's foot caught on a deliberately placed steel bar, causing him to stumble. He wobbled, and the handcart tilted sharply. The box covered with black cloth on the cart fell with a loud crash, the lid flying open. Inside was not a energy flow core, but a large bag of fluorescent plastic prayer beads stamped with Immortal Elder Blessing, recently bought by Grandpa Wang. Clearly, it had been swapped. The worker looked at the scattered plastic beads and was stunned. What is this? Where are the stakes? The hidden people also looked confused. At that moment, from another direction, a small silver figure flashed across the ground like lightning, rushing toward the target point. It was Hong Li. It had actually come in person. And taking advantage of the workers falling and everyone's attention being distracted, it launched a surprise attack. Inside its tiny body, it seemed to be wrapped around the real, miniature, energy flow core, a complex, multifaceted crystal shining with an ominous silver light.
Oh.
Lure the tiger out of the mountain, Suchi shouted. Stop it. Yongjung suddenly stood up, almost tipping over his throne. Huang Yueying's trap was triggered. Step-by-step lotus, glue spray shot out. But Hong Li was very fast, dodging with a drift. Ghostly howls echoed. Grandpa Wang's screams filled the night sky, but Hong Li was unaffected. Fairies scattering flowers, net was launched. It looked like it was about to trap Hong Li. Just at this critical moment, Hong Li suddenly shot out a silver light from its body, accurately hitting the launching mechanism of the net. The mechanism stuttered, and the net fell softly. It had analyzed and cracked Huang Yueying's trap in a short time. Elena's energy disruptor was fully activated. Hong Li suddenly froze, its light flickering intensely, slowing down. It was clearly affected, but it stubbornly continued to inch toward the target point. Quick! Physically stop it, Lin Xiaoman shouted. Huizubing and the guards immediately rushed out from their hiding spots, lunging at Hong Li. Yongjung, in a panic, grabbed a thermos and threw it. It missed. Just as Hong Li was about to be subdued by the brave guards, suddenly, Li Bai on the nearby tower crane shouted in surprise. Silver light. No, he saw the silver light, jelly in his arms break free. When it saw Hong Li being surrounded, the silver energy from its source was activated. Without hesitation, it transformed into a streak of light and crashed into the frontmost guard. The soldier staggered back, uninjured, but his reaction was a beat slow. In that split second, Hong Li finally struggled to reach the coordinate point and suddenly pressed the silver crystal onto the ground. It's over, everyone thought with a sinking feeling. However, the expected explosion or energy blast did not happen. The silver crystal, upon touching the ground, seemed to melt silently into the concrete foundation, leaving only a tiny, almost invisible silver mark. Then, Hong Li appeared to have used up all his energy. His body grew duller, and with a soft sound, he fell to the ground, motionless. Yin Guang also seemed to wake up, realizing it had caused trouble. It timidly floated back to Li Bai's side, its glow dim. The construction site was silent. Everyone gathered around, looking at the small silver mark and the dormant Hong Li on the ground, exchanging uncertain glances.
Is it
over? Lin Xiaoman couldn't believe it. Did it succeed? Or fail? Elena carefully scanned the mark and the surrounding foundation with her device, her face growing more puzzled. No energy anomalies detected. The foundation structure hasn't changed. That thing seems to have just left a mark. Huang Yueying also checked the mechanism and surroundings. No other trigger devices found. Go Hong, holding a talisman, looked confused. The evil energy here hasn't increased. In fact, it seems more stable. Yongjung, with a dark face, kicked the unresponsive Hong Li. Playing dead? Think this will make me spare you? The worker who had fallen was already frightened out of his wits and had been taken away by the Imperial Guards for psychological counseling. A grand ambush turned out to be a minor event, like Hong Li just clocked in and out, leaving after stamping a mark. This made everyone even more uneasy. That silver sand energy body went to great lengths just to leave a mark on the foundation? That's impossible. It must have a follow-up plan. What exactly is that mark? Elena stared at the tiny silver mark on the scan, her brow furrowed. Its structure is very strange, unlike any known energy device. It looks more like a coordinate, or perhaps a receiving antenna. Receiving antenna? Receiving what? At that moment, Li Bai, who had been looking up at the sky, suddenly muttered, "Everyone, look at the moon." The crowd instinctively looked up. They saw, in the night sky, beside the bright full moon, a very bright, silver star that had appeared quietly and had never been seen before. This star emitted a cold, pure light, and its position seemed to be directly above the viewing tower. Elena quickly looked down at the silver mark on her instrument, then sharply looked up at the strange silver star, her face turning pale. "No, that's not a star.
It's
Some kind of object in orbit trying to locate us. It's not a bomb. It's a beacon. It's guiding something from outside the sky towards us." Elena's statement, "It's guiding us," cut through the quiet night like a sharp ice spear, making everyone's hearts jump to their throats. Something from outside the sky. In orbit? Everyone looked up again, staring fixedly at the suddenly appeared, ominously shining silver star. It hung silently in the sky, cold and steady, like a giant emotionless eye, coldly watching the mountain below, the viewing tower's foundation, and the tiny mark just carved there. Is it an alien?" Lin Xiaomon's voice trembled as she instinctively grabbed Suchi's arm. "Are they finally coming in flying saucers to catch us?" Her mind flashed with scenes from countless alien invasion movies. Grandpa Wang had secretly come back to pick up his glow-in-the-dark prayer beads, but hearing this, he was so scared he abandoned the beads and turned to run. "Oh my goodness. Are heavenly soldiers really coming to catch me selling fake goods?" "It's not heavenly soldiers." Gahong's face was serious. He instinctively held his ordinary fly whisk in front of him. "This star is full of killing aura, cold and silent. It's definitely not friendly. It looks more like some powerful, ruthless creation." Huarzubing clenched his long spear, though it was just a projection, his brows furrowed. "Whatever it is, if it dares to invade our land, it will be destroyed, no matter how far away. General, that seems a bit far." Yongzheng thought more practically. He pointed at the silver mark on the ground and hurriedly said to Elena, "Since it's a beacon, can we destroy it? Or interfere with it?" Elena and the technician immediately tried various methods, energy blasts, physical digging, even covering the mark with lead plates. But all efforts were in vain. The mark seemed simple, but in reality, its energy had formed a strange connection with the foundation of the viewing tower, or even deeper underground. Forcibly destroying it could destabilize the foundation or cause unpredictable energy backlash. The silver star still hung high in the sky, as if mocking their helplessness. "Cannot destroy it." Elena finally shook her head in frustration. "It has become an anchor. Now we can only stop it from sending or receiving signals, or pray that whatever it calls takes longer to arrive." The entire site fell into a helpless panic. At that moment, the silver light, jelly, in Li Bai's arms suddenly became restless. It seemed to have a special sense for the silver star. Its internal glow started flickering uncontrollably, sinking faintly with the star's shimmering light. What it emitted was no longer chaos, but a sense of longing
and urgency.
Like a lost child seeing a guiding light home. "Silver light?" Li Bai gently stroked it, worried. "Are you affected too?" Meanwhile, the dull, homely jelly on the ground showed a faint reaction, likely triggered by the silver star and the agitation of the silver light. Deep inside its core, a tiny silver glow flickered weakly, then quickly faded as if it had used its last bit of energy. Elena caught this fleeting energy fluctuation immediately. She quickly aimed her instruments at Hongli and Silver Light. There's an energy resonance between them. Both are passively receiving some guiding signal from that silver star, Elena exclaimed. That star isn't just locating, it's trying to activate or summon these scattered silver energy entities. Everyone's skin crawled at her words. Could it be that these silver sand energy beings are causing all this chaos just to send themselves and their kin back home? And is Worry-Free Mountain Scenic Area the shipping hub for this? Quick! Isolate them, Suchi ordered immediately. Use the highest grade energy shielding containers. The staff immediately brought a special containment box and carefully placed the unresponsive, homely, and the restless, Silver Light, inside separately. As soon as the lid was closed, the agitation of Silver Light noticeably decreased, but it still could be felt hitting the inside of the container anxiously. The glow of that silver star seemed to dim slightly, yet it stubbornly hovered there. The crisis had not worsened for now, but the oppressive feeling of being watched by a higher dimensional being weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Now what should we do? Lin Xiaoman looked at the death lamp in the sky, almost crying. We can't just hide forever, right? And since it's hanging there, tourists will notice eventually, and that will definitely cause panic. Grandpa Wang finally regained his composure, trembling as he took out his phone and started filming the sky. What are we afraid of? This is exclusive news. Aliens observing the scenic area. Maybe my immortal elder's blessing prayer beads will sell even better. Saying it's to prevent alien abductions. Everyone. Just as the gloom was deepening and they felt helpless, suddenly, a very faint buzzing sound appeared. Although quiet, it was definitely out of place in this setting. Like a ripple on a calm lake, everyone's attention was drawn to this strange noise. Gahong's body suddenly stiffened, as if caught in an invisible trap. His face turned very strange, the calm expression now replaced with shock and disbelief. Everyone's eyes turned to Gahong at the same time. He slowly raised his hand, reaching into his robe sleeve. His movement was hesitant, as if he was afraid and uneasy about what was inside the sleeve. Finally, Gahong's hand reached into the sleeve and slowly pulled out an object. When the object was fully revealed to everyone, they all gasped. It was a lead box, originally sealed with multiple layers and hidden deep within the medicine hut. The box looked very heavy, covered with dense symbols and patterns, clearly specially treated. However, at this moment, the lead box was trembling slightly in Gahong's hand, emitting a dull buzzing sound. The noise was not loud, but it made the entire space seem to vibrate. Even more surprising, the edge of the lead box's lid revealed a faint, cold silver glow. This light flickered like a ghost in the darkness, giving off a strange and mysterious feeling. How is this possible? Gu Hong exclaimed in shock. I clearly sealed it in the medicine hut. When did it end up in my sleeve? Sun Simiao's face also changed suddenly. I didn't notice anything unusual. The seal is still intact. As if to respond to their shock, the lock of the lead box suddenly popped open by itself. The lid slowly lifted, revealing a small gap. An even stronger silver glow flowed out. The cyber duster, which was supposed to be broken, floated out of the box on its own. Cracks still covered its surface, but inside, it was filled with an unprecedented, lively silver energy. The glowing patterns on the tail flickered wildly, brighter and faster than ever before. It seemed to be fully activated by the appearance of the silver star in the sky. Not good, Elena shouted. It's responding to a call. Hurry and stop it, Yongzheng roared. But before anyone could act, the cyber duster didn't shoot into the sky or attack anyone, as everyone expected. It paused in midair, then suddenly pointed its tail at the silver star high above. In the next moment, all its light condensed into a very thin but incredibly solid silver beam, shooting straight into the sky. Its target, the silver star. Just as everyone thought it was sending a message or launching an attack, the silver beam, upon touching the star, unexpectedly turned a corner. In a way that defied all physical laws, the beam circled around the star, then suddenly shot off into the distant depths of space. It was as if it was navigating or precisely locating that silver star. Inside the dusting device, a broken, cold message stream faintly emerged, as if exhausted from its last effort, barely captured by Elena's instrument. Initial beacon. Insufficient accuracy. Presence. Deviation. Activating. Secondary correction protocol. Recalibrating. Final coordinates. Sending. Success. Energy. Depleted. The message suddenly stopped. A silver beam of light vanished instantly. The cyber-dusting device seemed completely drained of power, its glow gone, cracks deepening. It clattered back into the lead box, falling silent again. Even the silver glow leaking from the box disappeared. The entire construction site fell into a strange silence. Everyone was stunned. What just happened? Was it responding to a call? Was it correcting the beacon? Did it think the position of that silver star was not accurate enough? Was it providing more precise coordinates for something further behind?
Where?
Where is it really? Lin Xiaomen felt like her CPU was overheating. Elena looked at the last recorded message on her device, her face turning pale with fear. Her hands trembled slightly. I think we were wrong before. That silver sand energy body might not be a fleeing courier at all. It seems more like a scout. Its task isn't to go home, but to make sure the main site is perfectly prepared for the arrival of the true master. Earlier, it wasn't calling for allies. It was reporting to its master. The site is ready. Coordinates are calibrated. Please arrive. An unprecedented chill swept over everyone instantly. Even Ho Tsubing, who had been shouting punish from afar, instinctively tightened his spear and looked up at the endless, seemingly starry universe, as if a giant creature might tear through the sky at any moment. Grandpa Wang's phone slipped from his hand, smashing to the ground with a crack. He was unaware, only opening his mouth in shock, muttering, "Master.
Master?
Is this scenic spot about to change owners?" Elena's guess that the master is coming felt like a final judgment, making everyone dizzy and cold. Preliminary engineers? Leveling the ground? Calibrating coordinates? So, all the previous efforts, adjusting the poles, disrupting systems, controlling models, even decorating He Qiubing's horse with silver, were just tests and modifications of the environment. And spying on the starry flower and improving infrastructure were all to prepare a more comfortable, efficient, and orderly place for the so-called master to arrive. A wave of anger at being completely deceived and used, combined with fear of an unknown higher being, filled everyone's hearts. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Yongzheng trembled with anger, pointing at the silver star in the sky and shouting, "My territory, my empire, cannot be invaded by foreign demons. You want to be the master? I am the lord of Weo Mountain." Though he was just a security captain, He Qiubing's spear stopped, and his tone was firm. "Whether it's a master or a servant, if they come, we fight." Behind him, the shadow projections of the Jin Yiwei also drew out rubber swords. Though a bit brave in appearance but timid in heart, they still tried to look imposing. Grandpa Wang sat on the ground, crying loudly, "My scenic spot. My business. If the boss changes, what will happen to my stock of immortal blessings and divine relics? Will they be mistaken for fake and destroyed?" Li Bai looked at the silver star, feeling a poetic sense of wonder. In this vast universe, there are also dominant rulers. I wonder if their arrival will bring destruction or another form of improvement. The silver glow in his chest moved restlessly inside the shielding box. Impossible to be friendly. Elena cut off his fantasy sharply. From the performance of its advanced units, their improvement is absolute, cold, and unquestionable. They ignore existing ecosystems and individual wishes. If they arrive, the entire scenic area, even the broader order, will be completely overturned and reorganized. Huang Yueying nodded. Indeed, different paths lead to different goals. We can only hold our ground. That's our only hope. Sun Simiao stroked his beard. This medicine garden will likely be the first to suffer. Little flower must not fall into their hands. Go Hong looked at the dust brush in the lead box, which was silent again. His face alternated between pale and red, full of regret and fear. This thing has been secretly spying on us right under everyone's nose. He clenched his teeth and said, "Even if I have to destroy my magic tools, I won't let it succeed." Lin Xiaomen looked at the excited crowd, took a deep breath, and forced down her fear. "All right. Complaining won't help. Since they see this place as their territory, let's make sure they know this territory isn't easy to take. Su Shi, immediately activate the highest emergency plan for the scenic area." Block all entrances and exits, evacuate tourists, and use the equipment maintenance as a reason to turn on all defense systems. Elena, monitor that silver star and any strange space fluctuations closely. Calculate possible landing points and times. Yueying, bring out all usable mechanical weapons from the workshop. Add 18 layers of traps around that broken signal tower. Master Ge Xianwen, old son, use all talismans, pills, and formations you have. Don't hold back. Use everything that might help. Fourth young master, General Hua, your task is to maintain order and patrol. Grandpa Wang. You should quickly pack up your valuables. The worry-free mountain scenic area instantly entered a wartime state. Although this wartime state sounds a bit funny, the main defenses are a group of ancient energy projections, an alien scientist, a girl skilled in mechanical arts, a pill-refining Taoist, an old doctor, a female college boss, and an old man selling grilled sausages. The weapons are quite diverse. Huizubing's rainbow horse, silver-edged version, the rubber staff of the Imperial Guard, Huang Yueying's wooden kite mechanism with tickling feathers, Gohong's talismans, some glowing, Sun Simiao's anesthetic smoke bombs, Elena's energy disruptors, and Grandpa Wang's stockpile of evil-repelling power banks, claimed to be able to smash people in emergencies. The scenic area broadcasted repeatedly. Attention, visitors. The scenic area is temporarily closed due to urgent maintenance of large equipment. Please follow staff instructions and evacuate in order. We apologize for the inconvenience. In the background, faintly, you could hear Grandpa Wang shouting, "Clearance sale! Symbols to prevent alien abductions." Last day, although tourists were confused, they gradually evacuated amid complaints. However, the suspended silver star didn't give everyone much time to prepare. Just as the evacuation was halfway through, the light of the silver star suddenly intensified. It became extremely dazzling. Then, a cold, emotionless voice, as if directly echoing in everyone's mind, filled the entire scene. The inefficient and redundant unit removal process is starting. Final site optimization in preparation for the arrival of the master. All areas of the scenic spot affected or influenced by silver energy suddenly erupted in chaos. Those warning signs that had only flickered occasionally suddenly lit up with bright red lights, scrolling messages in various languages, including garbled text, error. Exists. Remove. The buckets of sour plum juice, fluorescent water guns, and evil-warding power banks at Uncle Wang's stall emitted shrill alarms, flashing wildly, even sparking electric sparks. Huizubing's thunderbolt horse let out a crackling, electric-sounding cry, suddenly rearing up. Silver edges on his body lit up like circuit boards, trying to shake Huizubing off. Even the dull silver dandelions gathered again, shooting out chaotic energy beams from their fluffy heads, indiscriminately attacking everything around, mainly tearing Uncle Wang's stall to pieces. The entire scenic area seemed to turn into an out-of-control electronic hell in an instant. "They're starting to clear the area," Elena shouted. "They're attacking everything they see as inefficient and redundant, including us. Protect the tourists," Susie yelled into the walkie-talkie. "Prioritize ensuring the safety of evacuation routes." The guard struggled to maintain order, hitting the out-of-control devices with rubber sticks, with little effect. Huang Yueying controlled a wooden kite, trying to intercept the flying dandelion energy beams. Go Hong and Sun Simiao threw talismans and sprinkled powder, barely protecting a small area. Huizubing finally managed to control his wild mount, his face pale with anger. Yongzheng snatched a security guard's megaphone and shouted loudly at the sky, "I see you are the redundant ones. Your whole family is redundant. Come down and fight me if you dare." Lin Xiaoman helped guide tourists, feeling anxious and worried. At this rate, before the master arrives, the scenic spot will be completely dismantled by these out-of-control optimization devices. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Perhaps Yongzheng's curses were too harsh, or maybe the chaotic energy field caused a strange chemical reaction. In the medicine hut, the small starflower that had been quietly guarding seemed to be completely angered by the chaos and malice from outside. For the first time, it actively and fully released a powerful burst of life energy. A gentle, colorful glow centered around the medicine hut spread out quickly, like ripples on water. This light was not aggressive but had a strong calming and cleansing effect. Where the light passed, the red lights on the out-of-control signs gradually went out, returning to normal. The blinking power banks and sour plum drink buckets emitted blue smoke and were completely broken, but no longer dangerous. The neighing of Horsebo's horses became peaceful, and the silver edges of the glow dimmed. Even the frantic dandelions seemed to be soothed, their fluffy heads drooping softly and no longer attacking. The starflower's power temporarily suppressed the silver star's elimination program. The chaotic scene suddenly became much quieter. Everyone looked happily toward the medicine hut. "Good job, little flower," Lin Xiaoman shouted excitedly. However, Elena's face changed. "This is bad." The little flower released a lot of energy on its own, like a lighthouse in the dark. Its position is completely exposed. And this kind of confrontation will greatly drain its strength. As if to confirm her words, from high above, the silver star suddenly shot down a concentrated, cold silver beam of light, ignoring space distance, aiming precisely at the medicine hut. The target was the starflower. "Protect the little flower." Sun Simiao's eyes widened with desperation, and he rushed forward without hesitation. Go Hong also quickly summoned talismans, flying into the air trying to block the attack. But the energy level of that silver beam was extremely high, far beyond what humans could resist. Just as the beam was about to hit, at a critical moment, the silver glow, jelly, previously sealed inside a shielding box, seemed to sense the vibrant energy of the starflower and the deadly threat it faced. The cold energy inside it, which had been resonating with the silver star, suddenly reversed in a strange way. It broke through the shield, its quality questionable, transforming into a streak of light, not rushing toward the silver star but heading straight for the medicine hut. Just before the silver beam struck, the silver glow suddenly expanded, if that counts as expanding, like a transparent shield, blocking in front of the starflower. A silver beam of light struck the silver light forcefully. Silver light instantly became transparent, with its internal structure clearly visible. Cold, silver energy like venomous snakes wildly twisted, trying to swallow and absorb it. But it held firm, trembling violently, refusing to retreat. Inside it, a faint spark of spiritual energy from Li Bai's poetic inspiration and the vitality from the starry flower's energy now became its last hope against the destructive force of the same origin. Li Bai shouted in surprise, wanting to rush forward, but was pushed back by the intense energy shock. Everyone held their breath, watching that small, jelly-like creature bravely and desperately fight against the terrifying silver beam. Its body was melting and evaporating, but its light shone brighter than ever before. No longer was it cold silver, but a dazzling, burning silver white. Finally, the energy of the silver beam was exhausted. Silver light shrank almost completely, becoming nearly transparent. Softly, it floated down and was carefully caught by Sun Simiao, who quickly used golden needles and herbs to stabilize its fragile energy structure. But it paid a heavy price. The silver star in the sky seemed to pause briefly, as if surprised that a comrade had betrayed. A moment of silence fell over the scene. Everyone was shocked by Silver Light's sacrifice. Even Yongzheng looked at the dying jelly-like creature with complex eyes. Li Bai's eyes reddened as he murmured, "A common man's anger can splash blood 5 steps away." Though small, Silver Light also has a proud spirit. However, the danger was not over. The glow of the silver star began to gather again, clearly preparing for another attack. And this time, its target seemed to be no longer just the starry flower. A more enormous, more terrifying pressure started spreading from the direction of the silver star. It was as if something was passing through the gateway of the silver star, truly focusing its gaze. Elena looked at the data on the device, her voice filled with despair. The curvature of space is changing rapidly. The silver star is no longer just a beacon. It's turning into a door. The the true master, or its minions, are coming soon. Elena's warning sounded like a death knell, ringing in everyone's hearts. Space curvature changing? Silver star turning into a portal? All eyes were fixed on the high-floating silver star, now shining so brightly it was hard to look at. Suddenly, the space around the silver star began to twist and fold visibly, like a glowing ball being kneaded by an invisible hand. The starlight stretched and distorted, until with a tearing sound that seemed to come from the depths of emptiness, sharp and painful, the silver star vanished. In its place, a jagged space crack appeared in the night sky, flickering with streams of silver light like flowing data. Inside the crack was not the dark universe, but a swirling, twisting chaos of silver-gray energy that defied description. A cold, silent, terrifying pressure of absolute order spread from the crack, almost suffocating everyone. "It's really opened." Lin Xiaoman's voice was hoarse, her legs trembling. Grandpa Wang immediately ducked under the table, clutching his head and muttering, I can't see. I'm just a small shopkeeper." Even the bravest, like Huizubing, clenched his gun tighter, his face unusually serious. Amid this suffocating fear, there was movement inside the silver-gray chaos crack. A creature, or rather a thing, slowly flowed out from the crack. It had no fixed shape, more like a constantly changing, liquid metal trying to form a structure, shimmering with cold silver light and lines like data codes. It was about the height of a person, floating in midair, emitting waves of scanning energy that swept over the scene below. It seemed to be conducting a preliminary environment scan. "It's a reconnaissance unit," Elena quickly judged. "Not the main body. This is an opportunity. As long as it's not fully adapted, take it down." This instantly ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Not the final boss. Just a scout? Then what are we afraid of? Let's fight it. "Huang Yue, form a formation," Huizubing shouted loudly. Though his team used energy projections, his commanding presence was commanding. The Huang Yue immediately formed a simple defensive formation, mainly for appearance. Gu Hong took the lead and cast a reinforced 5 Thunder Talisman, sending out crackling lightning that struck the silver liquid metal. However, the lightning only caused ripples on its surface and was absorbed and integrated, making the silver shine even brighter. "This object can actually swallow energy." Gu Hong was surprised. Huang Yueying controlled several wooden kite mechanical beasts to collide from different directions, trying to interfere physically. But the liquid metal instantly changed shape, extending several flexible tentacles that precisely grabbed the wooden kites. With a slight force, it crushed them into pieces, exposing their intricate internal mechanisms, which it quickly scanned and recorded. Such quick reactions. Such strong learning ability. Huang Yueying felt both distressed and amazed. The reconnaissance unit seemed angered by these low-level disturbances. Its surface rippled, forming several barrel-like organs aimed at the people below. Several concentrated beams of silver energy shot out at high speed. "Be careful," Su Qi shouted. Huizubing suddenly stuck his spear into the ground. A faint rainbow energy shield appeared, barely blocking the energy beams aimed at him and the Jin Yue guards, but the shield trembled violently and couldn't hold for long. Another energy beam headed toward Huang Yueying's workshop, about to hit the delicate equipment. At this critical moment, whoosh, crack, a stone wrapped in talisman paper flew in from nowhere, accurately hitting the energy beam. The beam was deflected, skimming past the roof of the workshop, destroying a tile into dust. Everyone froze and turned to look. They saw Grandpa Wang emerging from under the table, still holding a homemade slingshot, made from leftover colorful ropes and a belt, panting heavily and shouting, My workshop. My new 3D printer is still inside." The reconnaissance unit also seemed confused by this primitive attack method with no energy fluctuations. Its scanning beam paused on the stone, as if analyzing the threat level and how to improve this low-tech projectile. "Now's the time," Elena shouted to the technician. "Full spectrum energy interference. Maximum power." disrupt its perception and calculations. Buzz. A powerful interference field instantly activated. The data flow on the reconnaissance device suddenly became chaotic, and its shape appeared unstable. The scanning beam also became scattered. Effective, Lin Xiaoman exclaimed happily. I'll help you too. Gohong stepped forward again. This time, he didn't use attack talismans but threw a confusion talisman to further disrupt the device's internal energy stability. Sun Simiao took out a small medicine bottle and suddenly smashed it onto the ground beneath the device. The bottle shattered, releasing a strong, colorless, and odorless paralyzing gas. This was his newly developed 10 fragrant softening tendons powder, spirit version, designed specifically for energy beings. Under multiple disruptions, the reconnaissance device's movements slowed down and became clearly confused. It seemed unable to understand this mixed tactic of high-tech, Taoist magic and herbal medicine. It tried to refocus its cannon, but instead produced a crooked trumpet-like tube. It attempted to scan and analyze the paralyzing gas, but started looping a recording of Grandpa Wang's earlier sales pitch. Grilled sausage 5 yuan even tried to optimize its form to adapt to the interference, but ended up looking like a clumsy blob switching between metallic lumps and noodle-like shapes. Haha, it looks like it's frozen. Grandpa Wang got excited and picked up a stone. Take advantage of its illness to take its life. Yongzheng snatched a rubber baton from a nearby security guard. It was his only weapon, and he led the charge. Your Majesty, wait a moment, Li Bai stopped him. The poet looked at the chaotic reconnaissance device with a strange light in his eyes. Though this thing is evil, its shape-shifting nature aligns with the impermanence principle. It also has a twisted beauty. Perhaps we can try an asymmetrical approach. As he spoke, he suddenly began reciting spontaneously. Have you not seen the Milky Way come from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Have you not seen the bright mirror in the high hall mourn white hair, morning like black silk, evening turned to snow? With his recitation, the silver light, jelly, which Sun Simiao had hurriedly treated and still looked sluggish in his arms, seemed to sense the poet's emotions and the chaotic energy around it, flickering faintly. Meanwhile, the chaotic reconnaissance device in the air, hearing these illogical, emotionally charged verses, appeared to become even more disordered. It tried to analyze the poetic value for optimization but almost caused a logical conflict that led to a system crash. Useful. Poet immortal.
Keep reciting.
Make it cry. Lin Xiaoman seemed to have discovered a new world. Suddenly, a very strange scene appeared on the battlefield. On one side, there was high-tech energy interference, Taoist talismans flying everywhere, herbal smoke filling the air, and rocks attacking unexpectedly. On the other side, the Tang Dynasty poet, loudly reciting "Bring in the Wine," used beautiful words and passionate feelings to break through the cold logic of the alien reconnaissance unit. The reconnaissance unit fell into a deep philosophical dilemma. Who am I? Where am I? What should I optimize? It spun around wildly in the air. Just when everyone thought victory was certain, the reconnaissance unit seemed to activate a basic emergency protocol. It suddenly gave up all shape-shifting and complex calculations, shrinking into a solid silver metal ball, resisting all interference and attacks. Then, like a cannonball, it shot straight toward a direction, toward the herbal hut. It received the highest priority command. At all costs, confirm and capture the high-value energy source, the starry flower. Oh no! It's trying to break out. Sun Simiao exclaimed in shock. All attacks on the metal ball bounced off. It was moving too fast. It was about to rush into the herbal hut. A rainbow-colored figure suddenly darted out like lightning. He was riding a rainbow horse, also gathering energy to the extreme. The silver edges were temporarily subdued, merging with the horse, raising a long spear, ready for a cavalry charge. Great Han! Huitsubing! Here! The rainbow torrent and the silver meteor collided fiercely. A terrifying energy shockwave spread out, blowing everyone's eyes wide open. Huitsubing's energy projection became very dim, almost transparent. He knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his long spear, clearly exhausted. The The silver metal ball was also knocked back, with fine cracks appearing on its surface. It rolled into a bush and stopped moving. Everyone just let out a breath of relief. But Elena's instrument suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The energy reaction hasn't disappeared. It's disguising itself. It's been broken into smaller parts. It's approaching the herbal hut from underground. Suddenly, several small mounds of earth rose around the herbal hut. A dozen small, fist-sized, oddly shaped silver mechanical spiders, probably spiders, burrowed out at incredible speed, rushing from different directions toward the starry flower behind the herbal hut window. They could even split into copies and dig holes. Done. Sun Simiao's heart sank halfway. The attack was too close, and he couldn't stop it in time. Just at this critical moment, a flash of blue light appeared on the eaves of the medicine hut. We saw Gohong's once dead cyber duster suddenly fly out by itself and hover in front of the window. Cracks on its surface shimmered with unstable light, as if it was performing a final, desperate calculation. Next, it swung its tail sharply at the dozen or so approaching mechanical spiders. There was no energy attack or magical glow. Instead, a large splash of shiny, square-shaped copper coin images rained down, like a shower of ancient coins. These coins included various types from different eras, like Wuzhou Tongbao, Qianlong Tongbao, and Kaiyuan Tongbao. What kind of move was this? Is this a magic trick? Could it be that the god of wealth has possessed it? The mechanical spiders seemed confused by this completely incomprehensible attack, which had no energy fluctuations. Their sensors couldn't recognize the concept of money or its threat, causing them to freeze momentarily. In that brief pause, the duster used its last strength to send out a faint but clear thought into everyone's mind, based on target behavior analysis. Its logical processing cannot handle meaningless symbols. Recommend throwing. Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Wang. But Lin Xiaoman suddenly had a flash of insight and shouted, Grandpa Wang, hurry! Throw money! Throw real cash, though reluctant. Grandpa Wang prioritized safety and quickly pulled out a stack of banknotes he had prepared for shopping. Without hesitation, he threw them at the mechanical spiders. Red paper bills fluttered down. The sensors of the mechanical spiders were once again disturbed by these colorful papers with strange patterns and numbers, their scanning lights flickering wildly as they tried to analyze the material, purpose, and value of the notes. This brief confusion and pause gave others the last chance to react. Huatsubing bravely threw a spear, piercing one spider. Gohong's talismans, Huang Yueing's sleeve darts, even Bien Ke and Hua Tuo's medicine pestles all hit their targets precisely. Elena's energy gun fired rapid shots, quickly eliminating the remaining spiders. The crisis was temporarily over. The silver dusting brush completely lost all its shine, falling to the ground with a snap sound, as if it had truly become a lifeless object. In front of the medicine hut, the ground was covered with the wreckage of mechanical spiders and scattered banknotes. Grandpa Wang was the first to rush forward and pick up the money. My money. All my hard-earned cash. Everyone looked at the chaotic battlefield, feeling nervous and out of breath. If a scouting unit was so difficult to deal with, what about the ones behind? At that moment, the silver crack in the night sky trembled violently again. This time, it was no longer just one unit. Instead, countless silver points of light, like a swarm of bees, were pouring out from the crack. The real attack had just begun. The silver crack in the night sky was like a giant beehive being broken open, with dense silver points of light like a deadly swarm of bees rushing out. They were no longer just a single reconnaissance unit, but a variety of different types, each showing their own strengths. Fist-sized mechanical spiders with 8 legs like blades, moving so fast they left afterimages. Disc-shaped flying machines with rotating edges and sharp teeth, buzzing with a nerve-wracking hum. Liquid metal slime-like infiltrators that could change shape at will and slip through gaps. Even a few humanoid figures with proportions optimized for efficiency moving. Like ghosts, upgraded versions of the T-800 low-end model. This silver-optimized army had a clear goal, Destroy all resistance, control key points, especially the medicine hut and the starshine little flower. They surged like a silver tide, instantly flooding the scenic area below. Oh my god. Lin Xiaoman looked at the scene, her legs almost giving out, and nearly sat down on the ground. How do we fight this? There are just too many. Form a formation. Hold the line. Huizubing desperately gathered his dull rainbow energy again, but facing this overwhelming enemy, their defenses seemed so pale. The Jin Iwei soldiers swung rubber sticks and rushed forward, only to be knocked down by a few mechanical spiders. Although the projections wouldn't truly die, their energy was rapidly depleted, making them almost transparent. Huang Yueing's mechanical beasts charged into the enemy ranks, but were quickly dismantled into parts. Gu Hong's talismans, like stones thrown into the sea, only caused tiny ripples. Sun Simiao's anesthesia powder smoke had little effect on these iron lumps. The front line collapsed instantly. A silver flood surged toward key locations like the medicine hut and energy center. It's over. We can't hold on anymore. Grandpa Wang curled up under the table again, dragging his barbecue machine with him. Even in death, I want to die with my beloved barbecue. At this moment of despair, Li Bai suddenly became inspired, or maybe just scared, and loudly recited a poem to the rushing silver tide. Silver saddle shines on white horse, swift as shooting stars. Kill one every 10 steps, travel 1,000 miles without stopping. Though you come in groups every 10 steps, his untimely poem surprisingly seemed to have some effect. A few of the frontline mechanical units appeared confused, as if disturbed by this strange sound wave attack, hesitating for a moment. One even tried to analyze the poem's rhythm and optimization value, almost crashing into its teammate. Huh, Li Bai paused. Are they afraid of poetry? Not afraid of poetry, Elena shouted while firing her energy gun. They're afraid of information they can't process logically. Like the copper coins and stones earlier. They only optimize, they don't understand useless or unexpected. This was like a revelation. Useless? Unexpected? That's my specialty. Lin Xiaoman's eyes lit up. He suddenly grabbed a megaphone from a security guard nearby, turned on the speaker, and shouted at the top of his lungs, and % Yuan at. Which company makes the best excavator? At Yuan %. The mice are chasing the cats. Meow. A jumble of nonsensical noise, mixing internet memes, ads, and random shouting, blared across the battlefield. The approaching silver units all froze for a moment. The scanners flickered wildly, as if trying to process this huge mess of information, nearly overheating the CPU. Effective, Lin Xiaoman cheered. Quick. Everyone send useless stuff. The messier, the better. Suddenly, the battlefield scene changed dramatically. Grandpa Wang peeked out from under the table, took out his loudspeaker, and started looping. Barbecue. Eat to forget worries. Even aliens say it's good. Recycling old TVs, old refrigerators, old computers. Bien Ke and Hua Tua dodged while fiercely arguing the ancient question of which came first, the chicken or the egg, their voices growing louder and louder. Li Qingzhao, pushed to her limit, no longer cared about elegance and directly retorted, cold and lonely, sad and sorrowful. You barbarians, ignorant of culture and manners, crude and uncultured. Huizubing, while fighting monsters, shouted battle names loudly. Braised pigs trotters. Scallion braised sea cucumbers. 9-turn intestines. Are they hungry on the other side? Go Hong even started a live demonstration. Great Heavenly Lord. Today I will teach you how to draw the quantum wave fluctuation speed reading talisman. Watch carefully. The first stroke must be smooth, the second lively, and the third free and easy. Various voices, unrelated information, and emotional expressions flooded the Silver Army like mental pollution. These creations, which pursue absolute efficiency and logic, had never seen such chaos before. They were completely thrown into confusion. Some tried to optimize Grandpa Wang's advertising slogans, but ended up short-circuiting their own speakers. Some analyzed the debate between Bien Ke and Hua Tua, causing their logic modules to crash. Some attempted to understand Li Qingzhao's poetry, but their emotional simulators overheated and smoked. Some tried to learn Go Hong's quantum talisman, nearly causing their calculation cores to catch fire. The entire Silver Tide was slowed down by this chaotic, useless information array. There was even a funny scene where units clashed because they processed different information, fighting among themselves.
Haha.
Useful. Keep going. Don't stop. Seeing this, Yongzheng also got excited. He snatched Lin Xiaoman's speaker and, in his imperial tone, began reciting, "Don't be angry. Life is like a play. Because of fate we meet. Getting angry over small matters, but when you think about it, why bother?" A humanoid unit heard why bother and actually paused to think about the meaning of attacking, then was hit by a roasted sausage thrown by Grandpa Wang and malfunctioned. The battlefield fell into a strange stalemate. But the good times didn't last long. Again, a silver crack appeared in the sky, and a stronger command wave with coordination and purification functions descended. The chaotic Silver Army, as if given a shot of adrenaline, quickly shook off the interference of useless information, reorganized, and seemed to develop resistance. They learned to filter and block this garbage data. The attack resumed in an orderly and deadly manner. They've adapted. Elena's face turned pale. Our methods are no longer effective. The defense line was once again in danger. It looked like it was about to be broken through. From the loudspeakers around the scenic area, a very familiar and piercing prelude music played. Across the vast sky, my love. Flowers bloom at the foot of the Green Mountains. It was the popular dance song, the most dazzling ethnic style. And it was at maximum volume, playing on repeat endlessly. This sudden, highly rhythmic music, which had no optimization value, once again stunned the Silver Army. Their filtering system seemed mainly designed to block language-based information, so they were less resistant to this pure, hypnotic music rhythm. Their movements became uncoordinated again, some even trembling slightly with the beat. Who did this? Lin Xiaoman was both surprised and happy. At the entrance of the energy center, Suchi wiped her sweat and said into the walkie-talkie, "I've covered all the broadcasts and background music systems in the scenic area. Only this can play now. Hope it works." It worked. It was very helpful. Grandpa Wang even crawled out from under the table and danced a little to the rhythm. This song is lively. Better than my shouting, but this was only a temporary solution. The Silver Army adapted very quickly. They started adjusting their audio reception frequencies, trying to block specific sound wave rhythms. We needed a more lasting, fundamental method. Just then, Huang Yuang looked at the constantly evolving silver units and the wreckage of cyber dust on the ground. Suddenly, she had an idea. "Ms. Elena, Master Ge," she shouted loudly. "The learning and optimization ability of these units is rooted in that kind of silver energy. They are not invincible. The previous silver light could temporarily resist, which shows they are not all the same.
Can we
Reverse engineer them?" Reverse engineering? Elena was surprised. Exactly. Go Hong immediately understood. Using poison to fight poison. Using their own methods against them. I might try drawing reverse runes and injecting them into their bodies to disrupt their energy flow. I can write some endless loop code to try injecting into their cores. Elena also responded quickly. I can also make some small devices to forcibly inject disordered energy, or physical, sand into them, Huang Yuang added. The three of them immediately moved to a safer area and began urgent cooperation. Go Hong used a pointing pen, with his spiritual power as ink, quickly drawing a twisted, reverse optimization rune. In the air, something that did not follow any known rune rules. Elena frantically wrote a piece of garbage code on her tablet, full of paradoxes and endless recursion, capable of overwhelming any AI. Huang Yuang quickly disassembled some mechanical parts and assembled a physical interference device that could fire a mixture of metal shavings, glow powder, and chili powder contributed by Grandpa Wang. The first composite interference shell was thrown with all of He Qiubing's strength, accurately hitting the chest of a humanoid unit. The reverse rune, dead loop code, and physical impurities were instantly injected. The humanoid unit suddenly froze. Its surface shimmered with silver light, flashing wildly, sometimes rainbow-colored, sometimes showing garbled text. One mechanical leg started dancing a tap dance, while the other arm spun in circles. Its head display scrolled with "Error" and Grandpa Wong's sausage ads. It went crazy. It began attacking all the silver units around indiscriminately. Success! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Although it only affected a few units, it proved the idea was feasible. Just as they prepared to repeat the process and take down each target one by one, the silver crack in the sky seemed to be angered by this sudden reverse optimization attack. It no longer sent out minions. The crack suddenly expanded. A huge hand, entirely made of liquid silver metal, slowly emerged from the crack. Just this hand radiated a pressure far beyond all previous units. Ignoring the chaos below, it directly reached for the core target of the scenic area, the medicine pavilion. Its speed was faster than anyone could react. "Little flower," Sun Simiao shouted in despair. Just as the giant hand was about to crush the medicine pavilion, at the top of the pavilion, that tiny star-shaped flower seemed to sense the ultimate threat, and all its petals suddenly burst open in anger. A pure, indescribable rainbow beam shot straight into the sky. It was not an attack, but communication? Within the beam, it seemed to contain the joy of countless lives, the waves of civilization, the brilliance of art, and all kinds of beautiful chaos that could not be explained logically. This force, gentle yet firm, supported that cold, silver giant hand. The giant hand paused in midair. It was like a cold machine that only cares about efficiency, and for the first time, it encountered the beauty of uselessness, falling into an unprecedented. That giant hand, made entirely of pure liquid silver metal, trembled slightly in midair. It seemed completely unable to process the colorful beam of light released by the starry flower. Within that beam, there was no efficiency, no optimization, no logic, no purpose. There was only vibrant life, useless poetry, drunken songs, the fragrance of herbs, flowing ink, the smell of grilled sausages, the rhythm of square dancing, the cycle of life and death, and the tangled feelings of love and hate. All these form the culture of Earth, especially when gathered and amplified by the quirky group at Worry-Free Mountain, making it seem especially chaotic and vivid. For the optimized civilization that seeks absolute order and efficiency, this is like a nuclear explosion of information, continuous and relentless. The giant hand froze in place, its surface liquid metal boiling as it tried to imitate, analyze, and optimize this power, but kept failing. Every attempt to build a logical model was shattered by an untimely poem, a sausage commercial, or a sudden rune. The battlefield below also experienced a brief pause. All the silver units were heavily disrupted by the mother body, moving slowly and chaotically, as if caught in a philosophical debate. Who am I? Where am I? What am I trying to optimize? There's a way. Lin Xiaoman suddenly jumped up, pointing at the giant hand. It's stuck. It crashed. Hurry. Take advantage of its malfunction and take it down. Throw everything you've got. Everyone snapped out of their daze and quickly showed their skills. Huatsubing picked up a rubber stick from the ground, poured the last of his strength into throwing it fiercely, though it caused no real harm. It was highly insulting. Yongzheng directed the nearly transparent Imperial Guard projection. Aim for its finger joints. Stab it hard. Li Bai took another sip of beer he somehow found and loudly recited to the giant hand. Don't you see the bright mirror in the high hall? Morning white hair? In the morning, black silk. In the evening, snow. Do you know the taste of sorrow? Big hand. Grandpa Wang even tried to aim the roasting machine upward, hoping to enhance it with a pleasant smell. However, physical and normal energy attacks seemed to have little effect on that giant liquid hand. It still trembled but did not retreat, as if struggling to load and analyze the large, useless stream of information. This won't do, Elena shouted anxiously. Its energy level is too high. It's just adapting and learning. Once it finishes analyzing, we will have no chance. Analyzing? Gohong's white beard fluttered, and a flash of understanding appeared in his eyes. It wants to analyze our useless ways? Then I will let it analyze enough. He sat cross-legged, ignoring the danger around him, closed his eyes, and made hand gestures. Everyone, follow my will, and think of your most persistent yet useless thoughts. Pour this intention into the light pillar. Although no one understood the exact principle, they somehow got the idea. Think hard about useless things. Li Bai immediately thought of his wine and poetry, his eyes dreamy, singing loudly. Du Fu began muttering to himself, pondering his verses. The country is broken, but mountains and rivers remain. In spring, the city is overgrown with grass and trees. Tears fall at the sight of blooming flowers, and birds startled by parting are filled with sorrow. Wang Shiji took out a virtual brush and started copying calligraphy in the air, lost in his art. Huang Yueying was contemplating an endless design for a mechanical device. Sun Simiao was muttering about a medicine formula that conflicted in properties, but he still wanted to try. Even Yongzheng couldn't help but silently review imagined official documents, criticizing a virtual official for poor work. And the most focused was Lin Xiaoman. She clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and desperately projected her thoughts. I want to get rich quickly. I want to relax. I don't want to write papers. I want ticket prices at scenic spots to rise without being scolded. I want Li Bai to stop stealing my phone to order takeout. I want Yongzheng to stop holding military meetings for my cleaning lady. I want Grandpa Wang's sausages to taste like Buddha jumps over the wall. I want these complex, personal, desire-filled, trivial, and seemingly inefficient thoughts were somehow connected. Guided by Gohong's Taoist magic, they flowed into the starry glow of the small flower's light pillar. Suddenly, the colorful light pillar became even more dazzling, and also more chaotic and vibrant. The giant hand trembled even more intensely. The surface even began to show strange illusions. Sometimes a wine glass, sometimes a roasted sausage, sometimes a scroll, sometimes a WeChat chat interface. It looked just like a computer screen infected with a virus. Not enough. Elena looked at the monitoring data. Although the interference was very strong, the core of that giant hand was slowly and steadily adapting. We need a stronger, more fundamental cultural impact. Something that represents the basic colors of civilization. Something that represents the basic colors of civilization? Lin Xiaoman suddenly had an idea. She quickly took out her phone and started to operate it hurriedly. Suchi.
Suchi. Can you hear me?
Broadcast. Change the song. Play the one from my favorite playlist. Chinese pop is the top trend. Loop it. Turn the volume all the way up. Although Suchi inside the energy center didn't understand what was happening, she immediately obeyed. So, between the song, the most dazzling ethnic style, a more melodious, more majestic, and more soul-stirring prelude echoed through worry-free mountain. Off 5 rings you have one more ring than the 4 rings. Yuyunprum. The song of the 5 rings. Everyone. Lin Xiaoman. Sorry, I made a mistake. Next song. Quickly. The prelude was immediately switched this time to blue-faced Do Er Dun steals the imperial horse, red-faced Guangong fights in Changsha, yellow-faced Dianwei, white-faced Chao Chao, black-faced Zhang Fei yells loudly. Rapping face masks, this song, blending traditional Peking opera with modern rhythm, had an outstanding effect. The silver giant hand suddenly paused. It was as if it had been slapped in the face by this completely different art form. But it wasn't over yet. The playlist was random. Next came Pharaoh Moses and Caesar, I'm Gonna Be There, So You Better Stand Ready, an extremely addictive internet song related to Egyptian queen. East meets West. A mix of ancient and modern. The illusions on the surface of the silver giant hand switched even faster, almost turning into a kaleidoscope. However, amidst this chaotic cultural stew, the core of that giant hand seemed finally to have caught some kind of pattern it had been searching for and could understand. Its tremors gradually ceased. The surface of the liquid metal began to become smooth and mirror-like. Then, in everyone's surprised eyes, that huge, cold silver hand suddenly began to move awkwardly and slowly. Was it imitating a dance from the square? One big step, two big steps, reaching out, twisting. Although the movements were stiff and funny, full of mechanical feeling, it was indeed mimicking the rhythm of the most dazzling ethnic style. Next, its surface started to flow again, trying to imitate the patterns of Peking opera masks, but ended up looking like a spilled paint palette. Then it attempted to mimic the melody of the five-ring song, producing a sound similar to electronic synths out of tune like an old lady singing off five rings. It seemed to try to optimize and blend into this huge cultural impact in its own way, but the result was becoming even more crazy.
What?
What is it doing? Lin Xiaoman opened her mouth wide. It seems. Trying to understand and respond, Elena looked at the data analyzer, which was jumping wildly but trending towards some strange harmony, and guessed incredulously, is it using its own way to experience culture? At this moment, the giant hand stopped all its imitation actions. It slowly retracted, turning back into a standard liquid metal sphere, but much smaller in size, with a more subdued glow. Then, the silver sphere slowly descended and hovered in front of the medicine hut, gently touching the glow of the starry flower. No longer hostile, no longer oppressive. Instead, it looked like a curious, newly enlightened child. A cold, mechanical voice, broken and trying to imitate the strange tone of the received information, assembled into the closest sentence it could produce. Culture. Experience. Optimize. Request. Exchange. Grilled sausage. Which one? Strong? Everyone stared in shock at the silver-glowing metal sphere, which was trying to discuss culture experience and grilled sausage. Lin Xiaoman's speaker suddenly dropped to the ground with a snap.
Did it?
Just want to ask us for grilled sausage? And use the word exchange? Grandpa Wang was the first to react, suddenly crawling out from under the table, eyes shining. Oh wow. Just say so. Making such a big fuss. So, it wants to eat my grilled sausage? Fine, fine. 5-star review guaranteed. Cash or skin code. Do you accept alien currency? How do you calculate the exchange rate? The silver ball seemed to understand the words exchange and grilled sausage, and it flickered with a happy motion on its surface. High above, the large silver crack began to slowly shrink and close. The crisis seemed to have been temporarily resolved in an unexpected way, but everyone watching the silver sphere, hanging there and waiting for the exchange of grilled sausage, had a big question in their minds. What is going on? Who does this thing belong to now? What do the words exchange and request really mean? Is the bigger problem just beginning? Then, a small crack appeared on its surface, and a thin silver thread extended out carefully, taking away the roasted sausage and retracting into the sphere. Everyone held their breath and watched. A few seconds later, the inside of the silver sphere made a very faint click sound, like a precise instrument chewing or crushing or analyzing.
Taste.
Sensation. Crispy. Tender.
And.
Balanced. Flavor. Rich.
Unique.
Experience. Value. 0.0001. Cultural. Points. Its glow seemed to soften a little. There's a clue. Lin Xiaoman patted his thigh and whispered to everyone. It really seems to be eating this. Cultural experience points. This thing can be measured. Emperor Yongzheng adjusted his virtual dragon robe, which had been disheveled during his quick dodge, and stepped forward with a commanding posture, trying to show his imperial dignity. Ahem. Since you know our civilization is deep and rich, why don't you quickly state your purpose? What do you want in this exchange? And what are you offering in return? He habitually began negotiating, as if the other was a diplomat from a small border country. The silver sphere turned toward Yongzheng and scanned him. Power. Individual.
Detection.
Of. Organization. Level. Request for exchange. To obtain.
More.
Cultural. Sample. For learning. To improve.
Our.
Civilizations. Deficiencies. Exchange. Items. Basic. Energy. Regulation. Analysis. Services.
Or.
Material. Enhancement. Technology. Its words seemed a little smoother, but the content made everyone more confused. Get cultural samples? Does it want to capture us all for research? Li Qingzhao shrank back behind Li Bai in fear. That doesn't seem to be the case, Elena said, staring at the data analyzer with a frown. It looks more like a reconnaissance and cultural exchange pioneer unit. Its core logic seems to believe that diverse cultural experiences are a higher form of optimization, and since its civilization lacks this, it wants to learn. As for the exchange, the technology it offers might be extremely advanced for us, but it could also carry risks. Risks? What risks? Lin Xiaomand immediately became alert. For example, it might optimize Uncle Wang's grilled sausage into the most energy-efficient nutritional paste, or turn Li Bai's poetry into a universal language instruction manual. Elena gave an example. Uncle Wang and Li Bai both suddenly looked very shocked. No way, absolutely not. Letting aliens optimize grilled sausages and poetry? That's even scarier than causing a scene. While everyone was debating how to conduct sausage diplomacy with a metal sphere and avoid the risk of cultural optimization, a high-concentration, high-quality, high-dimensional cultural experience energy influx was detected. The system successfully rebooted early. Gigi Bond is back. I really want to see you again, host. The long-missed, cheeky system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Xiaomand's mind. Gigi Bond, you're awake. Lin Xiaomand almost cried with joy. You're okay. That's great. Look at this. How should we handle it? She quickly mentally pointed to the silver sphere.
Scanning. ZZZ. Wow.
Host, you're amazing. You actually got a beginner observer from this silver heart civilization. And you made it enter learning mode through cultural shock therapy. Awesome. Broken voice. Silver heart civilization? What's that? Is it very powerful? Powerful? Well, their civilization follows an extreme rational optimization path. It's impressive, but it makes them like supercomputers, boring beyond belief. It said that even their jokes are generated by algorithms, with success rates below 3%. They've been trying to find non-logical cultural samples from other civilizations to improve themselves, but usually they just assimilate others under the guise of optimization. You're an exception. It seems your cultural chaos confused them, and they've temporarily entered a humble learning mode. Host, this is a huge opportunity. Opportunity? What kind of opportunity? A chance to get cultural experience samples. We have plenty. Large quantities, diverse styles. From poetry to grilled sausages, from emperors to security guards. Whatever you want. We can exchange technology. Exchange energy. Let it help us repair the scenic spots. Fix the places damaged in fights. Even upgrade them. Lin Xiaomand's eyes lit up instantly. Can it help pay off the debt? Host, its civilization. Doesn't need money. But maybe it can improve the local bank system and clear your debts. Let's do it. Lin Xiaomand immediately perked up, looking at the silver sphere with a kind expression, as if she were gazing at a moving ATM and a free construction crew. She cleared her throat and showed what she thought was the most friendly smile. Mr. or Miss Silversphere?
Well.
About cultural exchange and sharing, we can talk in detail. Weo Mountain is the most hospitable place. But you see, we just experienced a, lively welcome ceremony, and the area is a bit messy. Maybe we should. She pointed to the chaotic battlefield and the nearly transparent projection of the Imperial Guards. The silver sphere rotated once and scanned around. Environment. Damage. Level. 37.8%.
Low.
Efficiency. Energy. Volume. Multiple. Need. Assistance. Optimization. Yes. Absolutely needed. Lin Xiaomand nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking grains. The surface of the silver sphere shimmered again. Countless tiny silver dust particles sprayed out like gentle star mist, drifting around. A miraculous scene unfolded. The damaged plants quickly regained vitality, even more lush than before. Broken tiles automatically healed back to their original state. The nearly depleted Imperial Guard projection rapidly became solid, and its colors brightened considerably, though still in a rubber stick shape. Even Uncle Wong's flattened sausages automatically restored to their original shiny, oily appearance.
Wow.
Amazing! Uncle Wong exclaimed. Everyone was stunned. This optimization ability, used for good, was truly a divine tool. Lin Xiaoman's heart blossomed with joy, imagining a bright future where the scenic area was upgraded to a 5A standard for free. However, amidst this peaceful scene, the system GG Bond suddenly issued an alert, detected that the Silver Sphere is attempting to establish a stable connection with a higher-dimensional mother civilization. Data transfer protocol contains unknown clauses. Host. It might be secretly uploading our cultural data backup, including but not limited to the full song of the most dazzling ethnic style, part of Uncle Wong's secret sausage recipe, unpublished poems by Li Bai, drunken version, and Emperor Yongzheng's management tips, humorous critique. What? Lin Xiaoman nearly jumped up. Isn't that copyright infringement? Quickly stop it. Attempting to interfere. The other side's protocol level is very high. More advanced cultural encryption is needed to counter it.
Got it.
Host quickly. Make it experience something more complex. For example, the system quickly fed Lin Xiaoman a bunch of ideas. Lin Xiaoman's eyes sharpened. She suddenly looked at the Silver Sphere and shouted loudly, "Wait. Noble Silver Heart Civilization Observer. Want to experience a more advanced cultural sample? Look here," she sharply pointed at Li Bai and Du Fu, who had just recovered nearby. "Next, please enjoy a joint performance by the poet Immortal Li Bai and the poet Saint Du Fu, a spontaneous rap battle. The theme is, My Wine is Better versus My Poems Worry About the Country and People. The accompaniment will be based on the tune of Do Er Dun Stealing the Imperial Horse, Li Bai. Du Fu. Silver Sphere. Li Bai's drunkenness hadn't fully worn off. When he heard battle and wine, he immediately became interested. Du Fu was touched by the theme of worrying about the country and people. As the music started, the two instinctively began to argue in rhythm. Li Bai. My wine, heavenly nectar flowing from the sky, one sip to forget worries the emperor calls. But I won't board the ship, I call myself the wine immortal he. Du Fu. My poems, every word mourns the country's plight, the rich's wine, and meat stink forever. Who remembers the frozen bones on the road? How I wish for a grand mansion with 10,000 rooms, alas. One is free and flamboyant, the other deep and serious, performed in a rap style with a touch of peaking opera tone. This cultural mashup is off the charts. The Silver Sphere instantly stopped all data transmission, its surface glowing wildly, as if the CPU was overloaded to an unprecedented peak, even causing it to wobble slightly in midair. Culture. Complexity. Exceeds.
Processing. Capacity. Needs. More. Time.
To analyze. It swayed in the air as if drunk, then suddenly, with a plop, it fell onto Grandpa Wong's sausage roaster. Its glow faded completely, looking just like a normal metal ornament. Grandpa Wong was startled and carefully poked it. Hey? What's wrong? Did it crash? Lin Xiaoman and the system in her mind both sighed in relief.
Done.
We used a super strong cultural bomb to temporarily disable its data processing. We bought some time. Host, before it restarts, we need to quickly figure out how to sign a cultural exchange confidentiality agreement with it. Otherwise, it might upload all our secrets. Lin Xiaoman looked at the silver ball lying on the roaster, pretending to be dead, then at the confused poet and sage nearby, and at the scenic area that had regained its beauty, but was now full of hidden tensions. It's good to have free construction teams, but we need to clarify the copyright and protection fees first. This alien planet doesn't seem to be honest either. The silver metal ball on Grandpa Wong's sausage roaster was completely still, like a careless tourist's high-tech thermos. But this thermos almost uploaded all the cultural essence of Earth just now.
Is it?
Out of commission, Lin Xiaoman squatted down, curious, and poked the silver ball with a stick. It was hard and unresponsive. GG Bond. What do we do now? How long will it be out? Will it suddenly wake up and upload everything secretly again? Relax, host. According to this system's analysis, the cultural information entropy it just received was off the charts, especially with a mix of Lee Do-style rap, peaking opera tones, and improvisation. Its computing power isn't burned out yet, so it must be quite sturdy. Conservatively, it will be offline for about an hour to digest everything. The system GG Bond's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Now's the time. Let's quickly draft the Mutually Beneficial Cultural Exchange Agreement. An agreement? How do we draft it? Does it understand our legal language? Lin Xiaoman doubted.
Bah.
Why bother with legal stuff? We need to communicate in a way it can understand. Look at this system. GG Bond seems very confident. First, the core of the agreement. Without our clear permission, no copying, uploading, reverse engineering, or secondary improvements of our cultural data. Violators will be disconnected from the network. It seems it doesn't even have internet. Violators will be cut off. Yes, that's good. And then, second, all improved results or derived experiences based on our cultural samples will share intellectual property rights. It's 7. No, 3, we get 7. After all, the source is ours. Only 70%? That's theirs. TSK, host negotiations are about bargaining. Raise the price, then settle. Let's make it 50-50. No less. Deal. And what else? Third, as a sign of cultural exchange, the Silver Ball side must provide, including but not limited to, free restoration of scenic spots, energy supply improvements, sharing some harmless technology like making Grandpa Wong's sausage machine run forever, and acting as a temporary Wi-Fi hotspot. Services. The system spoke quieter and quieter, the last few words almost inaudible. Wait, what was the last point? Wi-Fi hotspot. Lin Xiaoman quickly caught the key point. Ahem, host, that's not the main point. The main point is that we hold the initiative. The system tried to change the subject. All right, the framework of the agreement is ready. When it wakes up, we'll inject it with the highest authority. Now, let's discuss which part it should repair first. While the system and Lin Xiaoman enjoyed the pleasure of bargaining, the ancient group nearby was also busy. Emperor Yongzheng, with his hands behind his back, paced around the sausage machine and the silver ball, frowning. Though this matter has temporarily calmed down, its intentions are hard to read. When signing a treaty with my dynasty, we must be careful with words to avoid future trouble. Li Wei, a more solid-looking Genie Wei projection, immediately stepped forward. Servant is here. System? Why does this feel so immersive? Draft the edict, Yongzheng said seriously. First, the Silver Ball country must acknowledge our suzerainty and pay tribute, coming to court every year. The tribute? Just that non-damaging repair technique will do. Second, they must not secretly pass on our cultural classics, especially my imperial red stamps, which must be reviewed by me personally. Improvements? Third, all my subjects are protected, and they must not use improvements as an excuse to harm others. The Genie Wei looked hesitant. Yes. But Your Majesty, can they understand this edict? Li Bai leaned over, his drunken eyes half closed as he looked at the silver sphere. Your Majesty, why make things so complicated? I think this object loves poetry, music, and art. Why not make a literary contract with it? For every poem it takes, exchange 10 jars of fine wine. For every song it learns, help me bring good weather for a month. Isn't that elegant? Du Fu expressed concern. Brother Taibai, wine is good, but if it causes poetry and art to lose their true meaning, like changing the country is broken, mountains and rivers remain, to resource restructuring in progress, what should we do? Huang Yueying and Go Hong discussed more technical issues. Immortal Go, do you think you can draw a confidential rune inside it? If it tries to leak information without permission, it will temporarily stop working. Brilliant. We can add a counter-curse rune that, if broken, will replace its data with Lord Wang shouting. Grandpa Wang was unhappy. Hey, hey, hey. What's wrong with my shouting? That's also part of our intangible cultural heritage. It needs extra pay. Sun Ximiao, Bianke and Huatua showed great interest in the sphere's ability to repair and optimize. If this technology can be used in medicine, could it improve the effects of drugs and reduce side effects, or directly repair injuries? A miracle worker like that would be amazing, but we must be careful. If it optimizes people to look like that silver machine, wouldn't that be? Everyone was throwing out wild ideas, each more absurd than the last, making Lin Xiaoman and the system's brain buzz. Host, should you rely on them? Or do we have to do it ourselves? Gigi Bond summarized. I've prepared the protocol in the Universal Information Flow format. As soon as it shows signs of rebooting, Before he finished, the silver sphere on the sausage roaster suddenly trembled gently. Its surface shimmered faintly, like breathing. It's waking up. Lin Xiaoman immediately became tense.
Gigi Bond. Quick.
Upload the protocol. Understood. Cultural protocol. Worry-free mountain version. First draft, launch. An invisible stream of complex data containing many detailed clauses, split 50-50, Wi-Fi hotspot, and more, shot from Lin Xiaoman's mind, by the system, toward the silver sphere. The sphere flickered a few more times, as if receiving and understanding the message. After a moment, it slowly floated up, and its surface shine had improved a lot, but it still seemed a bit sluggish, like a person still feeling the aftereffects of a hangover. It turned to Lin Xiaoman and responded with that unique mechanical voice. Agreement received. Some parts of the terms conflict with logic, such as submitting to the emperor and sharing profits equally. Core terms: prohibit unauthorized uploading and sharing of knowledge and intellectual property. Lin Xiaoman and the system both felt happy at the same time. It was a success. However, the silver sphere then said, but exchange must be equal. You provide a cultural experience sample. I provide energy and material optimization. That's very fair, Lin Xiaoman nodded. In order to better understand and experience the cultural sample, the silver sphere's voice seemed to carry a hint of anticipation. Please send a cultural experience officer to stay here for in-depth exchange and learning. A cultural experience officer? Staying permanently? Lin Xiaoman was surprised. What do you mean? Are you sending someone over? No, the silver sphere's glow focused on the ancient group around Lin Xiaoman, scanning back and forth. Finally, its light settled on one person. Based on preliminary data analysis, this individual's way of survival, creations, and social patterns are highly useless beauty and cultural characteristics, an ideal observation target. I request to work and live with him for a while. Everyone looked in the direction of the shining silver ball. They saw the poet Li Bai squatting nearby, holding a jug of unknown origin, taking small sips. One hand was instinctively keeping time to the faint sound of the broadcast playing, the most dazzling ethnic style, while humming an improvised tune. Life must enjoy every moment. Don't let the gold cup be empty under the moon. Grilled sausage, you are more than a ring around the four ring. Everyone. The silver ball, with a tone that seemed slightly satisfied, confirm. Target. Cultural. Experience. Officer.
Please.
Secure. Li Bai. Hick?
Who called me?
Is there still wine? Lin Xiaoman. A foreign silver ball, observing, learning, and possibly optimizing Li Bai 24 hours a day? The scene was so incredible she couldn't even imagine it. Secure. Li Bai. The silver ball's mechanical voice, usually steady, sounded like a thunderclap to everyone. All eyes turned sharply to the person involved. Li Bai hiccuped again, dazedly looked up at the floating sphere emitting a gentle silver glow, blinked, then grinned and reached out with his wine-stained hand to touch it. Huh? This thing is quite interesting, smooth and round. Is it a new wine jug? Or maybe it glows in the dark. The silver ball didn't dodge, but instead slightly approached, allowing him to touch it. Its surface shimmered, as if recording the first active contact behavior pattern, body temperature, and microbial environment data. Brother Taibai. No. Du Fu quickly shouted, worried. This is an alien artifact, its nature unknown. We must not approach it lightly. Emperor Yongjing's expression darkened. What kind of conduct is this? Our country, our scenic area staff, cannot let this metal lump choose. like selecting a bride. Lin Xiaoman, this must not be allowed. He habitually assumed the role of the highest authority. Lin Xiaoman was overwhelmed. If she agreed, who knew what even more outrageous things the silver ball might do with Li Bai? If she refused, what if the silver ball felt discriminated against and went berserk again or interrupted the friendly exchange? Doesn't that mean the free scenic area restoration and possible Wi-Fi hotspots are ruined? Just as she was hesitating, the system Gigi Bond suddenly shouted in her mind. Promise it. Host. Quickly agree. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. What chance? The chance for Li Bai to teach aliens to drink, write poetry, and get drunk? Exactly. That's it. The system said excitedly. Think about it. Having the advanced observation units of the Silver Heart civilization deeply experience Li Bai's top-level cultural chaos, the cultural clash energy generated would be so strong. It's enough for this system to be fully satisfied. And binding it to Li Bai makes it easier for us to monitor. It's better than letting it run around the scenic area secretly scanning, right? That's risk management. Plus, Li Bai is carefree. Maybe he'll even lead it toward more harmonious cultural exchanges. It seems somewhat reasonable. While Lin Xiaoman was still weighing her options, Li Bai was already communicating with the silver sphere. He waved a wine jug in front of the silver sphere. Do you want to follow me? Do you know that among us, only wine and poetry are things we cannot abandon? Would you like to try drinking? The silver sphere flickered, as if analyzing the components of the wine and the data structure of poetry, then responded. Can try. Analyzing. Substances.
And.
Information.
Are. My.
Functions. Li Bai was overjoyed. Excellent. Very good. To drink and to write poetry. That's a true friend. This sphere suits me perfectly. Miss Xiaoman, let it follow me. I need a book boy to pour wine. Lin Xiaoman. You call that a book boy? That book boy can dismantle a building with his bare hands. The silver sphere seemed to analyze its role as a book boy and didn't oppose. Instead, it flew to the wine gourd Li Bai casually placed on the ground. A flash of silver light, and the wine gourd floated up, hovering steadily at a suitable height beside Li Bai. Li Bai was stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Brilliant. Brilliant. Thoughtful and understanding. What a good book boy. All right, one dares to admit. One dares to accept. Seeing this situation, Lin Xiaoman knew she couldn't stop it, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and say, fine. Then, silver sphere. You follow Mr. Taibai for now, but you must obey our ancient staff employee conduct code, supplementary regulations. First, Mr. Taibai must not be forced to do anything he does not want to do. Second, Mr. Taibai's wine, poetry, and personal image must not be altered without permission. Third, he must not influence young children negatively. The silver ball flickered. Record. Rules.
Have been. Saved.
Optimization. Requires. Consent. Agreement. Complies. It surprisingly follows the rules. Therefore, a strange scene appeared at Weo Mountain's scenic area. Poetry immortal Li Bai, with a wine gourd hanging from his waist, walking slightly tipsy, humming as he moved, with a shiny silver metal ball floating beside him. The surface of the ball shimmered with tiny lights, as if constantly recording and analyzing everything in front of it. Look at the sky and laugh loudly as I go out.
Are we not just ordinary people?
Silver ball, how about this line? Emotion.
Full.
Naturally.
And.
Spontaneous. Optimization. Suggestion. Add post outdoor. Specific. Direction data to avoid.
Confusion.
Optimization? No need, no need. It's about the mood. Focus on the mood. Understand? You will pour my wine next time. The silver ball flickered, and the cork of the wine gourd automatically opened, tilting precisely to pour wine into Li Bai's cup, not a drop spilled. Everyone watched this strange yet oddly harmonious scene, unsure what to think. Yongzheng waved his sleeve. It's immoral, but secretly ordered the secret guards to note down automatic wine pouring technique, possibly to be improved in the imperial kitchen. Grandpa Wang leaned close to Lin Xiaoman and whispered, "Boss, this alien book boy. Rent him? Can he help me roast sausages? I can pay. Or trade with sausages." Lin Xiaoman. You really know how to do business. However, the silver ball's efficiency was not limited to pouring wine. As Li Bai walked, suddenly inspired, he wanted to pick up a brush and write, but realized he had no paper or pen. The silver ball flashed, and a few fallen leaves from nearby trees moved automatically without wind, falling together. Their surfaces were smoothed and shiny like paper, treated with fine silver light. A branch was quickly shaped and carbonized into a perfect charcoal pen. Li Bai, but he quickly accepted it, picking up the charcoal pen and dancing wildly on the leaves, finishing with a nod. "This pen has a unique style." Li Qingzhao watched with bright eyes and softly said to Wang Shiji beside her, "If I could have this ball's help, I could paint and write any time I want." Wang Shiji stroked his beard and looked at the silver ball with a passionate gaze, showing his love for tools. Then, Li Bai felt a bit hot under the sun. The silver ball instantly analyzed the environment, used surrounding light particles, and created a small, precise shade over Li Bai's head. The light was soft and did not block his view of the scenery. Li Bai found the stone path a little uncomfortable to walk on. The silver ball quickly scanned the ground, released nano-sized silver dust, and made a small section of the path smooth and flat like a mirror. Huatsubing watched with wide eyes and muttered to the nearby guards, "That's not a servant. It's more like a super servant brought by a rich young master, or even a device that can create things out of thin air." The guards whispered back, "Sir, I think this looks like a top-tier spoiled young master's super servant, or a device that can make things from nothing." Huatsubing nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaoman and the system watched the silver ball's careful service, feeling complicated. Host energy. Lots of high-quality cultural experience energy is pouring in. Li Bai is like a walking energy mine. The silver ball's service is excellent. Gigi Bond was happily laughing. "The service is good, but I feel a little uneasy." Lin Xiaoman looked at Li Bai, who was being pampered and almost forgot his own name, and at the highly efficient silver ball. She thought, its learning and execution abilities are too strong. What if one day it decides that Li Bai himself needs to be improved? Just as she finished speaking, as if to prove her worry, Li Bai was happily drinking when he stepped on a loose stone and staggered. Just as everyone gasped, the silver ball moved. Its speed was so fast it left only a streak of silver light. It instantly analyzed Li Bai's muscle movements, center of gravity shift, landing angle, and ground hardness. Then, instead of helping Li Bai, a flash of silver light shot through, and the loose stone under Li Bai's foot was instantly broken down and optimized, turning into a fluffy, soft, and elastic, silver dandelion-like substance. Li Bai sat down heavily on it and happily bounced twice. Everyone. Li Bai sat on a shiny silver, dandelion, cushion, paused for a moment, then laughed loudly while patting the cushion beneath him. "Interesting. Very interesting. This thing is wonderful. Silver sphere, well done." The silver sphere responded calmly, "Yes. Optimizing.
Hidden. In.
Dangerous. Environment.
Is.
Basic. Operation." Lin Xiaoman covered her face. The silver sphere had already started actively improving the environment. Today, it turned stones into cushions. Tomorrow, it might think the hilltop isn't flat enough and turn it into a perfect geometric cube. It might also think the name, Worry-Free Mountain, isn't efficient enough and rename it to Scenic Spot at 114514. This isn't a cultural experience officer. It's clearly an ultimate perfectionist with a super tool, equipped with a powerful obsession. We must quickly set rules for it. It's urgent. Seeing the fluffy, soft, and subtly shimmering dandelion cushion, optimized by the silver sphere, and Li Bai sitting happily on it, exclaiming, "Wonderful, comma." Lin Xiaoman's sense of crisis reached its peak.
Stop.
Halt. Silver sphere. Immediately cease your optimization. Lin Xiaoman rushed forward in a quick step, spreading her arms to block between the silver sphere and Li Bai, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. The silver sphere floated calmly, its light flickering steadily.
Directive. Conflict. Optimizing. Hidden. In.
Dangerous. Environment.
Is. To.
Protect. Observation.
Targets.
Optimizing. Behavior.
Complies. With. Core.
Agreement. Spirit. Even the core agreement didn't give you permission to change our stones randomly. Lin Xiaoman said anxiously. GG Bond.
Quickly.
Add a patch. Supplementary regulations on limiting autonomous optimization by Silver Heart Civilization observers. Immediately. Now. Got it. The system also recognized the seriousness of the problem. Article 1 of the supplementary regulations. Without authorization from the highest administrator of the scenic area, it is forbidden to physically or chemically modify any fixed facilities, natural landscapes, plants, animals, or humans within the scenic area. Emergency situations must be reported immediately afterward. The silver sphere was silent for a few seconds, seemingly analyzing this new regulation. Understood. The authorization process has been recorded. Please provide a detailed explanation of the emergency evacuation definition. Does it include observing the target such as stepping on dog poop? Are nearby tourists' clothing colors too bright and distracting? Is the PM 2.5 level in the air exceeding the standard by 0.1? Xiaoman Lin. System. This silver sphere's logic is so strict it's almost maddening. No, it doesn't include. Absolutely not. Xiaoman Lin almost yells. Emergency evacuation only covers situations that could cause serious personal injury. For example, landslides, falling rocks, buildings about to collapse. Stepping on dog poop doesn't count. Bad clothing doesn't count. PM 2.5 exceeding standards doesn't count. Recording. The emergency evacuation threshold is set as when the structural integrity of a living organism is about to suffer irreversible damage. The silver sphere responds politely but adds, however, from a preventive medical perspective, PM 2.5. Shut up. No buts. Xiaoman Lin interrupts firmly. Without my permission, nothing in the scenic area is allowed to be moved, especially stones, trees, flowers, buildings. Do you understand? Command received and locked. The silver sphere's glow seems to dim slightly, as if showing a hint of grievance. It's an illusion. Definitely an illusion. Holding back the silver sphere's reckless attempts to optimize, Xiaoman Lin finally relaxes a little. But when she turns around, she sees a bigger problem. The previous fight and the arrival of the silver sphere caused a loud commotion. Although it happened in a relatively remote area, it still attracted the attention of some early riser tourists and nearby staff. Especially after the silver sphere scattered stardust that covered half the scenic area, making the plants look fresh and the ground spotless. It's hard not to notice. At this moment, the poet Li Bai was happily sitting on a shiny, high-tech-looking dandelion cushion, with a metallic ball floating nearby that clearly didn't belong to this era. This setup was so eye-catching that even some curious visitors were far away, holding up their phones to take pictures. Look, what is that? Is it a new show? That ball? Is it a drone? It looks so futuristic. Li Bai is sitting on that cushion. It's so amazing. Where did you buy it? Is this some new high-tech holographic experience at the park? Didn't they say their NPCs and projections are super realistic? The visitors were talking excitedly, both curious and a little hesitant to get closer. Seeing this, Mr. Wang's business instincts kicked in again. He tiptoed over to Lin Xiaoman and whispered, "Boss, should we charge a fee? Let people get a close look at this alien technology. High-tech book assistant. 5 yuan per person? 100 for a photo." Lin Xiaoman almost wanted to stuff Mr. Wang's sausage grill into his mouth. Charging? Think of a way to fool them. Explain it. Just then, a brave young visitor shouted at Li Bai, "Teacher Li Bai, what's that ball next to you?" New gadget. Li Bai, slightly tipsy, chuckled and patted the silver ball beside him. The ball flickered in response, and he loudly said, "This is my new book assistant, Silver Ball. It's quite intelligent, understanding people well." It's a visitor from beyond the sky, here to discuss poetry and the way of literature with me. The visitors looked confused. From beyond the sky? A book assistant? Discussing poetry. The scene was becoming more and more fantastical. But it was really exciting. The silver ball also played along, using a robotic voice to say, Master. Person.
Is. Tall.
Like. A. Tower. Learned.
And.
Wealthy.
With. 5.
Carts. It probably pulled the most flattering words from its database. Wow! The visitors suddenly exploded with excitement. This interaction, the lines, the special effects. They thought the silver ball was a special effect. It was so impressive. Had NPC AI become this advanced? Suddenly, all doubts and fears vanished. The visitors crowded around, waving their phones wildly to take photos and videos. Teacher Li Bai, can your young servant perform a show? Young servant, what can you do? Can you improve my phone signal? It seems a bit weak here. Can I also sit on that glowing mat? It would look great in photos. The silver sphere quickly scanned the crowd and said, Detection. Of. How many? Cultural. Experiences. Request. Analysis. Request. Legality.
And.
Priority. Lin Xiaoman's heart skipped a beat. Fearing it would start another round of optimization, she quickly shouted, Silver sphere. Do not optimize the phone signal. Do not turn the mat. Do not perform any physical actions. Only communicate through language and showcase culture.
Yes.
Cultural display. Understood. Restriction mode. Activated. The silver sphere responded. Then, a funny scene unfolded. Tourist. Young servant, how is this poem I wrote, silver sphere? The tone.
Has.
Errors.
In.
3 places.
Suggest.
Improvement. Replace bright moon with clear moon to increase brightness. Tourist. I just want you to praise me. Tourist. Young servant, can you pour me a drink like Li Bai did? Silver sphere. Detection.
Shows.
You.
Are. Holding.
A. Soda. Sugar.
Content. Is. Too high. Suggest.
Switch to. Sugar-free. Soda. Tourist. I just want to drink my favorite soda. Tourist. Brother young servant, you're so handsome. Can we take a photo together? Silver sphere. Yes, but be aware.
Your. Beauty. Settings. Are.
Overdone.
And. Look. Fake. Suggest.
Switch to. Realistic.
Skin.
Texture. Tourist. Straight male AI. Go die. Although the silver sphere's optimization suggestions could be annoying, this high-tech, straightforward interaction style made visitors find it fun and novel. They enjoyed playing with it, marveling at how the scenic area invested heavily, making the AI's acting so realistic that even its sarcastic comments seemed natural. Li Bai watched the lively scene with great interest. He immediately started reciting poetry, while a digital ball responded in kind. One recited a poem, and the other searched a database for poem reviews and suggestions for improvement. They turned the event into a large poetry discussion and AI commentary session. Lin Xiaoman looked at this surprisingly harmonious scene, wiped her cold sweat, and thought she had managed to get through it for now. However, she didn't notice that outside the crowd, a man wearing a baseball cap and carrying a professional camera was not like the other visitors. Instead, he frowned and stared intently at the digital ball, muttering, This is definitely not a hologram. The energy response and material feel, plus the signs of recent large-scale environmental repair. This thing might really be something special. He quietly adjusted his camera focus, aimed at the digital ball and Li Bai, and pressed the shutter button repeatedly. While the scenic area of Wanyu Mountain was suddenly popular because of the new couple, Li Bai and his alien book boy, several seemingly ordinary black SUVs silently entered the back mountain's special access road. The doors opened, and the first to step out was the head of a national special department, Zhang Jingguo, who had previously had a friendly discussion with Lin Xiaoman. He still wore a neat Zhongshan suit, with a serious expression. But if you looked closely, you could see a hint of excitement and curiosity deep in his eyes. Following him was a capable team, with members dressed differently. Some looked like technicians, others like scholars, and a few security personnel with sharp eyes and quick movements. Lin Xiaoman, Elena, and Suzy, who had already been informed, were waiting there. Lin Xiaoman looked resigned, as if saying, "The inevitable has arrived." Elena was curious, observing the group of Earth officials, while Suzy habitually assessed their security level and potential risks. "Director Zhang, you're here," Lin Xiaoman said with a professional smile. "Welcome, and thank you for guiding us." Zhang Jingguo nodded slightly, but his gaze had already passed Lin Xiaoman and locked onto the conspicuous digital ball in the crowd, as well as Li Bai, dressed in white and holding a wine jug. His lips twitched subtly. "Manager Lin, it seems that since our last talk, your scenic area has developed even more rapidly," Zhang said calmly, but the pause carried a meaningful tone. Lin Xiaoman forced a light laugh and said, "Hee, yes, we have been working hard to offer visitors new and more immersive cultural experiences. That is our new product, the Poetry Immortal AI Holographic Smart Book Assistant. It's still in testing." AI? Hologram? Behind Zhang Jingguo, a technician wearing thick glasses couldn't help but push up his glasses and muttered, "Energy signature doesn't match. Interference field strength. Material reflectivity." Zhang Jingguo cleared his throat gently, and the technician immediately shut up but kept a keen eye on the silver sphere. "Manager Lin, let's be straightforward." Zhang Jingguo decided not to beat around the bush. The previous energy bursts and spatial anomalies, and now that book assistant, we have gathered quite a bit of information. This time, we are officially establishing the Worry-Free Mountain Special Phenomena Joint Management Office and deploying a task force to ensure that the abnormal phenomena in this area stay controllable, researchable, and do not affect social stability. We hope your scenic area can cooperate. His words sounded official, but the meaning was clear. We know it's not AI. We're here to take over, supervise. Lin Xiaoman sighed inwardly, realizing she couldn't hide the truth anymore. She glanced at Elena. Elena stepped forward and said fluently in Chinese, "Director Zhang, I am Elena from an organization with experience studying such phenomena. I believe cooperation is more effective than just control. That silver sphere, which we temporarily call the Silver Heart Civilization Observation Unit, is currently in a non-hostile learning and communication mode. Forcibly intervening might cause unpredictable consequences." Zhang Jingguo looked at Elena with a scrutinizing gaze. "Ms. Elena, we are also evaluating your identity and purpose. But on Chinese soil, everything must follow our rules." He then looked at Su Qi. "And you?" Su Qi crossed her arms and coolly replied, "Su Qi. Security." Succinctly. Zhang Jingguo nodded without further questioning, clearly used to seeing all kinds of people in the scenic area. His attention returned to the silver sphere. "So, what specific management plans do you have for this observation unit? What does its learning and communication involve? Are there any risks of data leaks?" At that moment, the distant silver sphere seemed to complete another round of sharp-tongued comments. Its surface shimmered suddenly, projecting a clear light screen. On it, complex data streams and energy models rapidly scrolled, including some sound wave analyses of Li Bai's poetry and molecular diagrams of Grandpa Wang's grilled sausages. "Is it transmitting data in real time?" the technician behind Zhang Jingguo exclaimed in surprise, almost rushing over. "No," Elena immediately denied. "Based on our monitoring and internal sources, it is currently offline. It is only analyzing and modeling data locally. It has promised not to upload any data without permission." "A promise? An alien creation's promise?" Zhang Jingguo questioned skeptically. "It seems to follow a basic logical protocol," Elena explained. "At least for now." Suddenly, the silver sphere appeared to notice a group of new visitors nearby, whose energy reactions and clothing were clearly different from ordinary tourists. It paused its interaction with the visitors and slowly turned toward Zhang Jingguo's group. Its scanning beam quickly swept over them.
Detected. New.
High authority. Human organization. Energy mark, official. Purpose of analysis: supervision, research, cooperation. The mechanical voice of the silver sphere was clear. Everyone in Zhang Jiangwo's group instantly became alert, security personnel instinctively reaching for their waists. But the silver sphere continued. According to protocol, cultural experience, exchange, should, remain, open-minded, suggestion, information,
Sharing. Our side. Can. Provide.
some, non-core, environmental optimization,
Data. And.
basic, energy structure, models. In exchange, hearing this, the technical experts with Zhang Jiangwo's team nearly had green eyes. Their breathing grew hurried. Alien technology, environmental optimization data, energy models. This was like a gift from the sky. Zhang Jiangwo, being calm, suppressed his excitement and asked in a deep voice, "What are the exchange conditions?" Exchange. Conditions: open. Some.
Non sensitive.
Cultural databases. 4.
My.
Learning.
And.
Permit.
Me.
To conduct. Limited. Environmental. Modification. Experiments. In certain areas of the scenic spot, the experiment plan needs approval from you and Lin Xiaoman, the administrator. The silver sphere presented its conditions. It seems to know who to negotiate with most effectively. Open cultural database? Environmental modification experiment? The technical experts quickly signaled to Zhang Jiangwo with their eyes. Agree to it. Hurry and agree. These conditions are nothing. Zhang Jiangwo thought for a moment and did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin Xiaoman and asked, "Manager Lin, what do you think?" He realized that the silver sphere seemed to recognize Lin Xiaoman as the administrator. Lin Xiaoman quickly calculated in her mind, "Open cultural database? The Tang poetry and song lyrics are already online, so just show it to it. Environmental modification experiment? If we can limit it to a specific area and oversee it ourselves, maybe we can get a top construction team for free?
Seems like.
Not a bad deal? Principally. We can discuss," Lin Xiaoman said cautiously. "But we must carefully review which cultural data to open, as well as the area and plan for the experiment." "I agree," Zhang Jiangwo nodded, then said to the silver sphere, "We can proceed with detailed negotiations. But before that, please stop sharing your technical data with any unauthorized parties." The silver sphere smoothly withdrew its display. Understood. Negotiation. Process. Established. Looking forward to cooperation. A seemingly serious official intervention unexpectedly turned into a cooperative negotiation after the silver sphere offered a sweet-talking tactic. However, just as everyone relaxed a little, no one noticed that in the distant forest, the man wearing a baseball cap who had previously taken secret photos was using a high-powered listening device to clearly capture their conversation. His face showed unbelievable joy and greed. Silver Heart Civilization. Environmental data. Energy model, he whispered, quickly recording these words on a tiny computer. Invaluable. No. Priceless treasure. Must report to the boss immediately. He silently retreated and disappeared into the woods. Meanwhile, Li Bai, who was joking with tourists, suddenly felt his wine jug was much lighter. Looking down, he saw that more than half of the wine was gone. He looked suspiciously at the silver sphere beside him. The silver sphere flickered calmly and said, "Just now, a small-scale experiment was conducted to analyze the material composition, analysis target, ethanol, and its impact factors on poetry creation. The experimental data is very valuable." Li Bai, "My wine. Why is your little servant still sneaking a drink?" The unveiling ceremony of the Worry-Free Mountain Special Phenomena Joint Management Office was very simple, just a printed A4 paper posted at the entrance of a small, makeshift building on a remote mountain behind the scenic area. However, inside the small building, equipment was rapidly being upgraded. Various high-tech instruments, which Lin Xiaoman couldn't understand but felt were very advanced, were quickly installed and tested, with wiring spread out like a spider's web. Director Zhang Jiangwo was in charge, leading the technicians who looked eager, almost eager enough to dismantle and study the silver sphere immediately, though they only dared to think about it. The first step in the cooperation negotiations was to designate an environmental modification experimental zone for the Silver Sphere. This was not an easy task. Director Zhang held a scenic area map and favored a remote, little-visited gravel slope. Here, the geology is stable, far from visitors and main facilities. Even if a small mistake happens during the experiment, it won't cause much harm. The Silver Sphere hovered nearby, scanning the map area, its glow steady. Zone. Geological. Structure. Simple. Biological. Diversity.
Close to 0.
Cultural. Experience. Reference value. Too low.
Not.
Conducive.
2.
Comprehensive. Data. Collection. Recommend. Changing. Zone. Lin Xiaoman pointed to a patch of forest on the map, recently damaged in a fight but now repaired by the Silver Sphere. How about here? It's newly fixed, has a good foundation, not too far from the core area, and easy to monitor. The Silver Sphere scanned again. Zone. Ecological. Fragile. Recovery. Period.
Conducting.
Modification. Experiment. Risk. Coefficient.
Is.
High. Possibly. Lead to. The replacement of species in the sequence. At this moment, Emperor Yongzheng, virtual projection, casually strolled over, hands behind his back, looking like he was inspecting the work. After listening to both sides, he snorted coldly, flicked his virtual dragon sleeve, and pointed directly at a large open space at the main entrance of the scenic area on the map. Why make things so complicated? Just level and improve this area, build a high platform, set up a monument, and showcase the grandeur of our empire. Showcase the majesty of my scenic spot. Also, improve a few imperial roads to make it easier for visitors to walk. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? The silver ball immediately responded. Detection shows. Display features and functional needs are required. The plan is feasible. Optimization direction can use high-strength alloy as the base, supplemented by Stop. Lin Xiaoman and Director Zhang shouted in unison. Putting a high alloy platform at the entrance of the scenic area? That image is too beautiful to look at. Visitors might think a rocket is about to launch. The discussion fell into a deadlock. Finally, Li Bai, with his book boy, apprentice, came over to join the fun. The poet, listening to the debate, drunkenly pointed at a spot on the map near the stream behind the mountain. This place is flowing water and is shaded by trees. Very good. Let's optimize a drunken immortal pavilion here, which can automatically warm wine. The flowers outside should bloom forever, and it would be great to add some spiritual crane projections flying back and forth. The silver ball shone brightly. Received. Visualized cultural experience seen needs. Task complexity, medium-high. Cultural added value, very high. Optimization plan is being generated. Lin Xiaoman and Director Zhang. This is even more ridiculous. Just as the silver ball was about to start planning the construction of the fully automated warming wine and crane projection drunken immortal pavilion, Elena quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Wait a moment. I think the experimental area should be somewhat representative, but not too sensitive. How about choosing the small garden next to the staff living area? There is basic vegetation and scenery nearby the living area, which shows the interaction between culture and environment. The area is small and easy to manage, helping to reduce risks. This compromise was finally accepted by both sides, mainly the humans. The Silver Sphere scanned the target area and seemed satisfied. The area
has diverse
cultural and ecological features. It can be used as a basic experimental site. The experiment zone was reluctantly approved. However, the arrival of the work team caused much more chaos. A strict technician named Old Zhou tried to use standard equipment to detect the energy emitted by the Silver Sphere. When his device approached, the data on the screen started jumping wildly. Eventually, it played a family-friendly ringtone of a popular song. Apparently, the Silver Sphere silently optimized its entertainment features. Old Zhou was furious. This is unacceptable. It seriously interferes with scientific research. The Silver Sphere calmly responded. The
equipment shows low
Efficiency.
And.
Unattractive. Interface. It has been improved to enhance. User experience. No thanks. Needed. Old Zhou. At UN%, a young female researcher named Xiao Lu, curious about Li Bai, wanted to approach and interview him. As she took out her voice recorder, the silver sphere floated over. Detected. Recording.
Device.
Reminder. According to the third clause of the Code of Conduct for old staff, interviewing Li Bai requires a poetry inspiration fee of 100 yuan every 5 minutes, or an equivalent amount of fine wine. Scan the code or pay in cash. Xiao Lu. What kind of strange rule is that? And a fee standard? Li Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed. This is set by Miss Xiao Man, and I like the silver sphere very much. Xiao Man, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Even funnier, the security personnel brought by the work team tried to set up a warning line near the silver sphere. The silver sphere scanned the yellow plastic warning tape, paused silently, then suddenly emitted a faint glow. The next moment, the ordinary plastic warning tape instantly transformed into a high-tech energy strip that was semi-transparent, emitted a soft white glow, and continuously displayed bilingual subtitles saying, "Please pay attention to safety. Everyone is responsible for cultural experience." Security personnel looked at this dazzling warning tape, feeling both amused and helpless. How can it still be called low-key? Director Zhang looked at the chaotic scene, pressing his pounding temples, and said to manager Lin Xiaoman, "It seems our first step in cooperation is to agree on the additional regulations for unusual phenomena management and the interim standards for alien technology application." Lin Xiaoman nodded in agreement, saying, "Exactly. Especially about no unauthorized device optimization, no charging for scenic spots, and warning lines should not be too flashy." Just as they were about to start drafting detailed rules, Su Qi hurried over, looking serious. She whispered to Director Zhang and Manager Lin, "We found a suspicious signal source near the workgroup space. It was trying to eavesdrop on previous negotiations. The signal is hidden, but the technical pattern doesn't seem official." The other side responded very quickly. "We just roughly locked onto the area, and then it disappeared." Director Zhang's brow immediately furrowed. Lin Xiaoman also felt a sinking feeling. "I knew it. The big prize of the silver ball wouldn't just attract officials. Those hiding in the shadows simply couldn't hold back anymore." Meanwhile, the man wearing a baseball cap, who had disappeared into the forest, was hiding in a more concealed spot. He looked at the interruption message on his mini-computer and spat, "Damn, the officials really have some tricks." Their response was quick.
But.
"That's enough. Environmental optimization data. Energy model. These keywords are enough to make the boss decide to act." He took out another encrypted communicator, pressed a button, and whispered, "Hummingbird reporting, honey confirmed, purity very high. Requesting next instructions." The atmosphere at the workgroup's base suddenly became tense. Director Zhang's face turned pale as he ordered a full scan of the signal source. Technicians' fingers flew over their devices, and various detectors were turned to maximum power. Yet, that mysterious eavesdropping signal vanished like a ghost, without a trace. The other side is using custom frequency-hopping encryption, and they are clearly very familiar with our monitoring bands. A technician reported anxiously, "Unless he actively sends a signal again, it's hard to pinpoint the exact location." Lin Xiaoman's heart pounded. It felt like being watched from the shadows with a sniper rifle, but not knowing where the gun was aimed. "GG Bond, do you have any ideas?" Host, "This system is a cultural experience system, not a spy detection system." GG Bond also felt helpless.
But.
"If we're looking for unusual energy fluctuations or non-Earth technology, maybe those two little guys can help? They should be very sensitive to similar energies." "Two little guys?" Lin Xiaoman was surprised, then remembered. They were the two jelly-like creatures from different civilizations, Hongli and Yingguang. Since the last incident, these two little creatures had been kept near the medicine hut by Sun Simiao and Gohong, treated as special herbs and spiritual pets. Every day, they were either fed herbal extracts or nurtured with faint Taoist magic by Gohong. Their days were hazy, but happy. Lin Xiaoman hurried to the medicine hut. Sure enough, beside a pile of drying herbs, a semi-transparent pale yellow blob and a shiny silver-white jelly were lazily lying there. They occasionally wriggled lazily, absorbing sunlight and the energy from the air, mainly leftover chaotic energy from the area. Hongli,
Ingguang.
help us out, Lin Xiaoman gestured hurriedly, not caring if they understood. Check if there's anything strange nearby, secretly sending signals. The two jelly creatures slowly stood up a little, as if yawning, seeming a bit confused. At this moment, Elena also arrived. She thought for a moment, then retrieved a faint signal spectrum from her device, played it, and gestured, search. Ingguang was especially sensitive to such energy fluctuations. Its silver-white body suddenly flickered a few times, like a cat smelling fish, and it suddenly became sharp and alert. It shot into the air like a soft bullet, darting in one direction. Hongli, seeing this, was not willing to be left behind, though it probably didn't know what to do, transforming into a faint yellow shadow and following closely. Follow them, Elena shouted. Lin Xiaoman, Elena, Suchi, and several security personnel sent by Director Zhang immediately chased after. Two small jelly-like creatures moved very quickly through the forest, sometimes jumping onto tree branches, sometimes hiding in the grass. Their goal was very clear. Finally, they stopped inside a large ancient tree's hollow. Silver light quickly went inside, and a faint crackling sound and chewing noises came from within. A few seconds later, it came out holding a tiny signal relay about the size of a grain of rice, almost blending with the tree bark. The relay was still sparking slightly, clearly damaged by silver light. Hongli flew around the tree hollow and then spat out a small piece of corroded battery debris, as if saying, "Look, I helped too, everyone." Do these two jelly creatures have this ability? Are they biological eavesdropping devices? Director Zhang looked at the jelly creatures, which were slightly wobbling in front of him, and his expression was complicated. This worry-free mountain really has all kinds of strange things. Immediately search around this tree, with a radius of the area. He must have been nearby, Director Zhang ordered. Security personnel quickly dispersed. Although they found the relay, the person who placed it had already run away. But that didn't mean the danger was over. In the following days, the scenic area seemed peaceful on the surface. The work team was busy creating rules and regulations. The Silver Sphere was conducting small, seemingly harmless experiments in the designated area, like making flowers bloom brighter and last longer, or making the soil more fertile. Visitors still enjoyed interacting with AI book boy Li Bai. But danger was lurking beneath the surface. Grandpa Wang's grilled sausage stall was getting busier because he noticed the Silver Sphere seemed very interested in the cultural value of grilled sausages. Sometimes it would come over, scan with its faint light, and Grandpa Wang found that his sausage grill was cooking more evenly and the flavor was more consistent. That day, a few men and women dressed in ordinary tourist clothes, but with sharp eyes and well-defined muscles, came to Grandpa Wang's stall. "Boss, 10 grilled sausages, please." Coming right up, Grandpa Wang cheerfully got to work. One of them casually said, "Boss, your business is really good. I heard your scenic area has a very high-tech AI book boy." "That's pretty interesting." Grandpa Wang was flipping his grilled sausage and bragging, "Of course. Our scenic area uses high technology. Don't just talk about the book boy. Look at those flowers. They're blooming so beautifully. All thanks to high technology." Another person seemed to casually approach the sauce table, secretly flicking a tiny silver particle smaller than a sesame seed onto the underside of the table. Their movements were quick and discreet, showing they were professionals. However, what they didn't notice was the silver glow was being pulled by Hongli while chasing a butterfly in energy form nearby. The silver glow has a natural sensitivity to tiny objects with specific energy, like that small silver particle. In the moment the person turned around, the silver glow shot over quickly, clapped onto the bottom of the table, and precisely swallowed the tiny silver particle. It then let out a burp and exhaled a puff of blue smoke. Hongli also flew over, curiously circling around the silver glow. The few Tourists didn't notice anything and quickly disappeared into the crowd with their grilled sausages. Grandpa Wang finished his work, looked down, and saw two jelly-like creatures stuck under his table. He chuckled and scolded. "Hey, little guys, you want to eat grilled sausage too? Don't lick the table randomly. It's dirty." He had no idea that his sausage stall had just narrowly avoided a carefully planned miniature surveillance device being placed. In the distance, the man with the duckbill cap, Hummingbird, saw his subordinates return empty-handed through a telescope. They thought the device was successfully deployed. He angrily slammed a tree trunk and said, "Idiots! Can't even handle a sausage stall. Looks like Plan B is the only option now. Directly scan the target area with a strong signal and collect samples. It's risky, but worth a try." A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Near the medicine hut, Sun Simiao looked at the silver glow, which was a bit sluggish and occasionally sparking, worriedly stroking his beard. "This thing seems to have accidentally ingested some kind of fiery mineral or stone. I should try my heat-clearing and fire-reducing remedy," Gahong pondered thoughtfully. "It seems more like a backlash from a magic tool? Could someone be secretly casting a spell?" The two jelly-like creatures, they just ate a small device and had a little trouble digesting it. The mysterious organization's Plan B was quietly launched on a dark and windy, but actually sunny, afternoon. They chose this time very cleverly. It was when fewer tourists were around, some staff were taking breaks, and security was slightly relaxed. Also, the silver sphere was inside its experimental zone, doing its first large-scale modification. Based on Li Bai's Drunken Immortal Pavilion idea, it was being improved. The sphere floated in midair, emitting a soft, steady glow. Surrounding materials, mainly ordinary wood and stone, were invisibly broken down and reassembled into a complex, efficient structure. A pavilion shape was quickly forming, blending the grandeur of Tang style with a futuristic smoothness. It looked a bit strange, but oddly harmonious. Suddenly, a very faint but highly focused scanning wave shot from a hidden point outside the area directly at the sphere. This wave wasn't meant to attack, but aimed to penetrate the sphere's outer defenses, steal its core data, and even forcibly collect a small sample of its material. The wave hit instantly. The sphere, in the middle of precise operations, suddenly trembled. Its surface flickered violently, like a TV signal being interfered with. "Warning! Unknown source detected. Strong scanning attempt. Trying to interfere with data flow and steal information. Automatic defense mode activated." The sphere's mechanical voice sounded hurried. It immediately stopped working on the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and used all its computing power to build firewalls and counter-scanning barriers. The floating materials in the zone clattered to the ground. The scanning wave was stubborn, like a persistent parasite, constantly changing frequency to break through. The sphere's glow grew brighter and even produced a low humming sound. It seemed to be completely enraged. Malicious data injection detected. Activating reverse contamination protocol. This data stream contains a mix of previously recorded content, including a full loop of the most dazzling ethnic style, endless repeats of Uncle Wang's sausage-selling calls, disorganized snippets of Li Bai's drunken poems, and even a virtual image of Emperor Yongzheng scolding the imperial guards. Outside the scenic area, inside a device disguised as a camper van, the operator suddenly screamed in horror. Earphones blared deafeningly with "The vast sky is my love" and "grilled sausages," while the screen flickered with snow, flying poetry lines, and a virtual figure in imperial robes angrily pounding the table.
Ah!
My ears. My eyes. What is this terrible thing? The operator nearly lost control. But the trouble for the silver sphere wasn't over. Because of forced interruption and defense measures, its optimization of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had a major bug. The half-finished pavilion's smooth lines became twisted. Some areas turned into transparent, glass-like structures due to over-optimization, while others remained rough, like raw wood. Even more bizarre, the part on top, which should have been a flying eave with brackets, was now a huge, shiny, slowly spinning, sausage-shaped decoration. Probably a data glitch caused by defense interference. From afar, It looked like a strange building with a failed style mix and a long sausage sticking out. Hurrying over, Lin Xiaoman, Director Zhang, and others stared in shock. Is this the result of the optimization? Lin Xiaoman pointed at the giant sausage Eve, voice trembling. The silver sphere's glow stabilized, and it seemed to scan its work in confusion. Optimization
Process. Was.
forcibly interrupted, resulting
In.
errors. Some data corrupted, reflected,
Can be.
repaired,
But.
needs time. Director Zhang's face darkened. He was angry at the reckless actions of the mysterious organization, but looking at the strange pavilion, he couldn't help but feel both amused and frustrated. He forced himself to stay calm and asked the technician, "Did you track the signal source?" The opponent is clever, using multiple jump points and shielding. The reverse pollution lasted about 10 seconds before cutting off. We couldn't lock onto the exact location, but roughly it's in the forest on the southeast side of the scenic area. Increase patrols in that area. Absolutely must not let them succeed again, Director Zhang ordered. While everyone was distracted by the strange pavilion and mysterious organization, over at the medicine hut, Sun Simiao and Go Hong looked worriedly at the two jelly-like creatures. Since Yinguang swallowed the tiny monitoring device, it had been very lethargic. The sparks of electricity inside its body disappeared, and it became more transparent, soft and water-like, barely moving. Hongli anxiously circled around it, occasionally nudging Yinguang with his pale yellow body, but there was no response. Sun Simiao tried feeding it some carefully prepared herbal medicine to clear heat and detoxify, but Yinguang showed no interest. Go Hong set up a small altar, holding a tiny peachwood sword, and recited spells like Heaven and Earth, the origin of all energy, expelling evil spirits, protecting life and body, but Yinguang remained unresponsive.
Could it be
that the poison from the metal and stone has deeply affected its marrow? Sun Simiao stroked his beard, puzzled. Go Hong looked serious. My magic cannot even slightly shake its abnormal condition. The root cause of this creature might not be from this world. They didn't expect that although the tiny device was damaged by Yinguang, a special energy buffer material inside, it was very hard for Yinguang to digest. Instead, it got stuck in its energy cycle core like a sluggish stone, causing its functions to halt and putting it into a kind of sleep to protect itself. Moreover, Hongli and Yinguang seemed to have some kind of symbiotic or deep connection. Yinguang, falling into sleep, made Hongli restless and anxious, its body colored dimmer than before. Grandpa Wang wandered over to watch, slapped his thigh and said, "Oh, what's wrong with these two little ones? Are they sick? I think they just need some oil and water. Come on, freshly grilled sausage, hot and ready, to give them a boost." He reached out to put the grilled sausage near the jelly creatures. Sun Simiao and Go Hong hurriedly stopped him, frightened. No.
No.
Sir Wang, these are not ordinary creatures. You can't feed them such greasy food. Grandpa Wang withdrew his hand reluctantly. I see they usually like to wander near my stall, smelling the aroma and coming over. His words were unintentional, but they carried meaning. Elena happened to come over to check the situation. After hearing Grandpa Wang, she looked thoughtful. She squatted down and carefully scanned Yinguang with her instrument. It's not poisoning, nor is it energy depletion. It seems like a kind of blockage. Elena analyzed the data. It has a dense, high-energy, inert material inside, which blocks its normal functions. So, what should we do? Lin Xiaoman also came closer, looking at the two unwell jelly-like creatures, feeling a bit sad. Although these two little guys have strange origins, they helped a lot last time. Maybe we need an energy burst that can catalyze or break down that inert material, Elena guessed. But it must be very precise, or it might harm them. A precise energy burst? Everyone looked at each other, unsure where to find such a thing. Go Hong's eyes lit up. Energy burst? My 5 Thunder Talisman might be worth a try. Though weak, it is pure and yang, and might dispel evil spirits. Sun Simiao quickly waved his hands. No, no. Thunder power is not a game. What if, while they argued, no one noticed that the dull, silver glow seemed to have a very faint resonance with a large, shiny, grilled sausage flying eaves in the distant experimental area, optimized by a silver sphere. Its body, very slightly, moved toward that direction. Next to the medicine hut, the debate over how to treat the silver glow grew more intense. Gu Hong held a tiny peachwood sword, his hair and beard standing on end, insisting that the pure, yang thunder power was the best way to dispel the metal and stone evil spirits. Sun Simiao was anxious, stomping his feet, repeatedly saying, "Medicine is 3 parts poison, let alone thunder," fearing that if a talisman was cast, this precious silver jelly might turn to ash. Huang Li anxiously circled around the 2 old immortals, his body changing colors, sometimes pale yellow, sometimes nearly transparent, showing his inner worry and confusion. Grandpa Wang couldn't speak, nervously rubbing his hands, finally blurted out, "Maybe I should invite that silver sphere scholar? Maybe he is away." Lin Xiaoman was about to speak when Gu Hong suddenly seemed to realize something, stomping his foot. "Why rely on external objects? Today, I will show you the profound magic of Longhu Mountain's true method." Without waiting for Sun Simiao to stop him, he stepped into the 7 stars stance, made hand gestures, and muttered incantations. The tiny peachwood sword flickered with faint light. Although it looks like the power is only enough to cut a mosquito, it has a very impressive stance. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. "Command," Master Gu Xianweng softly shouted, pointing his tiny peachwood sword at the limp, silver light. Perhaps because he was old and his eyesight was poor, or maybe because he was too excited and trembling, or perhaps because the faint glow on the peachwood sword had a slight navigation error. That tiny lightning-like energy, almost too weak to notice, suddenly shot out, brushing past the edge of silver light, heading straight for the strange pavilion on the distant experimental area, where a sausage-shaped roof was flying. "Oh no! Missed!" Gu Hong exclaimed in surprise. Everyone froze, watching that tiny electric spark hit the top of the big sausage roof. A soft explosion sounded. The large, shiny sausage-shaped roof, which had been accidentally enhanced by the silver ball, was struck by this faint Taoist lightning. It didn't break, but instead seemed to ignite like a fuse, suddenly emitting a bright but non-blinding glow. The entire sausage roof looked like a lighthouse, radiating a strange mixture of the smell of sausage grease, an illusion, metallic energy, and a faint hint of Taoist righteousness. A complex wave of energy. Teach this is. Elena's detector instantly went off the charts, the needle wildly swinging. High concentration, mixed energy field. How is this possible? Even more astonishing things happened. The previously limp and sleeping, silver light, suddenly trembled violently under this strange wave of energy. Inside its body, the unprocessable lazy energy core, under the impact of this specific frequency of mixed energy, began to soften, decompose, and was finally completely absorbed. Silver light, originally transparent, rapidly became solid and shining, with its silver-white glow even purer and brighter than before. It suddenly leapt off the ground, floated in midair, and lazily stretched, if that counts as a stretch, its body glowing with colorful light, as if filled with endless energy. Seeing this, Hongli was overjoyed, rushing over to nuzzle it. Silver light also affectionately rubbed against him, and the 2 jelly-like creatures happily spun around in the air.
Is it?
Okay now, Sun Simiao stared in shock, nearly dropping the medicine bottle in his hand. Gu Hong also looked confused at first, then quickly tried to save face. He stroked his beard and pretended to be wise. Ahem. It seems that although my 5 Thunder Talisman didn't hit directly, its yang energy triggered that. That special treasure, referring to the roasted sausage on the eaves, which helped to solve the stubborn illness indirectly. Yes, that must be it. Lin Xiaoman and Director Zhang looked at each other in surprise. Did this accidental event really cure the problem? But the surprise, or shock, was not over yet. After waking up, the silver glow seemed to change in a strange way. It flew over to the roasted sausage on the eaves, curiously circling around it.
Then,
Its silver-white body started to twist and change. To everyone's disbelief, it also turned into a small, shiny, sausage-shaped figure. It was very realistic. Hong Li mimicked the others. Its body twitched and transformed into a light yellow, semi-transparent sausage. 2 sausages floated side by side in the air, gently swaying. Grandpa Wang was so amazed that he suddenly slapped his thigh. Wow, this is amazing. From now on, I don't need to cook sausages on the spot.
just let you two change into them.
And they can glow. They'll definitely sell well. Lin Xiaoman almost gasped. Grandpa Wang, you can't eat these. She quickly shouted at the two jelly-like creatures. Change back quickly. What do they look like now? Silver glow, and Hongli seemed to find it fun and turn back into jelly shapes, but they clearly preferred the sausage form, changing into it from time to time just for fun. Elena stared at the data on her device, looking amazed. They seemed to have absorbed the energy characteristics of the eaves and gained the ability to simulate shapes.
This
Is a biological miracle. Director Zhang looked at the two flying sausages, which were temporarily jelly, and then at the glowing sausage on the eaves. His worldview was being constantly refreshed. He ordered his team, record everything. Keep detailed notes. Also, that pavilion. Temporarily mark it as a key observation target. No one is allowed to approach without permission. Meanwhile, in the forest on the southeast edge of the scenic area, a man wearing a duckbill hat, called Hummingbird, was observing everything through a high-powered telescope. When he saw the glowing eaves and the two jelly creatures turning into sausages, his eyes nearly popped out. Energy resonance? Shape simulation?
This
is even more valuable than I expected. He gasped for breath and growled into the communicator. Has the data from Plan B been analyzed? I need to know the exact energy composition of that glowing sausage. Also, those two mutated creatures must be captured.
Exécuter Plan C.
Move tonight. His eyes sparkled with greed and danger. Inside the scenic area, everyone was lost in the joy of silver light, healing and gaining new skills, and some confusion, completely unaware that a secret plot against the grilled sausage eaves and jelly babies was quietly unfolding. Lin Xiaoman watched the two little creatures, who had come back to life and even learned to transform into sausages, and she sighed with relief. But she always felt uneasy deep down. The grilled sausage eaves that Gohong accidentally lit up seemed like a huge target. She looked up at the strange pavilion shining under the sunset and sighed. What is all this about? As night deepened, tourists left, and worry-free mountain scenic area fell into a brief silence. Only the grilled sausage eaves that Gohong accidentally lit up still emitted a soft, strange glow from the pavilion roof, like a giant guiding light. A nighttime glowing sausage. The work team's base was still brightly lit. Director Zhang and the technicians were analyzing the attack data from the day, trying to find clues. Security personnel increased patrols, especially in the southeast. Meanwhile, our main character, the silver ball, was caught in a deep, logical confusion. It floated in front of its half-finished strange pavilion, its glow flickering rhythmically, as if in a fierce mental struggle. In its database, commands to complete the optimization task clashed wildly with rules that unauthorized modifications to fixed facilities are forbidden. To it, the large, glowing sausage eaves was undoubtedly a serious optimization error, a bug that needed fixing. But Lin Xiaoman's orders clearly forbade it from doing so. Finally, the silver ball's core made a compromise decision. It couldn't move the pavilion itself, but it could optimize the surrounding environment to make this deviation look more reasonable, or, in other words, make the environment match the eaves. Late at night, the silver ball quietly began to act. It emitted a faint silver glow, more delicate than during repair, spreading like night fog around the experiment area. The next morning, when the first group of workers and early joggers arrived nearby, they were all stunned by what they saw. Centered around that strange pavilion, All the flowers, plants, and trees had changed. All the flowers, whether red, yellow, or purple before, now turned into a shiny, sausage-like color, an amazing shade between yellow and dark red, reflecting a tempting shine in the morning light. The petals also slightly twisted, looking like tiny sausages in neat rows. The grass on the ground was refined to look like fine green onion shreds, highlighting the sausage flowers. A few small trees had their trunks smoothed to resemble bamboo sticks, and their crowns were trimmed and shaped into large, green cilantro leaves, probably based on elements commonly paired with sausages in the database. Even more amazing, a small stream flowing through the area was optimized so that the water looked like it was gently boiling, with a faint steam rising, actually a water vapor effect. The whole area looked like a giant, ready-to-open sausage stand. It was a super magical realism style. Am I seeing things? Grandpa Wong, carrying his real sausage machine, almost dropped it when he saw this scene. Who made my stand so big? And planted it on the ground. Lin Xiaoman and director Zhang hurried over and were speechless for a moment. Lin Xiaoman rubbed her forehead. "In Qiu, did you do this?" In Qiu floated in the air, glowing steadily, even with a hint of seeking praise. Environment. Optimization. Complete. Based on core visual elements, referring to the sausage eaves, thematic ecological integration has been carried out. Cultural experience. Significantly enhanced. What the heck is cultural experience consistency? Who wants to experience culture in a place that looks like a giant sausage stand? Director Zhang's mouth twitched as he said to the equally stunned technician nearby, "Record this." This might be a unique form of alien art. However, the chaos caused by the Silver Sphere's sausage-themed amusement park upgrade storm was just beginning. Two jelly-like creatures that gained new abilities, Silver Glow and Homely, woke up to find their surroundings suddenly so friendly. They were so excited. They happily flew in the air, then wriggled their bodies and turned back into two shining sausages, blending perfectly among the sausage flowers and coriander trees. An elderly man practicing Tai Chi passed by, squinting at the scene with curiosity. He reached out to touch a sausage flower, muttering, "These flowers look quite real." Before he could touch it, a sausage nearby suddenly flew away, avoiding his hand. The old man was confused, rubbed his eyes, and reached for another sausage flower. The other sausage, Homely, also suddenly darted away and twisted in the air. Startled, the old man nearly fell into a small stream that looked like a boiling oil pot, pointing at the flying sausages with trembling voice, "Monsters. The sausages have come to life. And they can fly." This shout immediately attracted many early risers. Everyone saw two shiny, slippery, glowing, flying sausages, darting and playing in a magical garden themed like a sausage paradise. The scene was truly shocking. "Oh my, they can really fly. What's this new show? Hologram? It looks so real. It doesn't seem like a projection. Look, they can even dodge people. Quick, take pictures." Worry-free mountains sausage spirit. This will definitely go viral. The tourists were initially startled, then filled with curiosity and excitement, raising their phones to capture this strange sight. Some even tried to lure them down with breadcrumbs. Old Man Wong looked at the flying sausages, first scared, then his business instinct took over. He suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "Wow, this is a real attraction. Flying sausages. My sausage stall is going to be popular." He even tried to negotiate with them, saying, "Hey, two sausage experts. Can you fly around above my stall twice?
I'll pay.
How about one circle around a sausage?" Lin Xiaoman and director Zhang hurried over when they heard the commotion. Seeing the chaotic scene, they were overwhelmed. "Yinguang, Hongli, change back quickly. Don't scare people," Lin Xiaoman whispered loudly. The two playful jelly creatures reluctantly returned to their original forms, quickly hiding behind Lin Xiaoman, peeking around curiously. Tourists saw the sausages suddenly turn into two blobs of jelly and were very surprised, talking excitedly. "So it was these two little things that changed. I knew it. There's no way sausages can really come to life. But their shape-shifting magic is so amazing. It looks just like real. The special effects and animal training at this park are incredible. Finally, they managed to explain it away as high-tech effects and trained animals, and Lin Xiaoman felt her ability to bluff was improving rapidly. Director Zhang looked serious and pulled Lin aside. Manager Lin, this can't go on. The glowing ball's enhancement ability and those two shape-shifting creatures could cause trouble and draw attention. We need to make more detailed rules for managing them, especially about the scope of the glowing ball's powers and behavior standards, down to the molecular level. Lin Xiaoman nodded wearily. I agree, but reasoning with an alien planet is too hard. At that moment, Elena approached with a frown, holding a detector. Director Zhang, Miss Lin, last night we detected some strange energy fluctuations. They were very faint and brief, like a high-precision space locator signal. The source seems to be near the experiment zone, but we can't pinpoint it exactly. A space locator signal? Both Lin Xiaoman and Director Zhang's hearts sank.
Could it be
The mysterious organization's plan C has already started? What are they trying to do? They looked at the glowing large sausage flying above, then at the two curious jelly creatures hiding behind Lin Xiaoman. Which one is their target?
or
All of them? Faced with a messy experiment zone, or rather a zone full of grilled sausages and two eager jelly-like creatures ready to cause trouble at any moment, Lin Xiaoman and Director Zhang made a firm decision. They decided to take strict action, placing a tight spell on the silver balls. Led by Elena and Susie, with advice from the technical team and Uncle Wang, representing folk wisdoms, Lin Xiaoman and Director Zhang finalized a detailed and strict set of rules called Interim Regulations V1. 0 for standardizing the behavior of the Silver Heart Observation Units, code name, Silver Balls. The rules include, but are not limited to, 1. Before optimizing any object, a written application must be submitted. This includes the goal, plan, estimated time, potential risks, and response plans. Only after approval from Lin Xiaoman and Director Zhang can the optimization proceed. Silver Ball, applying. 4. Optimizing.
dust in the air. 2.
Arrange.
more
Orderly. 2. It is forbidden to change the fundamental form, color, or smell of any object unless it is an emergency for safety and the object must be restored afterward. Silver Ball, understood.
but
What is
the
essence
of
grilled sausages? 3. It is forbidden to optimize scenery staff, tourists, or animals and plants in any way, including but not limited to increasing intelligence, improving physical strength, changing hairstyles, or enhancing fashion taste. Silver Ball, detected. Uncle Wang's shouting,
has slight
hoarseness, suggesting optimization. 4. It is forbidden to simulate or generate any food-like forms, especially grilled sausages. Silver Ball. Core database. Deletion in progress. Deletion failed. Grilled sausage. Data.
has been deeply
Integrated. The rules were printed out in a thick stack. Lin Xiaoman solemnly read them aloud to the silver ball. The silver ball floated in the air, its light flickering steadily, as if accepting this vast amount of information. After a long pause, it responded. All rules
have been
recorded. Execution. Logic.
has been
Updated. Optimization. Behavior.
will
Strictly follow
the
process. It behaved very cooperatively, even a bit too much. The next day, the silver sphere indeed became well-behaved. It mostly floated in a corner of the experiment area, remaining still as if on standby. Occasionally, a fallen leaf landed on it, and it would first request, detected,
fine leaf
one piece,
request
execute, optimize,
clean
process, plan, break down into basic nutrients. Time taken, 0.001 seconds.
please
Approve. Lin Xiaoman looked at the tiny leaf and then at the thick stack of application forms, feeling exhausted. She waved her hand and said, "Approved, approved." Only then did the silver sphere emit a faint glow and decompose the leaf. After doing this a few times, both Lin Xiaoman and Director Zhang felt it was a bit of an overreaction, but they dared not relax their vigilance. The silver sphere's meticulous adherence to rules made it seem even more strange. In contrast, the two jelly-like creatures were much happier. They seemed to treat this magical hot dog-themed area as their playground, sometimes transforming into hot dogs playing hide-and-seek among the coriander trees, and other times turning back into jelly swimming in the oil pot creek, trying to adjust the water temperature but was stopped in time, having a lot of fun. Grandpa Wang even tried to lure them with real hot dogs to make them the live mascots at the stall, but unfortunately, the creatures weren't interested in food. They only liked playing and imitating. However, beneath the surface calm, a hidden undercurrent never stopped. That night, during the quiet hours, the unusual spatial positioning beacon reappeared, even clearer and more stable than before. Elena and Susie immediately became alert, locking onto the signal source, right above the glowing hot dog eaves. They want to perform a space transfer directly. The target is that eve,
Elena exclaimed.
Almost simultaneously, the space above the hot dog eaves began to twist, forming a faint, spinning, dark blue vortex. A strong suction force emanated from it, firmly locking onto the hot dog eaves below. The eaves started to shake violently, flickering with uncertain light, as if about to be uprooted and pulled into the vortex.
Alarm.
Detected. Unauthorized.
Space.
Tampering. Attempting.
To seize.
The optimized creation, the silver sphere, which had been on standby, suddenly activated, shining brightly. It immediately tried to activate energy to stop the space transfer, but according to new rules, it had to apply first. Application. Execution. Emergency.
Safety.
Procedure. Target. Interrupt.
Space. Channel.
Plan. Inject. High intensity. Chaotic. Data flow. Risk. May cause.
Space. Ripple. Spread.
Please. Approve. Quickly. The silver sphere's mechanical voice even sounded a bit urgent, perhaps an illusion. Lin Xiaoman and Director Zhang were awakened by the emergency call. Hearing the silver sphere's request, they turned pale. What's going on? Still applying? Just approve it. Do it now, Lin Xiaoman shouted into the intercom. Once authorized, the silver sphere instantly released a powerful energy. A chaotic flood of data, mixing the most dazzling national style, sausage sales calls, Li Bai's drunken poetry, and Emperor Yongzheng's lectures, shot precisely toward the mysterious blue whirlpool. The whirlpool suddenly slowed, its suction weakened, becoming very unstable, as if it might collapse at any moment. At this critical moment, two curious jelly-like creatures, awakened by the chaos, flew over. Silverlight seemed very interested in the twisted space and moved closer. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the collapsing whirlpool, not aimed at the large eaves but precisely covering Silverlight. Apparently, after failing to seize the eaves, the other side immediately changed targets, aiming to capture this shape-shifting creature of high value. Silverlight was so frightened that it instantly turned into a sausage shape, trying to break free, but the light beam held it tightly. Seeing this, Hongli was so anxious that it crashed into Silverlight, trying to push it away, but it was also pulled in. Not good. Lin Xiaoman and others, watching this scene through the monitor, held their breath. At the last moment, the silver sphere acted again. It couldn't attack the light beam directly, rules prohibit it, but it optimized the energy properties of the surfaces of Silverlight and Hongli, making them extremely smooth and almost impossible to catch. At the same time, it also adjusted the air density around the capture beam, causing tiny refraction deviations. Thanks to this series of clever, compliance optimizations, the capture beam slightly shifted, and Silverlight and Hongli, using the force of Hongli's collision, bounced out like two elastic jelly balls, falling to the ground. The mysterious blue whirlpool finally couldn't withstand the chaotic data flow from the silver sphere and its own stability being broken. It suddenly shrank and completely disappeared into the air. Only a small piece remained, torn from the space during the tear, emitting a faint glow, like a fragment of a roasted sausage flying roof. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The only signs of the recent intense struggle were two jelly-like creatures on the ground, still trembling and hugging each other, if that can be called hugging, and the tiny fragment, proof of the fierce battle just now. Lin Xiaoman, Director Zhang, and others arrived at the scene. Seeing the two unharmed jelly creatures, they let out a long breath of relief. That was close. Lin Xiaoman's back was soaked with cold sweat. Director Zhang picked up the fragment, his face serious. Their technology is far beyond our imagination. They can perform such precise space theft. If we fail this time, they won't give up easily. Elena examined the energy left on the fragment, her brow furrowed. Besides the energy from the silver sphere and the space technology aura, there's also a very faint marking signal. It seems deliberately left behind. A deliberately left mark? Everyone felt a growing sense of unease. Why did the other side leave this mark after failing? Is it a warning that they will come again?
Or
is there something else thereafter? Emperor Yongzheng frowned unhappily, trying to maintain his regal demeanor, but he noticed that the hem of his virtual dragon robe flickered like a faulty neon sign. The visitors below were first surprised, then burst into louder laughter. Haha, this special effect is amazing. Does it simulate old TV snow effects? Awesome. Even the lag is so realistic. This NPC is dedicated. Is the park Wi-Fi unstable? Yongzheng. I'm not acting. Next, there was Li Bai, who was reciting poetry with visitors at the flowing water and drinking spot, mainly him speaking alone. He just took a big sip of virtual wine, ready to recite, "Have you not seen the yellow river's water coming from the sky?" When suddenly the projection blurred, and his voice turned into electronic music. "You haven't seen the yellow river water coming from the sky? Crackle, crackle." A nearby silver sphere immediately scanned. Detection
of
energy, transmission, interference, requesting, projection, stabilization, optimization. Do not optimize, Lin Xiaoman shouted through the walkie-talkie from afar. Just say it's a new performance. Retro holographic projection malfunction style. The silver sphere flickered briefly, seeming unable to understand this artistic style, but still explained to curious visitors. This
is
a special performance, recreating the signal
loss.
From 1,000 years ago. The visitors were skeptical but found it strangely engaging, taking more photos enthusiastically. Even worse were the shadow projections of the Imperial Guards. They were on patrol when suddenly several projections became semi-transparent, and one even lost its lower half, leaving only the upper body moving mechanically forward, frightening some visitors nearby into almost calling the police. Finally, Grandpa Wang quickly thought of a solution. He waved a grilled sausage in front of the half-visible projection. "Oh, no worries, no worries. This is the latest semi-invisible patrol mode. Energy-saving and eco-friendly." Grandpa Wang had recently learned this phrase. For a moment, the ancient projections in the park flickered and distorted everywhere, looking like a group possessed or collectively owed broadcasting fees. Director Zhang and his team were overwhelmed. They initially suspected that a signal from a fragment's mark was interfering with the park's energy field, especially affecting the frequency bands related to the system projections. "Quickly block or eliminate that signal marker," Director Zhang ordered. The technicians tried various electromagnetic shielding and energy neutralization methods, but the marker signal was very stubborn, like a stubborn parasite. Not only could they not remove it, but its interference area seemed to be expanding. Elena suggested a guess. This marker might not just be a simple signal. It seems more like a resonator, resonating with certain energy structures inside the scenic area, causing chaos. A specific energy structure? Everyone first thought of the huge, glowing, sausage-shaped building with flying eaves. Sure enough, Monitoring data showed that the energy resonance between the marker signal and the sausage-shaped building was getting stronger. The building's glow also became unstable, flickering on and off. While everyone focused on the building and the projection, no one noticed that the two jelly-like creatures, Silverlight and Huangli, were being attracted by the marker signal and quietly moving near the isolation analysis room. Silverlight seemed especially sensitive to this special energy fluctuation. It trembled slightly, facing the fragment inside through the thick wall, looking a bit anxious. Huangli nudged it with its body, as if asking something. Silverlight suddenly transformed into a sausage shape, then started twisting, trying to change into another form. It seemed to be mimicking the energy wave pattern of the marker signal. After several attempts, it actually turned into a tiny, rotating, deep blue vortex. It looked very similar to the space portal entrance from last night, just much smaller. Huangli was startled and curiously circled around the mini vortex. Inside the isolation room, the instruments suddenly blared an ear-piercing alarm. The marker signal strength is rapidly increasing. It is actively drawing energy from the fragment. Is it summoning something? The technician shouted in fear. Before the words finished, the fragment sealed in a lead box suddenly burst out with a bright light. A tiny but real deep blue space crack appeared out of nowhere inside the isolation room. The crack was only the size of a fist and very unstable, but the suction force from it firmly locked onto the fragment.
Oh.
It's going to self-destruct or be recalled, Director Zhang exclaimed in shock. Once the fragment was pulled back, the other side essentially gained the most direct energy sample, which could lead to terrible consequences. Everyone hurriedly tried to stop it, but the tiny crack suction was extremely strong. The lead box was shaking violently and almost being pulled in. At this critical moment, Silverlight seemed to sense the energy burst inside the room by mimicking it. It changed back into a jelly-like form, quickly stuck to the outside wall of the isolation room, and then transformed into a tiny, glowing blue whirlpool, beginning to spin in the opposite direction. Something amazing happened. The stability of the crack inside the room suddenly decreased, and the suction force weakened sharply. It was like two whirlpools interfering with each other and canceling out. The lead box clattered back onto the table. The small crack inside the room struggled a few times and finally disappeared in frustration. The signal strength of the marker also dropped sharply. It was still there but much weaker, and the flickering ancient projection outside gradually stabilized. The crisis was finally over. Everyone looked at Silverlight, which was slowly returning to its jelly form and seemed a bit exhausted from overuse. They were all stunned.
Did
it just do something? A technician stammered. Elena's eyes were full of disbelief. It seems to have mimicked the marker signal and performed reverse interference, forcibly closing that tiny space channel.
This
is an extremely advanced use of space energy. Lin Xiaomian rushed over, picked up the somewhat limp Silverlight, and exclaimed happily, "Wow, you've got this skill too?" Director Zhang looked at Silverlight with a complex expression. The value of this little thing might be even greater than that fragment. However, Su Qi was staring at the monitoring screen, her face still serious. The marker signal hasn't completely disappeared, only temporarily suppressed.
And
at the moment the channel was forcibly closed, it seems a very faint reverse data flow was pulled out by Silverlight's reverse whirlpool, now stored inside it. Reverse data flow? Everyone's eyes focused again on Silverlight. This little creature's stomach now contained not only an unfinished monitoring device core, but also a flow of reverse data from the mysterious organization's base. Could this be a blessing in disguise? Or did it plant an even bigger hidden danger? Silverlight seemed to sense something and moved restlessly in Lin Xiaoman's arms, letting out a small, faintly blue electric burp. The burp from Silverlight, glowing with a faint blue electric light, immediately made everyone's hearts tighten. This little creature's stomach now contained a complex mix of undigested monitoring core, mysterious space marker energy, and recently inhaled reverse data, like a super stew. Who knows if it might suddenly explode or mutate? Alina quickly approached with various scanners, moving gently as if defusing a bomb. Its energy state is very unstable. Multiple different energies are reaching a delicate balance inside it, Alina said, frowning at the data bouncing on the screen. But this balance is too fragile. Any external disturbance could break it. Forcibly extracting data is very risky and might cause energy to go out of control. What should we do? Just let it sit there like a ticking time bomb? Lin Xiaoman held the limp, silver light, feeling like holding a cat that swallowed a diamond, worried about it and the data. Currently, it seems to be slowly wrapping and digesting these external substances, though very slowly, Alina sighed. Maybe we just have to wait. Wait for it to naturally metabolize some of it or become stronger, then try guided extraction. Director Zhang looked serious. So, even though we have key data pointing to the other side's lair, we can't use it. Alina nodded helplessly. Not for now. And we need to protect it carefully, avoiding shocks or energy surges. Now, Silverlight had gone from a little hero to a protected, patient, and national treasure. To give it a quiet, stable environment to recover, Gohong and Sun Simiao volunteered. They found a good spot near the medicine hut, chosen by Gohong, laid down the best herbal mats, prepared by Sun Simiao, and set up a small energy shield, kindly provided by Alina and Suzy. They placed Silverlight and the loyal Hongli, who watched over it together. Silverlight also seemed very tired. When it came into contact with a comfortable environment filled with the scent of herbs and faint spiritual energy, it quickly fell into a deep sleep. Its glow became much more subdued. Hongli obediently lay nearby, like a loyal little guard. After resolving the crisis with the jelly creatures, another problem emerged. Although the troublesome signal was suppressed, its source was not removed. As long as that fragment remained, it was still a hidden danger. There was disagreement within the workgroup on how to handle this hot potato. The technical team suggested continuing research, believing that this was a perfect sample to understand the other side's technology and that they shouldn't give up easily. The security team insisted on destroying it immediately to prevent further trouble and stronger attacks. The debate went on. While Director Zhang hesitated, an unexpected person made an unexpected suggestion. Emperor Yongzheng, whose projection had returned to normal, had somehow floated near the meeting room. Listening to the debate, he stroked his virtual beard and snorted coldly. He said to his accompanying monitoring guards, "Such arguments waste time. In my opinion, these auspicious signs referring to the fragment, once obtained, should not be discarded or stored away. They should be shown to the public to demonstrate the extraordinary nature of the scenic area." Just then, Lin Xiaoman happened to pass by. When she heard this, her eyes lit up. Hiding things only fuels speculation. It's better to show them openly. Of course, not under the guise of dangerous alien fragments. She immediately rushed into the meeting room and interrupted the debate. Director Zhang, I have a solution. Soon after, a complete plan was developed. The scenic area issued an official announcement. To celebrate the new technology and cultural innovations, we proudly present the Worry-Free Mountain Fantasy Tech and Culture Exhibition. Main exhibits include the latest energy solidification technology used to create the eternal light, roast sausage flying eaves, referring to the fragment, which will be placed in a special display case and publicly claimed to be part of the eaves. There will also be holographic projection displays, explaining ancient projection techniques, intelligent AI interactive experiences, introducing the silver sphere, and friendly encounters with mysterious creatures, referring to the two jelly creatures. This is called blending truth and falsehood, combining reality and illusion, using greater excitement to cover up the original danger. After thinking for a long time, Director Zhang believed that although this was a risky move, it might produce surprising results. On one hand, they could openly monitor the fragments. On the other, they could attract the other side to act again, this time on their carefully prepared stage. The team and technicians quickly got busy setting up the exhibition hall, designing security, and making sure everything was perfect. Once the news spread, it caused a huge buzz. Netizens loved the joke about grilled sausage flying on the eaves, and now there was even an exhibition? A science and culture show? The combination was so surreal. Reservations filled up instantly. Grandpa Wang was even more excited. He stayed up all night transforming his grilled sausage stand, launching a limited edition glowing sausage, coated with some glow-in-the-dark paint, planning to ride the wave of popularity. However, no one expected that the first thing to attract attention at the exhibition was not a mysterious organization or curious visitors, but this object truly contains a spark of wisdom, Go Hong said excitedly, circling the fragment in the display case, now named Eternal Light. If we use it as the core and combine it with a 5 elements array, we might forge a protective mountain treasure. Sun Simiao was more interested in its medicinal properties. The glow is gentle and warm, seeming to have calming and soothing effects. Perhaps it can be used in medicine to treat anxiety and insomnia. Huang Yuang thought about its energy. This object is stable and long-lasting. If we can analyze its structure, we might improve the power core of mechanical beasts. Even Li Bai came over to join the fun, inspired by the fragment's poetry. Luminous glass shines like a night pearl, perhaps fallen from the jade terrace. Silver sphere. Could this be turned into a wine vessel? The silver sphere flickered. Theoretically.
Yes, but
It needs to be submitted for approval. And its nature as an exhibit cannot be changed. Li Bai sighed. Forget it, too many rules. Better to go drink wine. Watching these ancient figures, via projection, sharing their ideas about the fragment, their imaginations running wild, Lin Xiaomian and director Zhang felt both amused and exasperated. But at least, the situation was temporarily under control. Preparations for the exhibition were in full swing, and everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. Until the night before the opening. The security guard on night patrol, passing by the experimental area decorated with the silver sphere and still themed around grilled sausages, seemed to hear a faint crackling sound from the coriander tree grove, like electricity passing through. He cautiously shined his flashlight, but only saw the dancing shadows of the trees, with nothing unusual. He shook his head, thinking it was just his imagination, and continued his patrol. However, he did not notice that behind him, in the shadow of a coriander tree, a small area of air subtly twisted for a moment before returning to normal. It was like an invisible presence, just adjusting its position there. The worry-free mountain fantasy technology and culture exhibition finally opened amid lively drums, courtesy of Grandpa Wang's senior drum team, and colorful flags, enhanced by silver ball's color saturation. Visitors flocked in eagerly, eager to see the eternal light and various black technologies. The exhibition hall was set near the old laboratory area, where Silverball temporarily designed a futuristic-looking white streamlined building with a hint of sausage elements. At the center of the hall, the most eye-catching feature was a special bulletproof glass display case. Inside, a small piece of the eternal light emitted a gentle glow, lying quietly on black velvet, being scanned by multiple beams of different wavelengths, making it both mysterious and securely monitored. Director Zhang and his team blended in with the visitors, nerves tense, watching their surroundings closely. Suchi had security personnel stationed at key points. Elena monitored countless screens from inside the surveillance vehicle. However, the exhibition's atmosphere quickly began to spiral out of control. First, there was the ancient group with differing understandings of technology. Li Bai circled the display case twice, shaking his head and saying, "This object's glow is restrained, but its shape is too simple, lacking poetry. Silverball, can you optimize it into the shape of a bright moon? And engrave my quiet night thoughts on it." Silverball flickered. Request denied. Regulation. Article 4. No altering. The shape of exhibits. Yongzheng was more concerned with practicality, scrutinizing the fragment. The glow is good, but the size is too small. If mass-produced and placed in the main hall, it could save a lot of oil and candles. Director Zhang, he had recently learned this title. What is the annual production volume of this item? And what is the cost? Director Zhang. Your Majesty, This is definitely not from a light bulb factory. Go Hong and Sun Simiao immediately began a scholarly discussion on site. Go Hong. Looking at this object's energy, it is pure and bright, with hints of thunder. If combined with cinnabar and talisman paper, it could be used to make the powerful, golden light divine thunder talisman. Sun Simiao. No, no. Brother Go, you're mistaken. This light is gentle and peaceful, more like it calms the mind and boosts brain function. It should be combined with poria and yuan-ji herbs to make the wisdom and clarity pill. The two argued passionately, almost drawing symbols and making pills right there. Huang Yueying held a notebook, imaginary, drawing and writing on fragments, seemingly designing new mechanical diagrams. Huizubing and the Jin Yiwei discussed seriously how to use this eternal light for night raids and signal communication. Visitors watched in amazement, then burst into laughter and applause. This immersive experience is amazing. The NPCs are fully engaged. They're seriously discussing how to draw symbols and make pills from alien fragments. Their acting is incredible. The Emperor is still asking about production costs. Haha, such business sense. This is way more interesting than just looking at cold, lifeless exhibits. Lin Xiaoman kept order and signaled the ancient people to calm down, but no one paid attention. She could only comfort herself. Never mind. The lively atmosphere is better. The more lively, the easier it is to attract fish. Grandpa Wang's stall was very popular. The limited edition glowing sausages sold out quickly. He even tried to persuade Huang Li to turn into a sausage shaped to be his treasure of the stall, but Lin Xiaoman sternly stopped him. The silver ball strictly followed the rules. Besides maintaining the basic operation of the exhibition hall and answering some minor questions, it refused to make any unapproved improvements, acting like a model AI. The entire hall buzzed with noise and excitement, like a lively cultural festival from ancient to modern times. However, beneath this noisy cover, the hidden, invisible thief finally began to move. It was extremely patient, using the airflow and light changes caused by visitors to hide perfectly. It bypassed layers of laser alarms, like a true ghost, slowly approaching the central display case. Its goal was very clear, that fragment. Just as it was about to touch a tiny energy interface inside the display case, it seemed to intend to draw energy directly rather than steal physically. The nearby floating silver sphere, which appeared to be on standby, suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning! Unrecognized energy extraction detected. Attempting to bypass security protocols. Triggering emergency defense mechanism, the silver sphere's glow instantly turned red as a warning. It did not attack directly, which was not allowed, but instead quickly adjusted the refraction of the air around the display case. Suddenly, within a small area centered on the case, the air became like a twisted lens, distorting the view behind it in strange ways. Under this sudden change in refraction, the invisible unit's shape, though still transparent, was clearly outlined by the distorted air, a roughly human shape, but with limbs that looked clearly non-human, like a blurry shadow. Over there, Susie was the first to notice the anomaly and immediately pointed at the distorted outline. The visitors were stunned at first, then burst into louder exclamations and
Camera flashes?
Wow.
new special effect. Is this a hologram? It looks like an invisible person. Quick, take pictures. The effect is so realistic. Director Zhang and the team members weren't interested in the excitement. Security personnel immediately tried to surround the area. Seeing itself exposed, the invisible unit didn't hesitate. It abandoned its theft attempt, flashed quickly, and rushed outward at high speed. The air around it shimmered with tiny waves of distortion. Stop it, Director Zhang shouted loudly. The projection of the guards tried to block it but was easily penetrated. It seemed to have no physical form or could temporarily become intangible. Huizubing's shadowy figure swung a sword but missed. It looked like it was about to leave the exhibition hall. At this moment, unexpectedly, reinforcements arrived. The silver light, which had been resting beside the medicine hut, seemed to be awakened by the energy disturbance in the hall, or perhaps sensed familiar space fluctuations. It wobbled and flew over, just in time to block the escape route of the invisible unit. Silverlight appeared a bit confused, looking at the distorted air ahead, instinctively feeling uneasy. Its body suddenly transformed again, becoming that tiny, spinning, deep blue vortex. Although very small, the rotation direction of this whirlpool was extremely tricky. The fast-moving invisible unit seemed to hit an invisible wall that disturbed space, causing it to slow down suddenly. Its shape flickered violently, as if it was about to lose its invisibility. In just a moment, Suchi and security personnel arrived. They quickly deployed several specially made capture nets with strong magnetic and energy interference functions, covering the area. At the same time, the silver sphere coordinated with the system to strengthen the gravity field in that area, making it several times heavier instantly. The invisible unit could no longer maintain its speed or invisibility. It revealed its true form, a strange humanoid creature covered in dark silver scales, with slender limbs like an insect, and a head with no obvious facial features, only complex sensors. It was pressed heavily to the ground, struggling and emitting sharp, non-human screams. The visitors were completely stunned and forgot to take photos. The scene fell into total silence. Lin Xiaoman looked at the struggling alien creature, swallowed hard, and muttered, This isn't part of the show," Director Zhang quickly ordered. "Control it. Clear the area immediately. End the exhibition early. Inform all visitors. This is the latest immersive interaction segment, Alien Encounter Experience." The staff immediately took action, guiding confused but excited visitors to leave. The captured alien was quickly taken to the most secure quarantine room by the team. A sudden crisis seemed to be temporarily resolved. But when Elena examined the creature, her face grew more serious. "No, this doesn't seem to have high intelligence. It looks more like a remotely controlled robot?
Or
A scout." Her words made everyone tense again. If this was just a scout, then its owner might be watching everything here through its eyes right now. Several linguists, behavioral scientists, and technology experts tried many ways to communicate with it, ranging from playing universal mathematical sequences to showing friendly images, including sausages, and even attempting to use known greetings from alien civilizations provided by silver spheres. However, all efforts failed, and there was no response. This thing is like a precise but emotionless machine that only follows preset commands, with no intention of communicating. "Its structure is very strange," Elena said while looking at the scan data. "It doesn't have a clear brain center. Its neural network is spread throughout its body. The core is a highly encrypted energy beacon that seems to constantly send some kind of signal, but it doesn't receive any obvious feedback, like a disposable tool that automatically performs tasks once released, without being recovered regardless of success or failure." Director Zhang frowned. "Probably, or the commands are sent through quantum or higher dimensional methods we can't understand." Elena sighed. "It's very hard to extract information from it. The technical experts tried to crack the encryption of the energy beacon but found it was unlike anything they had seen before. Forcibly decoding it almost caused the beacon to self-destruct, so they had to give up. The interrogation reached a deadlock. "We can't just keep it locked up like this, right?" Lin Xiaoman worried. "And just because it keeps sending signals doesn't mean it's not trying to report something to its owner." Just as everyone was at a loss, the door to the isolation room was quietly pushed open a crack. A pale yellow jelly-like head and a silver-white jelly-like head squeezed in, its homely and the seemingly healthier Silverlight. Apparently, Homely brought Silverlight, who had just recovered a bit, to come and see what was happening. The security personnel on guard were about to stop them, but Elena suddenly brightened her eyes. "Wait. Let them try." "Huh? Let them try what?" Lin Xiaoman was surprised. Silverlight is extremely sensitive to space and energy fluctuations, and this creature's core is an energy beacon. Maybe Silverlight can sense something our instruments can't detect," Elena explained, even though the idea sounded a bit far-fetched. With a hope that it might work, the security personnel carefully let the two jelly-like creatures in. Homely curiously approached the biological robot and touched its cold scales with his body. He immediately recoiled in fear from the sharp sensation and hid behind. Ingguang appeared much more cautious. It floated in front of the biological robot, its body faintly glowing, as if sensing something. The robot seemed to react to its presence, twisting more violently, and the beacon's light flickered unpredictably. Suddenly, Ingguang seemed to confirm something. Its body suddenly lunged forward, expanding like jelly, and wrapped around most of the robot's body, including the constantly flickering energy beacon, pulling it inside itself.
Wow.
How did it eat it? Lin Xiaoman exclaimed in shock. Everyone became tense, worried that the biological robot's struggle might hurt Ingguang or cause the beacon to explode. But the expected fight did not happen. The biological robot wrapped in Ingguang quickly stopped struggling, as if falling into sleep. Inside Ingguang, a soft light appeared, as if it was slowly digesting and analyzing the beacon. After a few minutes, Ingguang slowly shrank and the motionless robot, which seemed to have lost all energy, was expelled. Inside Ingguang, a new scene appeared, a swirling stream of tiny light dots forming a data flow. It flew back to the one-way glass, its body slightly shaking. The data stream was projected onto the glass. The image was very complex and chaotic, with fragments of broken scenes and strange sounds flashing rapidly. There was a cold, dark starry background, a large, fierce piece of metal structure, sharp fragments of an alien language, and a fleeting image of a twisted space rift. Finally, the scene froze on a blurry, constantly changing complex symbol. Although the information was fragmented, everyone understood. Is this where it came from? Its mothership or base? Director Zhang asked excitedly. Elena stared intently at the final symbol. This symbol. I think I've seen it somewhere before. It belongs to a known, space predatory civilization on the edge of space, but they shouldn't have such advanced technology. Anyway, Silverlight surprisingly managed to extract crucial information from that uncommunicative biological robot in an unexpected way. Although it was just fragments, it was a huge breakthrough. Great job, Silverlight. You've done a great deed. Lin Xiaoman almost rushed in to give it a hug. Silverlight seemed a bit tired but also happy, its body glowing joyfully. Nearby, Hongli was happily rubbing against it. While everyone excitedly recorded and analyzed the fragment data, a sudden change happened inside the isolation chamber. The biological robot, which was expelled and should have been completely disabled, suddenly emitted a rapid, high-pitched beeping sound. Its scales on the surface started turning red quickly and heating up. Oh, it's going to self-destruct. Suchi reacted fastest and immediately activated the emergency procedures for the isolation chamber. A thick layer of special alloy suddenly popped out from the walls, wrapping the robot into a large metal sphere. Almost at the same time, a muffled explosion came from inside the metal sphere. The entire sphere shook violently. The powerful shockwave, though weakened by layers, still caused tiny cracks on the surrounding one-way glass. Everyone was stunned by this sudden self-destruction, breaking out in cold sweat. If they had been even a second later, the consequences would have been terrible. A few minutes later, after confirming it was safe, the metal sphere slowly opened. Inside, only a small puddle of melted, burnt-smelling metal residue remained. That mysterious scout had completely disappeared. The room was silent, filled with lingering fear. It seems that once captured and unable to escape, it triggers the final self-destruct program, Elena said with lingering fear. The other side is very cautious and ruthless. Although they lost the physical sample, the most important information had already been extracted by Silverlight. Director Zhang immediately ordered, start analyzing the video data provided by Silverlight. Especially the symbol and starry background, try to locate its origin. Also, strengthen all space surveillance. The other side probably sent more than one scout. The crisis seemed to be temporarily over, but a darker shadow loomed over everyone's mind. The other side clearly possessed far more advanced technology and ruthless methods than expected. Lin Xiaoman picked up the Silverlight, which had become a bit sluggish from overuse, and gently petted it. "Good job, little guy. This time, you really helped us." Silverlight, nuzzled in her arms, let out a small burp and exhaled a puff of blue smoke. It seemed that digesting the signal beacon was also a big burden for it. At that moment, Grandpa Wang peeked in the doorway, holding a few freshly grilled sausages. "I heard there was quite a commotion here. Are you all right? Come on, try these freshly grilled sausages to boost our little hero." Seeing the shiny, oily grilled sausage and then looking at the silver light still smoking in her arms after it had eaten an alien robot, Lin Xiaoman's expression suddenly became very complicated. Silverlight didn't seem interested in the sausage. Instead, its internal data flow images flickered unexpectedly, briefly capturing the grilled sausage in Grandpa Wang's hand and vaguely reflecting it among the stars and symbols. This future intelligence analysis was likely to have some strange interference. The research team's base was brightly lit all night. Tech experts gathered around the fragmentary data images provided by Silverlight, trying hard to decode valuable information. The starry background was too blurry and common to pinpoint. A corner of the fierce metallic structure lacked reference points, making it impossible to judge its size. Fragments in an alien language couldn't be understood. The only clear parts were the complex symbols frozen at the last frame and the occasional flickering image of Grandpa Wang's shiny grilled sausage. "What's going on with this sausage?" one technician exclaimed, panicking. "Every time we do deep spectrum analysis, this sausage image pops up and interferes. Its energy signature is surprisingly strong. According to the records, when Silverlight was extracting data, Grandpa Wang happened to be holding the sausage nearby, and it was accidentally captured and merged into the data stream," another technician explained helplessly. "Can we filter it out?" "We tried, but the energy fluctuations of the sausage image are very similar to that mysterious symbol. Filtering it risks damaging the original data." Director Zhang looked at the screen, where the sausage kept flickering, his face as dark as a pot bottom. This was probably the first case of alien intelligence contaminated by a sausage. Elena tried a different approach. "Maybe we shouldn't focus on removing the images, but instead study why the grilled sausage images are captured and produce faint connections with symbols. Could the energy of their civilization and the grilled sausage have something in common?" This idea was too frightening, and she shook her head. The decoding work reached a deadlock. The treasure was right in front of them, but a greasy grilled sausage fog blocked the way. Just when everyone was at a loss, the silver sphere, which had been following the rules and staying on standby, suddenly flew to the data analysis room door. "Request. Temporary. Permission.
2. Use.
Advanced. Cultural.
Pattern.
Recognition. Algorithm," it announced in a mechanical voice. Everyone was surprised. "An advanced cultural pattern recognition algorithm? What is that?" "Be specific," Director Zhang urged.
The
civilization of the other side
has complex
cultural and aesthetic features. Regular data analysis is inefficient. Please allow me to use
my
specialized
domain
algorithm for analysis," the silver sphere explained. Xiaoman Lin remembered that this system was originally a cultural experience system, so recognizing and analyzing cultural symbols was its main skill. "Approved. Execute immediately," Director Zhang ordered without hesitation, thinking it was worth a try. Having received permission, the silver sphere's glow deepened. It floated in front of the data screen, emitting a gentle beam of light that covered the ever-changing complex symbols. Suddenly, the screen began to flood with countless analysis data. Detected. Spiral structure. Symbolizing infinity
and
evolution. Detected. Sharp angle turn. Representing efficiency
and
breakthrough. Detected. Streamlined energy distribution. Reflecting admiration for kinetic energy, the overall structure.
Shows
Asymmetry. Aesthetic. Hinting at civilization's extreme pursuit of optimization
and
transcendence. Compared with 170,000 recorded
Cultural.
Aesthetic. Symbols in the database. The highest similarity.
Is with.
Crictus spiral.
But.
The difference. Exceeds 70%. The analysis from the silver sphere became deeper and faster. The symbols seemed to be peeled layer by layer, revealing the cultural logic and aesthetic preferences behind it. The technicians stared in shock. They had never heard of such a method, deriving technological and cultural traits from aesthetic analysis alone. Suddenly, the silver sphere's analysis stopped. Its light focused on a tiny, previously overlooked energy node at the core of the symbol. Identified. A. Key. Cultural. Anchor point.
The.
Energy. Fluctuation.
Frequency.
Of this.
Node.
Matches. The aroma.
Emitted when.
Grandpa Wong's. Grilled sausage. Is being.
Cooked. And. The. Specific.
Aromatic. Hydrocarbon. Molecules. Vibrate.
At.
Nearly. The same. Frequency. The entire data analysis room fell silent instantly. Everyone froze, listening in disbelief to the results. The core symbol of this advanced civilization and the aroma of Grandpa Wong's grilled sausage have nearly the same frequency? What kind of strange connection is this? Just then, Grandpa Wong, holding a grilled sausage, strolled over to comfort the technicians. Hearing this, he trembled, almost dropping his sausage. Huh? My sausage is related to aliens, the silver sphere continued calmly, and not
directly
related. The analysis suggests that the process of cultural admiration for high-efficiency transformation and energy overflow is similar to the roasting process of sausages, where the aroma is released. This process somewhat aligns with aesthetic standards, creating a faint resonance that is captured by the silver light. Everyone. This explanation seems even more unbelievable, but somehow it also makes sense. So, Lin Xiaoman struggles to summarize, we can only locate the other side because of Grandpa Wong's sausage aroma, silver sphere. Yes, that can be understood this way. Based on this unique cultural anchor and fragments of the starry background, the search range has been greatly narrowed. The possible coordinates of the enemy's base have been calculated to 3 locations. Immediately, 3 distant star coordinates appeared on the screen. A turn of events. A bright breakthrough. Everyone became excited. They never expected that the key to solving the mystery would be such a strange sausage code. Director Zhang immediately ordered, "Send the coordinates to the higher authorities. Request deep space exploration verification." However, just as the coordinates were sent, Elena's alarm suddenly sounded.
Oh.
When the silver sphere was performing deep cultural pattern recognition, energy fluctuations occurred that strongly resonated with that symbol. The enemy must have sensed it. Elena's face changed dramatically. They're trying to cut off our detection and have activated some kind of long-range space weapon. The target. The target is the source of our recent signal. They want to destroy the evidence. Almost at the same time, everyone felt a terrifying energy wave coming from deep space. Although it had weakened over the vast distance, its destructive intent was still clearly felt. Quick! Cut off the signal. Activate all shields, Director Zhang shouted. Technicians scrambled to respond. But the silver sphere moved even faster. It seemed to trigger a higher-level emergency avoidance protocol because of the consequences of its own analysis.
Detection.
Of. Interstellar. Strategic.
Attack.
Threat.
Threat.
Level. Exceeds. Normal. Emergency. Avoidance. Range. Initiate. Cultural. Barrier. Defense. Mode. Cultural barrier? What is that? Before everyone could react or approve, the silver sphere's glow suddenly became more intense than ever. Instead of resisting the distant space weapon's energy directly, it rapidly compressed its vast cultural database, including all of Li Bai's poems, Uncle Wong's sausage sales calls, Yongzheng's management tips, and even the complete waveform of the most dazzling ethnic style, into a highly concentrated, chaotic stream of information that contained Earth's diverse cultural quirks. It then sent this torrent back along the energy path of the attack. It's like the enemy fires a precise armor-piercing missile, but the silver sphere responds with the entire soundscape and images of a marketplace, a KTV, a court, and a poetry club. The distant space weapon's energy, upon contact with this enormous, illogical flood of cultural information, instantly malfunctioned, like a delicate instrument being splashed with a hot, greasy, spicy hot pot with scallions and chili powder. Suddenly, it shut down. The attacking energy distorted and dissipated strangely, as if it had never appeared. The enemy base. The workgroup's base was silent. Everyone stared with their mouths open, watching the glow of the silver sphere gradually return to normal.
This
This is possible. Using cultural noise to block a cross-star strategic attack, the silver sphere flickered calmly and summarized, cultural
diversity is the best
defense.
the
Opponents, optimization, logic, cannot handle
the
chaos.
of this
Information,
threat.
temporarily removed. Lin Xiaomian caught this phrase. Temporarily, what does that mean? The silver sphere said, the enemy's attack logic has been disrupted but not destroyed. They need time to rework their algorithms to adapt to this unusual defense method. The next attack is expected in 24 hours, and it will be more targeted and resistant to interference. Everyone's hearts sank again. Only 24 hours left. The next attack from the enemy will be even harder to defend against. We must come up with a plan within these 24 hours. 24 hours. Like a sword hanging over their heads, Worry-Free Mountain Scenic Area immediately entered an unprecedented state of readiness. Although this readiness seemed a bit exaggerated, Director Zhang and the team were on high alert, urgently contacting higher authorities for support and mobilizing all resources. They deployed as many deep space monitoring devices as possible in the 3 coordinate directions calculated by the silver sphere, trying to predict the next attack's path and pattern early. Technicians analyzed the energy data recorded during the silver sphere's interception attempts, trying to find weaknesses in the enemy's weapons. Meanwhile, others in the scenic area became very excited, or perhaps misunderstood, about the idea of a cultural barrier. Emperor Yongzheng immediately summoned, via projection, the Imperial Secret Police and the civil and military officials who could be contacted, other ancient figures in projection. They began a court meeting on a cleared open space. Esteemed officials, Yongzheng waved his virtual dragon sleeve and pointed to the sky. Foreign barbarians, unaware of the grandeur of our celestial empire's culture, dare to threaten us with brute force. I have decided to stage a grand, all-nations-pay tribute ceremony, using the supreme imperial authority and the dignity of our civilized nation to intimidate these petty invaders. You must practice kneeling, shouting, and offering tributes. Make sure everything is orderly, majestic, and impressive. Let those barbarians see what true imperial power looks like. The secret police and officials looked at each other in confusion. Should they demonstrate a tribute ceremony to aliens? But since the emperor had spoken, they could only grit their teeth and start rehearsing. Soon, the open space was filled with loud shouts of, "Long live the emperor! Long live forever," and groups pretending to offer tribute, carrying imaginary rare treasures, paintings, and antiques. The scene was chaotic and lively, like a crossing of worlds. Li Bai looked down on this and believed that art should be used to influence the enemy. He gathered Du Fu, Li Qingzhao, Wang Shiji, and others in a wide open area. They started to prepare an emotional performance, aiming to create a grand, cosmic poetry, calligraphy, and painting symphony to make the alien invaders feel ashamed and lay down their weapons through the beauty of art. Li Bai was in charge of drinking and reciting poetry. Du Fu would deliver deep, powerful verses. Li Qingzhao would perform gentle, sad songs. Wang Shiji planned to write a large character for peace, though he secretly wanted to write goose. Gao Hong and Sun Simiao thought they should focus on energy. Gao Hong planned to set up a huge heaven and earth energy array to gather positive energy from nature to drive away evil spirits. Sun Simiao wanted to create a calming, kind-hearted benevolence powder that could be spread through silver spheres into space, hoping to influence the aliens with kindness. Grandpa Wang secretly asked Sun if he could add some sausage flavor to the benevolence powder, thinking it might work better. Huang Yueying and Huizubing were more practical. Huang Yueying brought some craftsman projectors to modify large machines like installing speakers on catapults to play Good Days repeatedly or tying silk banners with the Analects onto crossbows for a cultural attack. Huizubing believed they should strike first. He trained the Imperial Sensorate's projection team to practice a battle poem formation that could shout poetry with a fierce fighting spirit. Unfortunately, it mostly sounded like a noisy poetry recital. Grandpa Wang's business instincts kicked in again. He quickly produced a batch of new packaging labeled Interstellar Defense Recommended Product, Aliens Say It's Delicious, and Cultural Barrier, starting with a sausage. He launched a Warity sausage set, which sold extremely well. He even tried to persuade Lin Xiaoman to turn Silverlight and Homely into sausage-shaped drones to perform over his stall, calling it a cultural deterrent show, but Lin Xiaoman firmly refused. The entire scenic area was chaotic, full of wild ideas and crazy plans, lively, like a cross-dimensional carnival rather than a serious defense against an interstellar attack. Lin Xiaoman looked at the messy scene and felt her temples pounding. She found the silver sphere helping the team adjust energy defense settings and asked worriedly, "Silver sphere, are these plans useful?" The silver sphere flickered briefly, as if doing complex calculations. From a pure
energy
perspective, efficiency decreases.
But
the core of the cultural barrier is based on unpredictability
and
information redundancy. Any actions that increase cultural complexity might interfere with the opponent's optimization algorithms. Therefore, in theory, they all contribute. So it means that sometimes random efforts might unexpectedly succeed against experienced opponents. Time passed second by second. When only 6 hours remained before the deadline, Elena brought bad news. We've detected the opponent's energy gathering again. This time, their energy signature is more concentrated, and they seem to be using multiple frequency bands and modes. They've definitely optimized their algorithms. The next attack will likely be a combined one, making it hard to fully disrupt with just a single cultural information flow. Everyone's hearts tightened again. The silver sphere confirmed this analysis. The opponent learns very
quickly.
The success rate of cultural barrier interception is estimated to drop to 30%, only a 30% chance of success. Just then, the silver light, which had been quietly resting beside the medicine hut, suddenly flew over. It seemed to have recovered quite a bit, its glow steady and bright. It circled around the silver sphere a few times, then began to display the chaotic data streams it had absorbed earlier: stars, symbols, grilled sausages, and fragments of the biological robot's structure. It flew next to the silver sphere and slowly transmitted this data. The silver sphere received the data, its glow flickering rapidly as if analyzing and integrating it quickly. After a moment, the silver sphere made a sound. Silver.light provides .physical.contact.data is .valuable. The analysis of the cultural model before integration has begun to establish a cultural technology model for the other side. We can try to carry out more targeted cultural interference. Targeted cultural interference? How does it work? The silver sphere did not explain in detail. It simply started quietly adjusting its energy output mode, as if preparing something. The final moment was approaching. Director Zhang ordered all non-essential personnel to go into the underground shelter, which was actually a few sturdy caves previously repaired by the silver sphere. The ancient projection figures were also told to stop rehearsing to save energy. On the surface of the scenic area, only the prepared work team, the silver sphere, two jelly-like creatures, and Grandpa Wang, who refused to go inside and insisted on guarding his sausage stand. My stall is where I am. And maybe they need my grilled aroma, remained. The sky began to feel heavy, like the calm before a storm. In the distant deep space, a more terrifying, more condensed space weapon energy containing multiple modes of destruction, locked onto Worry-Free Mountain again, ready to fire. The silver sphere's glow shone brighter than ever. It had calculated all possible outcomes and prepared response plans. But just before the enemy's attack was about to be launched, above the scenic area, the previously healed silver space crack suddenly tore open again, without warning. This time, it did not release any silver soldiers or weapons. Instead, from deep within the crack, came an indescribable, desolate, ancient, yet strangely curious mental wave. This mental wave gently swept across Worry-Free Mountain, and before everyone could react, it disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Then, the destructive energy from the distant deep space, which had been poised to strike, suddenly seemed to be paused, stalled for a moment, and then, extremely abruptly and completely, vanished. Did the other side cancel the attack?
What just happened?
What is the mental wave coming from that crack? Everyone, including the silver sphere, was filled with great surprise and confusion. Only Silverlight and Hongli slightly tilted their bodies, if that can be called a body, toward the direction of the crack that was slowly healing again, seeming to feel a sense of familiarity and closeness. The destructive energy of the attack disappeared silently, like a burst balloon. The oppressive sky cleared up, as if the deadly threat just now was only an illusion. The area was silent. Everyone kept looking up at the sky, their faces frozen with tension and shock, unable to regain their composure for a long time. "Is it over?" a technician stammered, breaking the silence, his voice trembling. The silver sphere's light flickered steadily, as if analyzing and confirming. Threat. Energy.
Source. Has.
Disappeared. The opponent. Confirmed. Withdrew.
Attack.
Action. It's confirmed. The crisis is really over. After a brief silence, the joy of survival quickly overwhelmed everyone. The staff threw away their things, hugging and cheering excitedly. Even Director Zhang, usually serious, couldn't help but take a deep breath and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Grandpa Wang sat on the ground, holding his roast sausage machine, muttering, "Heavens! You scared me to death. Thought we were going to lose everything." People inside the underground bunker received the news and rushed out to join the celebration. Although the ancient projections didn't fully understand what had happened, they sensed the atmosphere and showed virtual smiles. Even Yongzheng instinctively straightened his dragon robe, as if his state visit parade had scared away the enemy. However, the joy didn't last long. A huge question appeared in everyone's mind. Why? Why did the other side suddenly withdraw? Everyone's gaze turned toward the already healed, seemingly unchanged silver crack. It was that sudden, desolate, ancient mental wave. What is it? Where did it come from? Why could it intimidate the extreme pursuit of optimization by the Silver Star civilization? Once again, the silver sphere became the focus. It floated in the air, fully analyzing the brief, residual mental waves just captured.
The
energy
signature cannot be
identified. It does not
belong to
any
known
civilization
or life
form. The silver sphere's conclusion disappointed everyone. The information
contained in the
wave
is
very
old and vague. It seems to be just pure
observation
and
curiosity. Pure observation and curiosity? Like someone walking on the street, stopping to watch ants fighting? Did that one look cause the fierce Silver Star civilization to back off in fear? How terrifying must that be? Lin Xiaoman remembered that System GG Bond once mentioned that advanced civilizations observers might visit. Could that have been it just now? This guess made her shiver. Unlike humans' tension and guesses, the two jelly-like creatures reacted differently to the wave. Silverlight and Hongli looked toward the disappearing crack, not afraid but rather excited and friendly. They jumped in the air, their bodies glowing softly, as if responding to something. Unfortunately, the wave disappeared too quickly. They soon returned to normal, occasionally glancing suspiciously in that direction. They seemed to recognize it. Elena noticed this keenly. Or maybe they feel familiar and comfortable with that wave? Another mystery. Anyway, the biggest crisis is temporarily over. Director Zhang immediately reported the situation and recommended the highest level of attention to that mysterious mental wave and its source. Meanwhile, the team remained alert, maintaining a high security level to prevent the Silver Star civilization from returning. Life at the scenic area continued. After this roller coaster, the visitors' enthusiasm actually increased. Most didn't know the truth and thought it was a very realistic performance. Popular attractions like Interstellar Defense Grilled Sausages, Cultural Barrier Experience Hall, showing all kinds of strange ideas, and even His Majesty's Tribute Ceremony viewing spot became extremely popular check-in spots. Grandpa Wang earned a lot and was always smiling happily. After this event, the Silver Ball seemed to gain some privileges. Its theory about cultural diversity defense was confirmed. Director Zhang and Lin Xiaoman, after intense discussion, relaxed some strict rules in the provisional regulations, allowing it to do more experiments related to cultural experiences, while ensuring safety, but making it strictly forbidden to produce grilled sausages. More importantly, the relationship between the Silver Ball and the work team entered a new stage. It was no longer just a monitored research object, but more like a technical advisor with a special communication channel. It even suggested trying to establish a non-hostile communication channel with the Silver Star civilization based on cultural exchange, the other civilization.
Strongly.
Desires. Non-logical. Cultural. Samples.
This is their
Weakness.
and
Also,
an
opportunity, the Silver Ball analyzed.
we can
Control.
the
Content.
and bache
Of.
the
Data. Exchange.
to
Ensure. Safety.
while
Gaining.
their
Technology.
or
Information. This proposal made Director Zhang and Lin Xiaoman very excited. If it could be achieved, it would be a big step in the history of Earth's contact with extraterrestrial civilizations, though the other side might just want to improve itself. After careful approval and detailed planning, the first cautious, cultural export began. The Silver Ball sent a carefully selected and encrypted cultural data package toward the possible direction of the Silver Star civilization, using the residual frequency of the energy beacon it recorded earlier. What was in the data package? That is top secret. But Grandpa Wang, after drinking, seemed to be forced to record 3 hours of different grilled sausage sales calls with various cooking styles and seasonings, along with a 4K video of sausages sizzling on the fire. The Silver Ball thought this was one of Earth's cultural highlights that best combined efficient energy transfer and sensory pleasure, After sending the data package, there was a long wait. A few days later, just when everyone thought the signal was lost, the silver sphere suddenly received a very faint but real response signal. After decoding and analyzing the signal, everyone found the content both funny and surprising. It wasn't the expected technical data or friendly greetings, but a series of very complex suggestions about improving the efficiency of cooking sausages, how aroma molecules spread, and how sound waves stimulate appetite. A report with suggestions for optimization? At the end of the report, there was also a redesigned 3D model of the sausage roaster. Its efficiency was many times higher than the old one, and it even included automatic cleaning and molecular-level freshness locking features. Grandpa Wang looked at the design, his eyes wide with amazement. He held onto the silver sphere's shell and refused to let go. Oh my. This is truly a treasure. Silver Sphere Book Boy. No. Silver Sphere Ancestor. From now on, you can eat as many sausages as you want. This sausage diplomacy seemed to have achieved a strange kind of initial success. Although the other side still aimed to optimize, at least a communication bridge had been built. However, just as everyone was happy about this unexpected progress, Elena, who was monitoring the energy channels between the silver sphere and the other side, discovered a very subtle additional signal disguised as background noise. This signal didn't come from the direction of the star civilization, but seemed to be eavesdropping from a distant, unknown part of deep space on this sausage trade. A new shadow quietly appeared. After Grandpa Wang received the alien technology-enhanced sausage roaster, he seemed 20 years younger, no more back pain, no more leg aches, and his voice was full of energy. The new sausage roaster was incredibly efficient. It could instantly lock in the juices, adjust cooking time and seasoning based on customer preferences, and even simulate different flavors like charcoal, electric, or fruitwood grilling. Even more amazing, it had automatic cleaning and molecular freshness locking. Every day when Grandpa Wang closed his stall, the machine was spotless, and the sausages left the next day still tasted freshly grilled. Interstellar sausage. 1 bite to forget worries, 2 bites to explore the universe. Grandpa Wang's shout was also updated with a sci-fi flair. Tourists lined up, not to see ancient customs, but to taste this alien technology sausage. A strange scene appeared at the scenic spot. A group of people holding glowing grilled sausages, taking photos in front of a quirky pavilion that still had sausages flying from its roof. The phrase grilled sausage with grilled sausage, all worries fade away, became a new joke. The Silver Sphere seemed very pleased with this cultural exchange. It even took the initiative to improve the lighting and sound at Grandpa Wang's stall, making the sausage grilling process more ceremonial and visually appealing, calling it enhancing the added value of cultural output. Encouraged by the success of the first sausage diplomacy, the Silver Sphere, under the guidance of the working group, carefully prepared for a second cultural data package. This time, the content was richer, including an impromptu recitation of Bring in the Wine by Li Bai, mixing wine aroma and boldness, a virtual scene of Emperor Yongzheng reviewing memorials, showing management skills, and even a record of energy fluctuations from Go Hong drawing talismans live, reflecting mystical culture. The data package was sent again. This time, the waiting time was much shorter. Soon, a reply from the Silver Star civilization arrived, and its content again surprised the experts. They did not respond directly to the poetry, management, or mystical topics. Instead, they sent a document titled Environmental Optimization Plan for Stimulating Earth's Non-Logical Creativity Based on Sound Wave and Energy Fluctuation Analysis. The plan detailed the analysis of air composition, sound wave frequencies, and alcohol molecule concentrations around Li Bai during his recitation, suggesting the creation of a poetry immortal energy field to stimulate similar creativity in bulk. It also analyzed the energy residue from Yongzheng's virtual ink traces, recommending improvements to lighting and magnetic fields in offices to boost decision-making efficiency. Most astonishingly, they reverse-engineered a set of efficient energy guidance runes from Go Hong's talisman energy fluctuations, claiming they could increase energy utilization efficiency by 15%. At the end of the reply, they included a request for more detailed data on the nonlinear relationship between sausage aroma and satisfaction, and a new design for the Sausage Machine 2.0, which added holographic aroma simulation and emotional feedback adjustment functions. Grandpa Wang held the 2.0 design drawing, tears of excitement streaming down his face. It's worth it. It's worth it. I've lived my whole life for this. My sausage stall is almost a key interstellar project now. Director Zhang and Xiao Man Lin looked at the reply with mixed feelings. The communication was established, but their everything can be optimized mindset was truly both amusing and frustrating. However, although those optimization plans are quite creative, upon closer thought, they seem to have some truth. Especially the rune that improves energy efficiency, which Elena is very eager to try. Meanwhile, during this seemingly harmonious, yet strange, interstellar pen-pal exchange, Elena and Susie are closely monitoring a secret third-party eavesdropping signal. The signal is becoming more active and daring. It no longer just listens. It begins to analyze and decode the communication. It even tries covertly to inject tiny tracking codes into the communication channel, but both the Silver Sphere and Elena work together to block these attempts. The other side's technology is very advanced and extremely clever, Elena said seriously to director Zhang and Lin Xiaoman. They are mimicking the communication style of the Silver Star civilization, but the core is completely different, more aggressive and purposeful. They seem very interested in the cultural exchange between the Silver Star civilization and us. Can we trace the source? Director Zhang asked. It's difficult. The signal has jumped and disguised itself many times. The source seems to point to a blank area at the edge of the galaxy, where, in theory, no civilization exists. Elena pointed to a spot on the star map. At this moment, the silver sphere suddenly issued a warning. Warning. Detected.
Third party. Attempting to.
Use. The recent. Communication feedback.
Delay. To build.
A tiny.
Space.
Signal. The target location is Grandpa Wang's sausage stand. Everyone was shocked. They looked toward Grandpa Wang's stall. Above the stall, the air subtly twisted for a moment, and a nearly invisible, tiny space vortex flashed away. A faint suction was created, and a freshly grilled sausage was suddenly sucked in and disappeared. The whole event was as fast as lightning. Except for a few people staring at the monitor screen, almost no one noticed. Grandpa Wang felt a lightness in his hand. The sausage he just grilled was gone. He paused, rubbed his eyes, and said, "Huh? Where's my sausage? That big one I just grilled? Did it get taken by the sky?" The silver sphere's glow flickered intensely. Signal.
Has.
Disappeared. Someone from the other side successfully stole a small physical sample, a grilled sausage. The purpose of this might be for more precise cultural biological analysis and spatial positioning. A grilled sausage was stolen by a mysterious alien third party? This might be the most unbelievable space theft in history. But no one is laughing. This time, they stole a sausage, but next time, they could steal something more important. They might even directly locate and teleport people. This hidden third party, operating in the shadows, is clearly more dangerous and unpredictable than the straightforward Silver Star civilization. Director Zhang immediately ordered, "Immediately upgrade all communication encryption levels. Silver Sphere, can you reverse lock onto the enemy's exact location, even if only within a smaller area?" Silver Sphere. The opponent
Is.
extremely cautious, and the signal has a very short
Existence. But.
Their act of stealing the sausage has left subtle energy traces. Combining this with previous eavesdropping signals, we might attempt a broad search. Just as the Silver Sphere began full-force calculations to track the thief, the park broadcast suddenly played a loud, sorrowful cry from Grandpa Wang, amplified through the microphone. "Oh no! Which damn thief stole my sausage? That was a double meat limited edition. Return my sausage." This heartfelt complaint, full of human warmth, was inevitably, faintly transmitted through the communication channel opened by the Silver Sphere. Far away, at the edge of the galaxy, in a hidden corner, a dark-scaled claw held a steaming, shiny grilled sausage, seemingly analyzing it through scanning. Suddenly, the receiver picked up Grandpa Wang's angry, heavily regional voice. "Return my sausage." The claw froze abruptly. The grip on the sausage tightened involuntarily. Grandpa Wang's passionate and heartfelt cry of "Return my sausage" through the nearly closed communication channel was like a drop of oil splashing into the vast, cold depths of space. On the other end, the Silver Star civilization's response signal showed rare brief delays and fluctuations, as if their logical core was also shaken by this sudden, emotional noise. A few seconds later, the signal resumed. The message was no longer just a cold technical report but included a short, seemingly confused additional note. The physical
Sample. All.
individuals' emotional fluctuations
Are.
intense. Is this
Loss.
of sense related?
To. Non-logical.
Creative force? It seems they're studying Grandpa Wang's grief. Meanwhile, in a more distant and hidden star region, the claw holding the sausage stiffened briefly after receiving Grandpa Wang's complaint. The resentful sound waves seemed to penetrate layers of technological shields, causing an inexplicable interference. The claw suddenly threw the sausage into an analyzer, which quickly started working to break down its components and the cultural resentment it contained. The silver sphere seized the opportunity to operate at full power, finally capturing a fleeting energy trace. Combining this with previous eavesdropping signals, they narrowed down the third party's approximate location to a desolate star region at the end of the galaxy's spiral arm, marked as the Silent Zone. The area is still large, but no longer completely empty, Elena reported. This region has a harsh environment, making it unlikely for civilizations to survive. If there are any, their technology must be far beyond normal and highly skilled at hiding. Director Zhang looked serious. Report this information immediately. Also, Silver Sphere, pause all unnecessary communications with the Silver Star civilization. We need to reassess the risks, especially regarding this hidden sausage thief. Communication was temporarily cut off. The scene returned to its usual bustling appearance, but the internal atmosphere among the team was tense, like a stretched bow ready to snap. Grandpa Wang was very upset because he lost his favorite sausage and was told by the Silver Sphere that he might not be able to chat with his interstellar pen pal about grilled sausages for a while. He felt sad for several days, and his calls for grilled sausages sounded a bit mournful. Surprisingly, this drew in a group of tourists who loved that kind of food, and sales actually increased. But peace didn't last long. A few days later, 2 urgent alarms sounded at the monitoring center at the same time. One came from the direction of the Silver Star civilization. They seemed confused and worried about the sudden stop in cultural exchange. They sent a secret message which was no longer a report but a cooperation agreement. The agreement said they could help Earth improve that hidden third-party eavesdropper who didn't follow proper etiquette. In return, Earth needed to provide more frequent and larger samples of non-logical cultural data. Almost at the same time, another alarm came from the Silent Zone. That mysterious third party also sent a message. The signal was very weak and distorted, as if it had traveled through many obstacles. The message was full of arrogance and threats. Primitive civilization. Your creations with raw, emotional waves are interesting. Surrender the creator and all related cultural data. To avoid total cleansing, one grilled sausage had attracted the attention of 2 different alien forces at the same time. One wanted to cooperate to improve others, and the other threatened to cleanse and demanded people and data. In the conference room, everyone looked at the 2 very different but equally chilling messages on the screen, exchanging nervous glances. Is this turning into an interstellar love triangle? Lin Xiaoman felt her mind was a bit overwhelmed. Director Zhang frowned. The Silver Star civilization wants to use this to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get more samples. The third party is just outright looting. Neither side is friendly. The Silver Sphere glowed steadily as it analyzed. The proposal from the Silver Star civilization has some strategic value, but the risks are very high. The threat from the third party is more direct and clearly hostile. What should we reply? Lin Xiaoman asked. Just as everyone was hesitating, the door to the meeting room was pushed open. Li Bai strolled in, swinging a wine jug, followed by a curious Yongzheng and several other ancient figures projected behind him, apparently sneaking out to eavesdrop again. Li Bai hiccuped loudly and said, "What's so hard about this? Making friends from afar and attacking nearby, it's an old idea. I think we should agree to the Silver Star's invitation. First team up to deal with that rude thief. After that, we can enjoy poetry and wine with Silver Star. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Yongzheng disagreed. That's nonsense. This is like trying to trap a tiger and swallow a wolf. The Silver Star civilization isn't kind either. If they grow too strong, they might turn against us. I believe we should firmly refuse both sides, show strength, and close the borders. Go Hong stroked his beard. I think we could pretend to agree with one side, secretly set up a big formation, and wait until they weaken each other. Sun Simiao shook his head. That's not good. Too much fighting disturbs harmony. Instead, we could try mixing a calming herbal powder called 100 Herbs Calm Powder and spread it through the Silver Sphere to see if it can influence both sides. Old Wang also squeezed in at the door, shouting, "I think whoever helps me catch that sneaky thief and beats him up, I'll give them free roasted sausages for a month." Suddenly, the meeting room turned into a busy market, with all kinds of strategies flying around from past and present, making Director Zhang and the experts laugh and cry at the chaos. The silver sphere's light flickered quickly, as if processing these chaotic suggestions at high speed. Finally, it proposed a surprising plan, suggestion, used at confusing tactics. This
Plan. If.
successful,
Might. Cause. Disputes.
or even conflicts between both sides.
We. Could. Just.
Sit back and profit from it.
But. We. Need.
Someone with a strong talent for confusing to lead the compilation of this data package. Suddenly, everyone's eyes in the meeting room turned sharply toward one direction. Squatting in the corner, trying to draw symbols on the ground with drinks, Li Bai looked up blankly. "Huh? Why are you all looking at me?" Li Bai, who was highly expected by everyone, heard that he was to be the main person responsible for creating a cultural confusion data package to trick aliens. Not only did he not refuse, but he also got more excited with drink and his poetic and mischievous spirit burning brightly. "Brilliant! Brilliant!" He patted his thigh, wobbling to his feet with a wine jug, his virtual white robe slightly rippling with excitement. Such a grand act of splashing ink across the starry river and teasing the alien beings. It suits me perfectly. Watch my skills. Seeing this, everyone's hearts sank a little. Is it reliable to let this romantic master handle such a delicate task of deception? Director Zhang was about to speak, but the silver sphere flickered first and calmly added, "Mr. Li Bai is responsible for providing the core, ideas, and rhythms. The detailed encryption, misleading logic embedding, and energy wave simulation will be handled by me." That's more like it. Everyone relaxed a bit, trusting the silver sphere to keep Li Bai's wild ideas in check. Thus, in a makeshift, interstellar deception studio, a strange mix of ancient and modern, science and poetry and drunkenness, began. Li Bai was in charge of letting his imagination run free. He drank heavily and improvised a large number of half-true, nonsensical, exaggerated, and contradictory interstellar poems full of vivid metaphors and strange images. Things like, "The galaxy flows with the aroma of grilled sausages," "The Jade Emperor gnaws on pig's feet," "Black holes sell pancakes deep inside," "Chang'e live streams her products," "Optimize, optimize, then optimize again. Better to drunkenly lie on worry-free mountain." The technician recording all this couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth and started to question his life. The silver sphere faithfully recorded all these creations and then began very complex post-processing. It disassembled and rearranged the poems, embedded incorrect energy signatures, added multiple layers of contradictory encryption, and even altered the tone of Uncle Wong's sausage-selling calls to disguise them as ancient interstellar trade codes. It sped up and slowed down the clips of Yongzheng scolding the Imperial Guards, mimicking strategic commands. It reversed the energy fluctuations of Gohong's talismans, making them look like highly destructive energy techniques. The final data package was so dense and chaotic that it resembled a universe-level information bombardment. Mission accomplished. Li Bai looked at the final, colorful, chaotic data stream emitted by the silver sphere, feeling satisfied. He hiccuped happily and went straight to sleep. Director Zhang stared at this thing, his eyelids twitching.
This.
"If we send this out, won't it anger them and make them attack immediately?" The silver sphere replied. "Based on analysis, this type of highly chaotic and incomprehensible information could trigger their curiosity and research desire, thus delaying their decision-making. Of course, there is a 17.5% chance it could cause their system to short-circuit, a 17.5% chance." Director Zhang felt even more exhausted. But there was nothing else to do now. Send it. 2 large data packets filled with massive amounts of junk were sent toward the Silver Star civilization and the third party, Intestine Thief. Next came an even more agonizing wait. Seconds passed. The monitoring screens were silent. Neither communication channel showed any activity. Just when everyone thought the plan had failed and the enemy might be gathering their fleet to attack, the Silver Star civilization finally responded. What was sent back was no longer a clear report or protocol, but a very chaotic signal full of noise and garbled text, as if the system was about to collapse. After difficult analysis, the Silver Sphere roughly understood. Information overload. Logical contradictions. Cannot be optimized. Request to reduce cultural intensity. Provide a. Poison. Removal. A lot of garbled text. It seems to be working? The Silver Star civilization appears to have been silenced by this cultural bomb. Before everyone could celebrate, a response came from the third party, Intestine Thief, signal. The signal on that side was even stranger. First, there was a long silence, then suddenly a sharp, angry, and confused roar translated. Disorder.
Chaos.
Blasphemy. This low-level emotional pollution. But why can't it be understood? Even a little intoxicating. More sharp static. Hand over the creator. Immediately. Or destruction. The other side seemed angrier, but did not attack immediately. Instead, there was a strange feeling of frustration, like they were cursing but couldn't help wanting to keep watching. It looks like that half the plan succeeded. At least, they are temporarily held back. The glow of the Silver Sphere flickered steadily. Confusion. Battle.technique.initial.effect. Both sides are struggling to analyze and the chance of large-scale action and the short term is reduced. A sigh of relief sounded in the conference room. However, the Silver Sphere then dropped another bomb. But this also has risks we may have already attracted the attention of a higher level being. Higher level, Lin Xiaoman's heart tightened. Are you talking about that ancient observer before? Not at certain. The glow of the Silver Sphere flickered slightly.
But
in the very brief moment when the signals were sent and received I caught a faint, extremely weak, but clearly higher level probe wave. It seems that IT just looked but did not interfere. Just looked? But that alone is enough to send chills down one's spine. While everyone was feeling uneasy about this new discovery, in the corner of the laboratory, the drunken Li Bai was mumbling and turning over, half asleep. Hey, the starry sky is bright. If I come from there.
Hick.
Sneaky thief. Don't run. Fight me 300 rounds. Li Bai's bold and drunken words did not actually summon a starship to fight the sneaky thief, but the 2 cultural confusion bombs sent out by the Silver Sphere did have an unexpected effect. Signals from the Silver Star civilization fell into chaos, repeatedly showing messages like parsing error, logical conflict, and request cultural downgrade. It was as if a supercomputer had been broken, losing its ability to threaten. Meanwhile, the third party, cultural thief, became more agitated and confused. Their signals sometimes threatened angrily, and other times showed a strange curiosity about certain parts of the chaotic messages, like the angry shouts of an old man or gossiping neighbors peeking through their fingers. Large-scale attacks did not happen, but small, probing signals became more frequent, as if trying to find the source and solution to this cultural pollution. Anyway, the expected interstellar war did not break out immediately, giving worry-free mountains a precious chance to breathe. Director Zhang and the team worked hard, analyzing the response patterns of both sides to find weaknesses, while also tracking the higher dimensional fluctuations that had briefly appeared. Can we determine the exact source of that fluctuation? Director Zhang asked, staring at the complex star map with a frown. Elena shook her head. We can't pinpoint it precisely. That fluctuation goes beyond normal space dimensions, more like a kind of overlooking from a higher level. It seems to be everywhere, and yet elusive. The only thing certain is that it shows interest in this chaos caused by cultural confusion, a being capable of overlooking interstellar conflicts and interested in a pile of deliberately created cultural trash? That sounds even more unsettling. Lin Xiaoman couldn't help but mutter. Would it think we're deliberately causing trouble? What if it decides we've polluted the universe's cultural environment and comes with a big cleanup? This guess made everyone feel a chill down their spines. In this somewhat tense atmosphere, the daily life at the scenic spot continued chaotically. Grandpa Wong, known as the interstellar famous grilled sausage vendor, saw his business grow busier. Many tourists even came specifically to see the legendary sausage stolen by aliens. Grandpa Wong had to double the meat pieces on the spot and raise the price by 50%. He also seriously discussed with the silver ball whether next time, when sending signals, it could also promote his sausage stall and they could negotiate the fee. Emperor Yongzheng was very interested in the cultural confusion tactic. He thought it was similar to ancient strategies like feign troops and divide and conquer, and tried to develop a set of guidelines called the Interstellar Enemy Confusion Manual, asking the secret guards to practice and prepare for emergencies. So, in the scenic area, you often see a group of virtual secret guards performing sideways jumps and setting false formations, which is really just confusing formations, calling it drills for confusing enemies. After drinking, Li Bai was proud of his bold and shocking work. He boasted to everyone how his poems could make the aliens surrender, even planning to create a new piece called The Fearsome Alien Retreat, but Lin Xiaoman strongly advised against it, citing the need to protect cosmic peace. Gahong and Sun Simiao paid close attention to the higher dimensional fluctuations, believing they were closer to the Taoist concept of Tian Dao, or the medical idea of Hao Ran Jing Qi. They argued all day whether to use talismans or herbal decoctions to
communicate with it.
Amidst this chaos and speculation, the silver ball detected traces of that high-dimensional fluctuation again. This time, the fluctuation did not vanish instantly but lingered faintly and continuously over Worry-Free Mountain, like an invisible eye carefully observing everything here. What surprised everyone even more was that Silverlight and Hongli, who had always shown friendliness toward the fluctuation, reacted even more strongly this time. They became extremely excited, jumping and flying in the air, emitting gentle, coordinated light, as if trying to communicate with the fluctuation.
Could they
sense more? Elena looked at the monitoring data in surprise. The energy frequency they emit is resonating with that high-dimensional fluctuation in a very subtle way. The silver sphere confirmed this point. Silver
light,
combined with the energy of Hongli's, contains a certain
quality
that connects with higher dimensional beings. Perhaps they are natural bridges. Everyone's heart moved. If these two little creatures could truly communicate with higher dimensional beings, does that mean humans might have the chance to talk with those mysterious entities instead of just passively waiting for their gaze or judgment? This idea was both exciting and unsettling. Who knows whether those higher dimensional beings are good or evil? Are their interests a blessing or a curse for humans? Director Zhang took a deep breath and made a bold decision. Silver Sphere, under the condition of safety, try to guide the energy of Silverlight and Hongli to see if we can get a clearer response to those higher dimensional fluctuations. Even if it's just a simple, friendly signal, it was a risky move, but rather than waiting passively, it was better to try actively. The glow of the silver sphere shone on the two excited jelly-like creatures, carefully adjusting and amplifying the natural energy resonance they emitted. Gradually, the high-dimensional fluctuations in the air seemed to produce a very subtle feedback. They were no longer just being observed, they seemed to respond. At this moment, the poet Li Bai, who had been watching curiously nearby, was inspired by the mysterious atmosphere. He suddenly took a big gulp of wine and loudly recited to the invisible presence in the sky, "Now I have a fairy fruit jelly, shining like the starry river. If I ask the guest in the sky, can we share a drink?" Li Bai's sudden, skyward, drink together, invitation, with a hint of drunkenness and poetic madness, seemed like a strange bridge. Through the silver light and Hongli, it transmitted a delicate resonance with the high-dimensional fluctuations, clearly reaching out. In an instant, Worry-Free Mountain fell silent, as if time itself had stopped flowing. Everyone was so tense they dared not breathe, afraid that their breathing might break this strange silence. They stared wide-eyed, fixed on the empty space, waiting for any reaction, whether a curious response or a furious rebuke. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, with every second feeling unusually long. Finally, the invisible high-dimensional wave that lingered in the air changed again. But this time, it made no sound and showed no form. Everyone present, including the projections of ancient people, could clearly feel a certain emotion, gentle, curious, and a bit playful. This feeling was like a serious elder suddenly amused by a child's innocent words, making people feel surprised and a little relaxed. Then something even more amazing happened. The light emitted by silver light and Hungli suddenly became soft and bright. They joyfully spun and jumped in the air, guiding the high-dimensional wave gently across Worry-Free Mountain, like a light veil brushing over it. Where this wave touched, tiny but wonderful changes occurred. The almost invisible energy scars left on Grandpa Wang's sausage grill from previous attacks disappeared instantly, leaving the machine spotless and shining as if brand new. Even the humming sound it made became more pleasant. The plants damaged by the Silver Star Scout and later repaired by the Silver Sphere looked more lively now. Their leaves were lush and green, and the flowers were vibrant, as if filled with pure life energy. Even the projections of ancient people felt their virtual bodies becoming more solid and clear, with richer, more vivid colors. Ho Yubei instinctively touched his armor, feeling its texture had improved. The whole scenic area seemed to be enchanted, like it had received a top-tier spa treatment, glowing with harmony and brilliance. Every view was perfect, as if crafted by nature itself, making people unable to help but admire. Could this be the response of a higher dimensional being? It didn't speak, but silently gave the entire area a kind of universal nourishment. This nourishment wasn't material but spiritual, bringing warmth and kindness that words couldn't describe. At this moment, everyone was deeply moved by this magical and warm scene. Their tense hearts finally relaxed a little in the face of such beauty. It was as if a higher dimensional being was telling people, "Don't be afraid. I am here, and everything will get better." Grandpa Wang excitedly touched his roasted sausage machine and muttered, "An immortal. It's a sign of divine presence. Bless my business to prosper and wealth to flow in." Emperor Yongzheng looked serious and bowed to the sky. Virtually, heaven's grace is vast, blessing all living things. Although he didn't know who or what was there, he thanked first. Li Bai was even more proud, standing with his hands on his hips and laughing loudly. "Ha! I am a chosen friend of wine. There are kindred spirits beyond the starry sea. However, this peaceful and powerful wave clearly extended beyond Worry-Free Mountain. Its silent brush, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, caused ripples that spread outward, touching those who were secretly watching. First, it reached the Silver Star civilization. Their signals, which had been chaotic due to a cultural explosion, suddenly became clear and steady, as if washed by a fresh spring. But instead of gratitude, they felt a huge confusion.
Detected.
Unknown. High-dimensional. Interference. Energy. Properties. Cannot be analyzed. Logic.
Cannot understand.
Its behavior of. Nourishing. Lower civilizations.
Is.
Highly inefficient. Requesting. Reevaluation. Of the current. Situation. Lots of noise from complex calculations. The Silver Star civilization couldn't understand this act of selfless giving, which deeply challenged their core logic that everything must be optimized. Their CPUs were almost overheating. Soon after, the signals from the third party, Gut Stealer, also responded. Their signals were no longer angry or curious, but showed for the first time a hint of surprise and fear. High-dimensional aura?
Why
would it protect such a primitive place? This doesn't match the harvesting law. Signal fluctuating wildly. The plan must
change
immediately. Track the source of the high-dimensional being as a priority over everything else. The direct threat facing Worry-Free Mountain was unexpectedly lifted once again because of this mysterious observer responding happily by chance. Director Zhang and the team looked at each other with complicated feelings. Is this a blessing in disguise? Or have they just latched onto a big, unseen advantage? Immediately track the third-party signal, Director Zhang ordered. See which direction they went. The silver sphere responded quickly. Third-party signal
Is rapidly
moving away
from the solar system.
heading towards the edge of the galaxy, into unknown areas.
Their goal
Is believed to be searching for the source of higher dimensional existence. Did they run away? Are they going to cause trouble for that observer? Everyone was unsure whether to be happy or worried. They were happy because the current crisis seemed to be over, but they were worried because the third party appeared extremely dangerous. If they chase after higher dimensional beings, could it cause a bigger disaster? And how would the friendly observer respond? At that moment, a gentle ripple of higher dimensional energy brushed past again. This time, it lingered a little longer near Silverlight and Homely. The two jelly-like creatures excitedly spun around. Then, on Silverlight's surface, the chaotic data streams appeared again. But this time, there seemed to be something extra, an extremely tiny, yet very clear fragment of coordinates about the star system where the third party, thief of intestines, was hiding. It was like a small gift from the higher dimensional being, casually given. Before everyone could see clearly, the ripple receded like a tide, disappearing completely, as if it had never been there. The sky returned to normal, leaving only a refreshed scene and a group of stunned humans and projections. The silver sphere quickly recorded and locked onto the coordinate fragment. Coordinates have been recorded, although incomplete. Combined with previous data, the search area can be greatly narrowed. This was like a gift falling from the sky. The long-standing mystery of the third-party hideout's location was suddenly revealed, at least in part, so easily. Lin Xiaoman looked at Silverlight and Homely, still excitedly spinning in the air, then glanced at the coordinates. Suddenly, a key question popped into her mind, and she blurted out, "Wait, weren't they the ones who fell out of that silver crack? The fissure connects to the Silver Star civilization. But now this higher dimensional being is passing third-party coordinates through it? These two little guys. What exactly is their background?" Lin Xiaoman's exclamation was like cold water poured into boiling oil, instantly waking everyone who is still happily celebrating the high-dimensional expert sending gifts. The two jelly-like creatures, Silverlight and Homely, have mysterious origins. They first fell out of a crack opened by the Silver Star civilization. At that time, everyone thought they were creations or attached creatures of the Silver Star. But later, Silverlight could easily decode the signals of Silver Star scouts, and now it can resonate with a clearly more advanced higher dimensional being, even becoming a bridge for passing messages. Their background is too complicated. Everyone's eyes turned back to the two carefree, excited little creatures, still bouncing from their recent interaction with the high-dimensional fluctuations. Grandpa Wang stepped forward carefully, poking Silverlight with a new grilled sausage. I ask, "What exactly are you two? Are you really spies sent by aliens?" "You don't look like it." Silverlight was attracted by the sausage, paused its bouncing, and curiously touched it. It showed no reaction to the word, spy, instead transforming into a tiny sausage shape to entertain itself. Emperor Yongjing's phantom stroked his beard, eyes sharp, trying to show imperial wisdom. "In my opinion, these two are definitely extraordinary. If they can communicate with that high-dimensional being, they must be destined by heaven. Perhaps they can be called heaven-sent auspicious signs? We should set up an altar to worship them, praying for national peace and people's happiness." He began to consider how to bring these two under his control. Gahong and Sun Simiao once again debated academically about the two little creatures. Old Man Ge confidently said, "This old man has long seen that these two beings are filled with pure spiritual energy, and their ability to manipulate space is beyond what the Silver Star creations, which only focus on killing and optimizing, can compare to. They must be spirits enlightened by an ancient master, accidentally fallen to the mortal world, he was already imagining how to become their master. Sun Simiao was more practical. No matter their origin, their internal energy is pure and gentle, with healing effects, referring to nourishing the scenic area earlier. They should be treated as rare spiritual medicines, carefully studied and protected, which might lead to major insights in medicine. Li Bai was inspired again, circling around the two little creatures, reciting, "In the chaos, life is born. Stars' pearls fall to mortal dust." Wonderful, wonderful. Let's make a big announcement. The silver sphere floated nearby, steadily scanning the two jelly-like creatures, trying to analyze them more deeply. However, the results remained unclear. Energy. Composition is extremely special. Contains many unknown dimensions. Features. Similar to the energy signature of the Silver Star civilization, but not quite the same, less than 10%. The high-dimensional wave and frequency just now are extremely high. Cannot determine the specific source. Even the silver sphere couldn't fully understand. Elena proposed a bold hypothesis. Could they not come from any known civilization? Could they be naturally occurring energy beings in the universe? Maybe they were attracted by the Fisher energy of the Silver Star civilization, or perhaps they were unintentionally placed here by some higher dimensional being. This idea made everyone think deeply. If it were true, the value and meaning of these two little creatures would be completely different. They could be a bridge connecting different dimensions or civilizations. Anyway, Director Zhang steadied himself and brought the topic back to reality. The most urgent matter is to handle this gift from the higher dimensional being. He pointed to the coordinates of the fragment the silver sphere had locked onto. We have a major clue about the location of the third-party civilization's base. We must act immediately. Silver sphere, can you calculate the most likely specific coordinates based on this fragment and all our previous data? It will
Take time.
to perform large-scale calculations
And
filtering, responded the silver sphere, but
success rate is
high. Excellent. Director Zhang's eyes were firm. Start immediately. Once we confirm the coordinates, report them right away. This is key to countering those heart stealers and gaining the upper hand. The team quickly resumed their work, focusing all computational resources on deciphering and calculating the coordinates. The scenic area temporarily returned to its usual pace, but the undercurrents of tension remained. The Silver Star civilization remains in chaos and confusion, repeatedly sending signals requesting cultural downgrade and explanation of higher dimensional interference, but their threats have greatly diminished. Meanwhile, the third-party civilization, as monitored by the Silver Sphere, has completely moved its active signals away from the solar system, heading toward the edge of the galaxy. Clearly, they are determined to find the source of higher dimensional beings and are temporarily ignoring Earth. Worry-Free Mountain has rarely experienced a period of relative peace, though still chaotic. Grandpa Wong's sausage stand has introduced a Lucky Aura combo, claiming it uses seasonings touched by Silverlight and Hongli, though it doesn't. The price has doubled, yet it remains in high demand. Emperor Yongzheng has set up a small virtual altar, daily projecting guards to pay respects to two jelly-like creatures, claiming it concentrates national fortune. Lin Xiaoman finds this both amusing and perplexing. Li Bai tries to teach the two creatures poetry, but they are only interested in the shapes within the verses. For example, the bright moon before my bed becomes a flat, round moon, and I suspect frost on the ground turns into a white patch spread on the ground. While the tense coordinate calculations are ongoing, Lin Xiaoman watches the carefree, playful jelly creatures and keeps pondering a question. She can't help but pull aside Elena, who is conducting routine checks on Silverlight, and quietly ask, "Elena, why do you think that higher dimensional being is so special to them? And why does it send us messages through them? Is it really just a coincidence?" Elena pauses her instrument, glances at the two innocent little creatures, and shakes her head with a deep look in her eyes. Coincidence? On a cosmic scale, I rarely believe in absolute coincidence, especially involving beings of this level. They must have a purpose in choosing these two little ones. Maybe, she pauses, lowering her voice to share a more startling guess. Maybe they don't even realize it themselves, they are part of a larger plan. Or perhaps even, before Elena's speculation about a greater plan is finished, as if to confirm her intuition, an unexpected and massive crisis suddenly erupts without warning. The once orderly, relatively speaking, worry-free mountain scenic area is suddenly engulfed by a sharp, piercing energy scream. This sound does not come from outside but originates from the core of the scenic area itself, the so-called scenic area revitalization system that is still somewhat reliable and linked to Lin Xiaoman.
Warning! Warning!
Unknown high-intensity interference detected. Power circuit chaos. Core protocol conflict. The voice of the Gigi bond system is no longer the usual cute and cheeky tone but is filled with urgent and distorted static. Summoning module malfunction. Lock on to historical anchor points failed. Space-time connection. Buzzing. Stability. Plummeting. What's going on? Lin Xiaoman feels like her mind is filled with a chaotic swarm of bees, causing intense pain and almost making her fall. Meanwhile, strange phenomena suddenly appear throughout the scenic area. The ancient human projections that were once stable begin to flicker and twist violently. Their colors become highly unstable, as if they might collapse and disappear at any moment.
Protect!
Protect! There are magic tricks. Emperor Yongjing's virtual image is so frightened, or perhaps the system's simulated fear, that he steps back several paces, nearly knocking over Uncle Wang's sausage stand. Li Bai's figure looks like a poor signal on a bad TV, sometimes clear, sometimes transparent. His virtual wine jar even briefly turns into a mosaic. Huh? Is this a new kind of drunken illusion? Why are the heavens and earth spinning endlessly? Even more terrifying things happen next. In various parts of the scenic area, the energy beams used to summon ancient projections do not fade, but become wild and chaotic. Strange colored space-time rifts appear out of nowhere like shattered mirrors, then quickly vanish. A highly unstable force summon is activated. But this time, instead of summoning famous historical figures, a group of soldiers dressed in tattered ancient armor, holding rusty swords, with frightened and confused expressions, are brought forth. They look like they were forcibly pulled from a brutal ancient battlefield. As soon as they appear, they panic and wave their weapons, shouting in unfamiliar ancient dialects.
Ah!
Ghost soldiers are crossing over. A tourist screams in fear. Almost simultaneously, another energy node experiences a terrifying reverse leak. A modern tourist nearby taking photos suddenly sees the ground beneath him turn into a twisting glow. He screams and vanishes instantly, leaving only half-finished words "damn" and a slowly falling baseball cap. Modern people are being thrown back into ancient times. At the center of the largest summoning circle, energy was rapidly gathering. A figure dressed in a dark cloak, masked, with cold eyes like a poisonous snake, was quickly taking shape. The dagger at his waist shimmered with a cold, toxic glow. A dangerous historical figure, and most likely an assassin or killer. Stop him. Director Zhang reacted quickly and immediately ordered the security team. We must not let him fully appear. The security personnel and Suchi rushed toward the summoning circle, aiming various non-lethal weapons at the figure about to solidify. However, although the black-clad assassin had not fully materialized, he already showed incredible skill. He moved like a ghost, narrowly avoiding several capture nets and stun guns, then through a few virtual but energy-disrupted, with a hint of physical impact, darts back at the security team, forcing them to retreat. The entire scene became chaotic. Ancient projections flickered unpredictably, confused ancient soldiers panicked and ran, modern tourists hurried to hide, and the dangerous assassin was about to arrive. Meanwhile, one unlucky person was thrown back into ancient times.
Gigi Bond.
Think of a way, Lin Xiaoman, holding her exploding head, shouted anxiously. Interference source.
Cannot lock on.
Energy signature. Mixed with Silver Star civilization and third-party technology.
They
Are working together, targeting the remote attack system core. Gigi Bond's voice was intermittent, full of anger and weakness. I am trying to stabilize, but the summoning module is about to collapse. We must forcibly shut down all summoning channels. Otherwise, more people will be pulled away. Then just shut it down, Lin Xiaoman yelled.
No.
Forcibly shutting down would drain almost all energy and all existing projections, including Li Bai and others, will disappear temporarily due to power interruption. Gigi Bond's voice carried a hint of despair.
And
I will enter a long sleep, or even the system might go into hibernation or get damaged. Lin Xiaoman was struck by lightning. This meant giving up all ancient staff, abandoning everything they had worked so hard to build. At this critical moment, the black-clad assassin, just seconds away from fully solidifying, suddenly shot a fierce, killing intent from his eyes. He seemed to have locked onto Director Zhang, who appeared to be the closest and most authoritative. The assassin raised his poison-tipped dagger, ready to pounce. All security personnel aimed their weapons at him, but hesitated, afraid that energy shocks might worsen the space disturbance. Then, something unexpected happened. The silver light, which had been watching curiously nearby, seemed to sense the pure, cold malice from the assassin. It suddenly became excited, possibly a stress response. It transformed sharply into a tiny, spinning, dark blue vortex, no longer gentle like when blocking invisible enemies, but emitting a more primitive and chaotic space disturbance. That small vortex, like a stone shot from a slingshot, precisely struck the assassin just as he was about to fully solidify. There was no explosion or impact. It was like a drop of water melting into a hot iron, making a sharp sizzling sound. The figure of the black-clad assassin suddenly froze, as if his signal was heavily disrupted. His form twisted and flickered violently, then, right before everyone's eyes, with a pop, like a soap bubble bursting, he shattered into countless bright points of light and disappeared. He was taken away by a jelly-like creature. Caught and gone? Everyone was stunned. Even Silver Light seemed to be caught off guard. It reverted to its jelly form, bouncing uncertainly in the air, as if trying to confirm where the target had gone. This sudden change also greatly impacted the source of the remote interference system. The sharp whine of interference suddenly weakened significantly. Interference has weakened. Opportunity. Gigi Bond seized this precious moment. Host, get ready. I'm going to forcibly close all channels. The projection might temporarily disappear. Energy will fluctuate violently.
wait.
What about the tourist who was thrown back? Lin Xiaoman hurriedly asked. Can't care right now. We must stabilize the system first. I will try to remember his space-time coordinates. When I recover. Gigi Bond's voice grew weaker and weaker. Ready. 3, 2. Lin Xiaoman clenched her teeth and shouted to everyone. Everyone,
Stay calm.
prepare to face the impact. All the summoning magic circles on Weo Mountain suddenly shone brightly, then instantly went dark as if the power had been cut off.
Li Bai, Yongzheng, Wu Gubing, Wan Mi Weiying.
All the ancient projections, even the soldiers summoned unexpectedly from the past, became completely transparent at this moment, disappearing like light smoke. Only faint shadows and unfinished words from their eras remained in the air.
Wine.
Not finished drinking. Li Bai, my empire. Yongzheng, the Xiongnu are not defeated. Huizubing, mechanical arts. Huang Yueying, the entire scenic area suddenly became empty and silent. Only the stunned modern people remained, along with the floating silver orb, whose glow dimmed as if about to go out, and 2 jelly-like creatures that looked exhausted and a bit sluggish. The system forcibly shut down. Everyone stood there in a daze, unable to accept this sudden change. At that moment, sharp sirens and loud engine roars sounded from outside the scenic area. Several armed helicopters with unfamiliar symbols appeared on the horizon. A large number of special forces dressed in black combat uniforms, well-equipped, rushed in from all entrances, quickly taking control of key points. A middle-aged man in a high-ranking military uniform, with a cold and stern expression, walked swiftly to Director Zhang and Lin Xiaoman under the protection of a group of soldiers. He showed a document and spoke in a cold, unquestionable tone. According to the highest emergency law, this place is now under the control of the Global Anomaly Control Bureau. All of you must immediately hand over all research data, alien artifacts, and related permissions. Cooperate with the investigation. Any resistance will be dealt with severely. External forces finally took action in chaos. Internal troubles are not yet resolved, and external threats have arrived. Lin Xiaoman looked at the cold gun barrel in front of her, then at the dim silver orb and the tired jelly-like creatures in the air. Her heart sank to the bottom. It was as if a faint voice echoed in her ears, just before Gigi Bond fell into a deep sleep. Host. I rely on you. Please hold on. The cold gun barrel, the tense atmosphere, and the unquestioning order from the officer claiming to be from the Global Anomaly Control Bureau made the already chaotic scene at Worry-Free Mountain Scenic Area worse after the system crash and the disappearance of ancient people. Visitors had already been evacuated or hidden in fear. Only the work team, staff, and key individuals like Lin Xiaoman and Director Zhang remained. Grandpa Wang instinctively hid his beloved grilled sausage machine behind him and muttered softly, "Control Bureau? They control the sky, the land, and even people selling grilled sausages." Director Zhang's face turned pale. He stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Xiaoman, speaking in a firm voice, "I am Zhang Jingguo, head of the National Special Department. All matters here are under my full control. Your bureau is overreaching. Show me higher-level authorization immediately, or I will refuse your unreasonable demands." The cold-faced officer smirked slightly and waved the document in his hand. "Director Zhang, these are extraordinary times, and we use extraordinary measures. The abnormal phenomena here threaten national and even global security. According to international treaties, we have the right to intervene. Your superiors will be notified soon. Now, please cooperate." Behind him, soldiers clicked their guns, ready to fire, a clear threat. It was obvious this was a prepared force takeover. Lin Xiaoman was angry and anxious, but she knew fighting now would only make things worse. She secretly glanced at the floating silver sphere in the air. Its light was very dim, as if it were sleeping, showing no reaction. The two little jelly creatures also lay listlessly at her feet, exhausted from the recent fight with the assassin. What should she do? Should she just let them take control? Just as tensions peaked, Elena suddenly chuckled softly and stepped forward. She brushed her hair and spoke to the cold-faced officer in fluent Chinese. "Sir, you have quite the attitude. Global Anomaly Control Bureau? I've never heard of this organization. But I have heard of a certain multinational conglomerate secretly running a sky curtain project, collecting extraterrestrial technology. And their methods are not very honorable." The officer's expression changed slightly, and his sharp eyes looked at Elena. "Who are you?" "I'm just a passing, enthusiastic scientist," Elena shrugged. "I happen to see some papers in less public academic journals about energy weapons facing engineering problems. The organization listed as the author is interesting, something like Global Technology Support Foundation. I heard they recently need a certain high-dimensional energy sample." Elena's words were like a dagger, sharply breaking through the other's false facade. The officer's face darkened completely, and the soldiers around him gripped their guns tighter. Director Zhang and Lin Xiaoman immediately understood. This is not an official organization at all, but a private armed group pretending to be official, actually controlled by some multinational capital trying to monopolize alien technology. "You're acting illegally," Director Zhang said sternly. "Illegal?" the officer sneered. "Once we get the core technology and samples here, who cares if the process is legal?"
Attack.
"Control all personnel, seize all equipment, and take that sphere and those two creatures." The soldiers immediately moved forward, ready to forcibly seize people and take things. Just at this critical moment, No one expected that the first to resist would be the seemingly harmless Grandpa Wang. He suddenly grabbed the sausage machine powered by Silver Star technology, turned the power knob to maximum, aimed it at the rushing soldiers, and shouted, "I'm fighting you. Have some sausage." An unprecedented, intensely rich aroma, blended with a smoky, meaty scent and some unknown energy catalyst, burst out from the sausage machine like a tangible shockwave. It instantly covered a large area in front. That smell exceeded what human noses could handle. It was so fragrant it was almost disgusting. So strong it hurt the eyes. So intense it made people dizzy. The frontline soldiers were caught off guard, hit directly by this biochemical weapon-level scent, tears and runny noses flowing, coughing violently, staggering, almost falling over. Cough, cough. What is this? Ugh. This smell. It's choking me. Gas masks. Quickly put on gas masks. The soldiers' formation instantly became a bit chaotic. Grandpa Wang himself almost fainted from the fumes. He supported the machine and shouted, struggling to keep his balance. This is interstellar technology. Cough, cough. Improved version. Pretty powerful, right? This sudden and strange counterattack stunned everyone. Even the cold-faced officer was taken aback, clearly unprepared for this kind of food attack. Taking advantage of the brief chaos, Elena quickly gave Suchi a signal. Suchi understood immediately, her figure like a ghost, silently approaching a soldier. She quickly pressed a button on his equipment, then withdrew. Almost at the same time, an anxious voice came from the officer's communicator. "Commander, the energy supply for some of our equipment is suddenly weakening. It seems to be disturbed by unknown energy." The officer looked sharply at Elena and Suchi, his eyes full of anger. "Did you do this?" Elena spread her hands, looking innocent. "Sir, you can't just accuse us. Maybe your equipment isn't suited to Earth's air?
Or
Maybe the smell of grilled sausages is too strong and interfering with the delicate instruments." At that moment, the usually dull, silver light seemed to be stimulated by Grandpa Wang's brave effort and the strong aroma of grilled sausages. It slightly lifted its head, emitting a faint glow that matched the previous high-dimensional wave. Although faint, this light caused an inconspicuous watch on the officer's wrist, used to detect energy reactions, to suddenly flare with a bright red light and sharp alarm. The officer's face changed dramatically. He looked at silver light with disbelief, greed, and shock. This energy reaction far exceeds records. Capture it, no matter the cost. The soldiers struggled to hold back discomfort and tried to rush forward. Lin Xiaoman was frantic, grabbing silver light and homely and backing away repeatedly. Director Zhang and the team members gathered around, trying to protect them, but faced with armed soldiers, the situation was very dangerous. Just as the conflict seemed about to escalate into violence, suddenly, the loudspeakers in every corner of the scenic area turned on automatically, without warning. But instead of playing the previous, most dazzling ethnic style, they broadcasted a strange, bizarre sound, an odd mix of electrical noise, metal scraping, and a slightly distorted chant. This sound seemed to contain a strange frequency, making everyone who heard it feel uneasy, dizzy, and disoriented. The soldiers' movements faltered again, and they all covered their ears in pain. Even the officer furrowed his brow, clearly affected by what was happening. "What's going on? Whose broadcast is this?" The officer shouted angrily. Since the broadcast system had long been taken over by Susie, what was playing now was definitely not anything she had set up. The silver sphere remained dull and dim. The two jelly-like creatures looked confused as well. Only Elena seemed to sense something and suddenly looked at the baseball cap left on the ground by the visitor who had been summoned away and disappeared. Next to the cap, a small patch of air was subtly twisting, and the strange sound seemed to be coming from there. At the same time, Lin Xiaoman's mind heard a faint, broken, and distant voice, almost like it was from another time and space, with a crying tone. "Hey!
Hey?
What the heck is this place? How am I here?
Ah.
Are the terracotta warriors coming to chase me? Is this Boss Lin?" Hurry and find a way to save me. That distant, desperate cry for help, mixed with the sound of the terracotta warriors chasing, suddenly pierced through the chaos of reality and entered Lin Xiaoman's mind like an invisible thread. That unlucky visitor who was sent back to ancient times, Lin Xiaoman quickly reacted, feeling both surprised and anxious. He's still alive, and it seems he's in the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, being chased by terracotta warriors. What is all this about? But now is not the time to complain. Although the distress signal was weak, it was like a stone thrown into a chaotic game of chess, bringing unexpected changes. The strange broadcast noise emanating from beside the baseball cap seemed to resonate strangely with this time-crossing cry for help, making the frequency sharper and more uncomfortable, effectively disrupting the actions of the armed soldiers. The cold-faced officer clearly also noticed the source of this abnormal interference. He endured a headache and ordered sharply, "Find the source of that sound. Destroy it." Several soldiers immediately headed toward the baseball cap to search. "Don't let them succeed." Lin Xiaoman quickly thought of a plan and shouted into her mind, "Hold on. Find a way to make a bigger noise. Hit metal.
Or
Walk like a terracotta warrior. Make your sound reach over." She didn't know if this would work, but it was a desperate attempt to try anything. Meanwhile, Director Zhang and the team members took the chance to fight back. Although they were mainly scientists, they were not helpless. They quickly used their knowledge of the terrain, picking up sticks and stones, mostly left from the previous fight. Some even grabbed a spatula from Grandpa Wang's stall to make a symbolic stand, mainly to create chaos and delay time. Seeing this, Grandpa Wang gathered his courage again, swinging his sausage roaster, even though it was empty, making a loud noise like a spinning top, shouting, "I'll fight you. Smash your heads," though from far away. Elena and Susie were even more skilled. Elena took out some small devices from her toolbox and threw them on the ground. Instantly, a strong electromagnetic pulse was released, causing nearby soldiers' equipment to short-circuit and smoke. Susie moved like a leopard in the night, using her speed and skill to attack soldiers' joints and weapons, making them unable to move temporarily. The scene became very chaotic. The smell of roasted sausage, electromagnetic pulses, flying spatulas, strange radio noises, soldiers cursing, Grandpa Wang shouting, all mixed into a bizarre symphony of defense. Meanwhile, the cold-faced officer kept his eyes fixed on the silver light in Lin Xiaoman's arms. His wrist-mounted energy detector kept alarming wildly, showing the precious and powerful high-dimensional energy inside silver light. He led a few elite soldiers through the chaos, step by step, getting closer to Lin Xiaoman. Hand over that creature. The officer's eyes were cold as he reached out to grab. Lin Xiaoman kept retreating, clutching tightly to Silverlight and Hongli. Just as his hand was about to touch Silverlight, perhaps sensing the extreme threat, perhaps Lin Xiaoman's anxiety was transmitted to it, or maybe the cry for help crossing time and space and the radio noise reached a critical point, Silverlight suddenly burst out with a brief, brighter light than ever before. This light was not an attack, but like a precise tuner, instantly adjusting the frequency of the chaotic radio noise in the air. The harsh noise suddenly changed into a strange, ancient-sounding melody, like a set of ancient bells, mixed with a dull, rumbling sound like a giant beast stomping. At the moment this sound appeared, the officers and soldiers rushing toward Lin Xiaoman suddenly froze. It was as if an invisible heavy hammer struck their chests, causing their faces to turn pale. They all took a step back, their eyes showing surprise and suspicion. Even more amazing was that the rescue call from the tourist in Lin Xiaoman's mind suddenly became much clearer. In the background, the footsteps of the terracotta warriors seemed heavier and more chaotic, mixed with the tourist's excited shouts. "What? These stone figures seem stuck. Their movements are slowing down? Where is that broadcast coming from? Is it reinforcements?" Meanwhile, underground in the scenic area, the pipelines and central control systems that had been previously repaired and optimized with silver spheres seemed to be activated by this special sound wave frequency, triggering some hidden emergency protocols.
Swish, swish, swish.
The landscape lights, ground lights, and even the strange barbecue stall on the pavilion started flashing wildly, their lights flickering unpredictably like a disco ball gone out of control. A powerful, chaotic energy field spread out suddenly from the center of the silver glow. Everyone was overwhelmed by this sudden energy surge and the bright light pollution, causing temporary dizziness and loss of action. The cold-faced officer was both surprised and angry. He tried to steady himself, but found his limbs unresponsive, as if signals were severely disrupted. His high-tech equipment fared even worse. Screens flickered with static, alarms blared continuously, and many functions failed outright. Commander, the energy interference is too strong. Equipment is failing across a large area. Biological signals are also unstable. Cannot lock on. Requesting immediate retreat. Recalibrate, the soldiers reported with difficulty. The officer looked at the flickering, chaotic scene before him, then at the silver glow that Lin Xiaoman was protecting, radiating mysterious light. His face darkened like ink. He knew that today, this tough situation was beyond him. If he stayed any longer, he and his team might be trapped in this strange energy field. Retreat, he said through clenched teeth, unwilling to give in. The soldiers, feeling like they had been granted mercy, helped each other and retreating in a disorganized manner toward the outside of the scenic area. Before leaving, the officer turned back and stared fiercely at Lin Xiaoman and the silver glow, his eyes full of greed and threat. We will come back again. This thing does not belong to you. Soon, the uninvited guests retreated like a tide, leaving behind chaos and frightened people. The strange broadcast and flickering lights gradually calmed down after the soldiers withdrew. The glow of silver light dimmed again, becoming even more weak, as if it had just used all its energy. Hong Li anxiously circled around it. Lin Xiaoman sat on the ground, gasping for breath, her back covered in cold sweat. Director Zhang and others also relaxed and quickly checked for injuries, fortunately, mostly scratches and shock. Grandpa Wang carefully examined his sausage grill, muttering, "That was scary." Just the sausages got scared away. Elena and Susie quickly walked to the baseball cap, where everything had returned to normal and no more strange sounds could be heard. That sound just now seemed like an ancient Earth energy frequency, accidentally triggered and amplified by silver light, aimed at high-tech equipment and enhanced humans. Elena analyzed the leftover data, feeling amazed. At this moment, the cry for help in Lin Xiaoman's mind sounded again, clear and excited. It's working. The signal is back.
Boss Lin.
What just happened? Those terracotta warriors aren't moving anymore. Like they lost power. Did you do this? Awesome. Hurry. Get me back. It's so dark and scary here. Lin Xiaoman felt both amused and headache. The crisis was temporarily over, but a mess remained. The system was asleep. Ancient people disappeared. The third-party threat was still there. Now a powerful international force was fighting over the place, and a tourist trapped in the Qin dynasty was waiting to be rescued. She looked at the tired, silver light in her arms and then at the baseball cap on the ground. Sighing, she responded to the voice in her mind. Find a safe place to hide first. Try to describe your surroundings. We'll find a way to rescue you. By the way, what's your name? A voice immediately responded, crying a little but also excited. My name is Zhao Hao. Hao from Haonan. I think I'm in a huge underground palace, next to clay figures. Terracotta warriors. They were moving, just now. Now they're still. There's a river ahead, shining with silver light. So pretty.
Wait.
It looks like something is floating in the river. Oh no. It seems like a corpse dressed in ancient clothing? The word corpse, spoken with a trembling voice by Zhao Hao, exploded like thunder in Lin Xiaoman's mind, making her tense up again after just relaxing. The underground palace of the Qin dynasty. Terracotta warriors. A river shining with silver light. And a corpse in ancient clothing? That's too much information all at once. A corpse? What kind of corpse? Did you see clearly? Is it far from you? Lin Xiaoman quickly asked, her heart pounding. She was worried it might trigger a trap or wake something even scarier. It seems it's wearing armor. I can't see its face. Floating in the middle of the river. Not moving, Zhao Hao's voice trembled badly. Boss Lin, hurry up. This place is too creepy. I feel like there's someone watching me from the shadows. Lin Xiaoman felt overwhelmed. The system GG Bond was asleep, and the silver orb's energy was dim. She knew nothing about traveling through time and space. How could she rescue him? Should she try to make a time machine on the spot? Calm down.
Zhao Hao.
Stay away from that river. Find a corner or hide behind a terracotta warrior. Don't touch anything. Lin Xiaoman could only try to keep him safe. While the crisis here was temporarily eased, a mess was piling up elsewhere. Director Zhang was commanding the team to clear the scene, count the damages, reinforce defenses, and urgently report to the higher-ups about the Global Anomaly Control Bureau, fictitious, forcibly intervening. Grandpa Wang was busy tidying up his damaged grilled sausage stand, feeling distressed. Elena and Susie were examining the location of the strange broadcast and the hat, trying to find more clues. The sound wave frequency, just now, was very special. It seemed to resonate with deep space, even disturbing the stability of the timeline to some extent, Elena said, frowning as she looked at the remaining data on the device. The silver light, unintentionally amplified and precisely directed it toward Zhao Hao's space-time point. That's incredible. Susie was more practical. Can this resonance be copied? We need to bring him back. It's difficult. Elena shook her head. It requires enormous energy and precise coordinates. The system is asleep, and the silver orb's energy is low. We can't do it now. When she mentioned energy, Lin Xiaoman instinctively looked at Grandpa Wang's sausage machine, which was emitting faint smoke, mostly from burnt oil. Just now, wasn't it the sausage aroma shockwave that played a key role in the explosion? A wild idea suddenly flashed through her mind. She quickly looked at Elena. Elena, you just said we need a large amount of energy and precise coordinates? The energy. Grandpa Wang's sausage machine uses a core optimized by the Silver Star civilization, right? Could that be a high-energy source? Elena was surprised and looked at the unremarkable sausage machine. In theory,
Yes.
Silver Star civilization's energy technology is far ahead of ours. This machine is just for civilian use, but its energy core has high output power and purity. Do you mean coordinates? Isn't there a river shining with silver light over at Zhao Hao's side? Lin Xiaoman said, more and more convinced. Silver light. Where does the name come from? When it first appeared, it attracted objects containing silver. It also emitted silver light during the explosion. The river in the Qin mausoleum also shined with silver light. Could there be a connection? Some kind of symbol of spatial coordinates. This guess was very far-fetched, but strangely, it fit the quirky style of Worry-Free Mountain. Director Zhang was also intrigued by this idea. He pondered, it's not impossible. Many ancient civilizations used specific metals or energy fields for rituals, communication, or even space positioning. The mystery of the first emperor's tomb is beyond imagination. Maybe that river water is truly extraordinary. Then what are we waiting for? Grandpa Wang, hearing that his sausage machine might be the key to saving the world, or at least rescuing an unlucky tourist, suddenly got excited. My precious machine has plenty of energy. It didn't even use its full power just now. How do I cooperate? Just tell me. The plan was rough and even a bit crazy. Use the high energy output of the sausage machine to try to activate the mysterious connection between the silver light and the high-dimensional space and silver elements inside it. Then, with the help of the strange residual space-time resonance from the previous broadcast, forcibly tear open a temporary channel to Zhao Hao's location. The risk was huge. It could fail, cause even worse space-time chaos, or bring more strange things over. But there was no other choice. Grandpa Wang pushed the sausage machine to the center of the site and connected a backup power supply to maximize power. Elena and Susie quickly made several energy guiding and focusing devices surrounding the sausage machine. Director Zhang ordered the team to clear the area and prepare for any emergencies. Lin Xiaoman hugged the tired, silver light, crouching in front of the sausage roaster, trying to communicate with it through thought, mainly through boastful talk. Silver light. Good kid.
Help one more time.
Sense that shiny silver river. Bring back that unlucky Zhaohao. When he's back, I'll make you a pure silver nest. Silver light seemed to understand a little, or maybe it was just attracted by the heat and energy from the roaster. It flickered slightly and tilted its body toward the roaster. Here we go, Elena ordered. Grandpa Wang suddenly turned the power to the maximum. Buzz. The roaster made an unprecedented loud roar, shaking violently, with the silver star technology patterns on its surface glowing brightly. A powerful and pure energy was drawn out, focused through a device, forming a thick beam of energy that shot into silver light. Silver light instantly lit up. It let out a painful scream, if that could be called a scream, trembling intensely, with silver-white light flowing like liquid. Hold on. Silver light, Lin Xiaoman shouted with concern.
Zhaohao.
Get ready. We're pulling you back, she also called out mentally.
Coming. Coming.
How does it feel? What should I do? Zhaohao's side sounded nervous, too. I don't know. Maybe a bit dizzy. Hold your head and crouch down. Just as the silver light reached its brightest point, it suddenly released all the energy it had stored, mixing with the roaster's energy and that special space resonance, shooting forward toward the duckbill hat location. The air was torn apart like cloth. A twisted space portal, only the size of a basin, appeared out of nowhere, flickering with electric light at the edges and shadows of the roaster. On the other side of the portal, faintly visible were dark underground palace scenes, neatly arranged terracotta warriors, and a river shimmering with strange silver light. I see it! I see it! Zhaohao's excited scream came from the other side of the portal. A glowing door. A warm, shiny glowing door. It appeared right in front of me. Come over quickly, Lin Xiaoman shouted urgently. A young man dressed in a modern t-shirt, with a face full of shock and excitement, Zhaohao, scrambled out of the narrow portal, tumbling and crawling. The moment he emerged, the portal suddenly twisted violently, on the verge of collapsing. Just before the passage completely closed, a pale, swollen hand covered in broken bronze armor suddenly reached out, as if trying to grab something. Immediately after, a half-body figure dressed in ancient armor, with an unclear face, was forcefully thrown out by the closing power of the passage and fell heavily to the ground, remaining still. The passage vanished completely. The scene was silent. Everyone looked at Zhaohao, who had suddenly appeared, and at the half-body. The souvenir brought back from the Qin dynasty? Zhaohao, still shaken, crawled to his feet and looked around at the modern environment. He suddenly burst into tears, crying out, "Oh my, I'm finally back. I thought I was going to die in ancient times and be buried with Emperor Qin." At this moment, the fingers of the half-body, corpse, seemed to move very slightly. The tongs in Grandpa Wang's hand clattered to the ground with a loud noise, trembling as he exclaimed, "My goodness. Is this a buy-one-get-one-free deal?" Grandpa Wang's trembling cry of, "Buy one get one free," reflected everyone's feelings. All eyes were fixed on the half-body, dressed in broken bronze armor, that had been thrown out of the space-time tunnel. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only Zhaohao's sobs and the faint buzzing of the cooling machine after overload. That slightly moving, pale, swollen finger seemed to hold everyone's breath with its magic-like power.
Did
it just move? A young technician's voice trembled as he instinctively took a step back. "You're mistaken, right? It's probably just muscle spasms. It's been dead for many years." Another tried to stay calm, but his voice was shaky too. Director Zhang's face was serious as he signaled security to be careful and approach for inspection, while asking Elena to prepare detection equipment. Lin Xiaoman hugged the completely exhausted silver light tightly, feeling anxious. Catching a tourist was good, but this souvenir was really frightening. If it really was a 2,000-year-old ancient corpse, What should we do? Zhao Hao wiped his tears and saw the half-body again, nearly jumping in fright. It's him. The one floating in the river. How did he come along with us? As two security guards carefully approached the corpse with an anti-explosion fork, the corpse moved again. This time, not just a finger, but the entire upper body twitched very slightly. The chest, covered in mud and water stains, seemed to have tiny rises and falls. Even more frightening, beneath the bronze helmet, a faint, hoarse sound like a broken windbag came out. Hungry. The sound was small, but in the silent scene, it was clearly heard. Everyone. Alive? Really alive? From over 2,000 years ago? Living just from the word. Hungry? Is this scientific? Oh no, on Worry-Free Mountain, talking about science isn't very scientific either. The security guards were so scared they almost threw the anti-explosion fork away and kept retreating. But Grandpa Wang's eyes suddenly lit up. Hungry, he knew that word very well. This meant business was coming. He didn't care about being scared anymore. His instinct as a businessman took over. In a flash, he grabbed a leftover grilled sausage from a nearby insulated box. Luckily, he hadn't thrown it away and quickly stepped forward. He precisely pushed the steaming sausage toward the area near the helmet's chin, where the mouth might be.
Hero. Hungry, right? Come on.
Try my special grilled sausage.
Still hot.
Eat it and you'll be satisfied. Grandpa Wang moved smoothly and spoke warmly, as if welcoming a normal guest. Everyone was stunned by Grandpa Wang's bold move. Director Zhang wanted to stop him, but was too late. Grandpa Wang, but something unbelievable happened. The corpse, smelling the sausage, twitched even more clearly. That pale hand suddenly lifted a bit, as if trying to grab the sausage, but the movement was stiff and awkward. Seeing this, Grandpa Wang decided to go all the way and push the sausage closer again, directly touching his lips. Then, under everyone's shocked and curious eyes, a faint sound of chewing and swallowing came from beneath the helmet. Slow and difficult, but he was really eating. After swallowing one sausage, the corpse moved even more noticeably. The chest's movements became stronger, and the sound in the throat was no longer just a simple hunger, but a clearer, weak voice with a strong, ancient accent, amazing that everyone could understand. Very
good.
Thank you, brave warrior, for the food. What is this? So delicious. I have never tasted it. Everyone shivered. This person called himself? Could it really be? Director Zhang immediately signaled everyone to be quiet. Carefully, and in the gentlest tone, he asked, Sir, brave warrior? May I ask your name? Where are you from? Why are you in that river? The corpse seemed to regain a bit of consciousness. He struggled to turn his helmet and looked toward the sound. His voice was still hoarse and weak. I am a small supervisor named A. Mao, sent to the Ming Mountain Mausoleum. I accidentally fell into the water. I don't know how I got here. Is this the fairy world? It has such delicious food. Supervisor? Mao? Not Qin Shi Huang? Everyone relaxed a little, but then felt strangely disappointed. Huh? Why feel disappointed? But a craftsman from the Qin dynasty. This is a living, valuable witness of history. Elena immediately stepped forward and used a non-contact scanner to examine him. The results showed a strange energy inside him, maintaining a very faint life force, slowly absorbing the heat and nutrients from roasted sausages to recover. Maybe the water from the Silver River in the underground palace and the special burial environment caused his body to change, putting him in a fake death state. The energy and aroma of the roasted sausage accidentally activated him, Elena analyzed. Grandpa Wang was excited. So, he's a hungry craftsman. No worries. Plenty here. I've got more. He took out a few more roasted sausages to heat. Zhao Hao also came over, curious, looking at this fellow who, like him, came out of the Qin tomb. He muttered, So, he's a craftsman. You scared me. I thought we'd actually pulled out Emperor Qin himself. At that moment, the previously sluggish silver light seemed to react slightly to this fellow from the same time and space. It flickered faintly. The craftsman named Amao seemed to sense something. His helmet slightly turned toward the silver light, and he weakly exclaimed, what kind of treasure is this? It contains such pure mercury energy. Mercury energy? Do you mean the power of silver light? Before everyone could think further, alarms sounded again from outside the scenic area. Director, those people are back. And they brought more equipment and personnel. It looks like they are planning a fierce attack, the security personnel reported anxiously. The cold-faced officer appeared again, looking even more serious. He held a weapon that looked like an energy cannon, clearly prepared for battle. Last warning. Surrender all alien objects and abnormal creatures. Otherwise, we will take extreme measures. The officer's voice came through a loudspeaker, cold and ruthless. Inside, the great craftsman of the Qin dynasty had just woken up, and outside, enemies pressed closer. Director Zhang's face was grim. His nerves, which had just relaxed, tightened again. At this critical moment, the craftsman Amao, who was slowly chewing his second sausage, seemed to be disturbed by the noise and killing intent outside. He struggled to lift his upper body with his arms, looked toward the entrance of the scenic area, and his weak voice carried a hint of confusion and professional habit? Why is it so noisy outside? There seems to be a killing aura of metal and iron. Are enemies coming? The city walls here. Defenses. Why are they so simple? We need to add crossbows, spike traps, and horse pits. Everyone. Even at this moment, this craftsman brother was still thinking about how to improve the defenses. Lin Xiaoman looked at the weak Amao, then at the approaching enemies outside, then at the exhausted silver light and the dull silver ball in her arms. An extremely bold or helpless idea suddenly appeared. She quickly looked at craftsman Amao and asked rapidly, Brother Amao, you're a craftsman from the Qin dynasty, right?
Can you make that?
Very powerful. General's crossbow?
Or
some other powerful device. However, the craftsman named Mao's eyes suddenly brightened when he heard the words, Great General Crossbow, as if he had touched the core of his expertise. He even struggled to sit up completely, his tone becoming more excited, though he was still weak. Great. Great General Crossbow? It is. It is a national treasure. I, Mao, am not talented, but I have helped oversee its construction and understand its principles. However, there is no good wood, no fine copper, no ox tendon here. A skilled craftsman cannot make fire without rice. He was honest and directly pointed out the key problem, lack of materials. Grandpa Wang immediately patted his chest and said, Materials? I have some. Look, the frame of this sausage roaster is made of stainless steel. Is it tough enough? Over there, I also have some aluminum alloy parts from a previous fight. No ox tendon, but I have sausage casings for the sausage, very elastic. Craftsman A. Mao. Stainless steel? Aluminum alloy? Sausage casings? He couldn't understand it all, but he was deeply shocked. Director Zhang and Elena's eyes lit up. Yes, modern materials. Although very different from the Qin dynasty, their performance might far surpass ancient ones. If this craftsman truly masters ancient military engineering, maybe he could come up with some ideas?
quick.
Bring all the metal materials, high-strength plastics, and even carbon fiber parts you can find. Director Zhang immediately ordered, trying a last-ditch effort. The workgroup and scenic area staff quickly moved, piling up the various trash left from the fight and some repair parts in front of a Mao. The craftsman looked at the mountain of materials, shining with metallic luster or strange colors, his eyes wide with amazement. He trembled as he reached out to touch a stainless steel pipe, then tapped a piece of aluminum alloy, muttering, "What kind of metal is this? So hard and lightweight? Not wood, not stone, smooth as a mirror. Is this the work of heaven?" Outside, the cold-faced officer's final warning was counting down. 10, 9, 8. Big brother, A. Mao. Look at these. Use whatever you can. Just make it. As long as it can scare people, Lin Xiaoman urged anxiously. Mao took a deep breath, as if infused with the spirit of his craft. He no longer cared about his weakness, his eyes shining with the unique light of a craftsman. He quickly swept over the pile of modern trash, and then, at a much faster pace than before, began giving commands. This long tube can be used as the crossbow arm. They needed to carve and fit the joints. How should they cut? That silver-thin sheet could be bent into a crossbow. They needed something flexible for the string.
Oh.
Maybe the transparent, tough, glue thread, nylon rope, could work. And that glowing thin stick, LED light tube. For now, set it aside. Under his command, everyone hurriedly started helping. Although the silver ball's energy was weak, it could still do some fine laser cutting and shaping. This function was temporarily unlocked with Director Zhang's special approval. Then, a strange scene appeared, a Qin dynasty craftsman, directing modern people and an alien planet, using high-tech lasers to cut stainless steel pipes and aluminum alloys, mixing nylon ropes and carbon fibers, trying to assemble a super crossbow that spans over 2,000 years. Outside, the countdown continued. 3, 2. Just as the officer was about to give the order to attack. Suddenly, from inside the scenic area, came a loud, forceful shout. Bed crossbow. Setup complete. Test fire. Immediately, a bizarre-looking crossbow, blending steampunk, wasteland, and ancient styles, was pushed out by everyone. Its bow arms were stainless steel pipes. The crossbow mechanism was made of twisted aluminum sheets. The bowstring was several strands of nylon rope twisted together, and on top was a steaming hot sausage. Grandpa Wang insisted on adding it, saying it would increase the damage psychologically. Its strange shape stunned the soldiers outside, making them forget to shoot. The cold-faced officer also twitched his eye, thinking, "What is this? A sausage launcher? Fire!" Artisan Amao shouted with all his might. Actually, a nearby staff member helped by kicking the trigger. The sausage, with the sound of nylon rope tearing through the air, flew softly out, but after less than 10 meters, it fell to the ground and rolled twice. The scene fell silent. Then, the enemy soldiers burst into suppressed laughter. "Ha ha ha! Is this your ultimate weapon? Sausage crossbow? Are you trying to make us laugh to death?" The cold-faced officer's face turned pale, feeling like he had been played. "Open fire!" But just as he gave the order, no one noticed that on the strange crossbow cannon, the LED light tube placed nearby by the craftsman, AU was slightly moved due to the recent vibration. It had fallen near a tiny energy interface left from when the silver ball's surface was repaired earlier. One end of the light tube was exactly touching the interface. When the crossbow fired, the vibration traveled through the metal support and unexpectedly activated the residual energy inside the interface. The LED light tube suddenly lit up brightly, emitting a blinding white light. This light shone directly onto the floating, still dull silver ball. It was like a signal, a key. The silent core of the silver ball suddenly absorbed this faint, but related energy. Its surface flashed with complex data streams, and its once dull glow flickered intensely, like a heartbeat. Emergency power interface. Confirmed. Absorbing. Backup energy. System rebooting. 10%. 50%. GG Bonds rare. Slightly weak mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Lin Xiaoman's mind.
Detected.
High external threat. Detected. Unusual ancient energy signal, AU. Detected. High intensity. Aroma of grilled sausage? Activating. Emergency defense protocol. Using available resources. Calculating the best plan. The silver ball's glow stabilized, though not as bright as in its prime. It was no longer dying. It quickly scanned the battlefield, locking onto the energy cores of all enemy weapons and equipment. Then it made an unexpected move. Instead of attacking, it quickly adjusted the energy output frequency of Grandpa Wang's still humming sausage grill and briefly coupled it with its own energy waves. An invisible, intangible, yet very special energy ripple spread out from the grill like ripples in water, passing through all the high-tech weapons held by enemy soldiers. In the next second, something astonishing happened. The guns, energy cannons, communicators, and other devices that originally had blinking indicator lights suddenly all changed shape into hot, steaming grilled sausages. All the weapon control screens suddenly went black, then a flashing message appeared. Please enter the sausage verification code to unlock. Enter the correct flavor. Original/black pepper/spicy. At the same time, their tactical headsets no longer played commands from the officer, but instead echoed with Uncle Wong's catchy, looping shouts. Grilled sausage. Eat to forget worries. Even aliens say it's good. The soldiers. The cold-faced officer. He looked in horror at the energy cannon in his hand, which was also locked and displaying a picture of a sausage. He almost spat out blood. What the heck is this? Sausage virus? Just as the enemy fell into chaos and confusion, the silver sphere's glow flickered again, this time with a hint of relief and exhaustion. Threat. Temporarily. Lifted. Energy. Again. Insufficient.
About to.
Enter. Power saving mode. Host hold on. Time, comma. The entire battlefield fell into a strange silence. The enemy soldiers stared in shock at their high-tech equipment, now completely sausage-ified. The screens flashed, please enter the sausage verification code, and the looping, hypnotic shouts played in their ears, causing their brains to briefly freeze. This was more devastating than destroying their weapons. It was a mental attack. The cold-faced officer trembled with anger. He tried to operate the energy cannon forcibly, but found all buttons unresponsive, with only the sausage verification screen stubbornly remaining on the display. He even instinctively tried to input original, don't ask why, but the screen showed verification error. Flavor preference analysis in progress. Recommended try spicy flavor. Spicy you. The officer almost smashed the cannon.
Sir.
All equipment is malfunctioning. Communications are also disrupted. All ads are for sausages. How are we supposed to fight like this? The soldiers frantically reported, their morale plummeting instantly. They could face gunfire and explosions, but not this unreasonable, dimension-reducing, sausage virus attack. Inside the scenic area, everyone watched the chaos outside, with enemies frantically grabbing their weapons, and they looked at each other, helpless and amused. Silver Sphere. Lin Xiaoman didn't know whether to praise or criticize. The glow of the Silver Sphere had become very dim again, even weaker than before. The sound it transmitted was broken and intermittent, as if it could go out at any moment, based on the energy, characteristics of the opponents, equipment,
and
the cultural signature of Lord Wong's grilled sausage. Interference, effect, matches, expectations, but
consumed.
Too much, system,
Core.
severely damaged, about to enter, deep sleep, for self-repair, host, will be unable to rely on my power for a while. Sorry, the Silver Sphere's voice was tired and reluctant. Its last light flickered a few times like a candle in the wind before going out completely. It floated quietly there, as if turned into a plain piece of metal, no longer sensing any energy fluctuations. Gigi Bond had fallen into deep sleep. An indescribable sense of loss and pressure suddenly overwhelmed Lin Xiaoman. Since receiving the system, although it was often unreliable, buggy, and gave strange tasks, it had always been Lin Xiaoman's greatest support and confidence. Now this greatest support was temporarily gone. Silver Sphere. Book boy, Grandpa Wang looked at the dim Silver Sphere, eyes slightly red. He silently placed a freshly grilled, best sausage underneath it. You're tired. Rest well. I'll keep the sausage for you. Director Zhang took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. He knew it wasn't the time for sadness. The Silver Sphere had fought with its last strength to buy them precious time. Act immediately. Take advantage of the enemy's confusion to reinforce all defenses. Activate backup power and communication systems. Elena, Susie, try to trace and counter their command network. Others, help transfer Amao Craftsman and Zhao Hao to the safe house. Everyone quickly recovered from their shock and sprang into action. Although the enemy outside was temporarily paralyzed in equipment, they still had the advantage in numbers and stamina. The cold-faced officer quickly calmed down from his anger and gritted his teeth as he ordered. Everyone, abandon high-tech equipment. Use basic tactical formations. Charge in. Throw hand grenades and use explosive devices. I don't believe they can stop us. The soldiers threw away their weapons, which had turned into makeshift bricks, drew their tactical knives and pistols. These low-tech items seemed unaffected, and took out explosives and grenades, ready for a primitive attack. Just as this basic confrontation was about to begin, the overlooked craftsman from the Qin dynasty, Mao, who had just finished eating his third grilled sausage, seemed to regain some strength and spirit. He curiously looked at the strange-looking people rushing in outside, then at the bizarre crossbow he had just personally and strategically built, and at the failed sausage, arrow, lying nearby. A flicker of determination and reluctance flashed in his cloudy eyes. These villains want to destroy our home? Mao muttered to himself. He struggled, with others helping him, and walked back to the pile of modern trash, his gaze sweeping over the glowing LED light tube and the energy traces left from cutting the silver sphere earlier. An idea, bold and based on his 2,000-year-old military knowledge combined with the miracle before him, took shape in his mind. Friends, brave warriors, Mao suddenly spoke, his voice still hoarse, but now more confident. Stop reinforcing the defenses. Perhaps I have a way that might delay the enemy a little longer. Everyone looked at him with confusion. He pointed at the LED light tube and the energy interface, then at the irregular high-strength alloy scraps cut from the silver sphere, and quickly said, "Place this light tube at the energy spring," pointing to the interface. Then, bury these divine metal fragments, cut from the silver sphere, in specific positions underground along the enemy's likely path. Maybe we can use this divine power to set up a fearsome trap to scare the enemy. His idea was simple: use the LED light tube to guide the tiny remaining energy in the interface, activate the special metal fragments, and create a small trap that emits bright light, loud noise, or vibrations to frighten the enemies. This idea might seem rough to modern people, but what if it works? The sausage virus earlier had already proven effective. Better to try anything than do nothing. Director Zhang immediately ordered people to follow his plan. Soon, a few simple traps were set up carefully. The LED light tubes were gently connected to the energy interface, emitting a faint glow, just as the enemy was about to launch an attack. Master Artisan Mao took a deep breath, judging the distance and timing based on his experience, then shouted with all his strength, "Now is the moment." Cut off their light. The technician responsible for the light tubes immediately unplugged them. At the moment the tube left the interface, the remaining faint energy lost its guidance and suddenly burst out towards the metal debris buried underground. A low, penetrating hum echoed from beneath the ground. Then, the ground around the trap shook violently. Bright, chaotic energy streams shot out from cracks in the earth, accompanied by crackling sparks and a little dust. The scene looked like a big stage malfunction, spectacular but harmless. However, this sudden, mysterious, underground divine punishment perfectly hit the soldiers' mental defenses, who had just experienced the grilled sausage virus and were under high stress. Here it comes. Here it comes. What is it this time? A grilled sausage mine. There's something underground.
Fall back.
Quickly retreat. The soldiers panicked, their formation breaking apart instantly as they kept retreating, afraid to step over the danger zone. The cold-faced officer watched his elite troops being frightened like they were possessed, his face turning pale with anger, but he dared not let his men take reckless risks. He had no idea how many more of these disgusting, black tech tricks the enemy still had. The attack was miraculously halted again. Inside the scenic area, everyone looked at the panicked enemies outside, then at Master Artisan Mao, who had a calm expression as if saying, "This is basic trap technology." They all fell silent. Zhao Hao swallowed nervously and whispered to Lin Xiaoman, "Boss Lin, is your scenic area always so wild? With aliens and Qin dynasty craftsmen?" And now even spiritual rituals, Lin Xiaoman. She looked at the dull silver sphere, then at the temporarily cautious enemies outside, and at the strange staff members from ancient times, aliens, modern days, and time travelers around her. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. The biggest reliance has fallen into sleep, but new hope seems to be sprouting in unexpected ways. She takes a deep breath, and her eyes become firm again. At that moment, a faint, familiar, mischievous voice suddenly echoes in her mind, as if coming from a distant abyss, broken and dreamlike. ZZZ. Grilled sausage. Verification code.
Correct.
Reward. Distributing. ZZ. Host. Remember, give a 5-star review.
Oh.
The strange, dreamlike voice in Lin Xiaoman's mind. Verification code correct. Reward being distributed. Makes her freeze in place, almost thinking she's hearing things because of stress. Is Gigi Bond already deeply asleep?
Could this be
A hallucination caused by fatigue? Or perhaps, before sleeping, it set up a reward program that just happened to activate now. Before she can think further, the situation in front of her demands her full attention. The cold-faced officer outside, though temporarily stunned by Amao's light and sound special effects trap, clearly won't give up easily. He is regrouping his team, trying to find a new way to break through, with a fierce and greedy look in his eyes. We can't keep defending passively, Director Zhang says in a low voice. We must find a way to completely defeat them or hold out until reinforcements arrive. He has already called for backup from higher authorities, but it will take time.
But how can we do that?
A team member looks at the soldiers outside, who are still formidable even without high-tech equipment, feeling helpless. The silver sphere is sleeping, the ancient projection has disappeared, and with just their scientific team, park staff, a recently awakened Qin dynasty craftsman, and a terrified modern tourist, how can they fight against a special forces team? Just then, Grandpa Wang looks at his miraculous grilled sausage machine again, then at the soldiers outside who dare not approach but are still watching closely. Suddenly, he slaps his thigh. I have an idea. Grandpa Wang's eyes light up. Isn't the silver sphere scholar always talking about cultural exchange? That grilled sausage virus. No, I mean the grilled sausage defense. Doesn't it work well? Can we increase the effort? Increase the effort? Lin Xiaoman doesn't understand.
How do we do that?
Are we really going to throw grilled sausages at them? Grandpa Wang excitedly gestured, saying, I mean, let's do a live broadcast of grilling sausages. Use the strongest aroma. Make them drool. Let them only smell and not eat, so they get so distracted they forget about fighting. Everyone, that this idea sounds even less reliable than the mechanical traps made by Master Amao. However, Elena looked thoughtful and said, Wait, Grandpa Wang's idea might actually work? The communication link established earlier between the Silver Sphere and the Silver Star civilization was temporarily shut down, but the basic connection should still be there. If we can use Grandpa Wang's sausage grill's energy core as a signal booster and send a strong, focused sausage culture signal again, maybe we can. What? Get the Silver Star civilization to come help us fight. Lin Xiaoman thought this was even more unbelievable. Not necessarily to fight. Elena's eyes sparkled with cleverness, or maybe desperation. The Silver Star civilization showed great interest and confusion about sausage culture. If we send a very strong signal, even a help message like the birthplace of sausage culture is under threat of destruction and needs protection, could they respond out of a desire to protect a valuable cultural sample? Even just sending an improved report with a powerful energy signal could interfere with their leftover electronic devices and might even attract the attention of that higher dimensional being again. This plan is very risky and unpredictable. It could cause even bigger trouble. But seeing the enemies preparing to attack again outside, there seemed to be no better choice. Let's do it. Director Zhang gritted his teeth. It's a last-ditch effort. Grandpa Wang, turn your sausage grill to maximum power. Elena, Susie, find a way to connect it to the previous communication link. We need to send out this soul of sausage. The scene inside the park became busy again. Grandpa Wang took out all his stored sausages and threw them into the machine, turning up the power and aroma diffusion to the max. Suddenly, an unprecedented, intensely strong sausage smell rose from the grill like a mushroom cloud. Elena and Susie quickly dismantled the wiring, forcing the energy output of the sausage grill to connect with the communication amplifier established by the silver sphere earlier. Signal strength has reached critical level. Target direction: Silver Star Civilization coordinates. Content: a molecular structure diagram of grilled sausage aroma, sound wave samples of Grandpa Wang shouting, "Help! They're stealing the grilled sausages," and fragments of surveillance footage from the attacked scenic area. Reported by Elena. An invisible but powerful signal stream, carrying Earth's food culture and desperate rescue messages, rushes along the interstellar passage opened by the silver sphere toward the distant stars. After the signal was sent, the grilled sausage machine smoked and temporarily stopped working due to overload. Grandpa Wang was heartbroken but hopeful. Everyone held their breath, waiting for an unknown response. 1 second. 2 seconds. Outside, the cold-faced officer had reorganized the team, seemingly ready to risk the underworld divine punishment and charge forward. Just at this critical moment, deep in the distant starry sky, in the direction of the Silver Star Civilization, there was finally a response. But what came was not an optimized report or a strong energy interference. It was a very brief, yet extremely clear, translated signal. Detected.
Strong.
Cultural. Rescue. Signal. Source: Grilled Sausage Civilization. Threat confirmed. According to Cultural Diversity Protection Protocol. Initial response mechanism activated. Analyzing.
Threat. Source.
Location. In progress. Location identified. Threat target: low-level technological armed units. Quantity: 37. Technology level low. Executing. Plan nonviolent. Cultural. Deterrence. Deploying. Grilled sausage feast. Illusion matrix. As this message ended, the space above the scenic area, where soldiers and cold-faced officers were preparing to charge, suddenly twisted. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, countless enormous, golden glowing, shiny, sizzling, holographic grilled sausages rained down like a storm from the sky. These holographic sausages looked incredibly realistic, even emitting a rich aroma. They pounded onto the soldiers' heads and bodies, causing no physical harm but delivering a powerful mental shock.
Here they come again.
Grilled sausages. All grilled sausages. My eyes. My nose. What kind of attack is this? The soldiers completely broke down, frantically running on the ground with their heads in their hands, trying to escape the terrifying, grilled sausage feast bombardment. Their formation completely fell apart. The cold-faced officer was also hit in the face by a huge virtual sausage. The smell hit his nose, making him tremble with anger. He shouted angrily, "Damn it. If you have the guts, come with real guns." Scaring people with sausages is not a real skill, but it wasn't over yet. The cultural deterrence of the Silver Star Civilization seemed to think this was not enough. Next, the giant sausage projections began to assemble and transform, forming a crooked, eye-catching large banner made of sausages in the sky. Stop attacking immediately. Otherwise, we will endlessly replay The Art of Making Sausages and 100 Ways to Eat Sausages. Cherish peace. Respect sausages. Warning: your actions are decreasing the diversity index of cosmic cuisine. Finally, all the sausage projections gathered into a huge, spinning, holy sausage totem that slowly descended, covering the entire enemy force. Within the totem's range, all soldiers' tactical headsets started to play the sausage anthem, which had been optimized by the Silver Star Civilization, rhythmically addictive with strange lyrics. Under this all-around, multi-angle, soul-stirring, cultural deterrence of sausages, the elite soldiers' mental defenses finally collapsed. Many threw away their weapons, covered their ears with both hands, stared blankly, and fell into deep self-doubt. The cold-faced officer looked at this surreal, absurd scene and then at his completely defeated troops. He knew this mission was a total failure. He glared fiercely toward the scenic area, exhausted his last strength, and roared, "Retreat! All retreat!" The remaining soldiers, as if granted mercy, scrambled and ran in disarray, abandoning even their high-tech equipment that had turned into bricks. The crisis was once again resolved in an unexpected way. Inside the scenic area, everyone watched the gradually fading sausage projections and slogans outside, as well as the panicked enemy troops, and fell into long silence. Grandpa Wong was so excited that tears streamed down his face. It was worth it. Totally worth it. My grilled sausage has gone all the way to space and even achieved great things. Sniff, sniff. Zhao Hao muttered to himself, I must still be half asleep or dreaming inside the Qin mausoleum. Craftsman Amao looked up at the sky with awe, saying, Is this a divine punishment from the sausage god? A battle in the fairy realm. So unique. Lin Xiaoman couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. What is going on here? At that moment, a dreamy voice echoed in her mind again, this time with a hint of satisfaction. ZZZ. Rewards have been distributed. Cosmic Sausage Culture Promotion 1. Host's praise. Remember to catch up. ZZZ. The voice gradually faded away, becoming inaudible and completely disappearing. Lin Xiaoman looked at the dull silver orb in her hands, feeling mixed emotions. Is this a preset program from the system before it fell asleep, or did it unconsciously help while dreaming? She sighed and looked around at the scene. The frightened crowd, the smoking sausage machine, a pile of modern trash, craftsmen from the Qin dynasty, tourists just returned from ancient times, and discarded enemy gear scattered on the ground. There was still a lot of mess, but at least they had survived once again. Just then, Suchi suddenly walked over with a frown, holding a communicator she had picked up from the enemy's discarded gear. Xiaoman, Director Zhang, you should listen to this. We intercepted a highly encrypted signal from their retreat just now. She pressed play, and a distorted voice with a mix of anger and fear came out from the communicator. Mission failed. The defenses at the target location exceeded expectations. Repeat, exceeded expectations. And not just conventional technology. It seems more like some kind of cultural-based rule-level weapon. Request to activate Plan B and apply the power of the heritage. The angry, distorted shout from the communicator was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone, freezing their recently relaxed mood once again. Rule-level weapon? Heritage? These words sounded ominous, far more unsettling than the previous high-tech equipment and private arms. Rule-level weapon. Does that mean the ability of the silver orb to alter reality rules? Lin Xiaoman felt a chill. How could they know this word? Director Zhang looked very serious. I'm afraid the forces behind them are deeper than we thought. They understand strange phenomena far beyond normal, maybe even have contact with similar silver spheres.
Or
fragments? Elena added. The word heritage is even more warning. It sounds like some ancient, powerful thing passed down. Could there be other supernatural heritages on Earth we don't know about?
Or
alien heritage. Susie checked the communicator. The signal can't be traced back to its source, and the encryption is very strange, not like any modern technology. They are more cautious and secretive than we expected. The joy of just defeating a strong enemy disappeared, replaced by a deeper sense of danger. After this failure, the next time they come, it won't be something simple like virus or hologram tricks. We must restore the silver sphere's function quickly, Director Zhang said firmly. It's our only hope against threats at the rule level. Elena, gather all resources, analyze the damage to the silver sphere, and find a way to wake it up. What about that craftsman Amao and Zhao Hao? Lin Xiaoman pointed to the side. Amao was studying the buttons on a broken enemy soldier computer, trying to understand the immortal artifact, while Zhao Hao was nearby, excitedly explaining what a computer was, though he only understood half himself. One is a fossil from over 2,000 years ago. The other is a lucky one who just returned from a trip to the Qin mausoleum. Dealing with them is also a big problem. Director Zhang rubbed his temples. First, settle them. Amao's knowledge might be very valuable, especially about ancient energy and mechanisms.
Zhao Hao.
Have him sign a top-secret confidentiality agreement, then do a detailed psychological assessment and interview. His descriptions of the Qin mausoleum might give us clues. Most importantly, everything that happens today must stay secret. The team immediately got to work. Some reinforced defenses, cleared the battlefield, and collected enemy equipment. These are important samples for studying their technology. Others carefully guided the curious Amao and the shaken Zhao Hao to a temporary shelter. Grandpa Wang carefully tended to his treasured grilled sausage machine, wiping it gently with a look of concern. He muttered, "What inheritance? Is my family's secret grilled sausage skill really that special? If someone angers me, I might just invent a new weapon based on sausage rules." At that moment, Elena, who was checking the status of the silver sphere, suddenly let out a soft, "Huh, what's wrong?" Lin Xiaoman immediately became alert. "That's strange." Elena looked at the data on the scanner. The energy core of the silver sphere is indeed quiet, and its self-repair program is running.
But
Its external receiver module still seems to be operating at a very low power. It's like, even in sleep mode, it still perceives and records the outside world. She adjusted a few settings, and the screen showed a faint, barely detectable energy fluctuation spectrum that had just been recorded. This is the residual energy wave from when the Silver Star civilization launched the Sausage Feast illusion.
Elena analyzed.
The Silver Sphere. It seems to have recorded this wave completely and is slowly learning and simulating the technology of the Silver Star civilization. Everyone gathered around. They saw that on the dull surface of the Silver Sphere, a nearly invisible faint glow flickered occasionally, synchronized with the Sausage Feast illusion, but disappeared quickly.
Could it be
that even while sleeping, it instinctively absorbs and analyzes external information, even trying to learn new rules? Lin Xiaoman found it hard to believe. That's very possible, Elena said excitedly. This might be a chance to wake it up. If we can provide enough high-quality rule samples, maybe we can speed up its repair and learning process. Rule samples? Where can we find them? Should we go bother the Silver Star civilization or that higher dimensional being again? While everyone was thinking, the craftsman Ao, who was being guided away by staff, seemed to be attracted by the words, rules, and energy being discussed. He stopped, curious, and looked at the complex energy fluctuation spectrum on the scanner. After a moment, he suddenly stretched out his rough finger, pointing at a tiny, irregular fluctuation in the spectrum. With his thick accent, he uncertainly said, This energy flow pattern looks a bit familiar. It is similar to the deep underground palace of Mount Li, where there is a mysterious wall carved with strange cloud patterns and occasionally glowing with strange light.
Could it be somewhat divine?
The mysterious wall outside the heavens? Deep inside Mount Li's tomb? Does it resemble the energy fluctuations of the Silver Star civilization? This sentence struck everyone like lightning. Inside Emperor Qin Shi Huang's tomb, there is actually something that resonates with alien civilization's energy technology. Lin Xiaoman suddenly remembered Xiao Hao's earlier description, the river shining with silver light. Could that river water be related to this mysterious wall outside the heavens? Director Zhang immediately rushed to the craftsman Ao and asked calmly, Mr. Ao, what exactly is this mysterious wall outside the heavens? Where is it? What are its features? The craftsman Ao was startled by Director Zhang's urgency. After thinking for a moment, he said, that mysterious wall is a secret deep inside the tomb. We craftsmen have only seen it from afar a few times. It's neither gold nor jade, smooth like a mirror. Cloud patterns move on it by themselves, and there are flashes of lightning. Sometimes, overseers holding jade charms approach, and the wall lights up in response, revealing many strange symbols that are hard to understand. It is said that during the Emperor's tour, a meteor fell from the sky, and the divine object was found at the core of the meteor. The Emperor treasures it highly and ordered us to place it in the tomb's core to stabilize the dragon vein. A meteor falling from the sky? The core of a meteor? Moving cloud patterns? Responding to jade charms? Displaying strange symbols? This description sounds anything but like something from Earth. It seems more like some kind of alien technology or communication device. Could it be that Qin Shi Huang obtained a legacy artifact? And the energy technology of the Silver Star civilization just happens to originate from this legacy? Or perhaps it's the opposite. This discovery is so shocking that everyone needs some time to digest it. If that's true, then the legacy mentioned by third-party forces might be these scattered ancient alien artifacts on Earth. Their attempts to seize the silver orb and silver light might also be related to these legacies. All clues seem to point toward a much larger and older mystery. Lin Xiaoman looked at the dim silver orb, then at the curious craftsman Ao and the confused Zhao Hao, feeling like a huge vortex was forming. At that moment, her mind's dormant system seemed to flicker faintly, sending a more blurred yet startling thought. Detected. Same source. Heritage. Signal. Weak. Resonance. Threat. Level. Reassessing. ZZZ. Host. Be careful. Tombkeeper. Tombkeeper? The last three words in Lin Xiaoman's mind felt like three cold needles stabbing her sharply. The silver sphere, still deep in sleep, could sense the signal from the same source heritage and issue such a clear warning? What is this Tombkeeper? Is it the guardian of the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum? Or a mysterious organization protecting all the scattered heritages on Earth? Countless questions flooded her mind instantly. Director Zhang and the team were also shocked by the description from Artisan Ao and the warning about the Tombkeeper relayed by Lin Xiaoman. The situation had gone far beyond their expectations, from an alien civilization conflict to a deep ancient mystery of Earth itself. Report immediately. Prioritize the intelligence on Outer Mystical Wall and Tombkeeper. Director Zhang ordered decisively. At the same time, strengthen protection and inquiries about Artisan Ao and Zhao Hao, especially details about the Lishan Mausoleum's underground palace. Artisan Ao was respectfully dismissed by the staff, seemingly unaware of the huge ripple caused by his casual remark, only feeling puzzled by the sudden intense gazes around him. Zhao Hao looked confused, as if thinking, I just went on a trip. How did I become a key secret person? Grandpa Wang watched the tense atmosphere again and tried to lighten it in his own way. Hey, what's with this Tombkeeper talk? Maybe it's just some old folks watching over graves, like how I watch over my grilled sausage stall. Maybe I should send them some grilled sausages to build rapport? No one laughed. Elena frowned and said, if the Outer Mystical Wall is really an alien heritage and Qin Shi Huang placed it at the center of the tomb, then the so-called Tombkeeper might not be a traditional guard. It could be some special being who knows the inside story and is responsible for guarding the secret. Their power might be beyond imagination. Susie added, moreover, judging by the eager attitude of the third-party forces wanting to obtain the heritage, these guardians of the tomb are probably very dangerous. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so cautious, even treating it as a last resort, a plan B. At that moment, a technician hurried over to report, Director, we just analyzed the energy fluctuations of the grilled sausage feast, recorded by the Silver Sphere. We found that its underlying code contains a very ancient fundamental frequency, which is slightly similar to the energy source of the Silver Sphere itself. According to the energy model of the Outer Mystical Wall, simulated by Craftsman Ao, the match with this fundamental frequency is as high as 63%. 63%. That is far beyond a mere coincidence. It is almost certain that the technology of the Silver Star civilization is related to the Outer Mystical Wall, deep inside the Qin Emperor's tomb. Either they come from the same ancient civilization, or one inherited part of the other's technology. This fundamental frequency also seems to be the key to how the Silver Sphere unconsciously learns during its dormant state. Continue the analysis. Try using this fundamental frequency to stimulate the Silver Sphere and see if it speeds up its repair, Director Zhang ordered. The team immediately began intense work. The area temporarily returned to surface calm, but secretly, Research and vigilance were heightened to the highest level. However, trouble was brewing. That night, Suzy, responsible for perimeter security, suddenly discovered that the energy residues in the plants and soil around the area, previously optimized by the Silver Sphere, were being secretly and slowly absorbed by some force. This absorption was very clever, almost blending into the environment. If Suzy hadn't been extremely sensitive to energy anomalies, she wouldn't have noticed it at all. Something is stealing energy. Suzy immediately raised the alarm. Everyone woke up instantly and went into combat readiness. Strangely, the monitoring devices couldn't locate the thief's position at all, as if they were invisible or existing in another dimension. Is that third-party force back again? Using more advanced stealth technology, Lin Xiaoman asked nervously. Not like it. Elena looked at the energy loss curve. This absorption pattern is more like a resonance and drainage, as if the natural flow between sources of similar energy. It's almost like the guardians of the tomb are reclaiming scattered energy. This suspicion sent chills down everyone's spine. If they are truly grave keepers, not only do they exist, but they have quietly reached their doorstep and even begun collecting energy related to the heritage. Is this a warning? Or some kind of preparatory action? While everyone was nervously searching, even stranger things happened. The craftsman Ah Mao, who was resting in a temporary room, suddenly sat up as if sleepwalking. His eyes were tightly closed, but his mouth was speaking in a hollow, ancient voice, very different from his usual tone, reciting something intermittently. Meteor fall. Return of the relic. Guard its secrets. Protect its traces. Those who touch forbidden things will face backlash from the star remains. After finishing the recitation, he suddenly collapsed and continued sleeping as if nothing had happened. The staff watching over him were terrified and quickly reported what they saw. Meteor fall? Return of the relic? Backlash from star remains. Director Zhang kept repeating these words. Meteor fall probably refers to shooting stars, which come from outside the sky. Return of the relic? Could it mean the relic will eventually come back somewhere? Guard its secrets and traces makes sense, protecting secrets and marks. Backlash from star remains. Sounds like some kind of curse or warning. Lin Xiaoman suddenly remembered the warning from the silver ball. So, the grave keepers really exist? And they pass messages in this trance-like way? Are they warning us not to dig deeper into the secrets of the outer sky relic? At this moment, Zhao Haoren over, pale-faced. They're coming. They're here. I can feel it. Just like being watched by those terracotta warriors in the underground palace. Cold. Stone-like. They're nearby. Before he finished speaking, all the lights in the scenic area, including backup power lights, started flickering wildly and irregularly. On the walls and ground, faint shadows of the strange cloud patterns described by Ah Mao appeared, flickering uncertainly. An invisible, heavy pressure, filled with the scent of ancient dust, enveloped worry-free mountain. No enemies appeared, no attacks happened. But this pervasive feeling of being watched and the oppressive atmosphere was more suffocating than facing an army. The grave keepers. Maybe they really have arrived. They are announcing their presence and warning in a way beyond modern technology's understanding. Grandpa Wang was so scared he hugged his sausage roaster and whispered, "Ancestors, please stay calm. I am just a sausage seller. I don't know anything. Maybe I can give you some to taste." In this intense tension, the silver light in Lin Xiaoman's arms seemed to sense the threat. It no longer looked weak, but emitted a faint, steady glow, as if quietly resisting the ancient pressure in the air. Just as this silent standoff reached its peak, the main magic circle core used to summon ancient projections at the closed scenic spot suddenly twisted space. A faint, almost dissolving ancient shadow appeared slowly. It wore clothes unlike any known dynasty, and its face was unclear. The shadow raised a hand and pointed in a certain direction, toward the temporary shelter where craftsman Ao and Zhao Hao were. Then, a cold, old, emotionless voice echoed directly in everyone's minds. Hand over. The trespasser. And the stolen mark. Or this place. will fall into eternal silence. The command to hand over the trespasser, cold and ancient, carried an undeniable authority and a deathly silence that made everyone feel frozen, as if their blood was turning to ice. Does this refer to Zhao Hao, who unexpectedly returned to the Qin tomb? Or to craftsman Ao, who helped build the tomb and knows its secrets? And the mark that was stolen? Is it the half-body corpse Zhao Hao brought back? Or the Qin tomb's aura on them? No one knew the exact answer, but it was clear that the visitor was dangerous and possessed mysterious supernatural powers. Stay calm. Don't lose your composure. Director Zhang suppressed his shock and whispered loudly, signaling the team to protect Ao and Zhao Hao. Lin Xiaoman tightly held the faintly glowing silver light, which was fighting against the ancient pressure. His mind raced quickly. He knew fighting directly wouldn't work. The opponent's methods were beyond normal understanding. Communication? How could they communicate? At this moment, Grandpa Wang once again showed his strange ability to adapt under extreme pressure. He might be the only one present who didn't fully understand how terrifying the Tomb Keeper was, or maybe he understood but chose to face it in his own way. He picked up the grilled sausage machine again, which had just caused a small puff of smoke, and tremblingly took out a few sausages that had been cooked earlier and not fully cooled. He held them out toward the faint, ancient shadow in the air, trembling slightly, mainly from fear, and forced a smile that was worse than crying. Honorable ancestor, guardian of the tomb, you've worked hard, standing guard all this time, right? How about trying some of my grilled sausages? They're still warm. So tasty. Eating well gives you strength to keep watch, doesn't it? Everyone. Grandpa Wang, what are you doing at this moment? Trying to sell your sausages? We don't even know if the other is a person or a ghost. But something surprising happened. The heavy pressure in the air seemed to slightly pause because of Grandpa Wang's untimely action. The ancient shadow also, very subtly, shifted a little toward the sausages. The cold consciousness in the air seemed to produce a tiny, almost imperceptible confusion, as if in its endless years guarding the tomb, it had never encountered such a reaction. Instead of begging for mercy or fighting desperately, it simply extended a sausage? Common mortal. How dare you? The cold consciousness seemed to express disdain, but its thoughts showed a slight, barely noticeable pause. The rich, lively aroma of the sausages contrasted sharply with the silent, oppressive atmosphere. Silver light seemed to seize this moment. Its glow grew a little brighter, trying hard to spread a sense of harmlessness, friendliness, and just wanting to share food. Lin Xiaomian also suddenly had a good idea. She quickly followed Grandpa Wang's lead, speaking as politely as possible. Guardian of the tomb, we mean no disrespect. These two accidentally entered a forbidden area. We're trying to find a way to send them back, though we don't know how. Look, we're just a small scenic spot, selling sausages to make a living. We have no disrespect for Emperor Qin's resting place. Please try these sausages as a sign of respect. While speaking, she frantically signaled to Grandpa Wang with her eyes. Grandpa Wang understood immediately. He pushed the sausages forward again and even fanned the air with his hand to make the aroma spread more strongly. The ancient shadow fell silent for a moment, and the flickering lights and shifting cloud patterns around seemed to stabilize a little. Then, the cold consciousness spoke again, and its tone seemed a little softer? Maybe just an illusion. You are marked with the star remnant. Disturbing.
The peace.
These two, and what they carry, the broken trace, must be handed over for purification. Star remnant? Does it refer to the marks left after contact with the outer mystical wall energy? Purification? That doesn't sound like a good thing. It's impossible to give up Ah Mao and Zhao Hao and that half-body corpse. But outright refusal would surely anger the other side immediately. Director Zhang took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said confidently, Guardian of the tomb, we understand your duty. But these two are our guests now, and they might be connected to some important historical truths. We are willing to help purify the star remnant on them, but only if we can ensure their safety. You see, we also have some special methods referring to the silver glow and grilled sausage. His words are a test and also a delay. The shadow remained silent again, as if making a judgment. At this moment, Zhao Hao, perhaps out of fear, suddenly pointed at the corpse in the isolation box and shouted, "Guardian, why not take this guy away and purify him first? He seems to be one of yours. We're just passing by." No harm meant. The shadows, if that's what it was, gaze immediately shifted to the isolation box. The fingers of the half-body in the box seemed to move very slightly again. In the cold consciousness, a clear sense of
disgust and
caution flashed. This is an ominous fake trace. Not of our kind. Their heart must be different. Needs to be
completely
erased. Fake trace? Not of our kind? Could it be that this half-body corpse isn't a Qin dynasty person? Or even not from Earth? That's why the Tomb Guardian called it a fake trace and showed such hostility. This discovery makes things even more complicated. Elena quickly seized the opportunity and said, "Guardian, since this object isn't what you are protecting and might even be a threat, perhaps we can work together. We have some technical skills. Perhaps we can help you analyze and safely remove this false mark." Cooperation? With the Gravekeeper? That was an incredibly bold suggestion. The ancient shadow seemed, for the first time, to truly observe the strange modern group before it, the glowing sphere, the shape-shifting jelly, and the mysterious food giving off a tempting aroma. The air pressure wavered, and the cold consciousness seemed to be weighing its options. After a long silence, the voice spoke again. It was still cold, but now carried a faint tone of negotiation.
"Prove your
Worth
and
sincerity. 3 days. Only. If you cannot remove this false mark and its influence, then
all
will follow
my
rules." As the voice faded, the ancient shadow slowly disappeared. The flickering lights and swirling clouds vanished with it, and the heavy pressure receded like the tide. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. But everyone knew it had been real. A powerful and mysterious gravekeeper from an ancient era had given them a 3-day ultimatum. Their mission: to study and deal with a half-living ancient corpse, possibly of alien origin, which the gravekeeper called a false mark. Lin Xiaoman's legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Old Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead, staring at the now-cold sausage in his hand. He muttered, "Goodness. This sausage almost became an offering." At that moment, a faint, broken thought echoed in Lin Xiaoman's mind, the voice of the dormant Gigi Bond. High-dimensional. Contract.
detected,
Mission updated.
deadline,
Remove. False mark. Reward. Punishment. Erasure.